Douluo Continent, Holy Soul Village. In a dilapidated wooden house, Xiao Tianyang suddenly woke up from his bed, his dark eyes looking around in disbelief. Did I really travel through time? Or did I travel through time to the Douluo Continent world? In that case, can I also awaken my martial soul and have a chance to become a soul master? Besides, when I traveled through time, Tang San also traveled through time a few years ago? The person who saved me seems to be Tang San's father, Tang Hao. Looking at the memories left by this body, Xiao Tianyang raised his eyebrows. At this moment, Xiao Tianyang was only 5 or 6 years old, with surprise in his eyes, and he spoke subconsciously. Originally, he was a 20-year-old otaku on Earth. Because he stayed up late to play games, he traveled here when he woke up. The owner of this body is also named Xiao Tianyang. However, his parents took him to the mountains to chop wood, and they were attacked by wild beasts and died. Only Xiao Tianyang, who was still breathing, was rescued. Without a father or mother, this is a perfect template for the protagonist. In half a month, it will be the day to awaken the martial spirit. I wonder what martial spirit I can get then? This is Douluo Continent, as long as I can awaken a powerful martial spirit. Before crossing over, Xiao Tianyang otaku liked playing games and reading novels the most. He had read Douluo Continent no less than 3 times and was full of curiosity about this world. Martial spirits, soul beasts, soul skills, as well as powerful soul masters and gods. All of these made Xiao Tianyang's blood boil. Now that he had crossed over here, he was very excited and had no objection to crossing over. Ding! Detected a suitable binding object. The system is automatically binding. At this moment, a cold electronic system prompt sounded, causing Xiao Tianyang, who was looking forward to the martial spirit, to jump up from the bed instantly. System? I don't know what system my system is. Xiao Tianyang was full of expectations. In the novels he had read, almost every protagonist had a system after crossing over, but he didn't expect that he would have one now. In his mind, he sensed a progress bar that was constantly jumping, 1%, 20%, 38%. Finally, when the progress bar jumped to 100%, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Tianyang, the infinite lottery system has been successfully bound. Ding! The host only needs to kill soul beasts, soul masters, wild beasts, etc. to obtain lottery points. If the lottery points are sufficient, you can draw. You can draw elixirs, soul skills, martial souls, soul bones. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Tianyang. The novice gift package has been issued. Do you want to open it? 3 consecutive system prompts sounded in Xiao Tianyang's mind, making his body tremble with excitement. Breathing was even heavier. Infinite lottery system? And there is also a novice gift package? Xiao Tianyang rubbed his hands, full of expectations for the bound infinite lottery system, and his attention was all on the system. In his mind, an illusory page appeared, and at the bottom of the page there was a big gift package. Host Xiao Tianyang identity, ordinary person, strength level 0, soul skills none, soul bone none, martial soul none, lottery value 0. That page was somewhat similar to the information page in the game. It displayed a series of information about Xiao Tianyang. After taking a look, Xiao Tianyang's attention fell on the gift package and he chose to open it. Ding! The novice gift package is opened. Congratulations to the host Xiao Tianyang for obtaining the small soul power pill. Ding! The novice gift package is opened. Congratulations to the host Xiao Tianyang for obtaining the martial soul Red Lotus Karma Fire. Ding! The novice gift package is opened. Congratulations to the host Xiao Tianyang for obtaining the 9 Yang Divine Art. The system prompt sounded again. Xiao Tianyang was already stunned in place, with a look of shock and disbelief on his face. Gudong? Is this a novice gift pack? Not only did I draw a pill, I also drew a martial soul and a technique, especially the Red Lotus Karma Fire, which is the 8th ranked strange fire in Dopo Kangqiang. The 9 Suns Divine Art is also a very powerful technique. The more Xiao Tianyang thought about it, the more excited he became. This system is so powerful. First fuse the Red Lotus Karma Fire, then learn the 9 Suns Divine Art. Finally, take the small soul power pill. After taking a few deep breaths, Xiao Tianyang regained some composure, and then took the Red Lotus Karma Fire out of the system. A fist-sized deep red flame appeared in front of him. The flame, as it jumped, took the shape of a fire lotus. Without any hesitation, Xiao Tianyang chose to fuse. Almost at the moment Xiao Tianyang chose to fuse, the Red Lotus Karma Fire sank into his body without any pain and became a part of his body, turning into Xiao Tianyang's martial soul. No feeling? Fortunately, it's different from the one in Dupo, otherwise it would be difficult for even a soul saint to fuse the Red Lotus Karma Fire. The Red Lotus Karma Fire appeared in Xiao Tianyang's palm. Looking at the Red Lotus Karma Fire that had become his martial soul, Xiao Tianyang smacked his lips and said. Then, he chose to learn the Nine Yang divine art, and a stream of information merged into his mind, so that the method of practicing the Nine Yang divine art was firmly imprinted in his memory. The Nine Yang divine art should be stronger than Tang San's Xuantiangong, right? With the system, Tang San, who is also a time traveler, can only be a younger brother. Small Soul Power Pill. Xiao Tianyang also took out the Small Soul Power Pill. The Small Soul Power Pill was only the size of a pigeon egg, but as soon as it was taken out, it exuded a strange fragrance, which made Xiao Tianyang's pores open subconsciously. Without thinking too much, took it directly. Boom! The next moment, the power of the medicine spread in his body, turning into streams of pure power, spreading to his limbs and bones. Those powers, like dragons, roamed in his body. Nine Yang magic refine. Feeling the strong power in his body, Xiao Tianyang hurriedly activated the Nine Yang magic. Boom! As the Nine Yang magic was activated, the power of the Small Soul Power Pill was quickly absorbed by Xiao Tianyang, causing his soul power to grow wildly. The strength level also rose from 0. In less than an hour, Xiao Tianyang's strength level reached level 9. In the room, Xiao Tianyang opened his eyes. His eyes were bright, as if a blood-red fire flashed through his pupils. But it disappeared in an instant, and everything was back to normal. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Xiao Tianyang relaxed his expression and murmured, "The effect of this Small Soul Power Pill is really strong. Such a small pill can make me reach level 9. If I take a few more pills." Just as Xiao Tianyang was thinking, the wooden door was pushed open with a creak, and then a big man who looked to be in his 50s with a burly figure, cloudy eyes, and sloppy clothes came into view. Xiao Tianyang almost immediately recognized the man in front of him, Tang San's father, Tang Hao. "It's good that you woke up." Tang Hao said this first and then waved his hand. "Village chief, this child is handed over to you." What a poor child. When the voice came, Tang Hao took the initiative to step aside, revealing the old man with gray hair behind him, but dressed meticulously. If Xiao Tianyang guessed correctly, this old man should be the village chief of the Holy Soul Village, Old Jack. "Tang Hao, it's thanks to you this time." At this point, Old Jack didn't seem to want to say more. He looked at Xiao Tianyang, his eyes softened. "Tianyang, do you recognize Grandpa?" At this time, Xiao Tianyang lowered his head, his eyes flickered, and he thought to himself, "It seems that I was originally from the Holy Soul Village. Then it's convenient now, I don't need to find an excuse to stay." Even with the ability to protect himself, Xiao Tianyang still wanted to contact Tang Hao and Tang San, the father and son. Especially the latter. This is the future sea god with the halo of the protagonist. Even if he himself has no evil intentions, it's okay to take advantage of it, right? But the old village chief Jack on the other side obviously misunderstood. Seeing Xiao Tianyang showing this expression, he felt even more uncomfortable. He couldn't help but stepped forward to rub Xiao Tianyang's head, and at the same time comforted him. "Child, I know you are very sad now, but everything will pass. Let's go home with Grandpa first." Xiao Tianyang's mind was racing. "It's already this time. I must not reveal any flaws. I might as well not say anything. Pretending to be dumb is normal." With an idea in mind, Xiao Tianyang did not look up so as not to be seen by others. He pretended to be very dull and stood up, like a soulless doll, and stood next to the old village chief Jack. Although he is not an actor by profession, it is not an exaggeration to say that with Tang Hao's strength, he would definitely be able to see the trick. But in fact, there was no trick. There is only one reason. Xiao Tianyang was too ordinary before. Even in the entire Holy Soul Village, his family was a small transparent. If it were not for the warm-heartedness of the old village chief Jack and his familiarity with every household in the village, it would be normal for him not to know Xiao Tianyang. And now Tang Hao is still in a decadent period. He doesn't even bother to take care of his own son, let alone other people. Xiao Tianyang suspected that he was just picking up rags to save himself. So Xiao Tianyang's performance allowed him to get away with it. As for the old village chief Jack, he didn't doubt anything, but his expression was helpless. Pulling Xiao Tianyang's hand with a hint of tenderness, the old village chief Jack looked up and said, "We'll go first." In response, Tang Hao waved his hand, returned to the iron felt, picked up the hammer on the ground, and began his daily ironwork. Xiao Tianyang remained silent from beginning to end. Even when he was taken to his home by the old village chief Jack, he remained in this state after listening to his comfort. It was not until dusk that the old village chief Jack sighed silently. Tianyang, why don't you go to live at Grandpa's house, okay? He had said everything he should say, but Xiao Tianyang was still in this state, which made him very distressed and worried. At the same time, in the eyes of the old village chief Jack, Xiao Tianyang was only a 5 or 6-year-old child. No matter what the reason was, it was not a solution to let him live here alone. Especially at this time when the family encountered a big change, he needed someone to accompany him and resolve the knot in his heart. But Xiao Tianyang on the other side didn't think so. He finally got the opportunity to be alone. How could he let it go? Therefore, he suppressed his emotions, lowered his voice, and said in a more choked tone, "Grandpa Jack, I want to stay at home alone for a while, can I? This reason is very sufficient, but it is not possible to use it to make an enthusiastic old man leave." So Xiao Tianyang immediately added, "Don't worry, Grandpa Jack, I won't do anything stupid." Sure enough, with this sentence as a foundation, the old village chief Jack was just upset, but he stood up and walked to the door. And at the same time, did not forget to remind him, "Tianyang, cry if you feel upset, it may be better. Remember, if you have any difficulties, come to Grandpa. Grandpa will definitely find a way to help you." Xiao Tianyang did not stand up to see him off, but just nodded woodenly. The performance was so natural that even he was secretly surprised. After waiting for a long time, he finally heard the door close. Xiao Tianyang breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, "Fortunately, I am smart, otherwise I would have revealed my flaws and let others see something. That would have been difficult to deal with." But soon Xiao Tianyang put away these thoughts, quickly climbed onto the bed, sat cross-legged, and checked his body. Of course, the situation was abnormally good. Not only was there no injury, but there was also a burning energy in the dantian that nourished the body. Opening his eyes, Xiao Tianyang quickly began to think in his mind. In this dangerous world, if you want to have the power to protect yourself, you can only rely on yourself. At least I have a system, which is a shortcut. And the range of lottery value is quite large. The designated task should have trigger conditions. Defeating a soul master or soul beast does not mean killing the other party, so there is still room for development. But first of all, I still have to contact Tang San. After all, he is the protagonist in the future. Maybe I can get some benefits from him. Thinking of this, Xiao Tianyang's mind suddenly issued a prompt. Ding! The host triggers the side quest. Contact Tang San, content, establish a good friendship with him. Task reward, lottery value 10. Sitting up from the bed, Xiao Tianyang was shocked. So this is how the task is triggered. Then he asked the system, how many lotteries can be drawn only once? This question is very critical, and it is also what he forgot before and remembered now. Answer the host, now the lottery mode has been unlocked. There is only one. 100 points of lottery value. Open the random lottery. 100 points of lottery, only one draw, or random? Xiao Tianyang couldn't help but twitch his lips. The difference seemed to be a little different from what he thought. But then he shook his head again. It's really a bit greedy. Forget it. 100 points is 100 points. It's better than nothing. Thinking of this, his mood became relaxed, lying on the bed and fell asleep quickly. The next day, before the sun rose, Xiao Tianyang finished washing and walked out of the house. Of course, he was wandering around without a purpose. One is to familiarize himself with the environment, and the other is to find the place where Tang San often trains. It's easy to get in touch, but it's a bit difficult to establish friendship. Xiao Tianyang was in a good mental state at this time. As he walked, he remembered the side quest last night. No matter what, we are half the same kind, so we shouldn't fall out as soon as we meet. Xiao Tianyang felt that there was no need to make such calculations in this regard, because that would make people feel deliberate. Besides, who is Tang San? He is a man who will become a god in the future. If you really treat him as a 5 or 6-year-old child, it will be really cold. So it is better to be pure and not have any purpose, so that it may be easier to get along. Holy Spirit Village is actually not big, with only more than 100 households at most, so after walking around, Xiao Tianyang found that his destination was not in the village, but outside the village. At this time, the sky was just getting light, and Xiao Tianyang, who had been sitting on the hill for a long time, heard the subtle footsteps behind him. There is no need to guess. Think carefully at this time. Who would come to this corner? Are you the child from yesterday? Tang San's footsteps paused slightly, looking at Xiao Tianyang's back, with a little confusion on his face. Usually no one would come here, let alone at this time. But why is there suddenly a child staying here now? Have you seen me? Xiao Tianyang turned around, expressionless. Now was the time to test his acting skills. But fortunately, Xiao Tianyang, who graduated from the Conservatory of Music, had also taken acting classes for a few days. He was not good, but he was definitely not bad. Besides, he had never seen Tang San before, and the blankness in his eyes did not seem fake. "Yesterday, my father took you back." Tang San sat next to Xiao Tianyang, and seeing that he was silent, he whispered, "If you really can't help it, just cry, it's okay." Hearing this, Xiao Tianyang was a little stunned. How come Tang San took the initiative to chat with him before he made a move? This plot is not right, right? In fact, Xiao Tianyang was also thinking wrong. Or it could be said that Tang San did not need to be too vigilant about a child at this time. First of all, Xiao Tianyang did not appear out of thin air, but was born in this village and lived until now, there is no doubt about this. Secondly, Tang San, who has not yet learned about his life experience, has no secrets that can be peeped at, except that he is a time traveler and cannot tell others. So at the beginning, Xiao Tianyang was a little overworried. But it was a coincidence that it was this silence that made Tang San sympathize with Xiao Tianyang even more. After all, he still had a father, but Xiao Tianyang really had nothing, so it was normal for him to have such psychological activities. Xiao Tianyang was also a smart man. After he reacted, he began to chat with Tang San. It was a little awkward at the beginning, and the content was a little monotonous, but it was in line with his current personality. And maybe because the two of them were the same kind of people who were small-minded, the topics gradually became more and more, and it was no longer so boring. As for Tang San's reaction, of course he became happier. After all, he didn't have many friends in this village, or he was fundamentally different from those 5- or 6-year-old children, and he couldn't talk to them at all. At the same time, he didn't think there was anything strange about Xiao Tianyang. After all, some people would indeed change in character after encountering a big change, which he could completely understand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Contact Tang San. Get reward, lottery value x10. On the other side of the hill, the sun had just come out when Xiao Tianyang received the reminder. At the same time, he was relieved and said to himself, "The system's reminder should not be false. It seems that Tang San recognizes me as a friend." Suddenly, Tang San said, "Tianyang, I'm going to start training. What about you?" "I'll sit next to you and wait for you." Xiao Tianyang said this and began to look forward. He knew in his heart that Tang San wanted to practice the purple extreme demon pupil, which was why he was waiting here. Anyway, it wouldn't take long. As for the other party's secret, Xiao Tianyang didn't want to explore it at all, and there was no need to do so. Tang San didn't have any other ideas. In his opinion, Xiao Tianyang was a friend worth making. At the same time, there was no big movement when he practiced the purple extreme demon pupil, so he didn't guard against it. He sat cross-legged and soon entered the state of practice. But would Xiao Tianyang really wait honestly? The answer is no. It's not that he doesn't want to, but the nine-yang divine art in his body resonates with the Red Lotus Karma Fire. The reason is simple. When the sun rises in the east, it is the time to practice. Forced into the state of practice, the soul power circulates along the meridians. Xiao Tianyang feels like his body is like a furnace. At the same time, the body is placed under the sun, and the impurities in the body are constantly discharged. The mind begins to become empty. Especially the Red Lotus Karma Fire, it seems to stay in his body and obey the rules. But in fact, it is burning Xiao Tianyang's cause and effect in this world, whether it is in the past life or this life. In this situation, it is not painful, but it is definitely not pleasant. After a long time, Xiao Tianyang was gently pushed by a small hand, and a voice came from his ear. "Tianyang, what's wrong with you?" It was Tang San who called him, but Xiao Tianyang looked up at his expression, and after finding that he was fine, he shook his head. No. Tang San felt a little strange, but did not ask more, just nodded. In his perception, Xiao Tianyang was different from before, but he couldn't tell what exactly was different. It seemed that he was more pleasing to the eye and more approachable than before. On the contrary, Xiao Tianyang himself didn't think so much because he was now surprised by the page he saw in his mind. Host, Constitution, Pseudo, Immaculate Body, killing people without being affected by cause and effect, all things are friendly to it. Strength level, level 6. Soul skills, no. Soul bone, martial soul, Red Lotus Karma Fire, burn cause and effect, wash away sins. Lottery value, 10. There are a lot of changes here, and Xiao Tianyang really couldn't react for a while. First of all, the identity column has become a physical constitution, but because the system is mysterious, this can still be accepted. After all, It is not something he can control. But why did his level not increase but decrease after practicing? But what's even more strange is that his level has obviously decreased, but why didn't his strength become weaker, but seem to be stronger? System, what's going on? If you don't know, just ask. This is Xiao Tianyang's good habit. Answer the host. The fusion degree of Nine Yang Divine Art and Red Lotus Karma Fire has reached 230%, exceeding the basic value, which can improve physical fitness and soul power quality, so the level has dropped. Xiao Tianyang suddenly realized, but he had another question in his mind. Then there was no such good thing when I was practicing yesterday? Answer the host. First, the host's original strength was obtained by relying on elixirs, and second, only when the sun rises, the effects of Nine Yang True Scripture and Red Lotus Karma Fire can reach the extreme and produce the effect of tempering. Interacting with the system, outsiders cannot know, so when Tang San saw Xiao Tianyang's state, he couldn't help but start to worry again, thinking, Tianyang, you must still be very uncomfortable? Thinking of this, Tang San suddenly made a decision, but before he could say it, Xiao Tianyang suddenly sat up, scaring him. Xiao Saner, I've decided. Xiao Tianyang looked towards the direction of the rising sun with a serious face. Xiao Saner? Tang San couldn't help but embarrassed when he heard this name. In the previous chat, Tang San mentioned the name his father called him, but he didn't expect that it would sound a bit strange in Xiao Tianyang's mouth. But considering Xiao Tianyang's relationship, Tang San didn't raise any opinions, but stood up and asked Xiao Tianyang side by side, "What's the decision?" Xiao Tianyang's expression was serious. "I want to become stronger. I hate the feeling of being weak." Tang San looked at Xiao Tianyang with some surprise. At this moment, for some reason, he found that Xiao Tianyang was very strong inside, a bit like an admirable elder brother. "We can be together," Tang San suddenly smiled. "Then let's go side by side, Xiao Saner. I won't be surpassed by you in the future." After leaving this sentence, Xiao Tianyang turned and left. Under the sunlight, from Tang San's perspective, the feeling just now became clearer. In the next 10 days, Xiao Tianyang and Tang San were together. They got up early every day and met on this hill. They went back to their homes at noon, and occasionally went to Tang San's house for a meal. While Tang San was practicing the Purple Demon Pupil, Xiao Tianyang could also practice the Nine Suns Divine Art, without affecting each other and without delaying either. As for the rest of the time, Xiao Tianyang took out his own unique skills, which came from another world civilization and had a scientific exercise method. That's right, Xiao Tianyang took out movements such as squats, push-ups, sit-ups, etc., and with Tang San's craftsmanship, some relatively simple fitness equipment could also be made, which amazed Tang San. In fact, when Xiao Tianyang first came up with these proposals, he still had some concerns. After all, such a big change in a short period of time, and at the same time coming up with these wonderful ideas, it would inevitably arouse suspicion from others. But after some trials, Xiao Tianyang still felt that he was too suspicious. Tang San himself also has secrets, and some of his behaviors are also relatively unique to people in this world. Because of this, the adults in the village think he is precocious and has no friends of the same age. It's not easy to find someone who can talk to you and has the same dream. How can you not cherish it? What's wrong with a few more secrets? Didn't he have it too? So apart from the initial test, Xiao Tianyang now had no worries and completely let himself go. Standing on the top of the hill, Xiao Tianyang held the sun with his hands, glanced at Tang San, who was carrying a 25-kilogram dumbbell on both sides, and said, "Xiao Saner, you have been training for so long. Why don't we have a fight?" Tang San, who had just finished a squat, couldn't help but be puzzled. "Why?" Xiao Tianyang said seriously, "Because whether it is running, arm wrestling, squat jump, etc., you are not my opponent. In addition to fighting, do you have any other choice?" Tang San's mouth twitched. "Brother Tianyang, you will have no friends if you talk like this. Isn't it enough to have you?" Xiao Tianyang grinned. He was stunned at first, but soon Tang San shook his head and said, "You use this trick again, I won't." If it was said that Tang San would be moved by this sentence at the beginning, but not now, because in the previous match, Tang San knew he couldn't win, but just because of Xiao Tianyang's words, he still had the fight. What was the result? A miserable defeat. It can even be said that he was pushed to the ground and rubbed. I don't know why. Obviously, he should be better because of his practice of Xuantian Baolu, but in terms of physique alone, even Tang San can't deny that Xiao Tianyang is simply a monster. Obviously, they both have simple meals every day, and occasionally they have a meal of meat, and the amount is almost the same, but how come in 10 days, The height difference between the two is 10 centimeters. How can this be justified? It is for this reason that Xiao Tianyang forced Tang San to call him brother. Therefore, it can be concluded that competition equals injury, self-esteem is frustrated, very uncomfortable. So don't compete, definitely not. Seeing that Tang San was not taking the bait, Xiao Tianyang could not help but turn around and say, "Then you can use any means to fight me, and I can only rely on my hands and feet. Is this okay?" As expected, hearing this, Tang San hesitated. When the two of them were training here before, he did not shy away from Xiao Tianyang's training methods of hidden weapons. He even asked Xiao Tianyang the day before yesterday if he wanted to learn it, but unfortunately he was rejected. In Xiao Tianyang's words, "You can't even beat me. Why do you learn these fancy things?" So Xiao Tianyang meant not to limit himself to winning by other means. To be honest, this is a bit unfair, but the continuous losses in the past 10 days made Tang San want to make a comeback. And it was precisely because of this idea that Tang San finally nodded seriously. "Brother Tianyang, this is what you said." "Yes, I said it." Xiao Tianyang raised his chin. "Okay, I promise you, but it has to be tomorrow," Tang San said after a pause. Xiao Tianyang agreed without thinking. "No problem." Then he moved closer and whispered, "Boy, do you want to prepare more hidden weapons?" "No, I want to prepare some ointments for you, which can be used after the fight," Tang San said very honestly. Xiao Tianyang raised his eyebrows speechlessly, thinking, I don't know where this boy got his confidence from. Doesn't he know that the Nine Yang divine art is specifically used to counter fancy tricks? The morning passed quietly, and at noon, everyone went back to their homes. In the evening, Tang Hao put down his work and looked back, only to find Tang San squatting at the door to mix herbs. After hesitating for a while, he finally asked, "Xiao San, are you injured?" "No, Dad." After saying that, Tang San took a look at the things on his hand and said, "This is prepared for Brother Tianyang. We have an appointment to fight tomorrow. I am afraid that he will get hurt, so I prepared some in advance." Tang Hao was puzzled at first, and suddenly remembered that Xiao Tianyang, the brat, stole the hammer and forged iron. He lowered his head and looked at Tang San again, thinking to himself, "I'm afraid I will have to use this thing on you, Xiao San." "Dad, what's wrong?" Tang San asked cautiously. "Nothing, just be careful," Tang Hao said lightly. "It's just a fight between children. It shouldn't be a problem, right?" Tang San would naturally not hide what Xiao Tianyang had done recently from Tang Hao. The two of them would occasionally take some iron embryos from here. As for caring, it's not that serious. After all, Tang Hao is a little lazy to care about his own son, let alone other people's. At the same time, Xiao Tianyang, who had returned home and finished washing up, sat on the bed with a thoughtful look on his face. He was naturally not thinking about how to defeat Tang San, because there was no need to think about it. As long as he was a little serious at that time, the other party would basically have no chance of winning. He was thinking about something else, a task that was suddenly generated after Tang San nodded and agreed to the battle. Host triggers the side task. Content: defeat Tang San. Task reward: lottery value 5. First of all, Xiao Tianyang asked the system why the reward was so small. The answer he got was that there was a clear gap in strength between the two, so the reward was reduced. And another question, what are the conditions for the generation of the task? The system did not answer this sentence, and it was as quiet as a pool of stagnant water. So this is the question he is thinking about now. The first mission was triggered when I thought of contacting Tang San. He is the protagonist, and there may be benefits after contacting him, so the system reminded me and gave me rewards, by the way, which can be regarded as a disguised inducement. The second mission was still triggered by Tang San, but defeating him only gave me 5 points of lottery value. If you calculate it this way, Xiao Tianyang's eyes gradually brightened. Although it was just a guess, she already had a rough outline. If it's not wrong, Suyuntao will come to the Spirit Hall branch in the Holy Spirit Village in a few days, and there should be missions to do. With expectations in his heart, Xiao Tianyang was more eager to know the answer. If his guess was confirmed to be correct, there would be more ways to get lottery points in the future. After solving the problem, Xiao Tianyang fell asleep. The next morning, Xiao Tianyang got up and washed. Before dawn, he walked out of the house. After some exercise, he started running towards the hill. However, Xiao Tianyang felt that he had come early enough, but when he reached the halfway point of the mountain, he found that Tang San had been doing warm-up exercises there for a long time. At the same time, his face was full of excitement, as if he had already defeated Xiao Tianyang. "Brother Tianyang, you're here." Tang San's voice sounded very happy. I can see that you are very happy. Xiao Tianyang glanced at the ointment prepared beside him and couldn't help but said, You prepared it? Yes, Tang San said with a smile. Very good, you will consider yourself, it's worth praising. Xiao Tianyang also smiled. He couldn't respond to this. He couldn't say that this medicine was prepared for you, right? Although he had said this before, at this moment, Tang San looked at Xiao Tianyang's expression and felt a little uneasy. Xiao Tianyang smiled as usual. Come on. As soon as the voice fell, Tang San took the lead, tapping the ground with his toes, and rushed over at a fast speed, punching Xiao Tianyang in the face, aiming at Xiao Tianyang's left face. Don't hit people in the face, didn't I say that? Xiao Tianyang's face was embarrassed, but he quickly raised his hand to block. While holding Tang San's punch, the latter raised his leg and kicked sideways, coming towards his waist. But how could Xiao Tianyang, who knew everything, be hit by this kick? With his back arched, he leaned back, and his toes brushed against his abdomen, causing a strong wind to loosen his trousers and almost fall off. What a bad move! Who taught you? Xiao Tianyang quickly threw his hands to push Tang San away, while retreating and holding his trousers, and said with a dark face, Not talking during a fight is Tang San's personal accomplishment. Before, when he retreated, he had already slid forward, ran to the side, unloaded the force, and then continued to move towards Yetian. The continuous attacks and parries, the two fought in a methodical manner. It can be said that if there was an adult next to them, they would definitely be shocked. Does this still look like two 5- or 6-year-old children fighting? At the same time, Tang San's heart was broken, because if the fight continued like this, he would definitely lose in terms of endurance. I thought I could be slightly better in terms of skills, but I didn't expect that after fighting for so long, except for that time when Xiao Tianyang almost lost his pants. Xiao Tianyang basically never gave him a chance. As for the competition of strength, forget it. Tang San didn't want to lose that much. The two separated. Tang San couldn't help but kneel on one knee, supporting himself with his right hand, panting slightly. Brother Tianyang, get ready. I'm gonna throw a hidden weapon next. In a situation like this, of course, it's better to take the opponent by surprise. But the two of them were not fighting. They were just sparring. If Xiao Tianyang was really hurt, Tang San would feel guilty. Come on, always be prepared. Xiao Tianyang was a little interested. Tang sect's hidden weapons, only heard of their names but never seen their forms. Xiao Tianyang had long wanted to see them. As for the original invitation, it was not that he didn't want to learn, but he knew that Tang San would not be able to pass on the real essence to him. But it didn't matter after all. He didn't join the Tang sect, and Tang San followed the rules, which was within his expectations. So his refusal at that time did not mean that he was not interested, but that he felt that it would be of little help to him personally. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tang San raised his hand slightly and heard 3 sounds of breaking through the air. Xiao Tianyang could see with his naked eyes that 3 stones flew towards him in a Chinese character shape at the same speed. One was towards his chest, and the other 2 were locking his retreat. In just a moment, Xiao Tianyang knew that he could not dodge, but did he need to dodge? There was no need at all. The 9-Yang divine art had amazing defensive power. There was no need to activate it, and there was a protective chi, so he had no intention of dodging from the beginning. Hard resistance was the real skill. Bang! With a muffled sound, the stone fell on Xiao Tianyang's chest. Seeing this scene, Tang San couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, thinking in his heart, how can the Tang sect's hidden weapon be so easy to dodge? But it hit Brother Tianyang head on, and he was injured. Before he could say that it shouldn't be heavy in his heart, Tang San's smile gradually stiffened, because he saw Xiao Tianyang sorting his clothes, and he looked up at him. That's it? You're fine? Tang San was a little bit unbelievable. Although the opponent's physique is strong, it shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? The force he just used was enough to knock down a cow, but Xiao Tianyang didn't even frown? Could it be that he didn't have enough stamina? But this shouldn't be. Shaking his head, Tang San looked up with a flickering look, and after standing up, he fired with both hands, as fast as lightning, and stones flew out like bullets, finally landing on Xiao Tianyang. It can be said that except for deliberately avoiding a few vital points, Tang San almost hit wherever it hurt. But 5 seconds passed, 10 seconds passed, half a minute passed, and Xiao Tianyang was still the same. No, he yawned in the middle. And Tang San, who was panting, leaned on the exercise equipment. His little face was a little pale, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Xiao San, I forgot to tell you that my spirit power is a little strange, So I'm sorry. This time, you have to lose again. Xiao Tianyang smiled and stepped forward, and when Tang San saw him walking towards him, his hands trembled, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes for the first time. Of course, it was not the kind of pressure from the enemy, but the pressure from his elder brother. On the hill, Tang San was a little dusty, although there was no obvious injury, but from his expression, it was obvious that he was beaten hard by Xiao Tianyang, and I'm afraid this left a shadow in his heart. Brother Tianyang, I lost. You are indeed better than me. Tang San's tone was a little disappointed. In response, Xiao Tianyang stepped forward and patted his shoulder, and said with a stern face, "Is this all wrong for you? Who said that you would become stronger with me? Be more confident. Show your momentum at the beginning." Tang San looked up at Xiao Tianyang and was a little stunned. That's right. What's there to be afraid of if you lose? He is a genius of the Tang sect. He was able to climb out of the dust, so he must be able to break free from this mundane world. What's more, what's the shame in losing to a friend? He should work harder and strive harder. After thinking about these key points, Tang San's heart knot was completely untied, and he couldn't help but look at Xiao Tianyang with some gratitude. Tang San said seriously, "Brother Tianyang, I will try my best to catch up with you, and I will never be left behind by you." Xiao Tianyang raised his eyebrows and reminded, Hey, you'd better not set this as your goal, otherwise you will suffer in the future." Tang San couldn't help but look embarrassed. "Brother Tianyang, can't you be a little more low-key?" Ha, I'm just teasing you." Xiao Tianyang smiled, then said, "Come, I'll apply the ointment for you." Tang San didn't care, so he sat down and took off his shirt, letting Xiao Tianyang apply the ointment on him. Although Xiao Tianyang was very gentle just now, the Nine-Yang divine art is strong in explosive power, and simple moves can produce impressive power. In addition, it was the first time to fight with someone, so external injuries were inevitable. After applying the ointment, Tang San put on his shirt, and then hesitantly asked, "Brother Tianyang, you didn't use your full strength before. 70% of your strength." Xiao Tianyang answered casually. Without fighting with a real master, Xiao Tianyang didn't know where his limit was, so it was difficult to make a judgment. But Tang San felt differently after hearing this, thinking to himself, if you use 70% of your strength to hit me, what if you don't hold back? Then wouldn't it be? At this moment, Tang San was not only not affected but was inspired. Xiao Tianyang on the other side also nodded secretly. Xiao San's character is like the blue-silver grass. The worse the environment, the more he highlights his tenacity. He is the type who becomes more courageous with more setbacks. It seems that there will be fun in the future. Suddenly, just as Xiao Tianyang was preparing a series of surprises for Tang San, a voice came from the side. "Brother Tianyang, what are you thinking about?" "No." Xiao Tianyang shook his head. "By the way, Xiao San, 4 days later is the day when the Spirit Hall will send people to help us awaken our spirits. What are your plans?" Hearing this question, Tang San was stunned at first and lowered his head and said, "I don't know why. I always feel that Dad seems to be a little resistant to this matter." "But you will still go, right?" Xiao Tianyang asked. Tang San said, "I want to try." Xiao Tianyang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Okay, no matter what decision you make, I support you." He was stunned, not because of Tang San's answer, but because of the information he received in his mind. The host triggers the main task. Content: arrive at the branch of the Martial Soul Hall in the Holy Soul Village and awaken the martial soul with full soul power. Task reward: random lottery 1, random martial soul 1. Sure enough, it was basically similar to what he guessed. The main theme of Douluo Continent did not change because of his appearance. According to his analysis, the side tasks were generated by the system after contacting certain important people. The main task should be the direction of the plot of Douluo Continent. As for whether there are any deviations in the middle, Xiao Tianyang did not know. After all, this was the conclusion he deduced based on some clues. Whether it is true or not depends on how it develops later. In the next few days, Xiao Tianyang and Tang San's training plan was not affected by this conversation. They also got up early every day and worked hard, but later, when it was almost over, they had an additional activity which was to fight. But this was not Xiao Tianyang's initiative, but Tang San's own request. Although he was beaten on the ground every time, with the experience of the first time, Xiao Tianyang would not hurt Tang San again. And the friendship between the two of them quickly warmed up in such a friendly exchange. And at the same time, the day that Xiao Tianyang had been looking forward to for a long time came. In the early morning, Xiao Tianyang and Tang San did not meet at the hilltop as usual, but under the guidance of the village chief Old Jack, they came to the Wuhun Hall branch of the Holy Soul Village with the other 7 children. Although this is just a remote mountain village, the Wuhun Hall is the most high-end building in this village. It is not so magnificent, but it is also made of white jade rocks, and it has a bit of solemnity. Tianyang, if your spirit is not good, don't be disappointed. Stay with Grandpa and spend your life in peace. It's actually very good. Village Chief Old Jack reached out and touched Xiao Tianyang's head, comforting him in advance. Xiao Tianyang's expression was embarrassed, and he thought to himself, I'm afraid I will disappoint you then. In the past 10 days, Xiao Tianyang had been eating at the home of the old village chief Jack, and he also knew the relationship between him and Tang San, and he was very relieved. Xiao Tianyang also knew that the old village chief Jack was actually afraid that he could not bear the blow of the result of the martial spirit awakening, so he comforted him in advance. But in his situation, it shouldn't be that bad, right? After waiting at the door for a long time, the old village chief Jack reminded him, Remember, follow me in later. Don't be afraid when you see the battle spirit master, but don't talk too much so as not to annoy him. Understand? Several children agreed in unison. Only Xiao Tianyang was silent, looking a little out of place. Seeing this, the old village chief, Jack didn't say anything more, shook his head, and took the children into the martial spirit hall. In the center of the hall, a figure stood at this moment, and it seemed that he heard footsteps, and the man turned around and looked at everyone. After the introduction of the old village chief Jack, Xiao Tianyang finally confirmed his identity. Su Yuntao. I don't have much time. Let's get started. Su Yuntao waved his hand and didn't let the old village chief Jack give a long speech. Instead, he looked at the children in front of him and said in a slightly gentle tone, Children, stand in a row from left to right. As he spoke, Su Yuntao took out 6 black round stones from his arms and threw them on the ground to form a hexagon. Then he took out a crystal ball and pointed at the hexagonal pattern. From left to right, go in one by one. After the first child walked in, Su Yuntao shouted Lone Wolf. 1 white and 1 yellow, 2 soul rings rose up on his body, making the children around him feel novel and scared. At the same time, Su Yuntao's figure also slightly taller, his muscles swelled, and he looked full of power. Xiao Tianyang watched with great interest. This was the first time he saw the appearance of other martial spirits. In the hall, golden light flickered, covering the child standing in the hexagon. At this time, Su Yuntao also said, Stretch out your right hand. The child stretched out his hand as instructed, and a small sickle was floating on it. The child put his hand on the crystal ball as instructed, but there was no reaction. Su Yuntao shook his head, and the child also left the hexagon in disappointment. The following process was nothing surprising, one child after another, but the more he went on, the more disappointed Su Yuntao's face became. Until Tang San appeared, the golden light in the hexagon became brighter than before. Xiao Tianyang was also surprised and thought to himself, Could it be a golden legend? Of course, this was a joke. At this moment, Xiao Tianyang, who was standing behind Tang San, clearly saw that Tang San's left hand was clenched and hidden behind his back, clearly to hide the existence of the clear sky hammer, and on his open right hand, there was a blue-silver grass. Su Yuntao's disappointment was almost written on his face. But in the next second, his eyes widened instantly. What did he see? Full innate soul power! Tang San's hand was now pressed on the crystal ball, and the dazzling blue light almost occupied the entire hall. Su Yuntao stood there for a while, looked at Tang San, then looked at the blue-silver grass in his hand, and then shook his head. This feeling was both disappointment and helplessness. The prerequisite for becoming a spirit master is spirit power. Even if the spirit is useless, as long as it has spirit power and can be a spirit master through meditation and practice, the previous children have no spirit power. Only you is born with level 10 spirit power, which is the so-called innate full spirit power. Su Yuntao shook his head again, but unfortunately, your spirit is blue-silver grass. Innate full spirit power is a rare talent in a century, which is confirmed by the spirit hall. But the spirit blue-silver grass is also a natural waste spirit, which is recognized by the world, which is really sad. Hearing this, Tang San stepped aside, neither disappointed nor happy, but his eyes were thoughtful, as if he was considering something. Okay, next. Tang San's appearance did affect Su Yuntao, but that was all. Born with innate full spirit power, but the spirit is blue-silver grass, there is nothing worth paying attention to. Xiao Tianyang didn't think about anything else and stepped into the hexagon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main task, Martial Soul Awakening. Get rewards. Random Lottery X1, Random Martial Soul. A familiar voice sounded in Xiao Tianyang's mind, and then he felt that his eyes were dark, as if he had entered a claustrophobic space. But strangely, Xiao Tianyang did not feel a trace of fear in it, but instead felt a sense of homecoming that was difficult to express. The scene in front of him was black on the left and white on the right. The former represented the belonging of the soul, and the latter represented the advent of a new life. The next moment, the space collapsed, and the black turned into a door that closed tightly and disappeared on the spot. After being compressed, the white formed a single-edged sickle, about 2 meters long. The lines engraved on the pole were mysterious, neither ordinary nor particularly eye-catching. Especially at the connection between the blade and the sickle, there was a gem with a divine light emitting dazzling brilliance. With just a glimpse, Xiao Tianyang concluded that this was definitely not an ordinary thing. Suddenly coming to his senses, Xiao Tianyang heard the familiar voice coming from his ear. Another useless martial spirit. The flame can't feel the temperature, and it's so weak. Xiao Tianyang looked up at his open right palm, with a strange expression on his face. Obviously, he just subconsciously opened his right hand, and it should be the Red Lotus Karma Fire, but now the flame has turned green? But then he took a look. The system prompted, and then he found out that the green flame was a system reward, and the sickle he saw just now was awakened by himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Tianyang, you have obtained the martial spirit of the living flame. Xiao Tianyang knew what this thing was. If he guessed correctly, it should come from the same place as the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Seeing Xiao Tianyang in a daze, Su Yuntao said, "Kid, what are you waiting for?" Xiao Tianyang, who came back to his senses, understood what the other party meant, and put his hand on the crystal ball. But then Su Yuntao's expression was as if he had seen a ghost, and he opened his mouth wide. Another innate full soul power. At this time a blue light suddenly appeared, and in an instant it occupied the entire hall. Not only that, the light was so strong that it even penetrated the window, and the outside world was vaguely visible. Snap! There was a shattering sound, and Xiao Tianyang quickly withdrew his hand and was secretly shocked. It was almost bad. Fortunately, I withdrew it quickly. Otherwise, if this crystal ball exploded, it would have been caught by the people of the Spirit Hall and sliced for research. The light dissipated, and everyone was shocked, including Su Yuntao, but there were 2 exceptions. One was naturally Xiao Tianyang himself. He had never been troubled by the requirements of the mission content before. He was able to defeat Tang San, so if his soul power was not as good as Tang San, how could it be justified? The other one, it was Tang San himself. He had seen Xiao Tianyang's strength, and the other party also told him that his soul power was easier than that of ordinary people, so the innate full soul power could explain this. 1 village, 2 people with full innate soul power, this happened to me. Su Yuntao shook his head and said, but the martial spirits of these 2 children are a bit strange. The blue-silver grass is fine, but as for this strange flame, I dare not make a direct conclusion. After a pause, Su Yuntao didn't know why he would remind him and said, there are all kinds of strange martial spirits in the world. It is not impossible for martial spirits that have never been recorded to appear. And the most professional in studying flame martial spirits is the Blazing Fire Academy. After speaking, Su Yuntao reached out and rubbed Xiao Tianyang's head. Now that things here are over, I have to leave too. Su Yuntao put away his things, said something to the village chief Old Jack, and then walked towards the temple gate. Wait! Xiao Tianyang suddenly put away his martial spirit, turned around and looked at Su Yuntao and said, "Can I ask you to do something for me?" When the old village chief Jack heard this, he was shocked and hurriedly explained. Master Zhanhun, I'm sorry. This child just lost his parents and was a little reckless. Su Yuntao waved his hand and said, Child, tell me, if it's not difficult, I'll agree to it. Xiao Tianyang walked forward, whispered a few words in Su Yuntao's ear, then stepped back and asked, Is it okay? It's not difficult. Su Yuntao thought for a while and nodded. In this way, in 3 months, the Notting College Junior Soul Master Academy will start to register, and you can come to me then. Thank you. Xiao Tianyang leaned forward slightly and bowed to express his gratitude. Su Yuntao didn't take this matter to heart. He just thought that this child was pleasing to the eye, and it was just a matter of words for him to help. After sending Su Yuntao away, village chief Old Jack heaved a sigh of relief. He wanted to blame Xiao Tianyang, but he couldn't bear it. He could only say, Tianyang, be careful with your words in the future. Don't be so reckless, okay? Got it, Grandpa Village Chief. Xiao Tianyang smiled and nodded. After the mission was over, they all went their separate ways. They needed Village Chief Old Jack to lead them when they came, but they didn't need to when they left. At least Xiao Tianyang and Tang San didn't. By the way, Brother Tianyang, what did you say to Master Su just now? As the two walked on the way home, Tang San couldn't help asking. Oh, nothing. Just said to fight him in 3 months. Xiao Tianyang answered absent-mindedly. Tang San was stunned when he heard this and shook his head with a bitter smile. Brother Tianyang, do you have any misunderstandings about the level 26 Spirit Master? Xiao Tianyang came back to his senses and asked with his head tilted. No, what's wrong? What's wrong? Tang San looked a little speechless. That's a level 26 Spirit Master, and it's the kind of beast martial spirit that can enhance its own abilities. Are you sure you don't want to be beaten for nothing? It's okay, at most I'll be beaten, and my life won't be harmed. Xiao Tianyang said indifferently. Besides, this is challenging, isn't it? Tang San was stunned again. At this moment, he found that Xiao Tianyang's image became more and more tall. But I still have to prepare the ointment in advance. Tang San thought to himself. If Xiao Tianyang knew what Tang San was thinking at this time, he would definitely hang him up and beat him up. Is he going to lose? Now it must be the result of being beaten up, but 3 months later, it may not be certain. Soon, the two separated and went back to their own homes. After Tang San returns, he will definitely tell Tang how about his awakening of the twin martial spirits. It would be inconvenient for Xiao Tianyang to go there. Besides, he also has things to sort out, so returning to this quiet place at home is the best choice. As soon as he got home, Xiao Tianyang immediately sat on the bed and looked at the page in his mind. Host. Xianyang, Constitution, Pseudo, Immaculate Body. Killing without any cause and effect, all things are friendly to it. Strength level. Level 8, Soul Skills, no soul bone, no martial soul. Scythe of Judgment, symbol of life, the destination of the dead. Red Lotus Karma Fire, burns cause and effect, washes away sins. Flame of Living Spirits, fire of life, the spirit of all things. Lottery value 15. Xiao Tianyang can see at a glance what abilities he has. The biggest change is the martial spirit, which has 2 more at once, Scythe of Judgment. Xianyang spread out his left hand, and a single-edged sickle with a white main color and black lines with gold edges was floating in his palm. Before, I thought it was nothing, but at this moment, Xiao Tianyang suddenly felt that this sickle was very strange. Generally speaking, sickle-like weapons like this represent death, or ominous words such as blood and killing. But in his hand, this sickle called the Scythe of Judgment gave him a feeling of affinity and vitality, which was really hard for him to accept. Forget it. Just treat it as a spare martial soul, but it is best not to add spirit rings to it before figuring it out, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Xiao Tianyang thought about it and put it aside, retracted his left hand, and spread out his right hand. The first thing that appeared was red flames, which was the Red Lotus Karma Fire, and then the picture turned into green flames, which was the flame of life. While switching back and forth, Xiao Tianyang couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Other people's twin martial souls can only use one and put one away, but I can use both at the same time. This advantage is probably something that Xiao San can't catch up with, no matter how strong his talent is, right? Xiao Tianyang discovered this magical place in the martial soul hall before, but he didn't show it. As for why these two flames don't look powerful, that's because Xiao Tianyang didn't add soul power to it. Just like the Scythe of Judgment just now, it looks like it will naturally go out. After sorting out this information, Xiao Tianyang put it aside, rubbing his hands and saying, "Complete the task. There is another chance to draw a random prize. System, I want to draw a prize." Xiao Tianyang had a turntable in his mind, with all kinds of prizes and countless numbers. His eyes were sore, and he couldn't figure out what it was. Forget it, just draw it like this. After a while, Xiao Tianyang rubbed his swollen eyes and spoke. The wheel turned, and the pointer soon stopped on an egg. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Tianyang. You have obtained the Sky-Tearing Hound pet egg. Xiao Tianyang opened his eyes, and an egg the size of a wash basin appeared out of thin air and fell into his arms. Oh, it's quite heavy. Xiao Tianyang barely straightened up and couldn't help but complain. In his mind, he had already secretly equated the things the system was going to send him with danger. It was so careless even sending an egg. If he drew a large or fragile item and it was thrown away like this, wouldn't he be finished? But the egg still had to be placed. Xiao Tianyang first put it on the bed, took out a quilt from the cabinet and spread it on the ground, then moved the egg on it. After doing all this, Xiao Tianyang no longer felt much pressure. The mission was completed and he got a lot of benefits. Next, he might have to change to another environment to get some benefits, but there was no rush. It would not be too late for him to leave after Tang San was ready. Thinking about it, Xiao Tianyang, who was lying on the bed, snored slightly and fell asleep. But without Xiao Tianyang knowing it, his hair began to become thinner and the color gradually turned white. I don't know how long I slept. Xiao Tianyang suddenly dreamed that he was pounced on by a soul beast. His chest was pressed, and the other party's saliva dripped on his face, which was wet and uncomfortable. He couldn't help but wake up from the dream. When he opened his eyes, Xiao Tianyang was shocked because a tongue appeared in front of him. Could it be that his dream came true? With a bang, Xiao Tianyang hit the head with a left hook, knocking the evil creature away on the spot. Ouch! A scream sounded. Xiao Tianyang looked at it carefully, and the whole person was almost dumbfounded. Xiao Tianyang, who was a little unbelievable, also glanced at the corner, where he originally stored the giant egg. Well, the last bit of luck was gone. What kind of vicious dog is this? I want to return it. Xiao Tianyang secretly complained, and looked up again to look at the creature in front of him. The height is about 1.5 meters, and the soft and shiny hair is easy to stroke at first glance. The white is the base color, and the back and head are black. The pure blue eyes are very beautiful. If you don't know its origin, it really looks a bit like a wolf. But Xiao Tianyang, who came from another world, understood what the creature in front of him represented. This is clearly a husky, commonly known as Erha. What kind of tearing air vicious dog is that? The Sky-Tearing Hound whined as if it was a little aggrieved by the kick just now. It wanted to get closer to Xiao Tianyang, but was a little timid. Forget it, let's make the best of it. Xiao Tianyang could only shake his head in his heart and wave his hand. Come here. The Sky-Tearing Hound walked over slowly. Sit down. Lie down, around in place. After testing it for a while, Xiao Tianyang found that the Sky-Tearing Hound obeyed his orders, which was good. However, what the hell is it with its tail wagging and its face full of joy when it executes the order? I hope it just looks like it. Xiao Tianyang comforted himself with this sentence in his heart, and then he began to pay attention to the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Sky-Tearing Hound has been hatched. Do you want to generate a pet page? Yes. As soon as Xiao Tianyang finished speaking, a small page appeared next to his own page, and the avatar on it was the Sky-Tearing Hound. Pet, Sky-Tearing Devil Dog. Constitution, hidden body. Blends into the environment, difficult to be detected. Strength level, level 10. Soul skills, no. Soul bone, no martial soul, main body. Xiao Tianyang was stunned. The pet he summoned could actually absorb soul rings to grow? I thought I got a silly dog, but I didn't expect to pick up a treasure. At this moment, Xiao Tianyang no longer underestimated Sky-Tearing Devil Dog. At least it could grow, which was enough for him to pay attention to it. However, the name Sky-Tearing Devil Dog sounds a bit childish. It's not good to call you that outside. Xiao Tianyang thought for a while and clapped his hands, saying, In that case, I'll call you Boo Boo from now on. Boo Boo? Sky-Tearing Devil Dog tilted his head, indicating that this name was difficult to understand. Soon, Xiao Tianyang took action himself and used the only chance to change the name in the future, changing the name from Sky-Tearing Devil Dog to Boo Boo. After doing all this, Xiao Tianyang felt more relaxed because of Boo Boo's growth. But at this moment, Xiao Tianyang glanced at Boo Boo inadvertently and saw that this guy actually started to look at the furniture around him. It seemed to mean, the master is still here, let you go for the time being, wait for him to leave, and we will fight for 300 rounds. No, this won't have the potential to destroy the house, right? Xiao Tianyang's heart twitched, and suddenly he felt that the system had pitted him. The next morning, Xiao Tianyang got up with a yawn, but as soon as he opened his eyes, the thing he was worried about still happened. Except for his bed, all the other furniture in front of him no longer existed. Tables, chairs, and benches, except for a few legs that survived, the rest were all killed. And in the ruins, Xiao Tianyang found Boo Boo's figure. At this time, this idiot still raised his head, with an appearance of I am very proud, come and praise me, which made Xiao Tianyang's mouth twitch. You're fine, very good. After a while, the sound of ping-pong hitting came from Xiao Tianyang's house, and there were screams like wolf howls. It started quickly and ended quickly. When Xiao Tianyang pushed the door and walked out, his face was no longer ugly, but he was in a good mood. As for Bubu, who followed behind him, he saw that Xiao Tianyang ignored him and he was fully revived. He stepped on the steps, raised his head, and still looked like a fool. When they came to the hill, Xiao Tianyang started a series of warm-up exercises. As for Bubu, who had been busy all night, he naturally curled up not far away and slept soundly, with his tongue hanging out and saliva flowing all over the ground. Xiao Tianyang had just arrived for a while when he heard footsteps behind him. But before he could turn around and say hello, Bubu took the lead in taking action. His eyes suddenly opened and he jumped up from the ground. His expression was no longer lazy and silly, but was replaced by the ferocity and breath of a wild beast. He bared his teeth and blocked in front of Tang San. "Who are you?" Tang San looked at the dog in front of him, and then at Xiao Tianyang, who turned around, with a puzzled look on his face. "Xiao," Tianyang said with a sigh, "who am I? Don't you recognize me?" Tang San was stunned at first, and the voice sounded familiar. After thinking for a while, he tried to ask, "Brother Tianyang? Who else could it be if not me?" Xiao Tianyang said speechlessly, "Are you stupid? You don't recognize me after just one night?" "It's really you." Tang San's face was full of disbelief. "Bubu, step back. He is my friend." Xiao Tianyang asked in a strange way, "What's the expression on your face? Why do you look like you saw a ghost?" Tang San opened his mouth, wanting to say something but unable to describe it. In the end, he could only take 2 steps forward to hold Xiao Tianyang and said, "Come with me. I'll take you to a place." Outside the Holy Soul Village, beside the pond in the forest, Xiao Tianyang looked at himself in the water with a look of disbelief on his face, and even stretched out his hand to touch his cheek to confirm the truth. Xiao Tianyang finally understood why Tang San had that expression when he saw him just now. Not to mention Tang San, even he was a little unsure that the person reflected in the water was himself. Xiao Tianyang was not ugly before, but he was just average. But now, his long white hair was meticulous, neither too short nor too long, as if he had just walked out of a high-end barber shop. His mental state was different. His face became softer, and his facial features were much deeper than before, especially the pair of gray eyes. If Xiao Tianyang hadn't confirmed that this was himself, he would have suspected that it was a fake. Sitting on the ground, Xiao Tianyang was a little dazed and whispered a lot, and Tang San, who was far away, could not hear it clearly. But he was very worried about Xiao Tianyang's state. How to say? He was good-looking, but now he seemed a little bit not very smart. "Brother Tianyang, are you okay?" Tang San stepped forward and pushed Xiao Tianyang, asking carefully, "Oh, I'm fine." Xiao Tianyang shook his head after coming to his senses and reached out to touch his face. "It's just that I became too handsome and surprised myself. I'll get used to it in the future." However, in comparison, Tang San was more concerned about whether Xiao Tianyang was in trouble. "Brother Tianyang, are you sure you're okay?" "Don't worry, I'm fine." Xiao Tianyang stood up and stretched his muscles. "Now I feel energetic and I won't have any problem beating 10 of you." "That's good." Tang San nodded. Although this was a bit strange, as long as Xiao Tianyang was fine, it was fine. "By the way, let me introduce you. This is the one I picked up from outside. Its name is Bubu." Xiao Tianyang introduced Bubu with a smile. "Woof!" Bubu walked over to Tang San and sat down, and then raised his front paws. Tang San looked puzzled. "Brother Tianyang, what is it doing?" Xiao Tianyang scratched his head awkwardly, glared at Bubu, and said, "It wants to shake hands with you." When he said this, Xiao Tianyang felt a little stupid. Although there was an accident during the training, it did not affect the morning training. After the routine training, Xiao Tianyang and Tang San had a friendly match. Of course, the result remained the same. That is, Tang San was beaten on the ground, but this was already the norm, and he gradually accepted it. When Tang San returned home at noon, Xiao Tianyang remembered something. The parents of the owner of this body died because they were attacked by wild beasts while cutting wood in the mountains. That means that although there are no soul beasts nearby, there are powerful wild beasts. Yesterday's random draw was a bit of a pit, but in fact, Bubu was not too bad, except for his personality. In the original explanation, in addition to completing the designated tasks, there were rewards for defeating soul masters, soul beasts or wild beasts. The first 2 may be a little difficult for Xiao Tianyang at this stage, and it is not realistic to stay here. But as for the wild beast, it should be no problem, and there may be unexpected gains. Thinking of this, Xiao Tianyang glanced at the 2 tasks that had been generated in his mind. This is not a new one, but appeared when Su Yuntao left. Side quest: Challenge Su Yuntao. Content: Fight with Su Yuntao and don't lose. Quest reward: Random Martial Arts X1. Main quest: Study. Content: Join Notting City Junior Soulmaster Academy. Quest reward, Random Martial Arts X1. This is why Xiao Tianyang asked Su Yuntao to compete with him. If it weren't for the quest, how could Xiao Tianyang take such a risk? From beginning to end, the quests that appeared in the system have a pattern to follow. At least they were generated when Xiao Tianyang thought of it, or learned some information from the people he talked to. So at that time, Xiao Tianyang took a gamble, but he didn't expect that Su Yuntao actually agreed. As for the main quest, it appeared when Su Yuntao said that Notting City Junior Soulmaster Academy would start registration in 3 months. With these evidences, Xiao Tianyang was more certain of the answer in his heart. Now these tasks can only be accessed after 3 months, but we have to prepare in advance. Xiao Tianyang stood up from the ground, turned around and headed towards the forest farther outside the village. After a while, Xiao Tianyang came to the familiar forest. The reason why it was familiar was, of course, not because his parents died here in his previous life. It was just because Tang San brought him here before to the pond, and he was amazed by his own appearance that time, so he remembered it clearly. Boo-boo, let's start from here. Xiao Tianyang scanned the surrounding environment and rubbed Boo-boo's head while speaking. Although Boo-boo looked a little stupid, and somehow bumped into the tree several times when he came, Boo-boo was indeed an expert in smell. Almost every time Xiao Tianyang stole something, he could not hide it from this idiot, and would find out. He was really a real dog. Boo-boo sniffed a few times with his nose close to the ground. Because this place was close to the water source, there must be a lot of wild animals coming and going. Xiao Tianyang believed that if nothing went wrong, he would definitely catch 1 or 2. Woof! Sure enough, Boo-boo soon found the trail, barked, and rushed into the bushes, running forward. In terms of speed, Xiao Tianyang was not inferior to Boo-boo, so he could barely keep up. Just 2 minutes later, when Xiao Tianyang saw what was in front of him, his eyes lit up. Not far in front of him, there was a wild boar as big as a buffalo digging at the roots of a tree, looking for food. But the wild boar also found Xiao Tianyang, not because of what it saw, but because of Boo-boo's scream just now. Really, such a good sneak attack opportunity was ruined by you. Xiao Tianyang was about to curse, but he couldn't see the dog in a blink of an eye, and his face was black. But the wild boar obviously didn't think so much. When it saw humans entering its territory, its eyes emitted red light and became fierce. Although it turned slowly, it was earth-shaking when it ran over. When the wild boar approached, Xiao Tianyang was not nervous, but just dodged closely, and the pair of pale fangs brushed his clothes and passed by, which was extremely dangerous. But at this moment, Xiao Tianyang reached forward with his right hand, grabbed the fangs, and with lightning speed, his right shoulder hit the side of the wild boar. Xiao Tianyang almost always ran long distances with a weight of 200 kilograms for daily exercise. Although his muscles were not exaggerated, they were very strong. You can imagine how powerful this collision was. With a strange cry, the wild boar was directly pressed to the ground on its side. Its 4 hooves fluttered around, but it couldn't touch Xiao Tianyang himself. At the same time, Xiao Tianyang clenched his left fist, and the moment his internal force wrapped around his fist, he smashed it down and landed on the top of the wild boar's head. Click! With a crisp sound, the wild boar was silent after moving for a while. Congratulations to the host for killing the beast and getting the lottery value too. The reward is so small? Xiao Tianyang stood up and patted the dust off his body. His brows frowned slightly, but then they relaxed again. Forget it, I have endured any reward for challenging Tang San, let alone this time. Woof! Xiao Tianyang was startled by the shout. Turning back, he saw Boo-boo sitting on the ground, wagging his tail, looking at him with a flattering face, occasionally glancing at the wild boar. It ran fast during the battle, and was quite clever after the battle. Xiao Tianyang rolled his eyes at it, turned around and carried the wild boar, not caring about it, and prepared to return to the pond. Arriving at the destination, Xiao Tianyang took out the knife he brought from home, and after some trouble, he cleaned the wild boar. Although the method was a bit rough, he was a master who won the first place in the campus camping cooking competition, so Xiao Tianyang would not be stumped by a wild boar. But he didn't want to deny that he was indeed disgusted in the middle of the process. Soon, Boo-boo on the other side also picked up some firewood, dug a shallow pit, threw the firewood in, and then took out the flint to light it. The series of actions were smooth and very skillful. Xiao Tianyang believed in a principle that the simpler the cooking, the more delicious the food itself would be. In this way, half a wild boar was roasted on the fire. The fat dripped onto the charcoal, crackling and fragrant. Xiao Tianyang looked at the pork on the banana leaf next to him, with a thoughtful look on his face. The internal organs can be kept as bait, and the meat, if you can't finish it, you can give it to the village chief. Suddenly, Xiao Tianyang thought to himself, since he was going to hunt wild animals here, why not make some money from it? Now he is still young, he can go to the village chief's house or Tang San's house for free meals, and they must have no objections in their hearts. But going to Notting Junior Soulmaster Academy would definitely not be like this. Even if the old village chief Jack wanted to help, Xiao Tianyang would feel bad. Although the idea is good, I have to go back and talk to the village chief about this matter. He should have a way to sell these things. As Xiao Tianyang spoke, he took out a knife and poked a few holes in the meat so that the heat could be fully released and the meat inside could be cooked as soon as possible. At dusk, Xiao Tianyang came to the village chief's house carrying half a pig's meat. As soon as he knocked on the door, old Jack's voice came from inside. "Is that you, Tianyang? Come in. It's time for dinner." Xiao Tianyang was not polite and pushed the door open and said, "Grandpa Village Chief, I brought you a gift." "You kid, you still know how to bring gifts." Old Jack walked out of the kitchen with a smile on his face. When he saw Xiao Tianyang's wild boar meat, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Where did you get it from?" "I went hunting in the forest and brought it back." Xiao Tianyang was full of smiles. "Nonsense. Is that a place you, a kid, should go to?" Xiao Tianyang was a little stunned. He was still angry the first time he saw Old Jack, but this time, Old Jack was very obvious and made up his mind again. Seeing Xiao Tianyang like this, Old Jack thought he felt wronged, so he stepped forward and touched his head and said, "Grandpa, although what you said is a bit harsh, it is very dangerous in the forest. This time you only encountered a wild boar, but there are more than these things in it. Listen to Grandpa, don't go there next time, okay? But the wild boar of the village chief Grandpa is not very powerful. I knocked it down in 2 moves. Xiao Tianyang already had an idea in his mind, and he would always change it because of Old Jack's words. Although according to common sense, what Old Jack said makes sense. Old Jack wanted to scold, but he was afraid of hurting Xiao Tianyang, so he could only sigh bitterly. "Why are you so stubborn, kid?" Xiao Tianyang had no choice but to look around, and finally caught a glimpse of the stone not far from the door and couldn't help saying, "Grandpa Village Chief, come with me." As he said that, he pulled Old Jack outside, pointed at the stone and said, "Grandpa Village Chief, if I lift that stone, can I continue to hunt?" Old Jack took a look at the stone and estimated that it was at least 500 to 600 kilograms. He thought, even if a child awakens his martial spirit, how strong can he be? It's better to stop him from thinking this way. Thinking of this, Old Jack nodded and said, "Okay, if you can lift the stone, then Grandpa will agree to it." After thinking about it, he added, "But don't force it. Don't hurt yourself." "Got it!" Xiao Tianyang walked forward carelessly, twisted his neck, and hugged the stone with both hands. Then the ground shook slightly, and Xiao Tianyang lifted the stone in the stunned Old Jack. Xiao Tianyang seemed to think it was not enough, so he threw it into the air and caught it with one hand. After being dumbfounded, Xiao Tianyang turned around and looked at the completely dazed Old Jack and said with a smile, "Grandpa Village Chief, is that enough?" After coming back to his senses, Old Jack quickly said, "Enough, enough! Put it down!" Xiao Tianyang put it down as he was told, clapped his hands and came to Old Jack. "Grandpa Village Chief, you must not forget what you promised." "You, kid? How?" Old Jack really couldn't think of any words to describe it, so he could only shake his head and say, "Forget it. Let you do it." Although it was still dangerous to enter the forest like this, being able to carry such a stone, even if you couldn't deal with those beasts, it should be no problem to escape. Thinking of this, Old Jack was no longer so opposed. The next thing was simple. While eating, Xiao Tianyang also talked about his thoughts in the afternoon, and this time, Old Jack agreed without much hesitation. Of course, in the end, he couldn't help but remind Xiao Tianyang to be careful, and not to be too aggressive. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. After hunting in the forest, Xiao Tianyang had 2 gains. They are 312 points of lottery value and 56 gold soul coins respectively. The lottery value decreases as time goes by, mainly because Xiao Tianyang's strength is steadily improving, and those beasts are too little threat to him. As for why it is useless, it is because Xiao Tianyang wants to save it and prepare to draw 3 times in a row. And 56 gold soul coins are also a good income. In short, the monthly lottery fee of an ordinary family in Notting City is less than 1 gold soul coin. It's not much, but it's enough. At least Xiao Tianyang feels that he has nothing to spend money on in the future. That night, Xiao Tianyang sat on the bed, and the rest of the furniture had died. Not even a leg was left. Of course, in order to prevent Boo from shifting his target to his bed, Xiao Tianyang also asked the ant in the village to buy a size 65 slipper for the purpose of guarding the house. The effect is still quite useful. At least after a meal, Boo hind legs trembled when he saw the slipper, and he didn't dare to act rashly. Before closing his eyes, Xiao Tianyang took a look at Boo, who was curled up in his nest in the corner, and then he felt relieved to enter the state. System, I want to draw a lottery. Just draw 3 times in a row. It was still the same operation, and after the first time, Xiao Tianyang no longer expected to be able to see the things on the turntable clearly. He just hoped that the things he drew could be useful, and not too rubbish. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Tianyang. You have obtained the magic weapon Palm of Heaven Bottle Body. Congratulations to the host Xiao Tianyang. You have obtained the Cooking Knowledge Encyclopedia. Congratulations to the host Xiao Tianyang. You have obtained the full version of Boruto. After 3 consecutive draws, Xiao Tianyang's eyes lit up when he saw the result of the first one, and he was even a little excited. But what the hell was it later? Xiao Tianyang just endured the Cooking Knowledge Encyclopedia. At least it was useful. But what about this Boruto? Xiao Tianyang looked at the Palm of Heaven bottle in his right hand, which was as big as an ornament, and the complete set of Boruto comics in his left hand, which were full of modern style. For a moment, he actually felt that the night wind was a little cold. After a long silence, Xiao Tianyang finally sighed, "Forget it, it's good to make some money. As for the future draws, I'd better save more lottery points before drawing. Otherwise, with my luck, tut-tut. In fact, if you count it, the harvest this time is not bad. Excluding the last 2, the roll of the heaven-holding bottle is just right for Xiao Tianyang now." As for the Cooking Knowledge Encyclopedia, it was transmitted to his mind in the form of knowledge, just like the last time's 9-yang magic art. The biggest advantage of this method is that it does not waste time, but the process makes my head a little painful. Tomorrow, the village chief will take us to Nodding City to report to the Junior Soulmaster Academy. But before that, I'd better go out in advance to find Su Yuntao to complete that side quest. The content requires only a tie, not a defeat, so I can still leave room, and I won't be treated as a monster by others. Random martial arts rewards. As long as there is a martial arts book of the level of the 9-yang magic art, then I will make a fortune. Thinking of this, Xiao Tianyang's originally depressed mood became happy. Of course, Xiao Tianyang did not forget that he still had another chance to improve his strength. Looking down at the Palm Heaven bottle in his palm, Xiao Tianyang couldn't help but smile slightly. The next morning, Xiao Tianyang set off first. His trip was simple, a small package alone, and the destination was Nottingham. As for the Spirit Hall branch, it was not difficult to find it. Just ask a local and you will know. Don't be too simple. However, as soon as he arrived at the door, he was stopped by the guard. "Kid, this is the Spirit Hall. You can't barge in." Xiao Tianyang didn't care, just smiled politely. "I'm looking for Su Yuntao, Master Su. If he is here, please tell him that there is a kid named Xiao Tianyang looking for him." When the guard heard this, he looked Xiao Tianyang up and down and was confused, but he still went to report. Soon, footsteps were heard from inside the door. "I didn't expect you to come to see me. It's really interesting." Su Yuntao was stunned when he saw Xiao Tianyang. "You are?" Xiao Tianyang's appearance had changed so much that even Tang San could hardly recognize him after seeing him for a day, let alone Su Yuntao, who had been here for more than 3 months. Xiao Tianyang did not hide it. "I don't know why, but after the spirit awakened, I slept and became like this." Xiao Tianyang felt that it was completely unnecessary to lie in this regard. Moreover, it is possible that the spirit will affect oneself, but there are fewer examples. Sure enough, Su Yuntao nodded without asking more questions. "That makes sense, but do you really want to complete the original request?" "Of course," Xiao Tianyang said without hesitation. "In that case, then follow me." Su Yuntao waved his hand and turned to walk into the hall. Xiao Tianyang immediately followed. There is an arena in the Spirit Hall. It is not particularly large, but it is enough for 2 people to fight. Su Yuntao brought Xiao Tianyang here. "You are born with full soul power and strong physique. I have to say that you are the most interesting child I have ever seen." Su Yuntao stood in the arena, with his hands behind his back, looking very old. Xiao Tianyang was speechless, thinking, "You are only in your 20s, how come you look like a master?" "Then Master Su should be careful." Xiao Tianyang smiled sincerely. But in the next moment, he suddenly rushed forward so fast that Su Yuntao was stunned. Bang! With a muffled sound, Xiao Tianyang punched Su Yuntao on both arms, knocking him back 2 steps. That's right, although he didn't react, he was a level 26 combat soul master after all. No matter how weak Su Yuntao was, he couldn't be unable to block even 1 punch. Good boy, your strength is really great. Su Yuntao shook his hands and said with a smile, it's great to be able to reach this level at your age. How about we call it a draw? The system did not prompt. Xiao Tianyang just smiled. Master Su, there should be a second half of the sentence, right? You are really smart, kid. Su Yuntao nodded and added, yes, although your martial soul is weird, it is not necessarily a useless martial soul. You have innate full soul power and such a physique. If you join the Spirit Hall, you will definitely be trained as a key person. Are you inviting me? Xiao Tianyang thought to himself, as expected. The reason why the system did not respond was because Su Yuntao had not yet admitted that it was a draw. What he said just now was just to recruit him. Su Yuntao spread his hands. Isn't this obvious enough? Tianyang couldn't help but laugh and said, I'm still a child. I didn't think so much. Why don't you play a game with Master Su, and then I will seriously consider this matter. How about it? The hidden meaning of this sentence is to say, if you can't even beat me, what's the point of joining the Spirit Hall? This sentence is a bit childish. After all, the weight of the Spirit Hall in Douluo Continent is well known to everyone. But doesn't this just fit Xiao Tianyang's personality? Ha! Okay, then I'll let you think about it carefully. Su Yuntao smiled and took the initiative to step forward. His speed was no slower than Xiao Tianyang's just now. A sharp punch broke through the air and made a sonic boom. Facing this punch, Xiao Tianyang not only did not dodge or evade, but also took the initiative to hit it head-on. However, at the moment of approaching, Xiao Tianyang's body half-turned, and the palm of his left hand was against the fist, unloading the force to the side. At the same time, with the help of the rotation force, his left elbow hit Su Yuntao's side ribs. The soreness and numbness spread throughout his body. At this moment, Su Yuntao actually had a very absurd feeling. Will he lose? Xiao Tianyang's offensive is not that simple. When his elbow hit Su Yuntao's side ribs again, Xiao Tianyang had already faced him and kicked him directly at the knee. Su Yuntao couldn't help but kneel on one knee. But before he could react, a knee hit his head. Su Yuntao was startled and quickly lay down to avoid it. But then he felt a gust of wind pressure on his back, and his instinct made him roll to the side. And he did it. Bang! With a muffled sound, Xiao Tianyang kicked down from top to bottom, landing on the place where Su Yuntao was lying. Su Yuntao looked a little confused, because he was beaten. To be honest, the strength Xiao Tianyang showed was not too exaggerated, just average, a little stronger than an ordinary child. But his skills were horrifying. First of all, the series of moves. That was definitely not a reaction that could be achieved through empty practice. Because during this fight, Su Yuntao himself did struggle, but Xiao Tianyang forced the angle of the moves to resolve it. Tianyang, I was right about you. Su Yuntao took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, but let's stop here. As soon as the voice fell, 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, rose from his body. At the same time, there was the giant wolf phantom behind him. That was Su Yuntao's martial spirit, the lone wolf. But just as Su Yuntao was about to make a move, he saw Xiao Tianyang raise his hand and said, no need to fight, Master Su. I give up. The overwhelming momentum that had surged up suddenly collapsed, and Su Yuntao's face fell. However, Xiao Tianyang had already prepared his words, so he smiled and said, Master Su, I want to spar with you just to see how a real spirit master fights, and to see if my skills can match yours. That's all. I have no other intention. As he spoke, he bowed deeply, and after standing up, he continued, and now that you have unleashed your spirit, it's me who is getting beaten. Do you think I look stupid? Su Yuntao was speechless when he heard this, and could only smile bitterly and said, you are amazing. Hey, Master Su, don't mind it. Xiao Tianyang turned around and rummaged through his package. Soon, he took out a complete set of Boruto, handed it to Su Yuntao, and said, this is an apology. You're a child, how can I take your things? Su Yuntao straightened his clothes and said somewhat unhappily, take it. It's just some books. I believe you will like it. Xiao Tianyang put the things down, then turned and left. Master Su, goodbye. After leaving the Spirit Hall, Xiao Tianyang came to the meeting place agreed with the village chief Old Jack, but because the matter ended quickly they had not arrived yet. So, he could only wait there. However, this could not hide the joy on Xiao Tianyang's face at this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, Zaktao. Get reward. Random Martial Arts X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Xiao Tianyang. Get the martial arts dragon subduing 18 palms. Xiao Tianyang received this system prompt when Su Yuntao released his spirit. This is why he called a halt. First, Xiao Tianyang did not have this habit and did not want to be beaten. Second, although Su Yuntao seemed to have some friendship with him, it was better to reveal less in front of outsiders to avoid being targeted. Based on these 2 points, Xiao Tianyang said nice things and gave way to Su Yuntao to go down, and then gave him some small things to repair the gap between the two. As for whether the other party likes the gift, is there any need to say it? At Su Yuntao's age, is there any gift that would be more exciting than Boruto? If it wasn't inconvenient to bring it with him, Xiao Tianyang would have kept it to see for himself. 18 dragon subduing palms. This is the same as the 9 yang divine art. The moves are simple, but the power is infinite. It is especially useful for those fancy moves. But with my current strength, I can only use the first 3 moves at most. If I use more, my body may not be able to bear it. But this situation is only limited to before I get the spirit ring, and it will definitely not happen in the future. With a plan in mind, Xiao Tianyang began to sort out the extra 18 dragon subduing palms in his mind. When there is something to do, I forget about time. When someone approaches, Xiao Tianyang reacts. Brother Tianyang, what are you thinking about? Tang San couldn't help asking, I've been calling you for a while, why did you just react now? Nothing. Xiao Tianyang shook his head, then looked at old Jack. Grandpa, village chief, let's go. Soon the 3 of them arrived at the Junior Spirit Master Academy. The slightly old arch was made of rocks, and in the middle of it there were 4 big characters nodding academy. It's quite decent, a bit like the middle school in my previous life. Xiao Tianyang pondered in his heart. At this time, a weird voice sounded. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Don't you know this is Nodding Academy? Old Jack's heart sank, and then he quickly took out his certificate and handed it to the 2 guards at the door. Old man, are you kidding me? The guard took a look at the certificate in his hand, and then glanced at Xiao Tianyang and Tang San, and couldn't help but sneered. How can your broken village produce 2 children with full innate soul power, and one of them is blue-silver grass? Do you really think I'm an idiot? After saying that, the guard even threw the certificate in his hand on the ground, and his face full of contempt was really a bit infuriating. Old Jack also had an ugly face this time. He was angry in his heart, but he didn't dare to get angry. After all, this is not in college. He didn't consider himself, but he had to think about the 2 children around him. Thinking of this, he sighed in his heart and put his hands in his arms. Seeing this scene, the guard couldn't help but reveal a trace of greed in his eyes. It's not the first time they have done this kind of thing. But just when old Jack was about to take out the money, Xiao Tianyang suddenly stepped forward and said, Do you 2 know this? The guard didn't take it seriously, but his face was still a little unhappy. Can you let the duck in your mouth fly away? But when he saw what Xiao Tianyang held in his hand, he was so scared that his legs began to weaken. Because what Xiao Tianyang was holding was actually the certificate issued by the Spirit Hall. You 2 are just guards of the academy, and you absolutely dare not ignore the certificate issued by the Spirit Hall. When Xiao Tianyang said this, the 2 guards couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. So there must be someone behind this. No need to let me guess. You belong to Nodding College, so it is Nodding College that wants to deliberately provoke the Spirit Hall, right? If the guards were just scared before, they are really scared now. The child in front of him. Oh no, sir, what he said is really life-threatening. Young master, I'm sorry. We looked down on you just now. Please let us go. The guard cried and fell to the ground, hugged Xiao Tianyang's thighs, and begged for mercy. This matter was not that serious. But if it is according to Xiao Tianyang's words, then even if the 2 of them lose their lives, I'm afraid it won't be enough. Really? Xiao Tianyang rubbed his chin and said with a serious face, Don't be afraid. The 2 of you, you have the support of the Spirit Hall behind you. As long as you give out the mastermind, not only will someone protect you, but you may even get a reward. This high hat cannot be worn. Once you hesitate, it will be over. When the other guard heard this, he knelt down directly. No, young master, we are really wrong. Please forgive us. Xiao Tianyang's expression did not change and pointed at old Jack. The 2 guards immediately understood what Xiao Tianyang meant and hurriedly stepped forward and said, I'm sorry, old man. It was our fault just now. You are a respected old man, so don't bother with us country ruffians. Old Jack had never seen such a scene before, and hurriedly waved his hand, saying that he didn't care. The two guards looked at Xiao Tianyang. They understood that the final decision might still be made by this old man. "Haha, it seems that I misunderstood. If that's the case..." Xiao Tianyang crossed his hands and rubbed his index finger and thumb secretly. The two guards gritted their teeth when they saw this, and after integrating them, they took out a few silver coins and put them in Xiao Tianyang's hands. "All?" Xiao Tianyang looked unhappy. "It's really gone," the guard said tremblingly. "Forget it, I don't care about this little money." Xiao Tianyang pretended to be disgusted and threw a few silver coins back, and at the same time put a gold soul coin in it and added, remember to bring your brain when you go out next time." The two guards couldn't help but brighten up and quickly put the money in their arms, saying flatteringly, "Don't worry, young master. We will definitely not make such a mistake twice. If you have any instructions in the future, just come to us too." This scene fell into the eyes of Tang San and old Jack, and they couldn't help but look at a loss. How did the plot suddenly encounter a magical turn? Aren't they the party being blackmailed? How did they suddenly become the party that needs to be flattered? After Tang San came back to his senses, he thought to himself, why didn't I see that Brother Tianyang had this ability before? He seems to be even more cunning than those elders of the Tang sect. As for a spectator in the distance, he also saw this scene. While he was shocked, he also felt a little curious. How could a child who looked only 5 or 6 years old be so perfect at playing tricks on people? Woof! The barking of a dog startled Xiao Tianyang, and out of instinct, he turned around and punched him. Wah! Boo-Boo screamed and slid backwards on the ground. When he stopped, he kicked his legs and stopped moving. Boo-Boo! Before Xiao Tianyang was done, Tang San immediately went forward to check, looking a little embarrassed. Originally, Xiao Tianyang was not alone, but had a dog with him. But in 3 months, although Xiao Tianyang killed some beasts, he didn't have the habit of killing them immediately, so he trained some beasts for sparring, and Boo-Boo successfully integrated into them and became friends with them. When leaving in the morning, he used body language to express that he wanted to say goodbye. Xiao Tianyang didn't stop him, but just told Tang San to call Boo-Boo before leaving and bring it with him. But what kind of person is Boo-Boo? That's a typical one who doesn't care about anything. Look, he disappeared as soon as he entered the city. Tang San was still thinking about how to explain to Xiao Tianyang, but he didn't expect to meet Boo-Boo when he turned around. It was just Boo-Boo who was already half crippled. You were nowhere to be seen just now, and now you suddenly run out. Who are you trying to scare? Xiao Tianyang snorted. Brother Tianyang, this is also my fault. I didn't keep an eye on it on the way. Tang San pulled Boo-Boo up from the ground and found that Boo-Boo's eyes rolled up, his tongue stuck out, and his body was limp. Brother Tianyang, will it be okay? Don't worry, Boo-Boo is tougher than cockroaches. Xiao Tianyang walked forward with a smile and took out the 65-size slippers from his package. As if sensing the danger, Boo-Boo immediately became alert, sat up instantly, straightened his back, and looked like, I'm fine. Don't bother me. You know what's good for you. Xiao Tianyang muttered, put away the slippers, and at the same time grabbed Boo-Boo, put his neck around and started to ravage it crazily. In his previous life, Xiao Tianyang worked in a pet store, and his favorite thing was to play with cats and dogs. Although Boo-Boo's IQ is the same as that of ordinary people, or even smarter, it makes no difference to Xiao Tianyang. As for Boo-Boo, of course he refused. But he couldn't refuse, so why not enjoy it? So at this moment, Boo-Boo's eyes rolled back and his tongue swung around, looking like he was enjoying it. Hey, this uncle seems to be a little handsome. Xiao Tianyang suddenly found that there was a man standing not far away looking at him in amazement, and he couldn't help but look up at the man. He was about 8 feet tall, well-proportioned, with a crew cut and a small beard. He was indeed, as Xiao Tianyang said, a little handsome. Even because he was middle-aged, he had a sense of vicissitudes and gave people a sense of being knowledgeable. Very good. Little friend, you are also very good-looking. The middle-aged man stepped forward and rubbed Xiao Tianyang's head and said with a smile. This sentence was not a compliment, but it was true. At least in his opinion, Xiao Tianyang gave people a feeling of being beautiful but not tacky, especially his eyes and temperament, which were particularly likable. Although Xiao Tianyang was a little unhappy to be rubbed on the head, he did not get angry, but just looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a smile. I'm sorry, everyone. It was the fault of not in college. I apologize to you on behalf of the college. The middle-aged man bowed slightly and saluted to Old Jack. No need. They have already apologized. Old Jack returned the salute and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. Although he looked ordinary and dressed simply, he had a unique temperament. He looked like a very learned man, so he waved his hand. The middle-aged man smiled and looked up. At the same time, he looked at the certificate in Xiao Tianyang's hand and said, "You should be here to handle the admission procedures, right?" Xiao Tianyang smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's just the two of us. What can I do for you?" The middle-aged man didn't care but looked at old Jack. "In that case, old man, leave these two children to me. I'll take them in." "Ahem, that's troublesome." Old Jack coughed dryly and glared at Xiao Tianyang. In response, Xiao Tianyang could only shrug. He would do this for his own reasons. If he was not mistaken, the person in front of him should be the master. That is, Yu Xiaogang can be said to be Xiao San's mentor, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he has influenced his life. So Xiao Tianyang did not pay attention to old Jack's hint, but continued to look at the master in front of him. After old Jack left, the master took Xiao Tianyang and Tang San into the academy. At this moment, Xiao Tianyang received a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Study. Received reward. Random martial spirit. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Tianyang for obtaining the martial spirit 3000 flames. Xiao Tianyang, who was originally following the master, paused, and the two balls of strange fire in his body that were originally clearly separated suddenly became restless. Then, next to him, another ball of purple-black flame rose up, like a dragon seal, as bright as stars. Good guy! I have the talent to become an emperor. Xiao Tianyang recovered and couldn't help but said in his heart, how come all the rewarded spirits are related to that world, and they are all flames? Although they all have their own uses, you shouldn't be so simple, right? Brother Tianyang, what's wrong with you? Tang San couldn't help but shout when he found Xiao Tianyang stopped. Oh, nothing. Xiao Tianyang shook his head, then looked at the master. Teacher, I'm sorry. I'm not the teacher here. I'm just an idler. The master smiled and said, but you can also call me master. Everyone else calls me that. Not teacher, but master? Then you must be more powerful, right? Xiao Tianyang's eyes were full of stars, just like the real ones. The master had seen Xiao Tianyang's sharp words. How could he be fooled? You kid, you really know how to say nice things. Tang San on the side nodded. Brother Tianyang is actually right. You are indeed a very powerful person. Oh, why? The master looked at Tang San with curiosity. He had seen the proof that the two children in front of him were both born with full spirit power. Especially the one in front of him, whose spirit was blue-silver grass. According to one of the 10 core competitiveness of his spirit, Tang San was very likely to have twin spirits. As for the other one, the master was a little unsure. After all, as Su Yuntao said, it was not certain that the green flame was a spirit that had only appeared recently. The master even suspected that Xiao Tianyang had twin spirits, because this child was also born with full spirit power. Tang San on the other side did not notice the change in the master's eyes, and said seriously, he can stay in the academy, and he is not a teacher, but he is respected as a master. There must be a basis for it. The master couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Boo-Boo, who was following behind them, made a surprised expression. It seemed to mean, Xiao San, how come you have learned to flatter? But after laughing, the master changed the subject. You are born with full spirit power and you have twin spirits, right? Looking at Tang San's stunned expression, Xiao Tianyang couldn't help shaking his head and said to himself, the familiar plot is about to begin. However, Xiao Tianyang was not interested. He looked up at Tang San and the master and said, you two chat first. I'll go to the side and walk around, and I'll come back later. After saying that, he turned around and left without waiting for the two to react. As for the master, he just looked at Xiao Tianyang's back, thinking about something in his heart. But soon, under Tang San's call, the topic of both parties returned to the right track. Originally, the master was leading them to the academic affairs office, and there was nothing to see in Notting College itself, so Xiao Tianyang had no choice but to walk around. But just when he was distracted, he encountered another corner, and the people over there didn't pay attention and bumped into him head-on. Not surprisingly, the person who was knocked down was naturally not Xiao Tianyang. With the 9 Yang divine art protecting his body and his extraordinary physique, how could he be knocked down by a favor? Don't you look ahead when you walk? The person who was knocked down was also a child, wearing a school uniform. Judging from his height and physique, he should be a sophomore student. I'm sorry, I didn't notice it just now. Xiao Tianyang stretched out his hand and pulled the student up with some embarrassment. Are you a freshman? Seeing Xiao Tianyang's sincere attitude and apology, the student didn't care. I came here to report today. Senior should be a sophomore, right? Xiao Tianyang asked. Yes, I'm a sophomore. The student nodded and then asked in surprise, but you are a freshman. Why don't you report to the Academic Affairs Office? What are you doing here? Why? Is there anything special here? Xiao Tianyang noticed something strange and asked. It's not special. Anyone can come in, but... The student hesitated, but still whispered, there is a teacher with a very strange temper living here. Generally, if there is no important matter, senior students will not come here. That teacher is not a master, right? Xiao Tianyang tilted his head, a little curious. Master? Who is that? It is obvious that this student does not know the existence of the master, but it is normal to think about it. After all, the master does not hold an official position in this college, but is just a guest official, just a knowledgeable scholar. Xiao Tianyang said casually, and then continued. But with a strange temper, it should not scare the students here so much, right? Could it be that this teacher is doing some strange experiments? Boy, what are you talking about? A shout sounded behind Xiao Tianyang, scaring him. But this time out of instinct, Xiao Tianyang did not fight back. It was very simple, because he knew that he might not be able to beat the person behind him. He turned around and jumped back a few times, and then he distanced himself from the owner of the voice. Such a quick reaction also made the students next to him unable to react. But when the students looked at the person who was speaking, they couldn't help but shudder. It was an old man with messy hair and a beard. Hello, Teacher Meow Meow. The student greeted awkwardly, turned around and tried to slip away. How dare you say bad things about me behind my back? You want to run away? I'll give you a ride. Teacher Meow stepped forward and kicked the student on the butt. The other party let out a cry, then flew out and fell headfirst into the grass. Boy, you have a good reaction. Teacher Meow pushed aside the messy hair in front of her eyes and looked at Xiao Tianyang in front of her, as if she had discovered a rare treasure. Teacher, you don't have any special hobbies, do you? Xiao Tianyang's throat rolled, his expression a little unnatural. Xiao Tianyang could feel that the old man in front of him was very powerful, even more than a soul lord. But how could a nodding academy have such a master hiding here? This is different from the description in the novel. But Xiao Tianyang didn't think about it. The Douluo Continent is so big. The big ones hide in the city. The small ones hide in the wild. There are more than thousands of hidden masters. Besides, the people of this continent have never thought that a student who came out of a shabby mountain village would be able to rise from obscurity in the name of the Shrek 7 devils in the future, inherit the gods and become gods. Good boy, you dare to talk to me like this? Teacher Meow's malicious eyes turned, and he immediately took a few steps forward, stretching out his hand as if to grab Xiao Tianyang. Xiao Tianyang himself was not a person who liked to sit and wait for death. Moreover, although the old man in front of him was dangerous, he had no intention of killing him. With such an opportunity, how could he not cherish it and try out his strength? So Xiao Tianyang not only had no intention of dodging, but took the initiative to move forward and slapped out with a simple palm. Bang! Teacher Meow was shocked by this palm and raised his eyebrows. What a wonderful palm method. Not only that, there is also a strange power in it, which is both fierce and mellow. Teacher Meow looked up, his eyes became even hotter. The next moment, he came behind Xiao Tianyang at a speed that Xiao Tianyang could not catch up, grabbed his ankle, and lifted him upside down. Boy, what is your martial spirit? Why are you asking this? Xiao Tianyang was also stunned by the question, and even forgot his current situation. What nonsense! Speak quickly! Teacher Meow seemed impatient. Xiao Tianyang paused but felt that there was nothing to hide, so he said, a kind of green flame. No, such a young age, such great strength, such a good bone. Teacher Meow began to mutter to himself as if he was possessed by a demon, and while speaking, he was still rubbing and pinching Xiao Tianyang's body, making Xiao Tianyang uncomfortable. Release your martial soul. Suddenly, Teacher Meow said again. Feeling no malice, Xiao Tianyang could only make an embarrassed face, raise his right hand and release his flame of life. Teacher Meow closed his eyes, as if he was feeling the strength of this martial soul. Then he frowned again, muttering to himself, it is very active and has a certain vitality, but it is not aggressive. Auxiliary martial soul. But then Teacher Meow opened his eyes with a look of shock on his face. You are born with full soul power? Yes, but what's wrong with this? Xiao Tianyang was bewildered at this moment. What on earth did this Teacher Meow want to do? After hesitating for a long time, Teacher Meow finally put Xiao Tianyang back on the ground and was silent for a long time before finally speaking. If you encounter any problems in the future, especially changes in your body, you can come to me." After saying that, he turned around and left, neatly and decisively, which was completely different from before. Xiao Tianyang now looked like, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" When he found someone nudging him, Xiao Tianyang turned around and found that it was Boo. His face darkened. Xiao Tianyang grabbed its ears and said, "Where were you when I was beaten just now?" Xiao Tianyang walked with a depressed face, and when he returned to the starting point, he saw Tang San waving him and said, "Tianyang, but now you are my teacher." "Then congratulations," Xiao Tianyang still said with a bitter face. "Brother Tianyang, what's wrong with you?" Tang San asked with some concern. "Nothing." Xiao Tianyang shook his head. He couldn't say that he was ravaged by an old man on the road, could he? He couldn't say that. However, Boo, who was following beside him, showed a smirk, but was discovered by Xiao Tianyang, who finally rewarded him with a palm knife as a warning. Boo, who was squatting beside him with his head in his arms, looked a little aggrieved. Tang San didn't care and didn't mention it again. Instead, he looked at Xiao Tianyang. "Brother Tianyang, how about we go together?" "No, you have your destiny, I have my opportunity, and I have already thought about it in this regard." Xiao Tianyang refused with a smile. To be honest, he was indeed knowledgeable at that time, and his research on martial spirits was indeed extraordinary, but these were of limited help to him. And Xiao Tianyang is free now, and does not want to be bound by any identity, so there is no need for him to agree. Tang San was shocked by this sentence, and so was the master. But it is obvious that Tang San has a strong ability to accept, because he has slowly accepted Xiao Tianyang's shocking words. The master's words were a little worse, and now he is still thinking, do these words sound like those said by a 5- or 6-year-old child? In that case, I will introduce you to a teacher at that time. After the master finished speaking, he looked at Tang San and said, "You all have innate full soul power, and you can let the mentor help you get the first soul ring." However, at this time, Xiao Tianyang said, "Thank you, master, but I have decided to go to the soul-hunting forest to get the first soul ring by myself." Grandmaster and Tang San were both stunned. Tang San even advised, "Brother Tianyang, soul beasts are not as good as wild beasts. I know you are strong, but—" Xiao Tianyang shook his head and said, "Don't worry, you have fought with me so many times. Don't you believe in my strength?" The Grandmaster on the other side seemed to think of something old. His expression was a little dazed, and finally nodded. "Since you have made up your mind, I will not persuade you anymore. But if you change your mind, the tutors of the academy will still help you. As for if you have any questions about soul beasts or soul rings in the middle, you can ask me. I will try my best to help you answer." Xiao Tianyang made a half-body salute. "Then I will trouble you, Grandmaster." The three of them and the dog continued to move forward. Soon, with the help of the master, they registered their student status at the Academic Affairs Office, received school uniforms, and were assigned dormitories. But something went wrong in the middle. First of all, dogs were not allowed in the academy. At that time, Boo was almost angry and died on the spot. Fortunately, after Xiao Tianyang's persuasion, he stopped being unruly, but he couldn't let him wander around. Therefore, he could only think of another way, either fostering or renting a house in the city. There were only these two options. In addition, the more embarrassing thing was that Xiao Tianyang himself had no place to live, because Tang San's dormitory was full, and that was the only dormitory left for work-study students. After kicking Boo, who was laughing at the side, Xiao Tianyang could only look at Director Su of the Academic Affairs Office. "Director, there is no vacant space over there. Are there no other dormitories?" "Yes, but those are the territories of the children of nobles. It's probably not appropriate for you, a work-study student, to go in." Director Su hesitated for a moment, but still said, "I don't have the qualifications?" Xiao Tianyang raised his eyebrows. "That's not the case. It's just that with your identity, you will be bullied. What's more, the rules of the college don't allow it." Director Su said with a little embarrassment. Xiao Tianyang suddenly thought of something and said mysteriously, "What if I know Teacher Meow?" Director Su was stunned when he heard this, and then shuddered. "Are you serious?" "It's more real than real gold." Xiao Tianyang nodded seriously. He suffered a loss last time, and this time he got the advantage back. Director Su looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he coughed lightly. In fact, rules are dead, but people are alive and can be changed. "In that case, can I go to the 6th dormitory?" Xiao Tianyang asked with a smile. Director Su's smile was a little stiff. "No problem. I will ask the teacher to help you arrange it immediately." Xiao Tianyang and Tang San separated after walking out of the office building. Xiao Tianyang did not go directly to the dormitory because there was still a boo-boo that had not been dealt with. Besides, it wouldn't take much time. Just rent a house for boo-boo to stay and give it some money to buy food. Sometimes boo-boo is smarter than a ghost. If you try to trick it, it will only fool you. After all this was done, he turned back to the academy, and at the same time he had time to study the system prompt. Host triggers the side quest, First Soul Ring. Content: obtain the first soul ring by your own strength. The age cannot be less than 2,000 years. Task reward: lucky draw 300. This is exactly the task that appeared when the master mentioned the first soul ring. Of course, even if he didn't have it, Xiao Tianyang would choose to go to the soul hunting forest alone. After all, the threat of wild beasts to him is almost zero. And what does he rely on to become stronger? Normal practice? It is indeed necessary, but it is not a rigid need. Anyway, Xiao Tianyang doesn't think so. That night, after Xiao Tianyang tried the green liquid condensed by the Palm of Heaven bottle, his soul power directly reached the maximum value, and that was just 2 drops. You know, Xiao Tianyang's strength level was originally very unstable. It would improve at night and decrease in the morning, further purifying his soul power. This cycle repeated for 3 months. On the night of departure, Xiao Tianyang's soul power was stuck at level 8, and this number had never changed in almost 2 weeks. But after 2 drops of green liquid, Xiao Tianyang's strength was directly increased by 2 levels. What does this mean? It means there is a shortcut. Why not take it? Once a shortcut is found to improve soul power, Xiao Tianyang can spend more time on actual combat, and can also collect more lottery points and participate in the lottery. This is the kingly way. With the golden finger, if you don't make good use of it, will you practice step by step like Tang San? This is impossible. So from the beginning, when he came here, Xiao Tianyang had already decided that the soul hunting forest would be his hunting ground in the future. But there's no rush. Xiao San is right. Soul beasts are different from wild beasts. Not only are they stronger, they are also more naturally hostile to humans. So I must learn the corresponding knowledge before setting off. Otherwise, how can I hunt when I don't even know what the soul ring I want is? While thinking in his mind, Xiao Tianyang had already arrived at the door of the 6th dormitory. Just as he was about to push the door open, he heard a heated discussion coming from inside. Have you heard? The teacher in charge of our dormitory said that a new person is coming. Come if you want. Are you afraid of him? But I heard that he is a work-study student. Work-study student? Are you kidding me? How could those brats from poor places be arranged to live in our dormitory? It can't be wrong, Boss Xiao. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianyang had already opened the door and said, "Are you calling me?" The child who had just spoken was stunned and said, "How did I call you? I was clearly calling Boss Xiao." Xiao Tianyang smiled brightly and said, "What a coincidence. My last name is Xiao too. I thought you were calling me." It was you? Xiao Tianyang was also stunned when he heard the voice. He saw the child lying on the bed with a lazy face. He actually knew him. That's right. It was the one that was kicked away by Teacher Miao. Xiao Tianyang raised his hand and greeted him. Fate is really amazing. Are you the part-time student? The senior sat up with a strange look on his face. This is my territory, Xiao Chenyu, don't you know? I really don't know. Xiao Tianyang was puzzled. But what does this have to do with me? Xiao Chenyu wanted to say something harsh, but he opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. First of all, the two knew each other, although they only met once, but they also chatted, and pretending to be awesome is most afraid of meeting acquaintances, which is very embarrassing. Secondly, Xiao Chenyu, who was kicked away by Teacher Miao, did not leave immediately, but stayed to see the next scene. Whether it was Xiao Tianyang holding Teacher Miao back with a palm, or being favored by him later, it was a background that made Xiao Chenyu quite afraid. But as the boss of this dormitory, Xiao Chenyu couldn't admit defeat, so he could only speak in a deep voice. You are a part-time student. This dormitory will be your responsibility from now on. Do you have any objections? Xiao Tianyang answered directly. Of course. Why me? Xiao Chenyu didn't know what to say, because the other party seemed to be telling the truth. Liu Long, go teach him a lesson. Xiao Chenyu waved his hand, and a tall boy came out from behind him. It was one of his younger brothers, Liu Long. Remember, be careful. This kid is not simple. Xiao Chenyu mentioned it casually, but Liu Long didn't care. Understood. Xiao Tianyang was a little worried, but the reason why he didn't take the initiative was because he didn't know how strong Xiao Tianyang was. If he lost face too much at that time, it would be more trouble than gain. The other children in the dormitory also had teasing faces, as if they had seen Xiao Tianyang kneeling on the ground begging for mercy after being beaten. Boy, you'd better not move, so you can suffer less physical pain. Lu Long's body shook, and a yellow light surged on his body. Then he held a 2-meter-long stick in his palm and prepared to attack. But just as he made a move, he was shocked to find that Xiao Tianyang had appeared in front of him, with his fist against his lower abdomen. Bang! With a bang, Lu Long was directly knocked out and smashed against the wall, leaving a human mark. Congratulations to the host for defeating the 8th-level Soul Master and getting the lottery value 1. The expressions on the faces of those children froze, and they seemed to have not reacted yet. How could the battle end? Xiao Tianyang looked in the direction of Xiao Chenyu and hooked his finger. Why don't you try it? Xiao Chenyu knew that he had encountered a tough guy today, but as the boss, he couldn't be timid. So he could only stand up and say, "You know, I am a 6th-grade Soul Master with soul rings. Do you still want to fight with me?" "Why not?" Xiao Tianyang said with a smile on his face. It is not in Xiao Tianyang's character to not take advantage of an opportunity. An 8th-level Soul Warrior can provide him with some lottery points, and a Soul Master with soul rings must have more. Although he is not much stronger. When the other children heard this, they were all in a mood to watch the fun, and even showed a hint of excitement in their expressions. This is their boss, and there will be no problem if he makes a move. Xiao Chenyu was very nervous. He had already given the other party a way out, but he was still so disrespectful. "In this case, I will fulfill your wish." Xiao Chenyu took a deep breath and forced himself to be calm. Xiao Chenyu, a 6th-level student, a martial soul wolf, 11th-level one-ring battle soul master. Please teach me. What a trouble. Xianyang complained in his heart, but still raised his right hand to spread the green flame. Xiao Tianyang, a new student, martial soul living flame, innate full soul power, no level, no soul ring. No one knew the name of the martial soul, so Xiao Tianyang was too lazy to give it a name. It's actually full innate soul power. No wonder he's so arrogant. Haven't you seen pork, but haven't you seen pigs run? Full innate soul power is a genius that only appears once in 100 years. As for the martial soul, they haven't heard of it, but the name sounds very powerful. Xiao Chenyu's heart skipped a beat, and he felt that it was a very stupid behavior to fight hard. But now that he has started, there is no chance to turn back. Therefore, Xiao Chenyu could only roar and raise his soul ring, and then his body shape changed. It was similar to Su Yuntao at the beginning. His body became stronger, his back was arched, his eyes were green, and his claws became sharp and pointed. Let's start! Xiao Tianyang took the initiative to put away his martial soul, stood up and said. But at this time, Xiao Tianyang also remembered one thing. He seemed to have never used martial soul to fight. Thinking of this, Xiao Tianyang couldn't help but secretly warn himself in his heart that Douluo Continent is a world dominated by martial souls. This is a symbol of strength and the key to becoming stronger. You must not put the cart before the horse. After a few moves, Xiao Tianyang felt bored, and with a wave of his right hand, he opened Xiao Chenyu's hands, and at the same time, he clenched his fists and went straight up. Xiao Chenyu only felt a gust of wind coming, and his hair was blown all over the place. The next moment, he saw a fist stop in front of him. It was only a hair away, and it could knock him down. I will be the boss of this dormitory in the B future. What do you think? Xiao Tianyang tilted his head and smiled. No problem, Xiao Chenyu said tremblingly. Congratulations to the host for defeating the 11th level Soul Master and winning 3 of the lucky draw. The harvest was good, so Xiao Tianyang didn't bother with these children anymore, and casually pointed to an empty bed and said, "Make the quilt for me. I'm going to the cafeteria to eat first." Turned around and left, ignoring the whispering children behind him. Leaving the dormitory, Xiao Tianyang walked towards the cafeteria. As soon as he reached the door, he met Tang San. But at this moment, there was also a pretty and cute loli beside him. She has a delicate appearance, fair skin with a rosy glow, and is dressed simply but very cleanly. Her long hair is combed into a scorpion tail and falls to her hips. She is now chatting with Tang San, and no one knows what they are talking about. Tang San also saw Xiao Tianyang at this time and waved to greet him. His action also attracted the girl next to him to look at Xiao Tianyang. Xiao Tianyang also looked at the girl, thinking in his heart, this should be Xiao Wu? Xiao Tianyang had no other thoughts, because in his heart, loli is enough to look at, and the queen is the true love. Are you the brother Tianyang that Xiao San mentioned? Xiao Wu's big watery eyes looked at Xiao Tianyang and finally smiled and nodded. It's true that you are good-looking, much more handsome than Xiao San, but why are your eyes gray and your hair white? I don't know, maybe it's affected by the martial spirit. Xiao Tianyang shrugged. But it is obvious that Xiao Wu was not affected in this regard. After saying a few words, she changed the topic to other places. I heard that you and Xiao San live in the same village. I defeated him, but he said that someone named Xiao Tianyang pushed him to the ground and rubbed him. He should be talking about you, right? What do you mean by pushing him to the ground and rubbing him? That's called a friendly competition. He just lost. Xiao Tianyang glared at Tang San. Don't use words carelessly in front of others in the future. Got it. Although Tang San didn't understand, he nodded and agreed. In his opinion, Xiao Tianyang would say something like this when he defeated him before, but why can't he say it to others? It made him puzzled. Then after dinner, let's have a fight. Xiao Wu said eagerly. Xiao Tianyang was about to open his mouth to refuse when he heard the system prompt. Host triggers the side quest, 3-5 combination, content, challenge from Xiao Wu and Tang San. Quest reward, lucky draw 7. Xiao Tianyang pondered in his heart. If the strength is divided according to the task reward, then Xiao Wu's strength should be a little stronger than Xiao Chenyu, but not much. But in a blink of an eye, he thought of another idea and said, if you are alone, you will definitely not be able to beat me. How about calling Xiao San? How about the two of you fighting me alone? Tang San was about to refuse on behalf of Xiao Wu, but Xiao Wu said directly, okay, but don't regret it. We are 2 against 1. Of course I don't regret it. Let's go. Let's talk after dinner. Xiao Tianyang glanced at Tang San. That look made Tang San's heart tremble, and he secretly said, something bad is going to happen. On the playground, Xiao Tianyang twisted his neck and moved his wrists, with a hint of smile in his eyes. Xiao San, you and Xiao Wu must cooperate well. Otherwise your brother Tianyang will not be responsible for any injuries later. For some reason, Tang San, who was not afraid of death, actually felt a little pressure from Xiao Tianyang. Xiao San, don't be afraid. The two of us are working together. How can you be afraid of him? Xiao Wu was very skilled and bold and began to persuade Tang San. Okay, let's get started. Finish it quickly. I still have things to do. Xiao Tianyang reminded him. And if you don't make a move, don't blame me for making the first move. Xiao Wu, I'll take the lead. You support me from the side. Remember one thing. Don't get too close to brother Tianyang. After saying that, Tang San didn't explain much and stepped forward. He was really afraid that Xiao Tianyang would make the first move. If that happened, he might not even have a chance. Tang San's speed was not slow. Even though he hadn't mastered the ghost shadow with this body, his improvement in this aspect was quite impressive. Don't get too close to me? Is that all? Xiao Tianyang smiled and moved close to him, waiting for Tang San's hands to attack. How could Xiao Tianyang, who was familiar with him, be hit? Therefore, he bent down with his legs close to the ground and swept out horizontally. Not only did he avoid the grab, but he also made Tang San miss, causing his lower body to be wide open. Controlling the crane and catching the dragon is troublesome. Tang San was tripped and fell to the ground. But he had fought with Xiao Tianyang for several months and had rich experience. Knowing the opponent's next move, Tang San slapped the ground with one hand and dodged Xiao Tianyang's punch with a side flip. Brother Tianyang, don't forget me. At this time, a voice sounded behind Xiao Tianyang, but in return, he just laughed. Don't worry, I won't forget. Xiao Wu is good at soft skills. Although Tang San reminded her, she couldn't help but fight Xiao Tianyang in close combat. So from the beginning, Xiao Tianyang never took Xiao Wu to heart. When a pair of small hands wrapped around Xiao Tianyang's arms, he was shocked all over, and his internal force was released. The protective aura could not even hurt Xiao San's hidden weapon, let alone Xiao Wu, who used soft skills. Bang! Xiao Wu was shocked and flew away, but at this moment Xiao Tianyang turned his body halfway, stretched out his right hand, grabbed Xiao Wu's ankle, and a smile appeared on his face. Before Tang San came to help, Xiao Wu screamed and was swung up by Xiao Tianyang as a sandbag. However, he was measured in his attack, and naturally would not smash her to the ground. But to defeat these two stubborn donkeys, they had to see no hope. Thinking of this, Xiao Tianyang threw her out, and the direction was exactly where Tang San was. Xiao San, catch me. Xiao Wu had nowhere to get support in the air, so she could only flutter with her limbs, and her expression was somewhat cute. Tang San had to save her, and he couldn't avoid her either, so he could only sigh in his heart. Sure enough, the moment he touched Xiao Wu, Xiao Tianyang slightly bent his left leg, bent his right arm inward, drew a semicircle with his palm, and then pushed her out with a whistling wind. And at the same time, there seemed to be a faint dragon roar. 18. Dragon subduing palms. The first move, the arrogant dragon will regret. Tang San had no choice but to throw Xiao Wu in his arms into the air, while he crossed his arms and blocked his chest. Xiao Tianyang couldn't concentrate all the power of this palm at one point, so Tang San just took a few steps back, but he wasn't injured. What? It doesn't look good. When Tang San made his move, Xiao Wu was actually already prepared, so when she saw the result in midair, she couldn't help but mutter. But before she finished speaking, Xiao Wu saw Xiao Tianyang draw a circle with his left hand, and in the same posture as before, reversed and slapped out with a palm. This time, Tang San didn't just take a few steps back, but was slapped to the ground on the spot. At the same time, Xiao Tianyang disappeared from the spot, jumped into the air, and slapped himself from top to bottom in midair. 18 Dragon subduing palms, second style, flying dragon in the sky, listening to the palm wind approaching and the pressure coming towards her. Xiao Wu could only close her eyes and wait to be hit. But who would have thought that she was only slapped on the forehead and heard Xiao Tianyang's murmur? It's really troublesome. I have to hold back my strength in a fight. Before he could think about it, Xiao Wu fell on Tang San with a thud, and then she groaned. When Xiao Tianyang landed, he received a system prompt. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest 3-5 combination. Get reward, lottery value x7. Xiao Tianyang looked relieved, while Tang San on the other side was a little painful and pushed the girl on his body. Xiao Wu, can you get up first? Xiao Wu, who had originally looked incredible, came to her senses and quickly stood up, pulled Tang San up, and then looked at Xiao Tianyang. Brother Tianyang, how much strength did you use just now? Less than 60%. Xiao Tianyang clapped his hands with a smile on his face all the time. Is that so? Xiao Wu was a little suspicious. For some reason, out of instinct, Xiao Wu always felt that Xiao Tianyang was hiding something. Brother Tianyang, I didn't expect you to become so strong. Tang San got up from the ground. He was not injured, but he was a little uncomfortable after being hit by Xiao Wu. Come to think of it, it's true. We haven't fought for almost a month before we came here again. Xiao Tianyang thought about it and nodded. But... Tang San hesitated for a moment and finally said, But Tianyang brother, are you really determined to go to the soul-hunting forest alone? Are you still worried about this? Xiao Tianyang stepped forward and patted Tang San's shoulder. Don't worry, even Master Su can't do anything to me, let alone that little soul beast. You should think more about yourself. I have a teacher to help me here. It has been decided that we will set off the day after tomorrow to help me get the first soul ring. Tang San was still a little worried. How about Tianyang brother come with us? At least there will be someone to take care of us. Really? Xiao Tianyang suddenly remembered something and said, Bubu is still outside the academy, Xiao-san, then I'll leave first. Tang San shouted a few times, but only got Xiao Tianyang's wave goodbye and was a little depressed for a while. And from this point, it can be seen that Tang San really cares about Xiao Tianyang. Otherwise, how could he be so fussy with his style of doing things? At this time, Xiao Wu also stepped forward and asked carefully, Brother Tianyang, do you really want to go to the soul-hunting forest alone to obtain the first soul ring? It's dangerous. I know, but this is probably his final decision, the kind that no one can change. Tang San nodded and sighed. Brother Tianyang has always been like this. Since he untied his knot, he has been too strong. That's right, Xiao Tianyang's style of behavior gave Tang San the feeling that he was too strong. It seemed that Xiao Tianyang's words at the beginning were still ringing in his ears. Xiao-san, I want to become stronger. I hate the feeling of being weak. After leaving the academy, Xiao Tianyang strolled around in Nodding City and bought dinner for Bubu. Although he left some money when he left, he had been carrying it with him for 3 months. It's only been a short time, and he actually missed it. The courtyard that Xiao Tianyang rented was relatively remote, and there were basically few families. This is not because he was stingy, but for Bubu, no matter how good the place was, it would eventually become a tool for it to grind its teeth. When he pushed the door open and walked in, he saw Bubu rushing over to Xiao Tianyang and licking his face. Enough, you've made my face full of saliva. Xiao Tianyang pushed Bubu away and rolled his eyes. You must have done something bad, otherwise you wouldn't be so nice to me. What's the trouble? Bubu's eyes flickered, and he lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. It was the first time Xiao Tianyang saw it like this. But at this moment, Xiao Tianyang frowned, squatted down, grabbed the white hair on the side of Bubu's face, and lifted it up, just in time to see a trace of scarlet at the corner of its mouth. Xiao Tianyang's heart sank. He took off the dog hair and put it in front of his nose to sniff, then turned to look at Bubu. "This is human blood. What did you do?" Suddenly there was a bang, the door was kicked open, and then he heard shouting behind him. "It's this dog! It killed the young master!" Xiao Tianyang looked back and saw a thin young man pointing at himself. "Heh, it doesn't look like a stray dog." Then a middle-aged man with a big belly walked in, with a hint of viciousness between his eyebrows, and several soul masters followed behind him. And they were obviously not simple characters. "Who are you?" Although Xiao Tianyang had already guessed something vaguely, he still asked, "Who am I?" The middle-aged man laughed twice, and then asked the people next to him. "He actually asked who I am? Don't you think it's funny?" "Ha ha!" "It's not funny at all," Xiao Tianyang said in a deep voice. He could clearly feel the murderous intentions of these people in front of him. Especially the middle-aged man, although he was laughing heartily, his eyes were full of hatred. "Yeah, this is really not funny at all." The middle-aged man's expression changed instantly, and it was extremely ferocious. "Your dog bit my son to death, and it was a fatal blow. Tell me, should I kill it, or kill you both?" Xiao Tianyang lowered his head and glanced at Bubu, who also looked up at him. With just one look, Xiao Tianyang no longer doubted it, and raised his head and sneered. "Didn't you make a decision before you came? Why are you talking so much?" "That's right, but that's not enough," the middle-aged man said hoarsely. "Originally, I was going to pull out the tendons and skin this dog, and that wouldn't kill it. I was going to roast it on the fire and cut it into pieces." "Enough! I don't have time to listen to your nonsense." Xiao Tianyang interrupted the madman directly and said, "I don't care what my dog did, but if you want to hurt it, you'll be the ones to die." "Ha ha ha! Did you hear that? This cute little friend actually threatened me. How interesting." The middle-aged man laughed wildly. "With a father like you, I can already guess what kind of person your son is." Xiao Tianyang's expression was a little ironic. "I think what my Bubu did was wrong, but the only thing it did wrong was biting with its mouth." As he said that, he also lowered his head and knocked on Bubu's head. "Remember, the blood of this kind of people is smelly and contagious. Don't bite randomly in the future, understand?" Bubu nodded seriously and seemed to snort from his nose, which was very arrogant. "Kill him!" The middle-aged man finally couldn't control his emotions and roared, "Since the master wants you to die, then you go to die!" A big man behind the middle-aged man stood up like a rhinoceros, with one hand in a grabbing position, and attacked Xiao Tianyang. Bang! The big man who just ran over didn't get close to Xiao Tianyang, and he flew out with a muffled sound, broke through the wooden wall and fell outside, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Congratulations to the host for killing a 13th level Soul Master, and the reward lottery value 5. The killing prompt appeared in Xiao Tianyang's mind, but he was not surprised. Xiao Tianyang not only used his soul power, but also added a little bit of the 18 dragon subduing palms. If the opponent could not die, he would just write Xiao Tianyang's name backwards. "Master, dead!" Another big man took 2 steps forward, checked his breath, and finally shook his head solemnly. "I didn't expect you to have such skills." The middle-aged man seemed a little surprised, but then calmed down. "You are wearing the uniform of Nodding College. It seems that you are also a soul master. But do you think I can't do anything to you like this?" Took a step back and waved his hand. "Zhang Liang, you lead the way to kill him. After the task is completed, I will reward you with 3,000 gold soul coins." A man who looked like a ghost appeared behind the middle-aged man. This man was Zhang Liang. "This is the last chance to help you kill someone. Are you sure you want to use it on this child?" Zhang Liang said in a deep voice in the shadows of the night. "I'm sure." The middle-aged man roared, "He killed my son. He must die. He must die." He repeated it twice, which further confirmed the middle-aged man's determination. "I'll do you a favor." Zhang Liang nodded and walked out of the shadows. Then 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, appeared on his body. "Great Soul Master." Xiao Tianyang couldn't help but shrink his pupils. He just used a little trick, but the other party actually sent out a Great Soul Master directly. Isn't this too much respect for him? Although he defeated a Great Soul Master in a sense, that is, Su Yun Tao at the time. But what was the environmental condition? What is the scene now? And Xiao Tianyang dared to guarantee that the Great Soul Master in front of him must have killed people, no less than 10. The bloody smell and fierce eyes were almost exactly the same as the brown bear that he met outside the Holy Soul Village. It killed more than 100 villagers. Fighting with Su Yuntao, the other party would hold back, and his combat experience was obviously insufficient. There was a threat to Xiao Tianyang, but it was not great. But the man in front of him, if he wanted to make him hold back, he might as well let Xiao Tianyang kneel down and beg for mercy. I can only give it a try. Xiao Tianyang thought to himself, but it won't work here, we have to go somewhere else. On the other side, seeing Xiao Tianyang fall into silence and look around, the middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh exaggeratedly. You want to run now, I tell you, it's too late. Zhang Liang is a level 26 Great Soul Master. His martial soul is a dagger, and he has 2 soul rings, one for tracking and the other for increasing speed. Maybe in the next life. Xiao Tianyang raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhang Liang. Just let him reveal your details like this? Do you have any objections? He does talk a lot of nonsense and says some unnecessary things. Zhang Liang tossed the dagger in his hand, his eyes locked on Xiao Tianyang like a hawk, and said coldly, "But for a dying person, what's the use of knowing these?" With the sound of the window breaking, a black shadow rushed out and fell to the ground. This person was Xiao Tianyang. With a sudden rise of alert in his heart, Xiao Tianyang instinctively dodged to the side and immediately stabbed a dagger into the ground. Looking at the posture, if the dagger hits, Xiao Tianyang will probably have more ornaments on his head. Go! Xiao Tianyang rolled to the side and looked at Bubu, who also escaped, and said in a deep voice, turning around and running. Zhang Liang landed on the ground and pulled out the dagger. This was a real dagger, not his martial spirit. Then he saw his toes point, and the second soul ring of the martial spirit on his hand lit up, and the speed increased sharply, chasing Xiao Tianyang. At this time, the middle-aged man also rushed out. Seeing that Xiao Tianyang was about to escape, he shouted repeatedly, "Come on, whoever kills him, I will give him 5,000 gold soul coins." As soon as the voice fell, the soul masters of more than 10 levels had red eyes, picked up speed and chased after him. This also included the middle-aged man, who was also a soul master. Xiao Tianyang dodged several attacks, ran all the way, and directly left Nodding City and came to this wilderness. You really know how to find a grave for yourself. It's a good place for feng shui. A bearded man jumped down from the tree, holding a big knife with 2 white soul rings shining on it. He was actually a great soul master. The big knife was his martial soul. Xiao Tianyang stopped and looked around. "Don't look, you can't escape!" Another voice sounded. Xiao Tianyang looked and saw a dwarf with a figure of only 1.6 meters and a jackal phantom behind him. 2 white soul rings, also a great soul master. As for his martial soul, it should be the jackal. 2 great soul masters are blocking the road, and there is another one behind him. It's really a big deal. Xiao Tianyang finally stopped running, moving his fingers rhythmically, and looked around. According to the brief fight just now, Xiao Tianyang can basically conclude that the big man in front of him is a level 21 soul master, and the short man is level 23. As for Zhang Liang, who was silent behind him, he was the strongest among the 3. He had reached level 28, and one of his soul rings was a 100-year soul ring. And don't forget, there is a group of dozens of soul masters on the way not far away. But Xiao Tianyang couldn't think too much at this time. As a professional killer, Zhang Liang was talking nonsense about killing people. It was not his style. He disappeared on the spot, and his figure was like a ghost, approaching closely and stabbing Xiao Tianyang's heart with a dagger. At the same time, one of the soul rings of the big man also lit up instantly, and a cold light flashed on the big knife, as if to grab the head, and he actually took Xiao Tianyang's head directly. Of course there was another one, that is, the short man, and his speed was second only to Zhang Liang. But his choice was incredible. He kicked the knife in the big man's hand with his legs, and his hands came towards Xiao Tianyang's neck. An idea came to Xiao Tianyang's mind. Grab the credit! He naturally heard clearly what the middle-aged man shouted when Xiao Tianyang ran away, but he didn't expect the dwarf to be so blatant. But anyway, this is a good opportunity. Xiao Tianyang was open-minded and tried his best to sidestep the dagger behind him. He didn't dare to take the move of a level 28 Great Soul Master, but he could try it at level 23. As Zhang Liang was level 28 and a professional killer, how could Xiao Tianyang's move make his attack completely ineffective? With a flip of his palm, the dagger turned a circle against the back of his hand, turned into a straight grip, changed from stabbing to stabbing, and stabbed into his abdomen. But don't forget, Xiao Tianyang is not fighting alone. He has a daw! A scream rang in Xiao Tianyang's ears. It was Bubu who made a brilliant appearance and bit Zhang Liang's butt. Without the threat from behind, The dwarf kicked away the big man's knife, so there was only one enemy left for Xiao Tianyang. The dragon of arrogance will regret. He slapped out his left palm, opening the dwarf's hands. This made the other party look surprised, but the next moment he was terrified. The purple-black flame behind Xiao Tianyang flashed and instantly formed wings, helping him to stabilize his body. At the same time, he twisted a circle and closed the distance with the dwarf. He stretched out his right palm and pressed it directly on the dwarf's heart. Crack! The power was concentrated on one point, and a palm that was infused with 1/3 of Xiao Tianyang's soul power was probably not worthy of this dwarf. His sternum was broken and blood spurted from his mouth. After a while, Xiao Tianyang received a prompt. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 23 Great Soul Master, and the reward lottery value is X40. Sure enough, there is no comparison between Soul Masters and Great Soul Masters. Xiao Tianyang thought to himself, and while putting away the 3,000 flames, he felt a sense of fatigue. He looked up at the two people in front of him. One was a knife-wielding man with a surprised face and a hint of fear in his eyes. The other was Zhang Liang with a gloomy face. Although Bubu can't compare with Xiao Tianyang in terms of stealing and survival, Bubu is indeed slightly better than him. He died immediately? The big man couldn't help but take 2 steps back, trembling a little. He doesn't have a spirit ring, nor does he use any spirit skills. How can he kill the dwarf with one palm? This is impossible. Shut up, don't you see that he is overdrawn now? Zhang Liang shouted coldly, and then said, You attack? I will attack from behind. Kill him, and all the money is yours. The big man hesitated for a moment. He was very afraid of death. Otherwise, he would not stay beside the rich businessman as a guard. But putting the temptation of money aside first, the big man was sure that if he ran away, Zhang Liang would definitely not let him stay. And the other party would immediately chase him because he saw the other party being bitten by a dog. This madman is very face-conscious. Last time, he killed a family of 6 because of a trivial matter. He is simply a pervert. Ah! Second soul skill, Gravity Slash. The second soul ring on the big man's sword lit up, and his muscles bulged, his eyes were bloodshot, and when he jumped high, he slashed at Xiao Tianyang with a powerful sword. A pressure came, and Xiao Tianyang, who was about to move, felt his body sink, as if an invisible gravity appeared beside him. He could move, but he couldn't avoid the sword at this speed. Not to mention that there was a Zhang Liang behind him who was waving a dagger and attacking him. At the critical moment, the firefighter Bubu appeared again, but his target was not Zhang Liang, but the big man. Bubu appeared and bumped into the big man behind him. The big man in the air staggered, and a magical scene appeared. Gravity fell on Zhang Liang, and Xiao Tianyang, who was freed from the restraints, lay down and crawled forward. At the same time, the big knife in the big man's hand was only 1 meter away from Zhang Liang's head. The incident happened suddenly, and the distance was too close and it was impossible to change the direction of attack, so mutual attack became inevitable. Puff! 2 sounds of iron hitting flesh were heard. First, the big man's knife chopped Zhang Liang's shoulder. Then, Zhang Liang's dagger pierced the big man's chest. This magical scene was simply unexpected. Late at night, in the forest outside Nodding City, Xiao Tianyang leaned against a tree and pointed at Bubu, who was wrapped in rags. Dig the pit bigger and deeper. Don't you see so many people? Bubu could only open and close his mouth, and no one knew what he was saying. Maybe he was complaining, but he didn't dare to make a sound for fear of being beaten. At this moment, next to Xiao Tianyang, there was a pile of corpses not far away. The 2 most eye-catching ones were picked out by him and placed on the ground. One of them was of course Zhang Liang, and the other was the middle-aged man who was killed while begging for mercy. The last scene was actually quite dangerous, because after Xiao Tianyang got up and gave the big man the last blow, he was counterattacked by Zhang Liang before his death. To be honest, Xiao Tianyang felt that he was going to die, but fortunately he was lucky and Bubu blocked the knife, so he was able to save his life. As for killing so many people, does Xiao Tianyang feel guilty? Actually, he doesn't, but it feels a bit strange. Because of the 3 months of adjustment, Xiao Tianyang has figured out one thing. Even if Xiao Tianyang keeps a low profile, he will encounter enemies. This is inevitable. Unless you are an unknown salted fish, the stronger you are, the more trouble you will find if you don't look for trouble. So at that time, Xiao Tianyang made up his mind. I can kill people, but I can also be killed by others. I am not as strong as others, so I can't blame anyone. It was because he saw through this that Xiao Tianyang stepped out of the Holy Soul Village. Of course, the reason why he did things so decisively was because Xiao Tianyang didn't want to cause trouble like the plot he knew. Cut the grass and root it out so that there will be no follow-up. And before that, he also knew why Bubu regretted killing the middle-aged man's son. The process of description is a bit troublesome and tortuous, but Xiao Tianyang barely understood some of it under Bubu's random gestures. The general process is that the middle-aged man's son fell in love with the daughter of a family on the same street as Bubu, and the other party's parents refused to give in and wanted to snatch her away. Bubu is a person who can't control himself, so he went to uphold justice. As a result, although he beat the son away, Bubu, who came back after a round of wandering, found that the whole family was dead. In a fit of rage, the middle-aged man came to Xiao Tianyang. Xiao Tianyang didn't want to judge the right and wrong, nor did he bother to analyze it. And it was precisely because he knew that although Bubu liked to make trouble and was a little silly sometimes, it would never hurt anyone intentionally, let alone kill people. If you bully Bubu, at most you will be fooled by it. Even if it beats and scolds you, it is just a trick to fool you, and it will never hurt your life. But once it touches the bottom line, Bubu, who has ordinary thinking, can't tolerate it. What else can you expect from a beast with its ferocious nature? But it doesn't matter. Since Xiao Tianyang confirmed the look in his eyes at the beginning and chose to believe Bubu, the middle-aged man was classified as the enemy by him. He died, or the other party fell down. There were only two choices. Woof! The voice came. Bubu twisted his body, with clay on his body, and walked to Xiao Tianyang and arched. Got it. Leave it to me next, okay? Xiao Tianyang got up from the ground, then threw the bodies into the pit, filled it with soil, and stepped on it several times before saying, The place where you used to live is no longer safe. Let's spend the night here today and make plans when we go into the city tomorrow. Woof, Bubu agreed, but shook off the soil on his body, as if he was very uncomfortable. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so clean. Xiao Tianyang was slightly surprised and then pointed to the left. When I came here just now, I saw a lake there. Let's go there to wash and then help you treat it. Soon the man and the dog left here. After washing, Xiao Tianyang lit a fire and put the clothes next to him to dry. At the same time, he raised his right hand and the flame of life rose in his hand, full of vigorous life. I have never known what this martial spirit is for, but it seems that I have found a use for it. Xiao Tianyang smiled and put the flame close to Bubu's wound, which frightened the latter. If Xiao Tianyang hadn't pressed it, he would have run away. However, the burning pain he imagined did not appear. Bubu, who looked ready to accept his fate, opened his eyes and felt a little strange. He only felt a tingling and itchiness in the wound, but nothing else. After a while, Xiao Tianyang, who had already used up all his soul power, was completely exhausted, and his face turned pale as he put away his martial spirit. Bubu tilted his head and looked at his wound in circles, revealing his stupid nature, and Xiao Tianyang didn't bother to pay attention. My soul power is of the highest quality, but my strength is not up to par, which is also a flaw. It seems that I need to speed up the acquisition of the first soul ring. It must be completed within 3 days at least, otherwise it will be a waste of time. But it is also troublesome if I don't have the necessary knowledge reserve. When Xiao Tianyang thought of this, he frowned. It seems that it will be troublesome for the master in a short time. After thinking about this, Xiao Tianyang took the palm bottle beside him, opened it, poured out 2 drops of green liquid, and put them into his mouth. Pure energy exploded. Xiao Tianyang closed his eyes and entered the state of cultivation. Gradually, his muscles and bones, which were still slightly tired, began to recover vitality. At this time, Bubu stopped playing and playing, sat down and guarded beside Xiao Tianyang, with his ears erect and his eyes serious, and there was no silly look just now. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Tianyang opened his eyes, and while he breathed a sigh of relief, he also stood up and stretched his muscles. The harvest just now was not bad. I can draw prizes twice. Xiao Tianyang looked at the system page in his mind, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. Constitution, pseudo-immaculate body, killing people without being affected by cause and effect, all things are friendly to it. Strength level, level 10. Soul skills. No soul bone, no martial soul, scythe of judgment, symbol of life, the destination of the dead, Red Lotus Karma Fire, burn cause and of sins, flame of living beings, fire of life, spirit of all things, 3,000 flames, 3,000 starry sky bodies, immortal body. Draw value 213. The previous accumulation plus the subsequent killings allowed Xiao Tianyang to draw prizes twice in total, which was a great harvest. You know, Xiao Tianyang fought in the forest in the village for 3 months before he could draw prizes 3 times. And Xiao Tianyang has only been in Notting City for 1 day, and he has such a harvest. How can he not be happy? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Tianyang walked to the lake, washed his hands and face, put on his clothes, and prayed for 3 seconds before saying, "System, I want to draw a lottery." The familiar scene appeared again. Xiao Tianyang's eyes widened and he became serious. Although this did not have any effect, it could prove his attitude. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Tianyang. You have obtained the magic weapon Yuhai Na Ring. Congratulations to the host Xiao Tianyang. You have obtained the improved version of the complete set of exquisite kitchenware never wear. Xiao Tianyang was stunned at first, and then he made a helpless expression. This is going to make me go further and further on the road of being a chef. First, there was a complete set of cooking knowledge, and then there was a complete set of exquisite kitchenware. Is it necessary to narrow this broad road? Putting away his thoughts, Xiao Tianyang had an extra ring in his hand. It looked simple and had wave patterns on it. Xiao Tianyang slightly released his mental power and probed into it. Sure enough, a picture appeared in front of Xiao Tianyang's eyes the next second. The building is 5,500 meters in size, with shelves on one side and open space on the other. It's really a good thing. It seems that even if it is placed there, it is definitely a high-level magic weapon. After collecting his thoughts, Xiao Tianyang set his eyes on the set of kitchen utensils in front of him. It is a complete set, and it has everything. The system did not lie to Xiao Tianyang on this point. Let alone various knives and pots and pans, there is even a barbecue grill. What else do you think may be missing? Xiao Tianyang shook his head, put on the ring, and then waved his hand to put everything in it. After doing this, Xiao Tianyang leaned on Bubu, who was already lying on the ground, and said to himself, "It's really a gold belt of murder and arson. The harvest in less than a day is comparable to what I have gained in the Holy Soul Village for 3 months." Thinking of this, Xiao Tianyang gradually relaxed his mind and fell asleep. With Bubu around, Xiao Tianyang was not worried about other people's sneak attacks at all. After a night's sleep, before the sun rose, Xiao Tianyang had already washed up by the lake. After clearing his tracks along the way, he took Bubu back to Notting City. Xiao Tianyang was not afraid of being exposed. He did not rent the place last night with his current identity. In addition, there were not many households around, and the escape route was in the wilderness. No one knew that he did it. However, Xiao Tianyang did not return to the college immediately, but rented a guest room outside and moved in. Before returning to the college, he had to complete one thing he had always ignored. Sitting on the bed, Xiao Tianyang raised his right hand, looking at the 3 balls of strange fire flashing in his hand, with a hint of thought between his brows. The first spirit ring can only be worn on one martial soul. Although they are all on the right hand and can be seamlessly connected and switched back and forth, this trouble is inevitable. So there is only one way. Xiao Tianyang took the strange fire in his hand into his body, closed his eyes, and said to himself, "Only by fusing can the characteristics of the 3 martial souls be brought into play. In this way, I can also ask the master what kind of spirit ring is suitable for such a person and martial soul." Yes, this is the problem Xiao Tianyang realized last night. The first spirit ring is more than 2,000 years old. Xiao Tianyang hesitated before. But if Xiao Tianyang's physical fitness can't bear it, then the system will definitely not let him die. It is difficult in the middle, that's for sure. After all, generally speaking, the first spirit ring of a soul master is a 100-year spirit ring, and some are a little worse, or even a 10-year spirit ring. Xiao Tianyang wanted to get one that is more than 2,000 years old right from the start. How could it not be difficult? But in this regard, as long as he works hard, Xiao Tianyang can overcome it, so he put it behind his mind and didn't think about it anymore. But in his hazy consciousness last night, he realized another problem. There are so many different fire martial spirits, each with its own characteristics. But which one should he use for the first soul ring? Xiao Tianyang is very greedy, because he wants everything. So Xiao Tianyang made a decision to fuse the different fires, which is to fuse the martial spirits in disguise. Let the 3 martial spirits have 3 characteristics, but there is only one body. Sitting by the window, Xiao Tianyang adjusted his body and tried his best to keep himself in a state of full spirit and full physical strength. When the sun rose, the 9 Yang divine art in his body automatically operated, which was also the benefit of having a system. Soon, under Xiao Tianyang's interference, the flame of life and the Red Lotus fire in his body began to slowly approach. At first, of course, it was repulsive, which was normal. After all, they were two completely different individuals. But a magical scene appeared. At this time, the nine yang divine arts suddenly separated a breath and tied the two together. Then the repulsion disappeared instantly, like lovers who had been separated for a long time, hugged each other tightly and became one. Xiao Tianyang was also stunned. Nine yang magic art has such a miraculous effect. If I had known it earlier, why would I have waited until now? After saying that, without waiting for Xiao Tianyang to control it, the 3,000 flames took the initiative to join in, fearing that he would be left behind. In the room, Xiao Tianyang closed his eyes and took a deep breath driven by instinct. At this moment, he felt that his ears and eyes were sharp, his breath was extremely smooth, and his whole body was very transparent. After everything was over, Xiao Tianyang realized that his body was a little uncomfortable. He opened his eyes and found that Bubu had hidden in the corner, covering his nose, rolling his eyes, and looked like he was suffocating. Is it so exaggerated? Although Xiao Tianyang felt that the black impurities on his body surface were smelly and dirty, it would not cause Bubu to have such a reaction. So in his opinion, this was a drama behavior and must be dealt with seriously. Bubu, come here. Bubu, covering his mouth and nose, shook his head frantically. Humph, I can't cure you. Xiao Tianyang took the initiative to step forward. Bubu's face was full of fear. He kicked his legs and held the corner of the wall. He looked like he wanted to retreat, but he couldn't retreat. He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Of course, Xiao Tianyang could read the specific meaning, which was probably, "Don't come over here." After playing, Xiao Tianyang also finished washing up. Sitting on the bed, he spread out his right hand and looked at the three-color flame in his hand. He couldn't help but smile. A martial soul with the characteristics of burning cause and effect, vitality, and immortality. I believe it is worthy of the master's touch, right? In a sense, Xiao Tianyang still has 4 martial souls. In addition to the sickle of judgment, the other 3 martial souls, the Red Lotus Fire, the Flame of Life, and the 3,000 flames, are fused together, but they still exist independently. They just don't need to switch back and forth when used, and can also be given the same spirit, ring. Xiao Tianyang solved all the problems he thought of, so there was no need to stay here. First, he returned the room, and then helped Bubu solve the housing problem. This is not difficult. As long as you have money, you can do it at any time. Then Xiao Tianyang took a detour and came to the vegetable market in Nodding City. Since I have already embarked on this path, why should I treat myself badly in terms of food? Thinking of the Cooking Knowledge Encyclopedia and the complete set of exquisite kitchen utensils won in the lottery, Xiao Tianyang felt a little helpless. Of course, the thing has happened, and there is no possibility of returning the goods, so Xiao Tianyang can only accept it. So if conditions permit, it shouldn't be too much to make more delicious food for yourself. As soon as he finished shopping and returned to the entrance of the academy, Xiao Tianyang saw Tang San, with Xiao Wu beside him. "Xiao San, are you going out so early?" Tianyang greeted him. "Brother Tianyang?" Tang San turned around and ran up to him, saying, "What happened to you? Why didn't you come back all night? Master and I were very worried about you." "Oh, I was delayed by something, so I stayed out all night and didn't come back." Xiao Tianyang laughed and said, "You're not going to look for me, are you?" "What do you think?" Xiao Wu snorted and said, "Brother Tianyang, you're really not loyal. You went out to play alone without taking me. You made Xiao San worried all night." Feeling that she had spoken the truth, Xiao Wu quickly changed her words. Xiao Tianyang patted the two on the shoulders. "I'm wrong this time. How about I treat you to a big dinner tonight?" "Really? Where to eat?" Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. She just said it casually, but she didn't expect that she actually earned a dinner. "No need, Brother Tianyang. It's not easy for you to make money." "I-oh!" Tang San was only halfway through his words when Xiao Wu covered his mouth. "Brother Tianyang, you must remember your promise. I will come to you after class this afternoon." Xiao Wu dragged the struggling Tang San back to the academy. Xiao Tianyang raised his eyebrows. Although he found it interesting, he did not mean to disturb them. "It's good to be young." A voice sounded behind him, and Xiao Tianyang was indeed speechless. "Teacher Miao, can't you stop being so elusive and running out to scare people?" "Oh, you are so bold, kid. I am a mentor in the academy, and you don't respect me so much." Teacher Miao raised his hand and knocked Xiao Tianyang on the head, scolding him. Xiao Tianyang felt pain, but he did not dare to resist. He could only smile and said, Isn't this just a new school? I don't know the rules yet. I have to learn slowly. Teacher Meow snorted lightly. Boy, don't think I don't know what you did last night. As he said that, he slightly bent over and whispered, You can fool those two, little guys, but you can't fool me. The smell of blood on your body is very strong. Did you kill someone? Xiao Tianyang's pupils condensed. Looking at Teacher Meow, his expression flickered. From your expression, I know there must be more than one. Teacher Meow continued to analyze. Xiao Tianyang remained silent, thinking about what to do. Before returning, Xiao Tianyang felt that the possibility of his crime being exposed was small, because it was normal for people to die or disappear in this world. Xiao Tianyang also did not think that the middle-aged man had a very important position, otherwise there would not be so few people around him. Therefore, Xiao Tianyang was so fearless and felt that it was no big deal. But now, just a glance, he was discovered by Teacher Meow. This is the end. However, just when Xiao Tianyang was thinking about his excuses, he heard Teacher Meow say, Don't worry, I won't care about what you did, and I'm too lazy to care. I just want to ask, who started it first? They. Xiao Tianyang answered decisively, and this was indeed the truth. That's good, come with me, and no one will come to trouble you for this matter. Teacher Meow returned to normal, waved his hand, and walked out of the academy. Where are you going? Xiao Tianyang was full of confusion. You are born with full soul power. The instructor of the academy can help you get your first soul ring. I will take this task. Teacher Meow looked back at Xiao Tianyang, who was still standing there in a daze, and couldn't help but stare. Why, do you look down on me? Of course not, but I clearly didn't apply to the school. Xiao Tianyang couldn't help but move back a step and laughed dryly. Xiao Tianyang didn't forget what his side quest was. If someone else participated, wouldn't it be a waste of the reward? I'm also curious, why didn't you apply? Teacher Meow pretended to be confused, but then changed the subject and said, But it doesn't matter. Just follow me. Wait, help! Before Xiao Tianyang could react, a hand grabbed his collar and took him away directly. Soul Hunting Forest. Teacher Meow looked at Xiao Tianyang in shock. After listening to the other party's story, he felt that his life experience seemed to be a little insufficient. You want to hunt soul beasts by yourself? And you need soul rings that are more than 2,000 years old? Boy, are you okay? As he spoke, Teacher Meow reached out and touched Xiao Tianyang's forehead. After finding that he was fine, he said, Your head isn't hot. Why are you talking nonsense? Everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, just watch from behind. Xiao Tianyang reminded him, But before that, you have to help me explain the characteristics of the soul beasts you encountered. I have seen your martial spirit. I will tell you when I see a suitable one. Teacher Meow said seriously, But can you confirm that what you said just now is true? More gold than real gold, Xiao Tianyang said more and more confidently. The reason why Xiao Tianyang dared to say this was because he could not feel even the slightest bit of malice from Teacher Meow in front of him. Even after he said it, the other party only expressed shock and had no intention of exploring. Although he still felt a little strange, after all, Xiao Tianyang was curious about such an old man who had never met before and whose origin was mysterious. And of course he was wary. Why was he so good to him for no reason? Could it be a pie in the sky? Well, he was indeed hit once, but Xiao Tianyang believed that there would definitely not be a next time. Well, I respect your choice, but I remind you that if there is an accident at that time, I can only save your life. As for you, I'm afraid you will be useless. Teacher Meow looked stern and seemed to be waiting for Xiao Tianyang's final decision. Xiao Tianyang only said this, I won't do anything I'm not sure of. Then let's go. I come here often, and there are not many soul beasts over 2,000 years old that are suitable for you. Teacher Meow walked in front, and Xiao Tianyang followed after hesitating for a while. Since you are here, you should make the best of it. Besides, you can't resist. What else can you do? Things happen suddenly, let alone a little preparation. Even this idea, Xiao Tianyang had never thought of it. Teacher Meow was full of weirdness, which gave him a strong feeling. He always felt like he was on edge when confronting him. But in Xiao Tianyang's memory, there was no trace of this person. Even the name made him feel unfamiliar. But what Xiao Tianyang was most worried about was not this person himself. But if Teacher Meow appeared because of his appearance, then things would be very serious. Family members know their own business. The advantage Xiao Tianyang has is the system and the development of the plot. The latter is closely related to the former. After all, it can buy him enough time to become stronger. But if the plot development changes, then where should he go? It is convenient to have someone to open the way all the way. Xiao Tianyang and teacher Miao almost advanced for half an hour without encountering any obstacles along the way. In this soul-hunting forest, this can be called a miracle. Of course, if the terrifying aura emanating from Teacher Miao at this time is counted, it is actually a normal phenomenon. Teacher Miao, can I ask you a question? Xiao Tianyang asked carefully. Teacher Miao refused without a second thought. No, Xiao Tianyang, somewhat unwilling, then asked, Then can you tell me your real name? Why are you asking this? Teacher Miao thought for a moment and said, Miao Zhenshan. I still have no impression at all. Xiao Tianyang muttered. What did you say? Nothing. We're here. Xiao Tianyang looked up when he heard this, and suddenly there was a roar from the front, and this sound actually made his blood boil, and he couldn't bear it. Something is wrong. Miao Zhenshan released his mental power and opened his eyes soon after. It turned out that two soul beasts were fighting for territory. He turned to look at Xiao Tianyang and said, Since you want to hunt soul beasts by yourself, I won't go. But I'm only talking about one soul beast. Xiao Tianyang was speechless, but then he remembered something and his eyes lit up. You want me to do it when they are both injured? Otherwise, with your small physique, you can really hunt soul beasts over 2,000 years old. Miao Zhenshan sneered and said, Remember that one of them is a vine-armored dragon turtle, and the other is a flame nightmare. Got it. Xiao Tianyang nodded, took a few steps forward, and approached the sound of fighting, but suddenly he remembered something and turned around and said, By the way, if they find me, where are the people? Xiao Tianyang hadn't finished speaking when he turned around and couldn't see Miao Zhenshan's figure. He couldn't help but look depressed. Crouching low and approaching the battlefield, Xiao Tianyang tried his best to hide his breath in the bushes. When he saw the two soul beasts, his heart jumped. Although he had not formally learned the knowledge of soul beasts, Xiao Tianyang could probably tell the difference between the two soul beasts based on their names. The one on the left was about 5 meters tall, like an alligator turtle, with a rockery on its back, covered with emerald green vines, full of vitality. This should be the vine-armored dragon turtle. Then the remaining one should be the flaming nightmare, which was about 2 meters tall, with black pupils like a colt and a black flame burning on its back. Wherever it passed, it would leave a charred hoofprint. At this time, the flaming nightmare soared into the air, stepped down with one hoof, and countless black flames poured down like a rainstorm. On the other hand, the vine-armored dragon turtle just roared, shrank into its shell, and could only passively defend. Of course, after the burning, the green vines also grew wildly, covering the sky like a big net, entangled with the flame nightmare. Even if it was burned to ashes in the next moment, the countless vines could not be burned out. In an instant, the flame nightmare was wrapped up like a big dumpling. Bang! In the flame battle, the vine cocoon exploded, and the flame nightmare rushed out from it slightly tired. The black light of the horn on its forehead flashed, and the 4 hooves stomped on the ground and crashed into the vine-armored dragon turtle. Facing this head-on collision, the vine-armored dragon turtle was not afraid at all, and even took the initiative to meet it. But at this moment, relying on the speed advantage, the flame nightmare actually leaned to the right, changed direction, and took advantage of the vine-armored dragon turtle's slow reaction. The horn hit its side shell, and the black flames were injected into it crazily. A scream came from the mouth of the vine-armored dragon turtle, but how could a soul beast full of animality suffer the pain of burning its body? The next moment, the vine-armored dragon turtle ignored its own injuries, rolled sideways to press down the fiery nightmare, and kept rolling on it, almost smashing it to pieces. Fortunately, the fiery nightmare finally exploded, and with a desperate blow, blasted the vine-armored dragon turtle into the sky, and only then did it have a chance to escape. However, the fiery nightmare, who rolled to the side, was also dying at this moment. The vine-armored dragon turtle was not much better. When it fell to the ground, its abdomen was already bleeding. Not only was its shell blown to pieces, but even its blood was almost evaporated, and it was only left with one breath. The two sides just stared at each other, wanting to kill each other, but unable to do anything. But at this moment, Xiao Tianyang jumped out from the bushes nearby. Demacia! The two soul beasts were stunned on the spot, and Miao Zhenshan, who was standing on a tree in the distance, slapped his forehead and said, "What the hell is this kid doing?" The vine-armored dragon turtle wanted to struggle. After all, the human in front of it looked so weak, but when it looked up, it only saw the palm method from top to bottom. The 18 dragons subduing palms, the second style, flying dragon in the sky. Originally, it only had one breath left, and wanted to watch its opponent die. How could the vine-armored dragon turtle withstand Xiao Tianyang's palm to the top of its head? You know, he has poured nearly half of his soul power into it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the 1,000-year soul beast, the vine-armored dragon turtle, and get the lottery value X260. A purple soul ring rose from the corpse of the vine-armored dragon turtle, but Xiao Tianyang did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he turned around, took a breath, exhaled, and pushed his palms flat, with great momentum, to hit the flaming nightmare that was alert to him. Xiao Tianyang didn't have the courage to absorb the soul ring in front of another soul beast, and Xiao Tianyang's goal from then on was not the vine-armored dragon turtle, but the flaming nightmare opposite. The 18 dragons subduing palms, the 8th style, shocked 100 miles. This was also the most powerful palm that Xiao Tianyang could use. The flaming nightmare still wanted to struggle, but unfortunately, Xiao Tianyang saw that all of his 4 hooves had been destroyed by the vine-armored dragon turtle, and he could no longer stand up. Otherwise, it would definitely be the first to suffer. After all, the flaming nightmare was more advantageous in terms of speed. However, if it lost its mobility, the vine-armored dragon turtle with long-range attacks would be a threat. Xiao Chenyu could see that the soul beast had some reservations before. The green vine that no one noticed but he accidentally saw was not for show. Xiao Tianyang's palms fell on the spine of the flame nightmare. With a crisp sound, the latter cried out in grief and fell to the ground on the spot, his eyes gradually blurred. Congratulations to the host for killing the 1,000-year soul beast Flame Nightmare and getting the lottery value X320. Xiao Tianyang, who was exhausted, sat on the ground. I used all my skills to deal with these 2,000-year soul beasts. Fortunately, the reward is good, and it is worth the trip. Of course, although Xiao Tianyang thought so in his heart, he was actually very happy. More than 500 lottery points represent 5 chances to draw, which is more than the reward from the task. Although the results of the last 3 consecutive draws and double consecutive draws were a bit funny, there were actually some good things in them, such as the Palm of Heaven bottle and the Dark Sea ring. This time the draw is 5 consecutive draws, not 8 consecutive draws. Xiao Tianyang will definitely not be disappointed. He believes it. But now is not the time for the draw. Xiao Tianyang looked around before sitting cross-legged on the ground, quietly took off the palm of the sky bottle worn on his waist, poured 2 drops of green liquid into his mouth, and began to regulate his breath. Before absorbing the soul ring, Xiao Tianyang must be in good condition, otherwise the situation will definitely be very bad. You know, Xiao Tianyang has to absorb the 1,000-year soul ring with the body of a soul warrior. Miao Zhenshan, who was standing on the tree in the distance, yawned. His combat quality is not bad. He knows how to judge the situation, but he is still too reckless. If he didn't happen to be close to the vine armor dragon turtle, I'm afraid he would have suffered. With Miao Zhenshan's experience, of course he could see what the vine armor dragon turtle wanted to do in the end. It can be said that if Xiao Tianyang hadn't been lucky at the time and the distance was a little farther, he would have been half dead, even if he didn't die. After 10 minutes of recovery, Xiao Tianyang opened his eyes, and a light flashed in his eyes. Of course, in fact, Xiao Tianyang had recovered 5 minutes ago. It's just that there are people watching next to him, so it's better to keep a low profile. Taking a deep breath and getting ready, Xiao Tianyang came to the front of the flame nightmare, sat down cross-legged, spread his right hand, and the 3-color flame ignited. Then he hooked his soul power and guided the purple soul ring to slowly fall on his head. Miao Zhenshan, who was originally lazy and thought that the situation was already determined, suddenly widened his eyes and was dumbfounded. What is this kid doing? Miao Zhenshan watched Xiao Tianyang slowly approach the flame nightmare, and a hint of anxiety flashed in his eyes. Damn, I forgot to tell him that he wants to absorb the 3,000-year-old rattan armor dragon turtle, not the 7,000-year-old flame nightmare. But it was too late for him to stop it, because at this moment Xiao Tianyang had already begun to absorb the soul ring. Boom! A consciousness exploded in Xiao Tianyang's mind, which was the resentment from the flame nightmare. This force was so powerful that it tore Xiao Tianyang's consciousness apart in just a moment, raging wildly in his mind. Isn't it a 2,000-year-old soul beast? He is a little different. How can he resist so strongly? Xiao Tianyang complained in his heart, while enduring the pain of thousands of needles piercing his body. He wanted to scream, but couldn't make a sound. Of course, if Xiao Tianyang knew that this was a 7,000-year-old flaming nightmare, he probably wouldn't have such an idea. but would think that all this was natural. But just when Xiao Tianyang was desperate, a bloody red flame lit up in his mind. Then you can see that the arrogant flaming nightmare actually showed a fearful expression and turned around to run. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Red Lotus Fire burned the soul and burned the karma. In fact, a 1,000-year-old soul beast could avoid it? It was just a moment, just like snow meeting a raging fire. It would be destroyed at the touch, and the resentment instantly dissipated. But the biggest threat was gone, and the pure soul power that followed was like a dam bursting, and the momentum was strong and the flood was surging. Almost in an instant, Xiao Tianyang's body was torn apart, like a broken porcelain doll, which made people feel distressed, especially Miao Jinshan, who had already landed beside Xiao Tianyang and was ready to take action at any time. This is all my fault. Not only did I not explain it clearly, but I also missed his limit. Even if he has a strong physical fitness, how can he withstand the soul power infusion that is hundreds of times that of a soul master's body? Boy, this is my mistake. No matter what, I will not let you die here. Thinking of this, Miao Jinshan seemed to have made up his mind. His body swelled up, making the loose robe bulge, and the soul rings on his body were lit up. He turned out to be a 9-ring titled Douluo, and the exaggerated configuration was yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Of course, at this moment, Xiao Tianyang didn't know that there was such a big man standing next to him. He only knew that he was not far from death. Because if he were to use his level as an analogy, the soul power in the body of an ordinary soul master is like a small ditch on the side of the road, which is not only limited, but also easy to dry up. But with the 9-yang divine art and the assistance of the Palm of Heaven bottle, Xiao Chenyu has already reached the level of a stream at this stage. And this is basically the limit of a great soul master. But even so, it still can't stop the current soul power infusion. The current soul power enters Xiao Chenyu's body unreasonably, just like a city by the sea. Suddenly, one day a tsunami nearly 1,000 meters high swept in with waves. What can you use to stop it? It is almost like destroying everything. Muscles, tendons, bones, blood, internal organs, etc. Everything that can be seen is all torn into pieces. Now that he can still maintain his human form, it is already Xiao Tianyang's ability. In fact, death is not far away from him. But at this critical moment, the purple-black flame and the green flame were lit up in Xiao Tianyang's body one after another, and the body that was gradually collapsing began to reunite, and the wounds were healing. 3,000 flames immortal, the flame of life, the fire of life. A magical scene happened in the outside world. Xiao Tianyang's originally torn muscles began to reorganize. The broken tendons also moved and reconnected. The fragmented bones were pieced together and rebuilt. The dried blood regenerated at the source. The displaced internal organs were not only repaired, but also began to return to their original positions. The 9-yang divine art also started to operate automatically at this time, and a stream of pure soul power returned to the team that was rebuilding the body like a swallow returning to its nest. In a few breaths, it began to circulate the Zhoutian, and everything returned to calm, and Xiao Tianyang himself was no longer in danger. Miao Jinshan, who was ready to deal with this thorny problem by himself, suddenly stopped his hand movements and looked stunned. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Of course, this is not surprising, because right in front of him, Xiao Tianyang, who was just on the verge of life and death, began to recover, first on the surface of the body, then in the body, and then all over the body. The extremely powerful vitality almost overflowed from Xiao Tianyang, and the grass around him, which had been trampled, straightened up instantly, and the trees were swaying and growing wildly under this influence. It felt like a pilgrimage to approach Xiao Tianyang, without any malice, only the kindness and awe that came purely from the heart. But what was even more exaggerated was that behind, a touch of darkness appeared in Xiao Tianyang. It was a huge and mysterious portal. And the deep eyes on the portal, it just glanced at Miao Jinshan and made him retreat 100 meters on the spot, spitting blood. A crack in the portal opened, and the world seemed to be shocked. Of course, it only lasted for a moment, and then the portal closed, taking away some of Miao Jinshan's memories. At least when he looked up, the confusion in his eyes proved that he had forgotten how he vomited blood and retreated. It also appeared in other places on this Douluo Continent. Some sleeping beings opened their eyes and stared at all this in a daze, then calmed down and continued to sleep. Xiao Tianyang, who was still in the state of cultivation, didn't know what was happening in the outside world. But Xiao Tianyang vaguely felt that there seemed to be something more in his body. but it was hazy and he couldn't tell clearly. Suddenly, Xiao Tianyang opened his eyes abruptly. His eyes were bright, and there seemed to be two flashes of fire. Driven by instinctive consciousness, Xiao Tianyang let out a low roar like a beast, and the terrifying aura formed an airwave that swept out, blowing the bushes that were about to form a circular nest to the ground. It lasted for several seconds, and Xiao Tianyang gradually recovered after a set of actions, such as closing his eyes, inhaling and exhaling. It was a close call just now. I was almost dead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. First reward, Lucky Draw X300. To be honest, Xiao Tianyang originally felt that his strange fire martial spirits were a bit weak. After all, in terms of plasticity alone, these strange fires with their own characteristics are indeed difficult to improve unless all of them are collected. But at this moment, Xiao Tianyang felt a little fortunate that the characteristics of the three martial spirits complement each other and have achieved the current result. The Red Lotus Karma Fire removes the resentment in the soul ring, making it its own nutrient, and also warms its own spirit. The Flame of Life maintains vitality and can also repair wounds. The 3,000 Flames of Fire, immortal and indestructible, will ensure that he will not die. Without any of these, Xiao Tianyang felt that he would at least be disabled today. Xiao Tianyang came back to his senses and was shocked when he looked up, because there was a face in front of him, very close. "Teacher Miao, what are you doing?" Xiao Tianyang was relieved when he found out that it was an acquaintance, and he couldn't help complaining. "Boy, don't be resentful. If it weren't for me, you would have died long ago." Miao Zhenshan raised his eyebrows. "Besides, I asked you to act on your own and hunt soul beasts. I was talking about the vine-armored dragon turtle, but you came up and went for the flaming nightmare. Who can you blame?" "What do you mean?" Xiao Tianyang seemed to understand, but he was not sure. Miao Zhenshan looked a little angry. "I asked you to go find trouble with that 3,000-year-old vine-armored dragon turtle at the beginning. But what about you? You chose that 7,000-year-old flaming nightmare. What can I say about you? 7,000 years." Xiao Tianyang showed a look of realization. No wonder he said that with his physique. Why did he have to use the power of strange fire in the end? It turned out that the age of the soul ring was seriously exceeded. No, this can no longer be considered exceeded. It can be considered to have broken the limit. Xiao Tianyang was embarrassed again. "But you didn't explain it clearly. And why can a 3,000-year-old soul beast beat a 7,000-year-old soul beast? I just acted according to my instinct." I didn't think about it." Miao Zhenshan was embarrassed for a while, but then his face darkened again. "But as a student, you don't have the nerve to know such basic knowledge?" "Miao teacher, I'm a freshman, and I've just been in school for less than 3 days." Xiao Tianyang reminded him. Miao Zhenshan was speechless at this time. Indeed, every word of Xiao Tianyang pierced his heart, making him feel powerless to refute. "Okay, this time it's my mistake, okay?" Zhenshan first admitted his mistake, and then said, "But although your martial soul is special, there will be a mutation in the middle, which guarantees that you will not die, but the 7,000-year soul ring is still something you can't afford. What should I do?" Xiao Tianyang was also a little helpless. "Actually, I don't know, because there is nothing wrong with your body." Miao Zhenshan pondered. "I just checked your body while you were practicing and found that your bones, internal organs, and even your internal organs have been recast. Not only have they become more resilient, but they are also full of vitality. In that case, then, there is nothing wrong with my body?" Xianyang also stood up and jumped twice, thinking that there was nothing wrong. In fact, in Xiao Tianyang's own opinion, with the existence of the Flame of Life, it is impossible for him to leave any hidden injuries. But Xiao Tianyang couldn't really pretend that nothing had happened. He looked fearless and would easily arouse suspicion. Although he had revealed enough in front of the surrounding teachers, Miao, this matter still needs to be considered in the long run, and there is no rush. Finally, Miao Zhenshan shook his head. "Let's leave here first. The commotion just now was quite loud. I will go back to school to check the information and see what to do next." Miao Zhenshan didn't believe that Xiao Tianyang was fine. After all, it was too shocking for the first soul ring to reach 7,000 years. This has nothing to do with miracles and potential, but common sense cannot be broken. Xiao Tianyang did not say much, and he could not explain it either, so he could only follow Miao Zhenshan and leave the soul-hunting forest. However, after sending Miao Zhenshan back to the academy, he suddenly stopped and looked back at Xiao Tianyang and said, It was my negligence before that almost killed you. Tell me, what are your requests? If I can do it, I will try my best to satisfy you." This sentence made Xiao Tianyang stunned. He did not expect Miao Zhenshan to say such a thing. But Xiao Tianyang was thick-skinned, and he would not refuse other people's requests. He said shyly, "If possible, I want to go to the soul-hunting forest often to train, but going there requires—" Before he finished speaking, he saw something thrown at him. It was the size of a palm, and Xiao Tianyang naturally reached out to catch it. But before he could see what it was, he heard the sound of Miao Zhenshan gradually walking away. This is the order of the Spirit Hall. With it, you can enter the soul-hunting forest at any time. Xiao Tianyang's mouth corners slightly raised, and he gently tossed the token in his hand. "I have gained a lot, it's great." Turning around and putting the token into the Yuhai ring, Xiao Tianyang walked towards the teaching building. Today, his lack of knowledge about soul beasts made him lose a lot. If it weren't for Xiao Tianyang's good luck, I'm afraid he would have become a cold corpse now. So for future safety, it's better to make more preparations and leave all life and death matters to luck. Xiao Tianyang felt a little cautious. Of course, before that, Xiao Tianyang still had to do something more important. That is, draw a lottery. 8 consecutive draws. Even if it's the rubbish, there will be one room that can be used after all. So Xiao Tianyang was in a very good mood at this time, and he couldn't help humming a song while walking on the road. There was no way, in one morning, he not only solved the first soul ring, but also got a blessing in disguise, and got the soul ring that was originally limited to 2,000 years to 7,000 years. The process was a little dangerous, but fortunately it was safe. Next, he got the permanent admission ticket to the soul-hunting forest, and he had 8 consecutive draws. How could he not be happy? Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Tianyang. You got the magic weapon, Burning Flame Ear Buckle. Congratulations to the host Xiao Tianyang. You got the martial arts Lingbo Microstep. Congratulations to the host Xiao Tianyang. You got the magic weapon Space Pendant. Xiao Tianyang sat in the pavilion of the teaching building with a speechless face. There were only these 3 things in the 8 draws, which were acceptable. The rest were either mobile phones, PDAs, game consoles, or entertainment props, such as comics. Although these parts are improved versions and never consume electricity, what use is there for him to take them? If Xiao Tianyang wanted to stay in the Holy Soul Village, these could relieve his boredom. But he was on the road to becoming stronger. Why give him these things? Isn't this tempting him to be lazy? Forget it. These sundries are not easy to deal with, so I'll give them all to Boo Boo. It just so happens that the space pendant is also equivalent to the Yuhai ring. Although the space is not large, it can at least allow it to store these things. Thinking of this, Xiao Tianyang threw the sundries into the Yuhai ring and put the space pendant into his pocket. Only then did he look at another item placed next to him. It was an ear clip that was only the size of a fingernail, orange-yellow in color, with red flame patterns on it. Magical weapon, Burning Flame Ear Clip function, increased 20% of flame spells. After modification, any means are suitable. Simple and clear attributes, without any complicated content. However, it is of great help to Xiao Tianyang, who has fused with the strange fire. Wearing the ear clip on his right ear, Xiao Tianyang instantly felt that the strange fire in his body was 20% stronger than before. Obviously improved, if combined with my first soul skill, it will definitely blind the enemy's eyes. As for the Lingbo Microstep, this still needs a little practice, don't rush. Xiao Tianyang clenched his fist, very satisfied with all this. The light footsteps and the 18 dragons subduing palms are the same, but they are different from the 9 yang magical art. Although they also entered Xiao Tianyang's mind in the form of knowledge infusion, the former 2 require practice and sufficient soul power to be used. But the latter is different. It is an internal skill, which can be operated automatically with the help of the system, and Xiao Tianyang does not need to worry about it at all. Let's set a small goal first. First, master the light footsteps and the 18 dragon subduing palms, and at the same time, learn all the knowledge of soul beasts, and then go to the soul hunting forest for actual combat. Xiao Tianyang simply and roughly solved the future plan, and then stood up and walked towards the teaching building. Because he might have been mistaken for being late, Xiao Tianyang was inevitably scolded when he arrived in the classroom. Tang San felt a little sympathetic, and Xiao Wu almost laughed out loud. But fortunately, the teacher did not make it difficult for him. After all, they were all children, and it was normal to make mistakes occasionally. The last class in the afternoon made Xiao Tianyang dizzy and walked out of the teaching building with a tired look. Xiao Tianyang, holding the textbook, rubbed his temples and said, "This knowledge is really a headache. Just a little change is the difference between 100 years and 1,000 years." Alas. Originally, Xiao Tianyang could easily master the soul beast knowledge with his wisdom. But in fact, it was not the case. Xiao Tianyang felt like he was back in college, and the class he took was the most boring picture recognition class, which is what people say is pure rote memorization. Although Xiao Tianyang thought he didn't miss anything, remembering so many things made his head hurt, and he wanted to fall asleep directly during class. "Brother Tianyang, are you okay?" Tang San walked behind him and couldn't help but ask with concern. "It's just the first day of class. I'm a little uncomfortable." Xiao Tianyang put down his hand. "Xiao San, your first day of class should be similar, right? The knowledge is easy. Just remember it." Tang San answered honestly. "In fact, the really difficult ones are taught by the teachers." "Ha, what are you talking about?" Xiao Tianyang didn't understand, but then he reacted and suddenly realized. So the master also likes to give special treatment. Tang San was about to speak, but was interrupted by Xiao Wu beside him. "Okay, you two don't talk about this. It's a headache during class. Get out of class is over. Do you want to continue?" She turned to look at Xiao Tianyang again. "Brother Tianyang, where are we going to eat tonight?" Xiao Tianyang smiled mysteriously. "I'll cook it myself." "Really? I've been looking forward to it for a day," Xiao Wu said, a little frustrated. "Huh, I'll make you pay for what you said then." Xiao Tianyang was a little dissatisfied. Compared to strength, Xiao Tianyang is nothing in this Douluo Continent, but if we only talk about cooking skills, he ranks second, and no one dares to rank first. This time Xiao Tianyang learned his lesson and rented a small attic with 3 floors, with a terrace on the top. When leaving, Xiao Tianyang moved all the furniture to the 2nd floor and locked it, mainly to prevent Boo from destroying it. At the same time, for the sake of insurance, Xiao Tianyang also put the size 65 slippers of the townhouse at the door of the 2nd floor, so there was no accident when he returned here. Xiao Tianyang returned home first, because he was on the way, so he asked Tang San to take money and Xiao Wu to buy some fresh ingredients, and he came back in advance to prepare. The simplest dishes can definitely be made with different flavors. Look, I will pick out a delicious sauce that you have never tasted, so that you 2 little brats can't stop. Xiao Tianyang put on his battle robe, rolled up his sleeves, took out kitchen utensils and a lot of seasonings from the Yuhai ring, and started to work. Although the ingredients of the 2 worlds are different, as long as you have tasted them, they are basically the same, except for the names and growing environments. Not only that, he also prepared to bring the specialties of another world. Sugar, carbonated water, phosphoric acid, caramel, all are ready. Xiao Tianyang couldn't help but smile. "I believe that there is absolutely no problem in this world that can't be solved by a barbecue and Coke. If there is, it must be 2 meals." At 6:30, Tang San and Xiao Wu returned to Xiao Tianyang's residence with a big bag of ingredients, and Xiao Wu, who was exhausted and panting, collapsed on the sofa and complained. "Brother Tianyang, didn't you say you would treat us to our meal? Why have you been busy for most of the day and it seems like we are the ones working?" This was also the only furniture that Xiao Tianyang had moved down from upstairs just now. Tang San put the ingredients on the stove and watched Xiao Tianyang mixing something mysteriously. He couldn't help but say, "Brother Tianyang, do you want my help?" "No, you and Boo play for a while, and I'll call you to eat when it's ready." Xiao Tianyang didn't look back and continued to do his own things. "Boo?" Tang San looked at the 2nd floor where he lived and then glanced around, frowning and said, "It doesn't seem to be here. Then it must have run away to play. It's okay. It will be back at dinner time." Xiao Tianyang responded casually. Tang San nodded and stopped bothering Xiao Tianyang and walked out the door. But before he could go out, Xiao Wu poked her head out. "When can we have dinner?" Xiao Wu saw the scene in the kitchen. Her expression gradually stiffened, and her eyes were full of shock. Tang San also turned his head, with the same expression, and was also speechless, because Xiao Tianyang's behavior at this time was too shocking. Xiao Tianyang held a knife in each hand, a Chinese kitchen knife and a Western kitchen knife. As his hands turned, a portion of food was prepared and placed on the porcelain plate. When peeling potatoes and carrots, he used 2 knives. In just a moment, the potatoes and carrots that were peeled naked fell into the steel basin. Meat, seafood, and chicken wings were cleaned up in the dazzling operation. Rather than saying this is cooking, it is better to say that this is an art performance, which is so wonderful that it is unbelievable. 10 minutes later, Xiao Tianyang shaved the bones of a river fish and put it on the plate, turned around to get the sauce, and said to Tang San, "Take all those things to the third floor." "Okay." Tang San came back to his senses and nodded, immediately. "Xiao San, Tianyang, does his family do this?" Xiao Wu shook her head after speaking. "No, even if they do this, it is impossible to be so exaggerated at such a young age. Could this be a gift? I don't know about this." Tang San couldn't explain it either, because he and Xiao Tianyang had only known each other for more than 3 months. It's just that as the two got along better and better, their feelings gradually warmed up, so it looked like they were friends who had played together since childhood. And Xiao Tianyang's original family was too unknown. Even if it weren't for Xiao Tianyang, Tang San didn't even care about this family. "That's strange." Xiao Wu pouted, seeming to be a little confused. "Xiao San, what are you still hesitating about? Hurry up and bring it up." Xiao Tianyang's voice came from the third floor. "Okay, I'll be there soon." Tang San took the food up and then said to Xiao Wu, "Go up first." Although Xiao Wu was still curious, she obeyed Tang San's words and brought the processed ingredients to the terrace on the third floor. At this moment, Xiao Tianyang had already set up the barbecue grill and lit the charcoal. There was a round table and a handstand next to it. The former was used for eating, and the latter was used for placing sauces. "Bring the food up. I'm going to start grilling," Xiao Tianyang said, and Tang San handed the food up. He had already skewered it in advance when he was processing it before, so he only needed to put it up and grill it. It was not that troublesome. The main thing was to work on the sauce. Tang San and Xiao Wu were like two curious babies, sitting at the round table and watching Xiao Tianyang's performance quietly. At first, there was nothing, but when the aroma gradually spread, Tang San and Xiao Wu began to swallow their saliva, staring at the chicken wings, steaks and seafood on the grill. "Brother Tianyang, are you not ready yet?" Xiao Wu was a little impatient. "Didn't you say before that you didn't look forward to my cooking?" Xiao Tianyang glanced at the two of them and couldn't help laughing. "Why have you changed your mind?" "Brother Tianyang, I was wrong." Xiao Wu actively admitted her mistake, and in return she got the plate of barbecue that Xiao Tianyang placed in front of them. Then Tang San and Xiao Wu's appetite really made Xiao Tianyang a little embarrassed. Not only did they eat up all the ingredients they bought, but they even ate up all the vegetables. And this was actually less than half an hour. Burp! Xiao Wu leaned back in the chair with a satisfied look on her face, rubbing her belly. "Brother Tianyang, the food you cook is so delicious, but this water, why do I feel so full after drinking it?" "This is not water, this is called Coke." Xiao Tianyang was speechless. "I told you before not to drink so much, but you didn't listen. Now you know you are full, right?" At this time, Black Shadow rushed out from the entrance of the third floor. Xiao Tianyang just took a look and ignored it, because he knew that it was Boo Boo who came back. But it seemed a little late. When he came to the terrace and saw that all the dishes were eaten up, Boo Boo couldn't help but look desperate. As early as in the Holy Soul Village, Boo Boo had always eaten Xiao Tianyang's dishes. The unique flavor made it unable to eat other foods at all. But now? The dishes that were obviously stronger than before were eaten up, and it only saw a pile of broken bones and iron sticks. How could it accept this? Ouch! Looking up to the sky, a sad howl, as if to relieve the emotions. Boo Boo's eyes were slightly wet. "Be quiet. Don't you know it's night now?" Xiao Tianyang slapped him in the face with his slippers. "Drama queen." "Hey, Brother Tianyang, is this the dog you raised? So cute." Xiao Wu's eyes lit up when she saw Boo Boo, and she seemed to forget the feeling of fullness. She immediately jumped up and hugged Boo Boo's neck, rubbing her pink and tender face against it. Tang San was surprised why Boo Boo was not on guard. You know, when he first met Boo Boo, the other party's vigilance was obvious. But gradually, Tang San seemed to have noticed something, and slowly approached Xiao Tianyang and whispered, "Brother Tianyang, why do I feel that Boo Boo's expression is a bit vulgar?" "Forget the feeling. It's just vulgar." Xiao Tianyang's mouth twitched. This thing is even more lewd than him. After a while of playing around, Xiao Tianyang went downstairs to pick up the remaining scraps, processed them again, and made a big hodgepodge. Although he was out having fun and came back late, it was still pitiful that Boo Boo didn't eat at night, so he had better eat something. Xiao Tianyang can guarantee that he is not unhappy with Boo Boo, definitely not. At 9 o'clock, Tang San and Xiao Wu set off to return to the academy, but Xiao Tianyang did not go back. After all, he not only had to review his lessons, but also practice Lingbo Weibu and 18 dragon subduing palms. It would be inconvenient for so many people to review their lessons in the dormitory, not to mention practicing martial arts, so it is better to live outside. If you look at it again, your eyes will pop out. Xiao Tianyang hit Boo Boo and said with a dark face, "This is someone else's girl. It's useless to look at her." Boo Boo rubbed his head and seemed to be a little dissatisfied. He barked a few times as if to say, "Show me, it's a waste if you don't watch it." "Oh, you've been itching lately, haven't you? You dare to be stubborn." Xiao Tianyang pulled Boo Boo's ears. The man and the dog played for a while, and when Boo Boo found that he was no match for them, he decisively chose to pee. As for Xiao Tianyang, he couldn't find any trace of him, so he simply ignored him. Of course, before that, Xiao Tianyang still gave Boo Boo the space pendant and a lot of useless things. To be honest, as a modern person, it's really boring to come to this Douluo Continent and practice all day long. With these things, at least life has been adjusted. But Xiao Tianyang also understands that these things will become addictive after playing for a long time, so he can't be entangled by the secular world. Therefore, this important task will be handed over to Boo Boo. This idiot should be able to handle it. Staying on the second floor, Xiao Tianyang sat on the bed, looking at his system page. Host: Constitution, pseudo-immaculate body, killing people without being affected by cause and effect, all things are friendly to it. Strength level, level 13, soul skill, fire of all changes, soul bone, none. Martial soul, scythe of judgment, symbol of life, destination of the dead, Red Lotus Karma Fire, burn cause and effect, wash away sins, flame of living beings, fire of life, spirit, 3,000 flames, 3,000 starry sky bodies. Lottery value, 93. At the same time, there were also updates on the task page, and this was the main task that was triggered without anyone mentioning it. Trigger the main quest, Shrek Academy. Content, join Shrek Academy. Quest reward, random character bond card. Trigger the side quest. Content, defeat soul beasts with over 1,000 years and over 100 in the soul hunting forest. Quest reward, specialized skill, gunmaster. Trigger the side quest, no love without reason. Content, learn the true origin of Miao Zhenshan by various means. Quest reward, body martial soul X1. It must be said that the task page is much more exciting than his own attribute page. This is the first time Xiao Tianyang has received so many tasks. Needless to say, Xiao Tianyang had already guessed about the main quest before it appeared, and even if it didn't, he planned to go and see it. After all, this is also a good place to check in. The reward is also very intriguing. The character bond card is the first time he has heard of such a reward. But these are all a few years later, so even if you are curious, you have to postpone it. As for the second task, it is a bit difficult, but it basically coincides with what Xiao Tianyang wants to do, so it can be put aside. But what exactly does this third task mean? Xiao Tianyang looked a little embarrassed. Although Teacher Miao cares about me a little, it's not to the extent of love. But on the other hand, Xiao Tianyang believed that the system would not do it without a purpose. Since it appeared, there must be a reason. Otherwise, what would it mean to directly reward a body martial spirit? As for the so-called body martial spirit, Xiao Tianyang knew a little bit. To put it bluntly, it is actually a part of the body that becomes a martial spirit. As for which one is stronger or weaker, it is difficult to say. Mainly depends on the user and how to develop it. Putting aside the name of the task, Xiao Tianyang began to think. First of all, Teacher Miao's identity must be not simple, otherwise the system would not deliberately prompt me to contact him. But if I want to investigate, the first thing I have to think about is that I will be noticed and vigilant. Of course, it is also possible that the other party will tell the truth. The task must be completed, and the reward must be taken. This is Xiao Tianyang's bottom line. But how to do it? How to take it? This is a problem. After pondering for a while without any results, Xiao Tianyang finally had no choice but to go to the third floor and start practicing. First, he started with the Lingbo Weibo he had just learned. With the help of the system, he didn't need to open up his meridians or deliberately step on certain steps. All Xiao Tianyang had to do was to integrate it into his own battle rhythm, and that would be considered achieving his goal. However, after practicing for another 2 hours, Xiao Tianyang suddenly felt that he was not tired at all, but his qi flow was smoother. So before he knew it, he actually started to practice the 9-yang qigong, slowly integrating the two. Then, another sudden idea came to him. While Xiao Tianyang was still moving under his feet and in his body, his palms of soul power turned into dragons and slapped the sky. Then he put his right palms together and pushed forward. The two dragons reversed a circle, changing their direction from up to forward, and pounced out with their fangs and claws. This is one of the benefits of Xiao Tianyang becoming a soul master. He is very good at using the 18 dragon subduing palms. Although he had learned it well before, it was like there were layers of walls between him. Whenever he tried to make a breakthrough, he would be blocked and could not perform 18 consecutive palm strikes. Of course, this set of palm strikes itself also requires extremely high soul power. So until now, if he wanted to attack continuously, Xianyang could only support 10 palm strikes at most. Moreover, the power was reduced layer by layer, unless he wanted to overdraw his soul power and completely collapse after the battle. It was not until midnight that Xiao Tianyang settled down and finished his work. At the same time, the moment he stopped, he was sweating profusely and his face turned pale. He quickly reached out to hold the wall and frowned, saying, "It seems that although this kind of training has a good effect, the load is extremely large. If it continues for a long time, it is easy to cause physical overdraw and leave hidden diseases." However, what Xiao Tianyang said was also a general situation. With the help of the Flame of Life, he would generally not be injured. It's just that this kind of collapse after training should not happen often. Otherwise, it will not only be a burden on the body, but also a burden on the mind. It is true that the Flame of Life can improve the vitality and energy of the host, but in a sense, he could not heal the mental trauma, so even if there would be no hidden disease in the body, Xiao Tianyang would definitely not train like this often. Take a shower first, rest for a night, and visit Teacher Miao tomorrow. Maybe I can find some clues. Xiao Tianyang thought and went downstairs to the bathroom on the second floor to take a shower. After changing clothes, he continued to the top of the terrace and practiced cross-legged. At the same time, he was accumulating green liquid for the palm bottle to prepare for the next practice. Take 3 drops first to see the effect. If it is not enough, add more. Xiao Tianyang took off the palm bottle worn on his waist, poured 3 drops of green liquid into his mouth, and then he began to run the 9-yang magic art to absorb the burst of pure soul power. Now that he has the first soul ring and his strength is not bound, Xiao Tianyang can naturally continue to use the green liquid to improve his strength. This is his little golden finger and his shortcut. Why not take it? However, Xiao Tianyang had discovered that his soul power quality had improved again during his previous practice. Otherwise, the 7,000-year soul ring would not have only raised him by 3 levels, so this was the only explanation that made sense. There was no conversation all night, and he practiced until the morning. When Xiao Tianyang opened his eyes, the sun had already passed, and each household began to get busy with their lives. After getting up, Xiao Tianyang yawned and went downstairs to take a shower and change clothes. He was also very particular about this. Last night's ingredients were all eaten up. It seems that I have to eat in the college cafeteria today. Xiao Tianyang went to the kitchen to take a look, and it was indeed completely clean. He searched downstairs again and did not find Boo Boo behind him, so he gave up completely and went to school. However, just as Xiao Tianyang walked to a corner and disappeared on this road, another figure poked his head out of the alley and whispered, "This kid is really strange. He has a dormitory but doesn't live there. He actually rents a house outside and even keeps a dog." If Xiao Tianyang were here, he would definitely find that this was his next target, Miao Zhenshan. And he wanted to investigate the other party, and the other party was not to be outdone. After all, the abnormality shown by Xiao Tianyang almost broke common sense. If it weren't for Miao Zhenshan who knew all this, Xiao Tianyang would probably have been kidnapped and treated as a new human being for research. In the next few days, Xiao Tianyang lived an ordinary life. During the day, he either attended classes or stayed in the library, absorbing a lot of knowledge about soul, beasts, and soul masters. Although in a sense, Xiao Tianyang felt that this was very painful, there was nothing he could do. After all, if he didn't want to die in the process of hunting soul beasts due to lack of knowledge, then he had to learn this knowledge. At the same time, Xiao Tianyang didn't have much time left. The reason for this is that he had to complete a challenging task in the soul-hunting forest before completing his studies at Notting College. Otherwise, not only would it delay him and Tang San from reporting to Shrek College, but it would also directly affect the subsequent actions. As for the night, Xiao Tianyang couldn't relax either. First, he had to deal with Tang San and Xiao Wu who came to eat for free, and then he had to train for several hours. And the last rest time in the middle of the night was squeezed out by him to meditate and practice. This process is not only boring, but also tedious. After just a few days, Xiao Tianyang looked much thinner and was now staggering out of the teaching building. "Brother Tianyang, You don't seem to be in good spirits? Tang San looked at Xiao Tianyang, who usually paid attention to his image, and looked listless, and couldn't help asking, "How about I ask the teacher for leave, and you don't have to go to class today?" "No, I have already determined to be a top student. How can I give up halfway? It's only been a few days." At the end, Xiao Tianyang seemed to be inspired by himself, and his eyes became bright. Of course, it only lasted for a moment. Mental fatigue and the torture brought by boredom cannot be eliminated by such a sentence. Soon, the two chatted all the way and came to the master's residence. Yes, today's class has ended, but Tang San still has a teacher. In order to gain more knowledge, Xiao Tianyang sneaked here after school. After the master had no objection, he naturally stayed. As for Xiao Wu, it's better not to mention it. When he heard about eating, his eyes lit up, and when he talked about studying, he was faster than anyone else. Xiao Tianyang was so envious. But then again, regardless of his learning attitude, the knowledge Xiao Tianyang gained from master was much richer than in the classroom. At least the gold content was incomparable. After all, these are the most practical and profound contents at the moment. The master closed the ancient book on the table and looked at Xiao Tianyang and Tang San. "Today's class is here. Is there anything you two don't understand?" In fact, the content of the master's teaching every day is not much, and the specific class time is only half an hour. But the master's method is to deliver a certain amount of knowledge every day. Ask if you don't understand, and solve the problem immediately. Xiao Tianyang was a little bored, but Tang San next to him was very active. After a few questions in a row, he started chatting with the master. I don't know how long it took. Xiao Tianyang felt someone pushing him next to him, turned his head and found that it was Tang San calling him again. "Is the get out of class over?" Xiao Tianyang drew a circle on the table with his fingers and asked, "Not yet, but don't you have any questions you don't understand?" Tang San tilted his head. Xiao Tianyang suddenly remembered something and looked up and asked, "Master, do you know Teacher Miao?" The master couldn't help but frown when he heard this question, because it was obviously not related to the class. But after thinking about it carefully, the master's face became strange again, and he answered, "I do know a little. He has a strange temper, mysterious origins, and rarely interacts with people. And he has been working in the academy for 2 years, but he has never taught a class. It seems that he has a good relationship with the dean, so he has stayed in the academy. How do you know him?" "I have met him a few times," was a little disappointed. "Is that all?" "He actually contacted Miao Zhenshan these days, but it was a pity that it was useless. Not only did he not find out anything, but he was also teased by the other party, which made him very depressed. He also tried other ways, but unfortunately the answer he got was the same as the master's now. It was precisely because of this matter that Xiao Tianyang's attitude towards learning gradually declined. That's right, it was all Miao Zhenshan. Unable to get an answer here, Xiao Tianyang could only give up. After asking a few questions he didn't understand, he left with Tang San. But just as the two were about to leave the academy and go to buy vegetables as usual, Xiao Tianyang was stopped by someone. Looking at the person in front of him in a daze, Xiao Tianyang blinked. "Teacher Miao, what are you doing?" "Boy, come with me." Miao Zhenshan was still so unreasonable, grabbing Xiao Tianyang's collar and dragging him away. "But I still have to go home to cook." Xiao Tianyang struggled and said, "I have 2 hungry children at home. Teacher Miao, you can't do this." Although he wanted to investigate the other party, he always felt a little nervous when he was taken away inexplicably like this. Tang San wanted to speak, but when he heard Xiao Tianyang's words, his expression was embarrassed. What kind of words were these? But he finally spoke after Xiao Tianyang was dragged dozens of meters away. "Brother Tianyang, do you want me?" Tang San meant whether to find other teachers to save him. Just as Xiao Tianyang was about to open his mouth, he heard Miao Zhenshan say, "Haven't you been asking about my origins? Come with me, I'll tell you in person." Holding back what he wanted to say, Xiao Tianyang said, "Xiao San, go shopping first, and then go home and wait for me. By the way, Boo may not be at home. Here is the key." As he said that, he took out the key and threw it to Tang San. Latter took it and nodded and said, "Then I'll leave first." Xiao Tianyang was speechless. What if he was really dragged away by the bad guys? Don't you know how to be more cautious? Seeing Tang San turn around and leave, Miao Zhenshan no longer hesitated, and took 2 steps at a time, pulling Xiao Tianyang into his own office. And this area was also the place where Xiao Chenyu warned him not to come. Being placed in a corner, Xiao Tianyang was about to speak when he heard Miao Zhenshan take the initiative to say, "Boy, tell me, Why have you been asking about my background these days? What is your intention? Isn't it too much to ask about the details behind a person who helps you for no reason? Xiao Tianyang spoke out the words he had prepared long ago. The college can help students get their first spirit ring. This is not a reason. Miao Zhenshen refused to admit it, shook his head and said with a straight face, "If you still don't tell the truth, you'd better be careful that I will punish you severely." Xiao Tianyang couldn't help but tremble in his heart, thinking of the scene of being beaten 2 days ago, and suddenly felt like a thorn in his back. "But your concern has exceeded the limit. Does a teacher need to follow students morning and night?" Xiao Tianyang said with his chest straightened, as if he was barely mustering up the courage. Miao Zhenshan was stunned. He thought he was hiding very well and was not discovered. How did he know? And as a titled Douluo, he was actually discovered by a spirit master of more than 10 levels. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Driven by instinct, Miao Zhenshan asked, "How did you notice that I was near you? And how did you know that I was spying on you?" He didn't mean to deny it, because he was ready to confess. "Because every night at 10 o'clock, you would appear in the building opposite my house, and in the morning you would appear in the alley across from my house on time. If you are not following me, what are you doing?" Xiao Tianyang spoke sharply, and then said, "And you called me here to talk about your affairs, but why did you bring me to the end?" Miao Zhenshan was speechless and couldn't refute it, because what the other party said was true. Moreover, since he asked that, he didn't mean to deny it, so he nodded and said, "I am indeed following you, so aren't you curious about why I do this?" Xiao Tianyang answered directly, "It is precisely because I am curious that I want to investigate your background." Miao Zhenshan said, "Then I will tell you now. You listen." "Huh?" Xiao Tianyang's expression was embarrassed. He had been searching for several days before, and didn't even have a clue. "I thought I would have to go through some setbacks to find out, but I didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly." Miao Zhenshan ignored him and came to the window, pretending to be a hermit, and said, "My name is not fake, and I am indeed a Bath teacher in this academy. You don't need to doubt it. But I have another identity, that is, the inheritor of the Body Martial Soul School." Before he finished speaking, Miao Zhenshan heard a muffled groan. A sense of danger came over him, and he turned around almost instinctively, raised his arms, and made a defensive gesture. Puff! The orange-yellow light as thick as a thumb fell on the wrist guard of his arm, and Miao Zhenshan's face changed. But he didn't care about himself, because it was impossible to hurt him at this level. So he cared more about the person who attacked him, Xiao Tianyang. This is the awakening of the second martial soul? Miao Zhenshan's face was first astonished and then surprised, because he found that he didn't find the right person. But when someone is happy, someone is worried. Xiao Tianyang was not only in a bad mood at this time, but also extremely uncomfortable. He now felt as if his forehead had been chopped by a knife, and the opponent's weapon was still stirring on his wound. How uncomfortable it was. In fact, he also saw the system prompt in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. No love without reason. Received reward, Body Martial Soul X1. Ding. Congratulations to the host Xiao Tianyang for obtaining the Martial Soul Ancient Spirit Eyes. The task was completed so suddenly that Xiao Tianyang thought that Miao Zhenshan's origin was so strange that he needed a good explanation to make it clear. But he didn't expect it to be so simple. Just one sentence completed his task. Not only that, the noise when awakening the martial soul was too loud, right? Was he afraid that others would not know that he had awakened the martial soul again? You not only have the original martial soul, but also twin martial souls, and you are born with full soul power. Haha, this time I really picked up a treasure, a peerless genius. Miao Zhenshan was so excited that he couldn't help laughing and looked up at the sky. What was exaggerated was that the surrounding bookshelves and tables and chairs were shaken by the laughter and vibrated slightly. Teacher Miao, control your emotions. Don't forget that I am here. Xiao Tianyang was proud to hear someone praise him like this, but on the other hand, the deafening laughter made him even more uncomfortable, and he couldn't help complaining. At this time, his forehead was already uncomfortable enough, and to torture his ears again, this would not make him feel good. Miao Zhenshan realized that his emotions were out of control and hurriedly restrained his mind. At this moment, Xiao Tianyang also felt the pain dissipate and relief come. Although he still felt the strange feeling on his forehead, at least it was no longer painful. Reaching out and touching it, Xiao Tianyang lowered his head and said, "Mr. Miao, do you have a mirror here?" "No need to look. You have awakened your second martial soul, Miao Zhenshan said in a deep voice, but it's best not to let a third person know about this, understand? But why didn't I awaken this martial soul when I awakened my martial soul in the village? Xiao Tianyang knew the reason, but he still asked it. This was also to cover up. But when he looked up at Miao Zhenshan, he was stunned on the spot, because there was an extra line of data in his mind. Character: Miao Zhenshan. Identity: the only inheritor of the original martial soul school, a teacher at Notting College. Strength: level 97, titled Douluo Soul Rings, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Xiao Tianyang really didn't know how to describe the scene in front of him, but when he took a look at the panel, he knew the reason. Wuhun, ancient spirit eyes. Distinguish loyalty and treachery, recognize good and evil, and see through illusions. This should be a product from another mythical world. Its original name should be the Sky-Seeing Eyes, but it seems to have evolved and become stronger in his hands. Fortunately, you were not discovered by the Spirit Hall, otherwise I would have suffered a great loss. Miao Zhenshan did not pay attention to the changes in Xiao Tianyang's expression, but first talked to himself before saying, "But everything is over, you just need to remember what I said, okay?" Xiao Tianyang, who came back to his senses, nodded immediately. This is a super boss. Although I don't know why he didn't show off in the first part, no matter what, he, Xiao Tianyang, is going to be the thigh. Not to mention the spirit ring configuration, just this level. If the other party wants to protect him, then he basically doesn't have to be too afraid of even the spirit hall. Miao Zhenshan was also very satisfied with Xiao Tianyang. You don't have to worship me as your master. Our sect doesn't care about this. Then what do you need me to do? Xiaonyang frowned. He didn't believe that Miao Zhenshan had no feelings for him. I just hope that you can inherit this school after I die. Miao Zhenshan looked a little lonely. As long as our school is well developed, the strength is generally stronger than that of ordinary spirit masters, but the number is too small. Let me tell you, I am the only one in my generation. How is this possible? Xiao Tianyang showed confusion on his face. The continent is so vast, no matter how few the original martial souls are. It can't be so exaggerated, right? It's not that there are few, but there is no chance. Miao Zhenshan shook his head. Nowadays, the mainland is dominated by the Wuhun Hall, and the martial soul awakenings in various places are also handled by them. If there are good seedlings, they will be picked up on the spot. There are too few cases like you. Xiao Tianyang asked again, but what about those who were discovered in the middle? Thinking of the more helpless thing, Miao Zhenshan became depressed. The original martial soul is very strong, but it also has a defect. That is, once it is developed incorrectly, it will not only reduce the lifespan, but also leave a permanent and incurable trauma. So when I found those guys, they were either already cultivated and couldn't make changes, or they had become useless. In fact, Miao Zhenshan had something else to say. That is, he had tried to treat those soul masters who were injured or had gone astray. Unfortunately, in the process of continuous failure, he chose to give up. Although Miao Zhenshan himself was strong, it was impossible for him to really change his fate. Xiao Tianyang then learned about the history of the founding of the Body Martial Soul School, and couldn't help but sigh. How to say it? This should be called bad luck. The cultivation of the Body Martial Soul itself is extremely difficult, and it needs to follow a certain path. Once something goes wrong, it will be injured, and it is still the kind that cannot be cured. By the time of Miao Zhenshan's generation, the cultivation of the Body Martial Soul has been gradually explored and is on the right track. But at this time, it happened to encounter the prosperous Wuhun Hall, and the situation was embarrassing. Without intervention, the good seedlings will either be picked away or be crippled by themselves. Faced with this situation, Miao Zhenshan was helpless, and it was really a bit miserable. But after so long, Miao Zhenshan seemed to have gotten used to it. His mood was only depressed for a while before he recovered. So you don't need to do anything for me. You just need to agree to join our school. That's fine. Xiao Tianyang nodded and agreed. It was a free benefit anyway, so why not take it? What's more, Miao Zhenshan was a titled Douluo. In his current state, he probably wouldn't need him for a long time. But Xiao Tianyang turned around and said, "But what about the DIP certification from the Spirit Hall? Why do you want that?" Miao Zhenshan frowned slightly. "Not only can I get an allowance every month, but I will definitely get it in the future." Xiao Tianyang answered directly. Now he not only had to take care of Buba's meals, but also occasionally prevent Tang San and Xiao Wu from eating for free. Good ingredients naturally cost money, and now he couldn't go out hunting, so naturally he had no source of income. Although the money from the spirit hall was small, it was enough for him to survive this period. Miao Zhenshan frowned and finally nodded. I can help you get the identity, but you don't need to go to the spirit hall for authentication. Fake identity? Xiao Tianyang asked in a low voice. Of course not. If it is a fake identity, how can you get the allowance? Miao Zhenshan waved his hand. Don't worry about this matter for now. I will help you deal with it. Sure enough, it is easier to do things when there is someone behind you. To be honest, it is actually a bit difficult to get Xiao Tianyang to go to the spirit hall for authentication, because his first spirit ring is really a bit shocking. But now that Miao Zhenshan has helped him to take on this task, the situation is much easier. Xiao Tianyang asked tentatively, Then Teacher Miao, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Let's go. Miao Zhenshan waved his hand, his face thoughtful, and I don't know what he was thinking. It seems that he doesn't care about him anymore. Xiao Tianyang was also happy to be free, and he opened the door and walked out directly, feeling much more relaxed. At the moment the door was closed, Miao Zhenshan frowned slightly. It seems that we have to get those little guys out to train with him. We can't always work behind closed doors. Otherwise, with his growth rate, I'm afraid he won't be able to keep up in the future. Xiao Tianyang on the other side didn't know that he had been remembered. At this moment, he was very happy, humming and singing, stepping on the road home with a cheerful pace. Humph, go to his academic bully, go to his study attitude, with the ancient divine eyes. Why should I work so hard? I can tell what kind of monster it is at a glance, right? Xiao Tianyang was in such a good mood at this time because he had completed the task, hugged the thigh, and didn't have to worry about studying in the future. Maybe because of his good mood, or maybe because he was itching to show his skills, Xiao Tianyang also bought a batch of ingredients on the way. Today he was going to make a big feast to reward himself. Without worries, Xiao Tianyang did not change his life next. Although it was still a trio of study, training, and cultivation, he didn't feel too stressed about study because he didn't need to rush. Miao Zhenshan seemed to have forgotten him and never came to see him again after that day. So on the third day, Xiao Tianyang asked for leave from the academy and got approval. Then he bought a mask and put it on his face. Everything is ready, and it depends on whether you have the luck to find the right spirit ring. Xiao Chang looked at Bubu, who was sitting upright beside him, and said with a smile, Soul Hunting Forest. This time, no one led them, only one person and one dog. But in a sense, Bubu's reconnaissance ability is not bad. At least it can prevent Xiao Tianyang from stepping into the territory of some dangerous spirit beasts. It was really lively at the entrance just now, just like the stalls selling equipment at the entrance of the game dungeon. Xiao Tianyang recalled the scene just now, and couldn't help but smile. When he came in before, he was dragged by Miao Zhenshan, and the speed was too fast. He was in a hurry to explain, so he didn't pay attention to the lively scene at the entrance of the Soul Hunting Forest. But this time he did see it. There were soul masters who wanted to form a team, be hired, and be protected. At the same time, there were also groups of soul masters whose levels were all below level 30, and their job was to help some lone wolves hunt for soul rings. Even when Xiao Tianyang entered the Soul Hunting Forest, he was invited, but he refused. Woof! After walking for a while, Xiao Tianyang heard the voice of Bubu, who was exploring the way ahead, and he couldn't help but move forward. Hiding behind the tree, he saw a soul beast that looked like a tiger. It was 2 meters tall, with yellow fur, black lightning stripes, and dots of stars. At this moment, the soul beast was showing its scarlet fangs at the door and enjoying its lunch. Xiao Tianyang's forehead pupil opened and closed, and a golden light passed by obscurely. In an instant, all the information about this soul beast entered his eyes. Soul Beast, Starlight Thunder Tiger, year 1365. It doesn't seem very strong. I should be able to beat it. Xiao Tianyang weighed the enemy's combat power and looked down at Bubu. You are on guard all around. If other soul beasts approach me when I take action, remember to remind me. Woof! Bubu didn't look like a fool at this time. He turned his head and disappeared into the bushes in the distance and began to patrol the surroundings. Xiao Tianyang did not choose to sneak attack, but took the initiative to stand up and face the Starlight Thunder Tiger. His purpose of coming here was to obtain lottery points, complete the task, and enrich practical experience. So there was no need to sneak attack the soul beast like the first time, because it would lose the value of coming here. Besides, Xiao Tianyang didn't need soul rings now. He was only level 15 and he only needed to defeat the soul beast in front of him. Roar! Sure enough, after Xiao Tianyang appeared, the Starlight Thunder Tiger roared, warning and testing. You don't need to use this kind of tactics in front of me. Come up and defeat me, or I will defeat you. Xiao Tianyang made a provocative gesture and raised his middle finger. Although the Starlight Thunder Tiger didn't understand what the human in front of it was saying, nor did it know the meaning of this gesture, it understood that it was provoked. The whole body was surrounded by electric light, and its limbs were slightly bent. The next moment, the Starlight Thunder Tiger came towards Xiao Tianyang like an arrow from a string, and opened its mouth to lock his throat. Xiao Tianyang's body was covered with a little bit of flame, and at the same time, the first soul ring lit up. First soul skill, the fire of all changes. 3 groups of flames appeared beside him in a row. With a casual finger, the group on the left instantly turned into a flame gun. Be careful, Xiao Tianyang reminded, and waved his hand to let the flame gun fly out of control, locking not the vitals of the Starlight Thunder Tiger, but the back. The Starlight Thunder Tiger was startled, and the beast's instinct told it that if it was hit, it would definitely be seriously injured. Therefore, it quickly lowered its body, not caring whether it looked good or not, and slid to the side by rubbing the ground, hitting the roots of a tree. When it climbed up, it was already covered in dust. How strong the impact was just now, how dizzy it was now. However, Xiao Tianyang seized this opportunity, stepped forward with a palm, and his soul power transformed into a dragon, hitting the side of the Starlight Thunder Tiger. Woo! With a scream, the Starlight Thunder Tiger flew out and broke 2 trees along the way. It seems that I hit too hard. Xiao Tianyang retracted his palm and found that he didn't know how to hit the Starlight Thunder Tiger seriously, and couldn't help frowning. He took 2 steps forward and looked at the Starlight Thunder Tiger struggling on the ground with fear and hatred in his eyes. Although there was no obvious external injury, Xiao Tianyang's palm broke several ribs of the Starlight Thunder Tiger and injured its internal organs. Oh, what a hassle! Xiao Tianyang pointed to another flame, and the color changed from orange to green, and then sank into the body of the Starlight Thunder Tiger in the unwilling eyes of the Starlight Thunder Tiger. There was no pain as imagined, and the Starlight Thunder Tiger was also stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but make a cat-like purring sound, which showed how comfortable it was now. Xiao Tianyang's first soul ring actually has 2 functions. One is normal attack, that is, to turn the flame into any weapon, and under his control, it can change direction at will. The second is to turn the flame into the flame of life, which can not only heal, but also restore physical strength and soul power. The time to recover from the injury was not very long. The Starlight Thunder Tiger quickly got up from the ground and did not lose its vigilance against Xiao Tianyang, but slowly retreated, admitting that it was defeated. Congratulations to the host for defeating the 1,000-year soul beast Starlight Thunder Tiger and winning the lottery value 10. Well, a good harvest. Xiao Tianyang nodded, and he immediately took Boo Boo to hunt around after tasting the sweetness. Of course, he did not kill the soul beasts he defeated, because it was unnecessary. If the injury was too serious, he would treat it to ensure that the opponent would not fall into a dead end because of him. And this news was also spread 3 days later when Xiao Tianyang challenged the 10th soul beast. A strange human appeared in the soul-hunting forest. He did not kill soul beasts, but only challenged them. If the injury was too serious, he would treat them. So all the belligerent soul beasts rushed over to challenge Xiao Tianyang, making him happy and helpless. What made him happy was that the completion rate of the task and the prize value of the lottery continued to rise. What was helpless was that the fighting style of these guys who came to challenge was too fierce. Not only would the soul beasts be injured, but Xiao Tianyang himself would be the same. As for soul beasts at this level, although they do not have human wisdom, they can make basic judgments about good and evil. Xiao Tianyang now has an inexplicable affinity in their eyes. If they did not have the intention to kill, they would even try to contact him. Unfortunately, Xiao Tianyang couldn't understand what they said, so he could only treat them as challengers. On the 5th day, the sun was setting. After Xiao Tianyang knocked down the 3-meter-tall soul beast, he sat on a stone and panted, "You guys are really endless. Can't you just stop for a while?" As he said this, a prompt came from the system. Congratulations to the host for defeating the 1,000-year soul beast Iron Orangutan and winning the lottery value 30. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest Challenge. Get reward, Specialty Skill Gunmaster. A wave of memories flooded into his mind, and Xiao Tianyang closed his eyes. At this time, He was experiencing a lifetime of carrying a gun. All the knowledge about guns, such as structure, aiming, shooting, maintenance, etc., were all transmitted to his mind. Although it was a little uncomfortable, he was already used to this feeling. The fatigue faded away. Xiao Tianyang exhaled and opened his eyes. What's the use of having this specialty? It's better to give me a gun. Now he was as embarrassed as a swordsmanship master without a sword, and his situation was even worse. If a sword master doesn't have a sword, he can use other things as a substitute, because they may be good at winning without a sword. But as a master of firearms, if you don't grab a gun, you will have no food to eat. What to play with? Shouldn't he pick up a branch and fight with it? Yes, it can be done, but the purpose is to make the enemy laugh to death, not to kill him. While Xiao Tianyang was sighing, the iron-skinned gorilla had already climbed up from the ground. Seeing his gaze, he raised his fists and hammered his chest in a show of force, and then turned and left. The moment he fell just now, the iron-skinned gorilla admitted defeat. Moreover, as a 4,000-year-old soul beast, it is impossible for it to suffer any serious injuries under Xiao Tianyang's deliberate control, so it does not need treatment. The action of beating its chest just now was just to show that it would come back to challenge again. Okay, let's stop here today. Xiao Tianyang looked at the next soul beast coming and waved his hand, and the other party seemed to understand what he meant, tilted his head and turned away. This surprised Xiao Tianyang. I didn't expect soul beasts to be quite reasonable in this regard. In fact, this was also his misunderstanding. Soul beasts have a natural hatred for humans. After all, humans need to hunt soul beasts to improve their own strength, which is equivalent to stepping on the corpses of the other party to reach the top. How good can such a relationship be? But Xiao Tianyang is different. He has an inexplicable affinity. People will actively let down their guard if they stay around him for a long time. However, just when Xiao Tianyang was about to get up and leave, the system prompt came to his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching a lottery value of more than 1,000 and unlocking the second-level lottery. Xiao Tianyang instinctively asked, what is the difference between the two unlocked lotteries? The former is a first-level lottery, and the latter is a second-level lottery with different values. The system was very frugal with words. Well, it's the same as not saying anything. Xiao Tianyang couldn't help shaking his head, and then looked at the bushes in the distance. Boo-boo, don't hide, go home. Woof! Boo-boo rushed out of the bushes, sat in front of Xiao Tianyang, shook his head and wagged his tail. Reaching out and rubbing its head, Xiao Tianyang hummed a song and began to return. The harvest in 5 days exceeded his expectations. Not only did he complete the task, but he also gained 1,132 lottery points. It was just a little regrettable that he didn't find a soul beast suitable for Boo-boo. 1 year later. Just after the sun passed in the early morning, Xiao Tianyang sat on the roof and exhaled like a dragon. Under his guidance, it went back into the nasal cavity with a deep breath. At this moment, Xiao Tianyang felt as if the haze around him had been wiped off. Everything 100 meters away was captured in his eyes without missing a single thing. The accumulated practice finally paid off. It's really amazing. Xiao Tianyang raised his hand and clenched it gently. The air made a muffled sound, finally reached the full state of level 20. During the months of studying, Xiao Tianyang basically didn't worry about anything after he was free of study pressure. In the morning, he went to the academy to study. In the afternoon, he practiced in the soul-hunting forest, and in the evening he practiced until sunrise. He basically didn't care about school matters, and occasionally he would reward himself at dinner. Of course, he was not the only one. Among them were Tang San and Xiao Wu, who ate for free, and Boo-boo, who never missed a dinner party. Occasionally, when he was bored, he would use up some of the accumulated lottery points to relieve his boredom. However, most of them were for entertainment purposes, and there were basically no good things. Xiao Tianyang picked and chose before picking out a pair of shoes from the pile of rewards, and the rest went to Boo-boo. Magic weapon, godly boots. Function, ever-changing, increase speed by 10%. Don't get me wrong. The ever-changing means that it can only change into other shoes, which is not very useful. At most, it satisfies Xiao Tianyang's limited edition trendy shoes that he had only seen but never touched in his previous life. As for the 10% increase in speed, it is better than nothing. But those are drawn with 100 lottery points, so I don't feel bad if I smash them. After all, it's just a gamble, and it's normal to win or lose. He doesn't care about it now. Xiao Tianyang turned his gaze to the system page in his mind and pondered in his heart. Host, constitution, pseudo, immaculate body, killing people without any cause and effect. All things are friendly to it. Strength level, level 20, Soul Master. Soul skill, Fire of all changes. Soul bone, none. Martial soul, Scythe of judgment. Symbol of life, the destination of the dead. Ancient spirit eyes. Distinguish loyalty and treachery. Recognize good and evil, and see through falsehood. Red Lotus Karma Fire. Burn cause and effect. Wash away sins. Flame of living beings. Fire of life, spirit of all things. 3,000 flames, 3,000 starry sky bodies, immortal body. Specialty attributes, Master of cooking, Master of guns. Lottery value 36617. Xiao Tianyang was not surprised by the 2 extra items. After completing the task a few months ago, the system page was updated after returning, and this item appeared. Xiao Tianyang was considering other things instead. Recently, I have beaten all the soul beasts in the soul hunting forest that are over 1,000 years old and under 10,000 years old. I even pressed some of them to the ground and rubbed them 2 or 3 times. This is the end. But the gap is really obvious. The gain of more than 1,000 points in the first month is more than twice the total of the next few months. Xiao Tianyang couldn't help but clench his fists and return to the 3rd floor. He silently said in his heart, "System, level 2 lottery, come 3 times." For a long time, he suppressed himself from touching the level 2 lottery, fearing that he couldn't afford it. But now there are 3 chances. Xiao Tianyang doesn't believe that there is nothing he can use. It is still the familiar operation. The roulette wheel appears and spins, but this time there are many things missing on it, but it is still blurry and can't be seen clearly. Xiao Tianyang simply gave up treatment and waited for the result. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Tianyang. You have obtained the weapon Ebony and White Ivory Imped Edition. Congratulations to the host Xiao Tianyang. You have obtained the 30,000-year soul bone, Abyss Bull Ghost Right Arm Bone. Congratulations to the host Tianyang. You have obtained the Galloping Harley Collector's Edition. Xiao Tianyang, who had just held his breath, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this result. Fortunately, it's not a loss. At this time, there were 3 things lying in front of him: a pair of black and white guns, a right arm bone like black crystal, and a Harley Davidson that looked like a Softail Slim model. Xiao Tianyang learned the properties of these 3 things through the system page. Weapons: Ebony and White Ivory Improved Effect. No ammunition is needed. Just inject soul power and it will turn into bullets, with an effective range of less than 1 kilometer. Soul Bone. Abyss Ox Ghost Right Arm Bone. Additional skills: Abyss Claw. A claw extends from the enemy's feet, trapping the enemy and dealing a certain amount of damage. Means of transport: Speeding Harley. Improved. Effect. Can charge itself in any environment. Travel 1,000 miles a day and 800 miles a night. A must-have for traveling. The first 2 are actually okay, but the last one is a bit funny. Is it an advertisement? Xiao Tianyang couldn't help but complain, and first raised his hand to put the Speeding Harley into the Yuhai ring. This thing is definitely cool, but it's not used now, but it's too ostentatious for him now. Then Xiao Tianyang took out a long wooden box, put the right arm soul bone in it, and then stored it in the Yuhai ring. Although I'm thinking a little far, my first soul ring starts at 7,000 years old, and my soul bone must be at least 100,000 years old. This is a matter of principle. This is what Xiao Tianyang thought in his heart. Finally, he looked at the ebony and ivory, which were what he had been looking forward to for a long time. I have a gun master, but I don't have a handy gun. With this pair of guns, it just solves the urgent problem. And Xiao San has a hidden weapon, and I have a pistol. Logically speaking, this is not too much, right? Xiao Tianyang reached out and took the ebony and ivory in his hand, and a familiar feeling came over him. At this moment, he couldn't help but want to shoot. Xiao Tianyang knew that this was the gunmaster's mischief, but in the end, he still held back. He didn't know whether Miao Zhenshan was outside. If he was discovered at that time, although he would not be suspected, he would have to explain. 2 words: trouble. After playing with the guns for a while, Xiao Tianyang put them away and thought, I have to draw a draft by myself, go to a tailor shop, and make a belt and holster, so that it will be convenient to use. Xiao Tianyang did it as soon as he thought of it. After searching at home, he took out a pen and paper and began to draw according to his own ideas. This is not difficult. After all, he has watched so many movies. If Xiao Tianyang can't remember even a little bit of the content, he will be a bit of a failure. As for the materials, of course they can't be ordinary, and his age must be taken into consideration. If he doesn't want to redo it, it's better to work hard on it. It just so happens that I'm at level 20 this time, and I need a second soul ring. It's not bad to make the best use of it after I get it. Xiao Tianyang bit the end of the pen. After thinking of this, he put some trivial matters behind his mind and began to draw seriously. Half an hour later, 6 or 7 scrap drafts were thrown into the trash can. Xiao Tianyang picked up the one he was most satisfied with both hands and could not help but nod. It's decided to be you. It's a pity that I didn't apply for the design school that year. After rolling up the design drawing and putting it into the Yuhai ring, Xiao Tianyang looked up at the time and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh no, I'm going to be late." As he said that, he quickly washed his face, rushed out the door, and ran on the road. However, when he went downstairs, he felt like he stepped on something, soft and furry. Ouch! Not long after Xiao Tianyang left, a ghost howled in the house. In the end, Xiao Tianyang was still late. Although he was criticized, it did not affect his good mood. Overall, today's harvest is still quite good, and in this state, the class time is much faster. Almost in the blink of an eye, Xiao Tianyang heard the bell for the end of get out of class. After the teacher left, the students in the classroom were ready to get up and go to the cafeteria. However, Tang San came to Xiao Tianyang. "Brother Tianyang, I plan to go home during the holidays. What about you?" Xiao Tianyang wanted to answer instinctively, but at this moment, he remembered the system prompt in his mind. Ding! Host triggers the side quest. Witness, content. Witness Tang San and Xiao Wu become siblings. Quest reward. Host's charm is improved. What kind of reward is this? Xiao Tianyang was confused, but his face was calm and he said, "I also plan to go back. It's a good opportunity for us to go together." Tang San was about to nod when he saw Xiao Wu squeeze to the side and said, "I want to go too. Aren't you going home?" Tang San asked instinctively. "If you don't take me with you, I might stay in the academy and not go back." Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes showed a little loneliness, which was completely different from her usual lively appearance. In that case, Tang San looked at Xiao Tianyang, as if asking what he meant. "If you already have the answer in your heart, don't hesitate." Xiao Tianyang glared at him. Tang San got support, so he smiled and said, "In this case, you can go back with us, but my father may not have a good temper." "Yeah!" Xiao Wu jumped up happily and said jokingly, "Don't say anything extra, let's go eat." Then Tang San and Xiao Tianyang pulled towards the cafeteria. The next morning, the three of them set out, chatting all the way, and walked towards the direction of the Holy Soul Village. After this year, the heights of the three people are different. But the most exaggerated one is that Xiao Tianyang is a head taller than Xiao San. As for physical fitness, there is even more incomparable. Half a year ago, Tang San was beaten by Xiao Tianyang. Now that the situation has changed, the result will only be worse and there will be no turnaround. It was already afternoon when they arrived at the Holy Soul Village. Before entering the village, they heard a familiar voice. "Tianyang, Xiao San, why did you two come back without saying hello?" Xiao Tianyang looked over and found that it was the old village chief Jack who was leaning on a cane and waving at them. "It's almost winter vacation, so I have to come back." Xiao Tianyang stepped forward to support the old man who was very kind to him. "Besides, we are not children anymore, and the road is all the way. What danger can we encounter?" "Not good at taking care of people?" "Don't be ridiculous. With his cooking skills, he can't take care of people." Seeing Xiao Tianyang's frivolous look, old Jack knew that he didn't take his words to heart. But he didn't care, just looked at Tang San. "Xiao San, your father." Tang San originally wanted to introduce Xiao Wu to old Jack, but after hearing this, he couldn't hold back the excitement of seeing his relatives. "Grandpa Jack, I'm sorry, I have to go home first." Tang San left Xiao Wu and followed immediately. As for Xiao Tianyang, he just silently supported old Jack and walked over there, not too anxious. Xiao Tianyang, who was familiar with the plot, knew that Tang Hao had already left at this moment. If he wanted to see him again, it would probably take a long time. And Xiao Tianyang also vaguely heard old Jack muttering, "Tang Hao is really irresponsible. He even asked me to deliver the letter." The two soon came to the blacksmith shop. When Xiao Tianyang pushed the door, he saw Tang San in a trance and Xiao Wu who didn't know what to say. The atmosphere was a little lonely. At this time, old Jack also stepped forward and handed a letter to Tang San and said, "Xiao San, this is left by your father." Xiao Tianyang didn't say anything but patted Tang San on the shoulder. "Sometimes don't believe what you see with your eyes, feel it with your heart. Maybe you will get another harvest." After that, he helped old Jack leave. After he left, Tang San was also touched by this sentence. Part of it was naturally because the other party made sense. But the other more important part was that he trusted the other party. He has always regarded Xiao Tianyang as a benchmark. Whether it was what the other party said, what he did, or his strength, he admired him very much. If Xiao Tianyang knew what Tang San was thinking, he would definitely be very pleased and secretly praised him. The young man is teachable, seen in. The room clenched the letter in his hand. Dad, although I don't know why you left, we will meet again one day. Xiao-san, are you okay? At this time, Xiao Wu slowly stepped forward and asked in a low voice. It's okay. Tang San smiled. Brother Tianyang is right. Dad must have left quietly because of something that was inconvenient to tell me. I believe Brother Tianyang, and I believe Dad even more. Huh, you scared me to death. Xiao Wu's pretty face relaxed, looked around, and couldn't help pouting. Really? Where did Tianyang go this time? She originally wanted to ask Xiao Tianyang to stay and cook, but what should she do now? Who will take care of lunch? After Xiao Tianyang sent Brother Laoji home, he made him a meal. But not long after he ate, a dog barked suddenly beside him. Woof! He was used to it, but old Jack almost jumped out of his chair in fright. Xiao Tianyang raised his foot and kicked Boo Boo, cursing, If you dare to do this again, you won't have food for 3 days. Didn't he know that there was an old man sitting next to him? What if he got scared? Boo Boo crawled on the ground with some grievance and stretched out a paw to draw circles on the ground. It didn't know that its barking would cause such a big reaction from the old man. Xiao Tianyang's mouth twitched, but he threw it aside and hurried forward to help old Jack calm down, and asked, Grandpa Village Chief, are you okay? Nothing happened, I was just scared. Old Jack gradually calmed down under his comfort, turned his head and glanced at Boo Boo, and couldn't help saying, When did this dog come in? Why didn't I hear any noise? Maybe the noise was too small. Xiao Tianyang could only smile awkwardly. Actually, it was not like that. Pet? Sky-Tearing Hound? Boo Boo's physique, hidden body, blends into the environment, difficult to be detected. Strength level, level 18. Soul skill, you can't see me, none. Body. To be honest, when Xiao Tianyang saw this soul skill for the first time, he was also confused. After reading the introduction, he found that giving Boo Boo this ability was simply a disaster. Soul skill, you can't see me, can blend into the environment with a high probability that the enemy cannot detect it. Xiao Tianyang didn't know how high this limit was, but he knew that Boo Boo had sneaked to Miao Zhenshan, who was monitoring him, and took a selfie. This is already very telling, right? So let alone old Jack didn't find it. Even if it was himself, if Boo Boo really wanted to hide, he didn't know where to find him. What's more terrifying is that this is a passive soul skill. Otherwise, why would Xiao Tianyang step on a dog's tail that morning with his strength? After comforting the old man, Xiao Tianyang found a reason to get up and leave. After closing the door, Xiao Tianyang glared at the dishonest Boo Boo. Be careful next time, don't scream and yell as soon as you appear. Boo Boo could only nod aggrievedly, but his blue eyes flashed with the nature of a fool. Xiao Tianyang was helpless about this, and could only admit defeat. At dusk, Xiao Tianyang sat on a tree, looking at the hills in the distance. He was very familiar with this place. He stayed in the Holy Spirit Village for 3 months, and almost half of his time was spent here. But at this moment, there were 2 other people up there, a man and a woman. Although they were still young, they were a perfect match, and they were making a lifelong commitment to each other at this moment, and Tang San had already started the final stage, giving away the sleeve arrow. At the same time, Xiao Tianyang heard a familiar voice in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Witness. Quest reward, improve the host's charm. After the voice fell, Xiao Tianyang did not notice anything wrong, frowned and said, It seems that this reward is really a scam. There is no feeling. How can it be improved? He jumped down from the tree with some disappointment, but then he found that Boo Boo in the distance was looking at him with strange eyes. Xiao Tianyang suddenly realized and couldn't help but put his hand on his face. It seems that there is still an improvement. Boo Boo's neck shrank, his tongue drooped out, and his face was speechless. It seemed to mean, Boss, although you are good-looking, you don't need to be so narcissistic, right? When night fell, Xiao Tianyang did not choose to go home. He hadn't cleaned for too long, and he was a little lazy. So after Tang San and Xiao Wu left, he returned to the hill to practice cross-legged. Anyway, it was just a night, and he would return to Nodding City tomorrow, so it didn't matter. A few months later, 2 figures, one tall and one short, rushed past. If someone were here at this moment, they would be shocked to find that behind them, there were actually a large number of soul beasts chasing them, and they were all at least 1,000 years old. Boo Boo, Lead them away, otherwise we can't do anything. Xiao Tianyang grabbed a tree trunk with both hands like a clever monkey, and with a slight swing, he landed on a taller tree and said to Bubu, who couldn't climb up. "Woof!" Bubu screamed, feeling that his life was hopeless. Looking back, there are so many soul beasts, isn't this just sending shit? But in the end, Bubu still accepted the task, turned around and ran in another direction. Of course, before that, it must attract the attention of these soul beasts, and the simplest way is to provoke. Turning around and coming in front of the soul beasts, sticking its butt up to the sky, wagging its tail, and humming continuously from its mouth. In the blink of an eye, the hatred value is directly maxed out. Xiao Tianyang, standing on the tree, thought carefully, should I train this guy to be the front row? The taunting ability just now, not to mention those soul beasts, even Xiao Tianyang had the urge to slap it. Of course, he still restrained himself, looking up and forward, then stepping on the Lingbo micro-steps to jump back and forth between the treetops, and soon arrived at the destination. Looking down at the soul beast below, Xiao Tianyang's eyes showed a rare fear. Soul beast, ice soul demon lotus type plant ice fire. Years 22,793 years history, 1,000-year embryo, 1,000-year seedling, 1,000-year flower. After 3,000 years, the ice soul demon lotus has already possessed wisdom and destructive power beyond itself. When it grows up, it can drive a large number of soul beasts to serve itself. If necessary, it will devour them all and turn them into its own nutrients. It is an extremely rare soul beast. This is all the information Xiao Tianyang has obtained. His ancient divine eyes have been developed and can accurately obtain the information he wants. It just costs more soul power. If it is not necessary, I will never choose such an opponent. To be honest, Xiao Tianyang is also suffering. He came here for two reasons. One is because he has a good relationship with the soul beasts here in the past few months, and it is really hard to hunt them. The second is because of the task he received at the moment. Triggered side quest, second, content. Obtain the second soul ring by one's own strength. The age cannot be less than 20,000 years. Quest reward, lottery value 2,000. Triggered side quest, balance, content. Ice soul demon lotus appears in the soul hunting forest. Destroy it and maintain ecological balance. Quest reward, gift from the Lord of the Soul Hunting Forest. The two tasks combined forced Xiao Tianyang to take a risk. Bubu won't last long. We have to act as soon as possible. Thinking of this, his heart gradually calmed down. First soul skill, fire of all changes. The purple soul ring lit up, and Xiao Tianyang was instantly seen through. The reaction speed of the ice soul demon lotus was also amazing. Hundreds of ice cones wrapped in pale white flames spewed out from the flower buds, flying like raindrops, so fast that it was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. But at this moment, Xiao Tianyang did not use his naked eyes. His eyes closed, and the ancient divine eyes opened. Golden light flashed, and everything around him seemed to stop. Everything that moves is in slow motion, except for him. Using two martial souls at the same time is basically impossible in the outside world, because it is an irreversible rule. But Xiao Tianyang is different. From the beginning to now, he has tried it. Except for the sickle of judgment, he can use almost any martial soul at the same time, including the ancient divine eye. Of course, the price to pay is to double the soul power consumption, and each additional martial soul will double it. And Xiao Tianyang is now using 4 martial souls at the same time, which shows how much consumption is. If it weren't for his strong foundation, it would be very likely that the soul power would be exhausted and die if others operated without knowing it. The 6 groups of flames floating beside Xiao Tianyang exploded at the same time, and the orange-yellow flames turned into dragons in Xiao Tianyang's palms. His eyes opened, and the ancient divine eyes closed. Everything seemed to have never happened and returned to normal. At the same time, Xiao Tianyang slapped down with both palms, bursting out the strongest attack. Shocked 100 miles, Xiao Tianyang hid behind a giant tree, spitting out a mouthful of blood foam, his face slightly pale. He lowered his head to look at his shoulder, raised his hand to hold the ice cone stuck there, and pulled it out directly with gritted teeth. Puff! Blood splattered all over the ground. If it was just one wound, it would definitely not be that serious. But the problem is that Xiao Tianyang had as many as 7 wounds on his body. In addition to his shoulders, back and abdomen, the most serious one was only 3 inches away from his heart. To be honest, if Xiao Tianyang's physical fitness was not strong, and he had the 3,000 flames and the flame of life to keep him alive, it would be normal for him to fall down now. First soul ring. Fire of 10,000 changes. The only soul ring on Xiao Tianyang's body lit up again, and the 3 floating flames turned green and entered his body one by one under his control to heal his injuries. I don't have much time left. If I can't solve it within 10 minutes, I'm afraid I won't have another chance to do it in a short time, Xiao Tianyang whispered while panting. At this moment, an ice cone as thick as a water tank stabbed from behind. The whistling wind pressure overwhelmed the surrounding plants on the spot, penetrated the tree trunk that required 6 people to hold, and came directly towards Xiao Tianyang's head. It's so accurate without seeing it with your eyes, it's really weird. Xiao Tianyang couldn't remember how many times he had been targeted. Anyway, it never stopped since just now. Pulling out the ebony and white ivory behind him, he flipped his hands and fired several shots. Xiao Tianyang himself crouched and walked close to the ground, trying to avoid the flying ice cones as much as possible. Not only that, he also had to aim at the Ice Soul Demon Lotus that had basically gone berserk. That kind of indiscriminate range attack was simply deadly. Several consecutive shots penetrated the outer lotus petals. Now there are only 4 petals protecting the pistil and the lotus pod and other important components inside. You can even think that the lotus seed is actually the heart of the Ice Soul Demon Lotus. Originally, this guy in front of him was very difficult to deal with a total of 99 lotus leaves. It was no exaggeration to say that he was as solid as a rock and a copper wall. Of course, even with such a start, Xiao Tianyang still used half of his soul power to shoot the most powerful move, Shock 100 Miles. Not only did he tear apart the 30 defensive lotus leaves on the outside on the spot, but he also transmitted his internal energy to the lotus head, which caused the soul beasts controlled by the Ice Soul Demon Lotus to fail to return to help in time. This was an opportunity, but it was also fatal, because Xiao Tianyang only then realized that the Ice Soul Demon Lotus's main body was not easy to deal with. With the help of the time delayed by firing, Xiao Tianyang's injuries, physical strength, and soul power recovered 1/10 with the help of the first soul skill. First soul skill, Fire of 10,000 changes. 4 more flames emerged, but this time they were not green, but dark purple. Under Xiao Tianyang's control, they turned into 4 rotating blades, spinning clockwise and flying towards the roots of the Ice Soul Demon Lotus. The Ice Soul Demon Lotus is good in everything. It can control soul beasts, has strong vitality, and amazing defense. But no one is perfect, and the soul beasts are the same. No matter how strong they are, they will have shortcomings. The disadvantage of the Ice Soul Demon Lotus is that it cannot move and its roots cannot be injured. This was discovered when Xiao Tianyang communicated with it with bullets and ice cones before. The other party even gave up 2 lotus leaves at that moment to protect its roots, which shows its importance. The Ice Soul Demon Lotus has grown to the point where it has wisdom no less than that of an adult human. Therefore, even if it goes berserk, it is impossible for it to die with Xiao Tianyang now. So the Ice Soul Demon Lotus then made a move that Xiao Tianyang expected. Retreat the lotus leaves and protect the roots. Sound of ding-dong rang out, and the ebony and white ivory in Xiao Tianyang's hands were like himself. The firepower was not only continuous and strong, but also fierce. But at the same time, his own soul power also disappeared like water. But it doesn't matter, as long as we get rich results. As expected, when the last shot landed, that lotus leaf and the next lotus leaf were blown up on the spot. Good opportunity. Xiao Tianyang instinctively retreated, leaning back, and in an instant, the spot was filled with ice spikes. He raised his hands back until he hit a tree. Then he turned over and landed his feet flat on the tree trunk, looking up at the Ice Soul Demon Lotus in a weird posture. He bent his knees and stretched them straight to jump into the air. Xiao Tianyang had put the ebony and white ivory in his hands behind him at some point. In his hand, there was a spear condensed from flames. The ancient god's eyes opened again. Time froze and suddenly stopped. The next moment, Xiao Tianyang opened his eyes, looking tired, but he could not hide his joy. It's okay as long as there is a flaw. He held the flame spear in reverse and threw it, only bringing out a trace of tail flame on the way, and the rest was invisible. Puff! The flame spear passed through the gap between the 2 lotus leaves and penetrated the lotus pod, hitting the lotus seed. It was visible to the naked eye that the huge body of the Ice Soul Demon Lotus began to tremble. The remaining lotus leaves were withering, and the roots were withering. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Balance. Get reward, the gift of the Lord of the Soul Hunting Forest. At the same time, Boo Boo, whose lips were turned upside down, tongue flying and saliva swishing, was about to blend into the environment and escape. Unexpectedly, his ears moved at this time, and he couldn't help but be curious. He glanced back and stopped directly. The soul beast that had originally had red eyes and stared at him like an enemy who killed his father regained its clarity, and then turned into confusion, tension, anger, and many other emotions. However, the next action of the soul beasts was very consistent. That is, it dispersed with a bang. Xiao Tianyang, lying on the ground, took a look at the black soul ring floating out of the ice soul demon lotus, and then ignored it. Xiao Tianyang stretched out his hand and poured the green liquid in the palm of heaven bottle into his mouth with a little difficulty. At this time, he didn't care about the amount. In such an environment, it is necessary to recover soul power as soon as possible. This is the soul-hunting forest. Although he has established friendly relations with many soul beasts, but this does not mean that all soul beasts here are not a threat to him. It is better to wait for Bubu to come back and guard him before he is willing to absorb the loop. Otherwise, it will be a bit dangerous. The pure soul power exploded in his body. Xiao Tianyang closed his eyes and felt it carefully. The feeling was like a dry riverbed being injected with sweet river water. In less than a quarter of an hour, Xiao Tianyang opened his eyes. The first soul ring lit up, and 6 flames appeared beside him and turned green, and then all sank into his body to help recover his injuries, physical strength and soul power. With 3 prongs, Xiao Tianyang's injuries soon began to heal, scab, and fall off at a visible degree, revealing the white wound, but it was erased and disappeared in the next moment. And just as Xiao Tianyang was recovering, a black shadow also jumped out of the bushes and barked when it landed. "Woof! I know. I'll remember your contribution this time. I'll cook you some big bones when I get back." "Woof! I know. A big portion. Be alert around here and don't let other soul beasts get close to me." After the terms were agreed, Bubu was finally sent away. Xiao Tianyang was finally able to come to his senses and look at the black soul ring in front of him. It was so dangerous last time because it was seriously over the limit. It shouldn't be the case this time, right? Xiao Tianyang sat cross-legged on the ground, a flame blooming in his palm. At the same time, his other hand used soul power to pull the black soul ring into his body. The last time he absorbed the soul ring, there was an accident because of his lack of knowledge and Miao Zhenshan's negligence. This time, it didn't exceed too much. At least the 10,000-year soul ring in front of him was 2,000 years more than the mission requirement. The soul ring fell on his head, and the next moment Xiao Tianyang felt that he was enveloped by a malicious feeling. It was the resentment from the ice soul demon lotus before its death. However, Xiao Tianyang, who had already experienced it once, was impossible to be hit. The red lotus fire lit up in his mind, and the evil thought was instantly burned to ashes. But what comes next is the key. The surging soul power tore Xiao Tianyang's body apart like a rotten wood, impacting those very tough meridians. But it was useless. In front of this soul power, everything was just a decoration. Or in other words, at this level, Xiao Tianyang's level was not enough to withstand such soul power. Almost exactly the same as last time, Xiao Tianyang's body cracked into cracks and blood oozed out from under the skin. In less than 3 breaths, his whole body was dyed scarlet, which was extremely terrifying. Of course, the 3,000 flames and the flame of life would keep him alive. As for how painful the process was, I'm afraid only he could experience it. The muscles all over his body were trembling, and except for the heart beating, all other organs stopped moving. Including the brain, he completely lost consciousness, and the whole person was drowsy. Xiao Tianyang seemed to feel that he had left this world. At the same time, the outside world. The fusion fire in Xiao Tianyang's hand trembled and began to collapse visibly, and then released flames again. After repeating for an unknown period of time, the flames in his hand finally formed a row and turned into a black lotus that looked extremely charming and slowly bloomed. The lotus pod was light red, with 3 lotus seeds on it, which were dark red, light green, and black purple. The lotus leaf was also special. If you look closely, you will find that the black lotus itself is not a plant, but a crystal. There are wisps of fire patterns rippling inside, representing the different fire martial spirits that Xiao Tianyang mastered. However, this phenomenon only lasted for a moment before it turned into fusion fire again. At this time, Xiao Tianyang also opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. 2 soul rings, 1 purple and 1 black, sank up and down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Get reward, lottery value x 2,000. This time it's even more exaggerated. The soul power has only increased by 2 levels. Xiao Tianyang couldn't help shaking his head. I thought I had passed the most difficult time, but I didn't expect it was just the beginning. He thought that the quality of soul power would only have such a significant effect if it was improved in the early stage. But now, seeing the level increased after absorbing the 20,000-year soul ring, Xiao Tianyang found that he was wrong. Maybe the later it is, the slower his soul power will increase. Of course, the quality will also be higher and higher. Standing up and jumping lightly on the spot, Xiao Tianyang felt that his body became much lighter. He clenched his palms again, and his strength also increased a lot. Xiao Tianyang couldn't help nodding with satisfaction. After working so hard for so long, it's natural to be happy to see the harvest. What's more, he can do 2 consecutive draws after returning. Woof! Xiao Tianyang was instantly alert, looked at the place where the sound came from, and ran quickly. That was a signal just now. A signal from Boo to warn the other party not to get close. Passing through the jungle, Xiao Tianyang soon arrived at his destination. When he saw the scene in front of him, his pupils shrank and his ancient divine eyes opened and closed at the same time. Roar! Woof! 2 low roars sounded one after another. The first roar came from the soul beast that Boo was facing. It was 10 meters tall and shaped like an elephant, but it had 3 long trunks and 2 white tusks that emitted a cold light. It looked like it was not easy to mess with. Of course, Boo was actually very scared, but he did not forget that Xiao Tianyang was behind him. Therefore, even though the hair on his back stood up, Boo did not take a step back. It was not until a hand smoothed the hair on his back that Boo shrank his head and hid behind Xiao Tianyang. Leave this to me. Xiao Tianyang looked up at the soul beast in front of him, and the solemnity in his eyes was reduced a little. Soul beast, alpine mammoth, year 93,461, identity, lord of the soul hunting forest. It was because of this message that Xiao Tianyang did not choose to escape. Of course, the premise is that he must be able to run away. So he was panicking, even though this might be one of the rewards for the mission. But then Xiao Tianyang discovered that the alpine mammoth's eyes were actually a little sad. What the hell is this? But the next moment, Xiao Tianyang understood. He saw a trunk with something rolled up in front of him. Then the alpine mammoth turned around and walked away, looking back at Xiao Tianyang every 3 steps. Then, when it ran far away and could no longer be seen, it let out a sad roar. So it was forced to give a gift. No wonder it had that expression. Xiao Tianyang couldn't help but complain about the system's stinginess, but this didn't affect his mood when looking at the reward in front of him. It was a skull that was cold to the touch and had a yellowish earth color. With a sweep of his divine eyes, all the information entered his eyes. Soul bone, year 99,999, additional skills, diamond indestructible. Forms a light film to wrap itself, which can make it invulnerable to swords and guns, and impervious to water and fire. Origin, the mountain mammoth that is only 1 step away from successfully reaching the top of the 100,000-year soul beast. Only 1 year away. Xiao Tianyang was a little speechless. The system is really a pit. But even so, he still took out a wooden box to store the skull and put it away. Sometimes Xiao Tianyang likes to prepare for a rainy day. For example, the large and small wooden boxes he stored in the Yohaina ring were basically bought according to the proportion of soul bones of the 6 major parts. This can also be regarded as a kind of preparation. Anyway, it will be used sooner or later. Suddenly, Xiao Tianyang looked at Boo. Do you want this soul bone? The first reason for not absorbing this soul bone is of course that the age has not reached 10 years. But the most important thing is that this soul bone is actually not very suitable for him. Xiao Tianyang is not the kind of pure melee soul master. If possible, he will not let the enemy get close, especially when there is ebony and white ivory. So if he could choose, he wanted a soul bone that was about strength and speed, not this defensive type. But just now Xiao Tianyang thought of Boo. This guy had no attacking skills, but he could run fast and hide well. But what if he was caught? This soul bone might be able to save his life. Woof! Xiao Tianyang was stunned and speechless. You are really a dog with only dreams, but you should wait until I get everything together before you say such things. Boo's meaning was probably, Master, your soul bones are all over 100,000 years old, so if mine is less than 100,000 years old, wouldn't it be embarrassing for you? Although what he said made sense and was pleasant to the ear, it was a pity that Xiao Tianyang didn't have any of them now. 5 years later, Barak Kingdom, Soto City. Xiao Tianyang walked aimlessly on the road with his hands on his head. Following him was Boo, who was a little curious and looked around. He had changed a lot compared to 5 years ago. He was at least 1.8 meters tall, and his facial features were fully developed. Unlike when he was young, although he was good-looking, not many people paid attention to him. His face was as sharp as a knife, and his golden ratio facial features made him look even more beautiful. A few strands of white hair hung in front of his forehead. When you looked into his eyes, you would find his deep gray eyes that could easily make people fall in love with him. In addition, he was wearing a tight suit, riding boots, and a knee-length windbreaker. Although he looked beautiful, he didn't have that kind of softness. Instead, he made people feel casual and free. All the delicious food is fed to the dogs. Those two guys actually left me alone at the critical moment. How disloyal. Xiao Tianyang looked depressed. Wasn't he just lying in bed? Was it necessary to be like this? He finally got a night's sleep and he couldn't just lie in bed? Woof! Boo felt wronged. He usually ate very little. What did he say to eat? I'm not talking about you. Stop talking to me. Xiao Tianyang glanced at him and snorted. Boo regained his spirits and walked happily like a pony. Bang! Suddenly, Xiao Tianyang distinguished carefully and confirmed that it was the sound of fighting. Let's go and take a look. Xiao Tianyang's heart moved, put down his hands and walked towards the place where the sound came from. At the same time, in the alley behind, a girl wearing a white dress, black hair, a well-proportioned figure, long legs and creamy skin poked her head out and whispered, "How can a man be so good-looking?" The two men following behind her were obviously the girl's guards. When they heard this, they almost stumbled and fell. My goodness, is this still their lady? She was attracted by a man's appearance and followed him all the way? Miss, do you want me to investigate his identity? The two guards looked at each other, and one of them whispered, "Get out of here! Who told you to follow me?" The girl glared at them and said, "Go away quickly. If I find you following me again, I will beat you up in the face. Hum." After saying that, the girl turned around and walked out to the main road without looking back. Another guard came forward with a very pleased expression on his face. "This is the lady I am familiar." In the lobby of the Rose Hotel, the blue vines beside Tang San, who had grown a lot taller after 5 years, were dancing like pythons, making a whistling sound. At the same time, opposite him was a tall and straight man with blonde hair and blue eyes. But at this moment, he was entangled by the first soul skill of blue-silver grass and could not move. A 29th level weapon spirit master with a soul of blue-silver grass is already very powerful to be able to fight me like this. Daimubai smiled. But it's a pity. If you were the same level as me, I'm afraid I would be defeated today. Third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. The purple soul ring on Daimubai's body lit up, his muscles swelled, his loose clothes were stretched to the limit, and black tiger stripes appeared on his skin. With just a shake of his arms, the blue-silver grass that trapped him was shaken into powder, which scattered and floated around. This is my 1,000-year soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. Within half an hour, I will not lose strength, speed, and endurance. Even your poison can't do anything to me. Daimubai had a wicked smile on his face. It's not too late to admit defeat now. What's so cool about you? If Xiao San's level is the same as yours, he can definitely pin you to the ground. Xiao Wu, who was watching the battle from a distance, snorted. Tang San was not affected and took an offensive posture, saying in a deep voice, "I can be defeated, but I will never admit defeat. Good courage, then I will fulfill your wish." Although Daimubai had a sneer on his face, his eyes were full of admiration. At this moment, Xiao Wu's eyes drifted to the door and she couldn't help but shudder, because she saw a pair of gray eyes full of resentment. Brother Tianyang. Xiao Wu smiled awkwardly and couldn't help but take a step back. "Tell me, why didn't you wait for me and left first?" Xiao Tianyang walked slowly towards Xiao Wu with a smile on his face. But for Xiao Wu, it was a bit cautious. "I see you're working hard. I just want you to sleep a little longer." Xiao Wu was about to cry, and she looked at Tang San. "Xiao San, stop fighting. Someone's going to die." As she said that, she ran to Tang San, and the panic in her expression didn't seem fake. Of course, it couldn't be fake. After all, in the past few years, after Tang San and Xiao Wu had dinner at Xiao Tianyang's house, he would force them to spar with them under the pretext of helping with training. But basically, they were beaten and had no chance to fight back. It was so miserable. Boo seemed to secretly cry out in sadness. Can you imagine how uncomfortable it feels to be bullied for almost 6 years? Some people would say, "Then why don't you go?" And Xiao Wu's answer is definitely that between eating and being beaten, she decisively chose the former. The movement here directly prevented Tang San from fighting. And Xiao Tianyang, who broke in, was also noticed by everyone because of his appearance. Especially the twins standing behind a stone pillar, their beautiful eyes were about to drip with water, and their beautiful legs were a little weak. So beautiful, Daimubai was secretly surprised. Of course, this is also the general idea that people would express when they see Xiao Tianyang. After getting in touch with him, except for some aspects that are out of tune with the people around him, he basically gives people a sense of intimacy. How can a person like this give people a bad first impression? Brother Tianyang, I said I left first. It has nothing to do with Xiao Wu. Tang San hurriedly explained. Humph, do you think I'm so easy to deal with? Xiao Tianyang tilted his head and looked at Xiao Wu. You, come here. I won't. Xiao Wu hid behind Tang San and trembled. If you don't come over, you won't have food for 3 days. Xiao Tianyang snorted. Ah, don't! Xiao Wu woke up instantly when she heard this, and hurriedly lowered her head and walked in front of Xiao Tianyang. Now she has become accustomed to Xiao Tianyang's cooking, so it's okay if she doesn't eat it for a day or two. But if it was 3 days, she really couldn't stand it. Did you let Xiao San go first? I didn't. Really? Really not. If you don't tell the truth, you won't have food for 5 days. It's me, just me. Xiao Tianyang's face was dark, just as he expected. With Xiao San's personality, how could she just leave him alone? It must be Xiao Wu who instigated Xiao San to agree. This almost made him miss the main mission and the opportunity to get in touch with the main characters. You? Xiao Tianyang was interrupted as soon as he opened his mouth. Hey, are you guys still going to fight? Turning his head, Xiao Tianyang raised his hand and pointed at himself. Are you talking about me? You or him anyway. You are all in, the same group. Daimubai looked indifferent. Xiao Tianyang turned around, looked at Daimubai and nodded. Okay, then I'll do it. Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at each other and stepped back tacitly. It's better to stand farther away, so as not to get blood splashed on yourself. As for Boo Boo, his face was full of excitement. If he wasn't afraid of being beaten, he would even take out the popcorn machine and set up a stall to sell it. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Tang San looked at Xiao Wu, who was praying with her hands folded next to him, and couldn't help asking. I hope Brother Tianyang will feel better after beating him, so that he will forget that I took you away. Xiao Wu closed her eyes and muttered. Tang San. Turning his head to look at Xiao Tianyang, Tang San was thoughtful. Although he had been beaten for a long time in these years, it must be said that his and Xiao Wu's actual combat experience had greatly improved. And the specific improvement would be scary if you only said a little bit. It took Tang San half a minute to force Daimubai to use the 1,000-year soul skill. On the other hand, Tang San really couldn't tell Xiao Tianyang's strength. At least every time he felt that Xiao Tianyang hadn't used half of his strength, and he and Xiao Wu had already fallen. And this situation happened when Tang San used spirit skills and hidden weapons, while the opponent had nothing in his hands, and the last time Tang San directly felt Xiao Tianyang's true strength. It was probably when the opponent grabbed his second spirit ring, the ghost vine, with his bare hands and played with it. On the other side, Xiao Tianyang was already standing in front of Daimubai, tilting his head and asking, Are you Daimubai? Only then did he remember the sign outside and the familiar plot. So he had some guesses in his mind, but he still needed to confirm it. I am. Daimubai nodded, then frowned again. Do we know each other? No, but we will know each other soon. Xiao Tianyang's mouth corners slightly raised, and his smile was as comfortable as the sun, which made Daimubai stunned. I asked you to make the first move. Xiao Tianyang said something annoying. You said it. Daimubai's eyes flickered, and the energy on his fist surrounded him, as if it was about to turn into substance. Suddenly, he leaped high like a tiger out of the forest. The overwhelming momentum made people feel a little breathless. This punch was wrapped in golden light like a meteor. The strong wind blew around, and the ceiling lights swayed and the furnishings fell to the ground. In response, Xiao Tianyang did not move and smiled. Don't! The twin sisters hiding behind the stone pillars let out a low cry. This made Daimubai even more annoyed. The woman he brought with him fell in love with another man. How could this be tolerated? This kid must be knocked down. No matter how good-looking he is, it's useless. The two sides were only 1 meter away, and Xiao Tianyang raised his foot and kicked lightly. Bang! Before anyone could see clearly, even the twin sisters were still feeling sorry for Xiao Tianyang. Daimubai flew out directly. He disappeared on the spot. A muffled groan sounded, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Daimubai lying on the wall, dozens of meters away. At this time, he was kneeling on one knee, one hand covering his chest, the other hand supporting on the tile, his face a little pale. "Are you okay?" Xiao Tianyang asked with a smile. The whole audience was silent. Only the two people and the dog felt it was natural. "How much strength did you save?" Daimubai looked up at Xiao Tianyang, with some fear in his eyes. With that kick just now, he felt like a rag doll, like being hit by a truck. There was no suspense at all, and he was knocked out like a dead tree in rotten wood. Even in midair, he had a feeling, as if this kick was a little heavier, he would be torn in half. 30% of strength. Xiao Tianyang was a little modest, but his hand in front of him made a number of 5. Daimubai's mouth twitched. What was this game? You won. Daimubai exhaled and wanted to stand up, but his legs were indeed weak. He could only wave to the twin sisters who only had eyes for Xiao Tianyang. Even if he felt aggrieved this time, he had to accept it with a pinch of his nose, otherwise he would definitely be beaten, and even his own father would not recognize him. The twin sisters did not really turn sides at the last minute. It was just that when they supported Daimubai, their eyes still fell on Xiao Tianyang. To put it bluntly, it felt like they were about to pounce on him. After walking 2 steps, Daimubai suddenly turned around. "Are you talking about martial souls, spirit rings, and spirit power?" "Of course not." Xiao Tianyang made a mouth shape. "Then I understand." Daimubai cursed in his heart. What a monster. Fortunately, he is not 12 years old, otherwise it would be really miserable. But then he found that the twin sisters in his arms did not move, and also turned around and looked at Xiao Tianyang, who was greeting them with their big watery eyes. Damn, is it really too much? Daimubai pressed his hands in the air, and the twin sisters reacted, and then they helped him leave quickly. Of course, this attitude did not look like they were afraid of Xiao Tianyang. Instead, he wanted to quickly get rid of Daimubai and come back to find Xiao Tianyang. At this time, the guests gradually dispersed, and Xiao Wu slowly walked over. "Brother Tianyang, you are not angry anymore, right?" Xiao Tianyang turned around with a smile on his face. "Angry? How can I be angry?" Xiao Wu couldn't help but see this expression. Her pretty face fell, and she took the initiative to lean her head over. "Brother Tianyang, you should hit me, so that I can suffer less. Okay, this matter is over and it won't happen again." Xiao Tianyang waved his hand. "It's okay to hit him on the pretext of sparring. He is not so cruel to hit him directly." Xiao Wu secretly said that she was lucky, and hurriedly pulled Tang San upstairs, without giving the latter a chance to speak. Xiao Tianyang shook his head. Seeing Daimubai here today meant that he didn't miss anything. But he was a little surprised. Why didn't the sparring with Daimubai trigger the task? If the system had expressions, it would definitely be angry. Don't you think about it. What is Daimubai's strength? What is your strength? Do you think it is a boy who spreads money? "Manager, I have booked a room here. Can you take me up?" The manager crawled out from the counter and checked it tremblingly. When he saw that it was true, he nodded immediately. At this time, a girl in a white dress walked in from the door. After taking a look at the chaos around her, her eyebrows were slightly frowned. She seemed to be considering whether to stay in this hotel. But suddenly she caught a glimpse of Xiao Tianyang in front of the counter, and her eyes lit up. She made a decision in an instant. First, she came to the counter and looked at the price list. Then she clicked on a room and said to the manager, "I want a white pure." The woman spoke crisply and movingly, making Xiao Tianyang turn his head and take a second look. "Very beautiful, that's all. Sorry, the last room of this type has been booked by this gentleman. You see?" Seeing that the girl was dressed extraordinary, the manager could only lower his head and speak, with a slightly panicked expression. Xiao Tianyang, who could kick a soul master of more than 30 levels away, must not be easy to mess with. It's not easy to offend both sides. The girl looked at Xiao Tianyang, showing a very touching smile, and said, "Hey, little brother, can you give me the room?" This address made Xiao Tianyang feel very comfortable, and he didn't have any requirements for accommodation, so he answered casually, "Sure." Xiao Tianyang ordered another room and said, "Can you take me upstairs now?" "Manager? Didn't you just want to pick up girls? Why are you leaving again?" But the manager didn't dare to neglect it, and hurriedly stepped forward to lead the way, and asked other people to entertain the girl. As for Boo, of course, he followed behind. If it was before the action, the manager would definitely stop Xiao Tianyang. He even said that pets are not allowed in the hotel. But now, even if you lend him a guts, he doesn't dare to say this. What's more, Xiao Tianyang has added money. Boo passed by the girl, snorted at her, turned his face away, and followed Xiao Tianyang with a step like a pony. That dog is so cute, but why do I feel despised? The girl frowned her cute eyebrows. Of course, Boo didn't mean that, but her original words were even more extreme. Humph, woman, stop dreaming. He is the man you will never get. Xiao Tianyang had just returned to the room to take a shower and change clothes when the door was knocked. Boo, go open the door. I'm too lazy to move. Xiao Tianyang kicked Boo while lying on the bed. Boo looked helpless, but he could only get up from the bed, walk to the door, stand up, and open the door with his front paws. Boo, it's you! Xiao Wu's voice came from outside. Then she came in and saw Xiao Tianyang changed into new clothes and lying on the bed. She couldn't help but said, Brother Tianyang, Soto City is so big. Let's go out for a walk. It must be more fun than Nodding City. You came out so early than me. Haven't you had enough fun? Xiao Tianyang's faint voice came, making Xiao Wu shiver. How can it be the same? Xiao Wu suddenly had an idea and hummed, It must be more fun to be with Brother Tianyang, right, Xiao San? It was obvious that Tang San was pulled out by Xiao Wu. Yes. Tang San nodded. Although I know it's a lie, it's very pleasant to hear. Xiao Tianyang sat up from the bed and said with a smile, Then let's go together. It just so happens that I'm also interested in the seasonings here. The three people and the dog walked out of the hotel. The sun shone on their bodies, making them feel very comfortable. But not long after walking, Tang San and Xiao Wu were attracted by a store. Brother Tianyang, I want to go in and take a look. Tang San said. Then go ahead. Anyway, the market is just in front. It won't be too late to find me after you finish. Xiao Tianyang waved his hand, indicating that he would not go in. The three of them separated, and Xiao Tianyang also gave Boo some gold soul coins to let it go out and play, so as not to be annoying by following him. I couldn't walk more than half a mile and bumped into the wall 4 times. Isn't it annoying? Can you be more careful? Soto City is located in the center of the Lima Plain, which is rich in resources and has an excellent environment in the Barak Kingdom. It is also known as the Barak Granary, and the caravans that come and go bring specialties from all over the Douluo Continent. These include 2 types of things. Xiao Tianyang wants the most. One is seasonings, and the other is dry goods. He doesn't like to stock up on some ingredients. Because if the freshness is lost, the ingredients will lose their value. So the fresh ingredients Xiao Tianyang needs are basically local. Whether you make it yourself or buy it from a shop, it will only become a delicacy in his hands. In the bustling market, Xiao Tianyang stopped at a stall and looked down at a sack. He sniffed it and squatted down to ask, Boss, what is this? Xiao Tianyang pointed to the sack he liked. This is broad bean, a condiment. The boss introduced enthusiastically. Can I try it? Xiao Tianyang picked up a bean and put it to the tip of his nose to smell it. It was a little numb and spicy, similar to Sichuan pepper. It's okay, but it's a little hard to swallow if you eat it alone, the boss said. Xiao Tianyang put the fingernail-sized broad bean into his mouth. Feeling the numbness on his tongue, he nodded. Boss, I want all of these. Okay. The boss quickly tied up the sack. Xiao Tianyang thought it was too much trouble and asked directly, Forget it. I'll take everything from your stall. How much is it in total? Huh? The boss was stunned at first. Then his eyebrows lit up. A total of 11 gold soul coins. Xiao Tianyang took out the money and put it in the boss's hand without any intention of bargaining, which made the boss even happier. But Xiao Tianyang's next move scared him, because he waved his hand and put all the things into the Yuhai Na ring. So the boss has seen soul guides before, but it's the first time he has seen such a large space that can hold so many things. This is a rich young man. The boss instantly guessed Xiao Tianyang's identity, quickly put away the money, rubbed his hands and looked at Xiao Tianyang. Little brother, you came to this market to find seasonings, right? Almost. Xiao Tianyang stood up and nodded and looked at the boss. Do you have any connections? If the quantity you want is large, I can indeed help, the boss said. After a moment of silence, Xiao Tianyang finally spoke. I don't want a large quantity, but a wide variety. The boss's eyes lit up, and he quickly bowed and made a gesture of invitation. No problem, follow me. The next thing was much simpler. I thought I had to go through the entire market to buy what I wanted, but I didn't expect that after one trip. In just half an hour, the boss almost used all his connections and gathered all the things Xiao Tianyang needed. When everything was settled, Xiao Tianyang left the market and went directly back to the hotel. As for Tang San and Xiao Wu, they had just greeted him and went back early. But when he just arrived at the door of the hotel, Xiao Tianyang was stunned. What did he see? Boo was actually being molested. He knew the girl, the one who called him brother at the counter. At this moment, Boo Boo, who had been bribed by the girl with money and was touched comfortably, felt like a thorn in his back. It was as if he had been stared at by a demon and could take his life at any time. Turning his head, Boo Boo saw Xiao Tianyang looking at him with strange eyes. Woof! Boo Boo jumped a little, keeping a distance from the girl, barking a few times with his teeth barked. The girl was not afraid, but pouted. What are you doing? You looked so comfortable just now. Boo Boo's face was embarrassed. Can't you change your words? You are easily misunderstood like this. Hello. The girl was startled when she heard someone calling from behind. She turned around and found that it was Xiao Tianyang, and she felt relieved. But then she felt a little embarrassed because she already understood Boo Boo's behavior. Ever since she saw it in the hotel, the girl felt that this dog was not simple. Therefore, she did not tempt it with delicious food, but bribed it with money, which was very effective. So she could understand why Boo Boo did that just now, because its owner was back. Hello, I didn't mean any harm just now. I know. Xiao Tianyang nodded and looked at Boo Boo. Let's go. The next morning, Tang San and Xiao Wu set off for Shrek Academy with Xiao Tianyang. The direction is also simple. Just go south after leaving Soto City. The scenery along the way is pretty good, with golden rice fields on both sides. If you run a farm stay here, you will definitely make a lot of money. How long will it take, Xiao-san? Xiao Wu was walking a little bored, stretching out her hand to touch the rice in the field. The teacher said that as long as you go out of the city gate, just go south. Tang San answered and then looked at Xiao Tianyang. Brother Tianyang, why do you look a little depressed? Really? Xiao Wu added. You almost wrote the word depressed on your face. Xiao Tianyang touched his face. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Tang San and Xiao Wu were silent. No wonder he got up so early in the morning. But is this really the case? Of course not. Looking at Boo Boo, who was laughing at the side, you can tell that Xiao Tianyang must have been itching to win a bunch of garbage after the lottery. But it has been a few years, and Boo Boo has completely gotten used to it. Otherwise, why would there be popcorn machines, shaved ice machines, coffee machines? Sometimes, Boo Boo felt like a rag collector. Xiao Wu felt a little bored, so she asked, Brother Tianyang, why do you think Shrek Academy was built outside the city? Because it's too poor, they can't afford the rent in the city. Xiao Tianyang hugged his head with his arms and looked up to enjoy the sunshine. Xiao Wu muttered, No way? Then let's wait and see. Xiao Tianyang just smiled. In fact, he only knew the current situation of the school. As for what Shrek Academy looks like, he didn't know. Soon, walking along the path, a mountain village appeared in the three people's field of vision, and there was a long line at the door. It should be here. Tang San looked around. Brother Tianyang, have you been here? Xiao Wu turned her head and asked, Why is it the same as what you said? Isn't it just a little poor? It's enough to teach people. Xiao Tianyang walked up and took the initiative to queue up. Since the teacher asked us to come, there must be a reason for it. Tang San also said beside him, Xiao Wu, let's go and line up too. Look at that school emblem. It's ugly, not as good as not in college. Although Xiao Wu was still complaining, her actions were indeed very honest. At this time, there was a commotion in front and the movement was quite loud. Xiao Tianyang looked over and found an old man standing up with a somewhat impatient look on his face. Shrek itself is a kind of monster, and our school is named after it and only accepts monsters. From now on, those under the age of 12 and whose soul power has not reached level 21, please leave on your own and don't waste each other's time. As soon as the voice fell, 6 soul rings appeared on the old man's body in succession. White, yellow, purple, 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 and black. This is actually a soul emperor. However, the effect that the old man wanted to achieve also came out. Most people were shocked by the old man's strength and the other party's words, and chose to leave. After all, this requirement was too harsh. Not to mention ordinary soul masters, even those with good potential would find it very difficult to reach level 21 before the age of 12. Besides, this is not a big city, so how can there be so many geniuses? But this has nothing to do with Xiao Tianyang, because he fully meets the requirements. Suddenly, Xiao Tianyang frowned and kicked Boo Boo beside him. Behave yourself. If you make trouble here, I will shave your hair when I go back. Boo Boo, who was ready to go, instantly retracted his head and dared not make any more mistakes. Xiao Tianyang was a little speechless. This guy was okay in battle and was a reliable teammate. But once he had nothing to do, he would do something stupid. That's the Soul Emperor. If he was beaten by the opponent, he would suffer. Less than half a quarter of an hour later, a soft voice came from the front of the team. Excuse me, did I pass this? Brother Tianyang, Did you see that girl? She's so beautiful. Xiao Wu poked Xiao Tianyang from behind and whispered, I saw her yesterday. Xiao Tianyang just took a look and then looked away. Xiao Wu was a little curious. When did it happen? How come I don't know? Every time I meet her, you're not there. Then there's another one behind. Don't you know him too? Xiao Tianyang looked back, and the other party also looked over. The two pairs of eyes looked at each other, and then it was the woman who was stunned. Taking this opportunity, Xiao Tianyang looked at the strange girl in front of him. Her skin was whiter than snow, her facial features were delicate, and her figure was even better. At a young age, she was curvy and charming. Isn't it too foul? Xiao Tianyang couldn't help but roll his throat. After all, he was a man, and he was not unattractive to women. Of course, he didn't think of anything obscene. He just admired it purely. Retracting his gaze, Xiao Tianyang looked at Xiao Wu and lowered his head, sighed, and shook his head. Xiao Wu was stunned for a moment, then reacted and couldn't help blushing. He reached out and punched Xiao Tianyang, cursing inwardly. Brother Tianyang, you bastard! Oh, you are so brave that you dare to scold me. Xiao Tianyang turned back with a smile. Yes, sorry. Xiao Wu bowed to the evil forces. You are sensible. Xiao Tianyang thought for a while and said, Hey, I have a drink formula. The effect may be good. Do you want it? Brother Tianyang, you are driving too fast. I want to get off. Where did you learn this? You taught me last time. Okay, then you don't want it? We will trade privately later. Do you have money? Xiao Tianyang expressed doubt. Xiao Wu was a little embarrassed. Money was the least valuable in her hands, and she spent it so quickly. What are you guys doing there? The old man's voice interrupted the chat between Xiao Tianyang and Xiao Wu, and the transaction was interrupted. You lost your last chance. Registration was important. First, Tang San and Xiao Wu showed their martial spirits. Their spirit rings were yellow and purple, standard configuration. Then the old man pinched their hands to check their bones. Very good. This kind of physical fitness should be exercised regularly, right? Tang San nodded with a smile on his face. Teacher, have we passed? Come here. The old man waved to the distance. Dai Mubai, take them all in. Hearing this name, Tang San and Xiao Wu looked over in surprise, and the one who came over was Dai Mubai, who had a conflict with them yesterday. But at this time he was looking around, as if he was looking for something after seeing Tang San. What was exaggerated was that beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Hey, what are you doing? Didn't you hear the teacher calling you? Xiao Wu put her hands on her hips and pouted. You are sneaky. Your head is full of dirty things. Are you thinking about something weird again? Dai Mubai naturally couldn't care less about her. After coughing a few times, he said, is your friend here? Oh, so you are looking for Brother Tianyang. Xiao Wu laughed and said, It seems that the kick yesterday has left you with a big shadow. The corners of Dai Mubai's mouth twitched. It was not just a little, but a big one, okay? Now his stomach still hurt slightly. Suddenly, Dai Mubai felt a creepy feeling. When he looked back, he saw a beautiful face with a smile. Putting his palm on Dai Mubai's shoulder, Xiao Tianyang smiled and asked, Are you looking for me? Dai Mubai's whole body tensed up and his hands clenched into fists. Don't be nervous, we were just sparring yesterday. Patting the other party, Xiao Tianyang seemed to want to ease the relationship with Dai Mubai. Is it you? The girl who had been following Dai Mubai and whom Xiao Tianyang had met yesterday suddenly spoke. Hello, we meet again. Is this the third time? Xiao Tianyang also smiled and greeted. My name is Ning Rongrong, and you? Xiao Tianyang. Xiao Tianyang stretched out his hand and held half of Ning Rongrong's palm, but let go in just 3 seconds. Although he likes beautiful women, he is romantic and not vulgar. Some of his rules are due to his family education. Ning Rongrong was stunned, and then she looked at Xiao Tianyang with more and more pleasing eyes. Hey, that Shrek Academy only accepts those under the age of 12. You seem to be too old, right? Dai Mubai coughed lightly beside him and whispered. Since the other party has already said that, he will naturally not be tense anymore. What's more, this is not bad news. Being stared at by a monster is not necessarily a good thing. Tang San explained. Brother Tianyang just grew up faster. He is actually only 12 years old. The old man was also a little suspicious, looking Xiao Tianyang up and down. This growth is too fast, isn't it? Shaking his head, the old man said again, Stretch out your hand. Hearing is not believing, seeing is believing. The old man decided to see it for himself. Appearance can deceive people, but bones can't lie. Xiao Tianyang stretched out his hand as he said, and the old man held it and pinched it, and his face changed slightly. Really only 12 years old. The old man first gave a positive answer and then looked shocked. But what did you eat to grow up? What is steel bones? Xiao Tianyang is an example. If the old man was not at the Soul Emperor level, I'm afraid that force can't even pinch bones. Eat well since childhood, grow fast. Xiao Tianyang smiled. Your age is not over the limit, show your martial spirit. Xiao Tianyang nodded, raised his hand, and a wisp of flame rolled in his palm. Three-color fire? What kind of martial spirit is this? The old man expressed doubts. My martial spirit has mutated. Xiao Tianyang explained. Yeah, not bad. The old man nodded and then continued. Don't hide it. Show your spirit rings. Xiao Tianyang was honest, and he showed his spirit rings directly after nodding. Puff, the water that the old man just drank was sprayed out. What the hell is this? One purple and one black. What kind of configuration is this? Exceeding the standard, right? Of course, it's not just this old man, Tang San and Xiao Wu behind Xiao Tianyang. Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, who were standing a little further away, and the girl who was still queuing, all looked unbelievable. The old man was the first to react and asked, Wait, you only have 2 spirit rings. Then what is your level? Level 27, Xiao Tianyang replied. Level 27. Dai Mubai felt that his brain was not enough. 1,000-year spirit ring is fine, but this 10,000-year spirit ring, how did you do it? The appearance of Xiao Tianyang has basically broken the law of the spirit master world. How strong a physical fitness must be to be able to absorb such a spirit ring. This is not the limit. It is beyond the limit, right? No wonder Brother Tianyang never used spirit rings when he fought with us, so that's why. Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. Teacher, did I pass this? Tianyang looked at the old man, still smiling. What a monster! The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head, waving his hand. If you don't pass, who else can pass? Dai Mubai subconsciously stepped back 2 steps away from Xiao Tianyang. This is a bomb. Whoever touches it will be unlucky. Well, you guys come in first. There will be tests later, so don't wait here. In fact, everyone is curious about the spirit ring. After all, such a configuration is not to be seen, even to the point of not daring to think about it. However, the current environment is not suitable for asking too much, so even the curious Xiao Wu did not speak and was very uncomfortable. Is this your dog? The old man suddenly asked, pointing at Boo Boo. Xiao Tianyang turned around and asked, Can't you bring pets to school? The old man reminded, You can, but you have to tie it up tightly, so it doesn't bite anyone. Boo Boo almost fell into the field. Don't worry, it won't bite. Xiao Tianyang looked at Boo Boo. You won't bite, right? That creepy smile appeared again. Boo Boo trembled and backed away, nodding his head. The 5 people and the dog entered the village together. After a while, Ning Rongrong took the initiative to approach Xiao Tianyang and whispered, Tianyang, why is Dai Mubai so afraid of you? Xiao Tianyang smiled and said, Yesterday I had a misunderstanding with him, so we had a sparring match. He lost? Ning Rongrong was a little surprised. A soul master could actually win against a soul master? It was just a small victory. Xiao Tianyang was relatively modest, as the saying goes, don't expose someone's shortcomings. Dai Mubai was also relieved after hearing this and his good impression of Xiao Tianyang's sword. Although this matter will definitely be exposed in the end, the fact that he was able to do enough superficial work also shows Xiao Tianyang's attitude. But suddenly everyone stopped. Selling sausages, long and delicious sausage stall is open. Each only needs 5 copper coins. You can taste the delicacy of the world. Hearing the voice and looking, Xiao Tianyang saw a man wearing a brown-gray long gown and a full beard, pushing a stall towards him. Why does this scene look a little familiar? Xiaoqing raised his eyebrows and suddenly remembered the vendors at the school gate when he was in elementary and middle school. But he paid more attention to the taste. Sniffing it gently, Xiao Tianyang smiled and said, It looks delicious. Dai Mubai quickly stopped him. Don't do that. Then he looked at the sausage seller. Xiaoao, how many times have I told you not to sell sausages in school? How many times do you want me to say it again? Tang San frowned. Is this uncle a teacher? He's a student like us. Dai Mubai turned his head and talked to Tang San, his expression somewhat helpless. He's only 2 years older than you. Xiao Wu was a little surprised. He looks a little too anxious. This isn't because he looks too anxious. He's just affected by his martial spirit. Dai Mubai explained. He has a rare food-type martial spirit. He is born with thick hair and is often unkempt, so he looks like this. Tang San was puzzled again. Then why can't we buy this sausage? Is it expired? That's because... Dai Mubai suddenly saw Xiao Tianyang about to put the sausage into his mouth and hurriedly said, Don't eat it! Unfortunately, it was too late. With a crunch, Xiao Tianyang bit off the sausage. It was crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. It had the taste of a German sausage, but with a Chinese wood-fired flavor. Your sausage tastes very good. Xiao Tianyang nodded at Oscar. I'm a freshman this year. Xiao Tianyang. Oscar. Oh, why didn't you listen to my advice? Daimubai stepped forward and said to Oscar, Xiao, I'll make a new sausage now. Boss Dai, isn't this bad? Oscar said somewhat embarrassedly. These juniors are all here. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Daimubai glared. They will all be students of the academy in the future. Can you hide it? Don't force me to do it. Seeing this, Oscar could only smile and shake his head, and said with a bit of obscenity, I have a big sausage. The soul ring under his feet rose, and Oscar raised his hand, and there was a sausage in his palm. Tang San's face changed. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong felt a little nauseous. So disgusting. Oscar could only sigh helplessly. Alas! How long is the shelf life of these sausages? Xiao Tianyang stood in front of the stall, not affected by what happened just now, but continued to eat the sausage in his mouth. You don't mind? Oscar was a little surprised. What's there to mind? Xiao Tianyang flipped his hand and took out another sausage. This is what I made myself. Try it? Oscar was quite moved. Seeing that Xiao Tianyang's serious eyes did not seem to be a fleet compliment, he took the gray sausage and took a bite. Delicious. Suddenly, Oscar's eyes lit up, and he felt that the sausages he made were not fragrant. Hey, that's needless to say. What Brother Tianyang makes is not ordinary delicious. Xiao Wu didn't know when she stood beside Xiao Tianyang, grabbed his hand and shook it, saying, Brother Tianyang, I want to eat it too. If you weren't a girl, I would kick you out right now. Xiao Tianyang glared at Xiao Wu. Of course, he finally relented and took out his homemade sausages, giving each person one. But when it came to Ning Rongrong, Xiao Tianyang still asked, Do you want one? Ning Rongrong, who was still struggling, gritted her teeth, took the sausage, and took a fierce bite. Xiao Tianyang shuddered when he saw it. Do you have to be so cruel? But what he got in return was a round of praise, especially Ning Rongrong. Her beautiful eyes narrowed and her mouth turned up as she ate. But this does not mean that Oscar's sausages are not delicious. Just watching the production process, even the most fragrant things may be tasteless, even a little disgusting. But Xiao Tianyang is different. He likes food and likes making food even more. Color, fragrance, and taste are all key points that must be grasped. The sausages he took out are his best works. Not only do they look good, but they are also the only food he can preserve for a long time. It took him no less than 2 months to make them. How could they not be delicious? But Xiao Tianyang did not care about these. Instead, he walked around the stall, took out dozens of seasonings and started to tinker with new dipping sauces. While everyone was enjoying the food, Xiao Tianyang quickly processed the sausages on the stall. The content remained unchanged, but it was covered with a gorgeous coat. The fragrance spread, and Daimubai's eyes began to be intoxicated, and he was absent-minded for a moment. What a good smell! Xiao Wu came to the stall even more unconvincingly, squinting her eyes and twitching her nose. Forget what happened just now. Try it again now. Xiao Tianyang's voice appeared beside Xiao Wu's ears. Somehow Xiao Wu, who had just felt that these sausages were a bit disgusting, suddenly picked up a sausage and bit it down. So numb, so spicy. Xiao Wu opened her mouth, fanned her little hands, and took a breath of cold air. Tang San was a little worried and went forward to take a look. But Xiao Wu completely ignored him, and even though she felt spicy, she still bit the sausage. Xiao-san, try it? Xiao Tianyang recommended. Tang San was not as unbearable as Xiao Wu, but he still couldn't help but reach out to take the sausage and take a bite. He may be more able to eat spicy food, but not as strongly as Xiao Wu. But the spicy and numbing feeling makes people unable to stop. Then it was like an infection. First Daimu by Oscar. Finally it was Ning Rongrong, who hesitated for a long time, but couldn't resist the temptation of the fragrance. Soon, it was just as Xiao Tianyang said. Forgetting everything before, Oscar's sausage was really delicious. Of course, the premise is that the gorgeous coat cannot attract the eye, and it is really hard to swallow after knowing the truth. Unknowingly, the sausages on the stall began to decrease until they were completely destroyed. It's gone. Xiao Wu felt a little regretful. Xiao Tianyang rolled his eyes at her. You eat the most here, and you dare to say it. New classmate, thank you so much. Oscar came to Xiao Tianyang and held his hand. It's just some tricks, don't worry about it. Xiao Tianyang put 3 gold soul coins on the stall and said, I'll treat everyone today. How can I be so embarrassed? Oscar was a little embarrassed. Then why are you still taking it? Daimubai was a little speechless. Oscar forced an explanation. Ahem, it's a gift from my new classmate, after all. Daimubai could only shake his head and said, You will lead the way from now on. I have to go back. Why, did you lose something? Oscar asked. Daimubai said uncertainly. No, I just felt a little strange. There was someone in the queue who had a very similar aura to me. I felt that we complemented each other. Are you talking about the compatibility of martial souls? Oscar was a little surprised. That's the premise of martial soul fusion skills. I don't know, but I have to go and take a look. If there is a chance, I can't miss it. After that, Daimubai didn't explain much, waved his hand and walked back. The sausages were sold out, and Oscar had nothing to do, so he took on the task and said, Boss Dai has already told me about your situation. Let's go directly to the last test. Is this okay? Tang San glanced at the people still in line. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Oscar patted his chest, then walked to the teacher of the second test and said a few words. Not long after, the teacher said, In that case, then you can take them. The people who stayed there had objections. After all, this was obviously a backdoor. However, after hearing that Tang San's people were all above level 25, they gave up the idea. On the way, Oscar also explained, the fourth test mainly relies on actual combat ability. After all, the battles of spirit masters are ever-changing. How should the martial spirit be used? The order of using spirit rings? When is the key point to use spirit skills to determine the outcome? These are all included. Do you want auxiliary systems too? Ningrongrong asked. Oscar said, Of course, after all, the enemy will never show mercy to you just because you are a support department. Your requirements are so high, no wonder there are only so few students in the academy. Xiao Wu kicked the stone at her feet and pouted. It's just as Brother Tianyang said, it's because of poverty. Oscar almost stumbled and fell to the ground. However, Oscar could only smile awkwardly and couldn't explain anything, because their academy is really poor. But the topic had to be changed, so Oscar talked about the graduates of Shrek Academy. Chatting all the way, everyone soon came to an open space. Then Oscar pointed to the front and said, That's your test. Looking in the direction of his finger, there was a recliner there, and on it was a man with a rough face who was dozing off. Teacher Zhao, Oscar screamed and woke Zhao Wuji up. What's wrong? Is it on fire? Zhao Wuji hurriedly got up and looked around. He found Oscar, who was cowering. The corners of his mouth trembled, and he couldn't help rolling up his sleeves. You are itching for trouble, aren't you? You dare to play tricks on me? No, Teacher Zhao, it's the new students this year. Oscar poked his head out from behind the tree. Oh? Zhao Wuji's sight was indeed attracted by Tang San and others. Interesting, there are actually 4 monsters who are over level 25 at the age of 12 this year? Come on, let me see. Not 4, but 5. At this time, Daimubai's voice sounded. He brought the girl who was still in the queue just now and introduced, This is Zhu King, whose soul power is also over level 25. I don't know why Daimubai's expression seemed a little strange, and the girl's face was also full of frost, as if someone owed her a lot of money. Xiao Tianyang on the side was like seeing fire, although he knew it well, but kept silent. Some things are not something he can intervene in just by knowing, not to mention that they are not familiar with each other. Forget it. No matter it's 4 or 5, the enrollment results this year are very good. Zhao Wuji waved his hand without caring at all and looked at Tang San and others. My name is Zhao Wuji, and I'm a teacher of this academy. Now I decide that the content of your 4th test is that the 5 of you must gather your strength to block me for 1 incense stick of time. As long as there is someone standing at the end, you will pass. Daimubai was shocked when he heard the content of the test. Teacher Zhao, this is probably against the rules? When was it your turn to speak? Zhao Wuji glared. The dean is not here, so I have the final say here. What, do you have an objection? Oh, that's not what I meant. Daimubai walked to Zhao Wuji and whispered in his ear. This year's freshmen are exceptionally strong, so I suggest 2 incense sticks. If there were emoticons now, Zhao Wuji would definitely have a big question mark on his head. Do you think I have Alzheimer's disease? Or that I have incomplete legs and feet? You beat 5 immature children in 2 sticks of incense? The tone was already a little cold, making Daimubai step back, not daring to persuade him anymore. Zhao Wuji ignored Daimubai and looked at Tang San and others. I'll give you 1 stick of incense to discuss it. After saying that, he crossed his hands in front of his chest and closed his eyes for a nap. It seems that you can't escape this trouble this time. Daimubai walked back to Tang San and said in a deep voice, Teacher Zhao's martial spirit is the mighty King Kong bear, an extremely powerful beast martial spirit. It not only has unparalleled defense, but also has strength that is not inferior to soul beasts. Tang San frowned and said, His speed should be a weakness, right? If they are of the same level, it is indeed the case. Daimubai glanced. But it is enough to deal with you. Ning Rongrong asked. Then what level is he exactly? Daimubai said seriously. I don't know. Anyway, 10 years ago, when he was hunted by the Spirit Hall, he was already above level 60. At that time, he not only broke out of the encirclement of the 16 leaders, but also injured 3 of them. His nickname was Akalanatha. Now his level must have exceeded level 70. Xiao Tianyang interrupted them and said, Once the bow is shot, there is no turning back. Even if we persuade Teacher Xiao, he will not take back his words. We might as well discuss what to do next. That's right. Tang San nodded and looked at everyone. Why don't we introduce each other so that we can get to know each other first? As expected, the girl brought by Daimubai was Juju King, but when introducing himself, Xiao Tianyang was stunned for a moment before saying, Xiao Tianyang, a 27th level comprehensive combat spirit master, martial spirit 3-color fire. This introduction made everyone look confused. They went through the control system, the strong attack system, the auxiliary system, and the agile attack system. But what is the comprehensive system? Influenced by this incident, they even forgot to ask Ning Rongrong if she was from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Of course, there is no need to confirm this. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Tower is the inherited martial spirit of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and there is no mistake about this. Knowing that everyone was puzzled, Xiao Tianyang smiled and said, You can think of me as a jack of all trades on the field. I will be there wherever I am needed. You'd better be the main attacker in this test, otherwise you won't last more than an incense stick. Daimubai reminded him, Teacher Xiao, the 7 spirit rings basically add defense and strength. You can imagine how terrifying it will be when they are added together. Xiao Tianyang was about to say that I had no problem, but the system gave a prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the side quest assistance. Content, act as an assistant to fully demonstrate the strength of Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Juju King. Task reward, increase the host's charm. Is this asking me not to interfere with the plot? No, if that's the case, why did the system ask me to contact important figures such as Tang San in the first place? Brother Tianyang, what's wrong with you? Xiao Wu stepped forward and shook his arm. It's okay. Xiao Tianyang recovered and said, I'll only play as a support in this game. Why? Xiao Wu couldn't understand. Zhao Wuji's strength was obvious. It would be difficult for the 4 of them to hold out for a stick of incense. But if Xiao Tianyang was added as the main attacker, although it was not foolproof, it was almost there. Why did he suddenly become a support? And have you ever seen a support who kicked a level 30 Soulmaster away with 1 kick? If I go on the court, will you still have a chance to perform? Xiao Tianyang had a serious expression and said in a deep voice, Xiao San, Xiao Wu, I can tell you very clearly that I have never taken the daily competition seriously. You can indeed pass the test after I go on the court, but what about your own value? Remember, everyone has potential. Sometimes pressure is motivation. If you squeeze it out, you will definitely get much more than passing this test. Boy, you are arrogant. Zhao Wuji opened his eyes, stood up, looked at Xiao Tianyang condescendingly. In that case, you might as well stop assisting. Wait a minute. I'll play one-on-one with you. Everyone was stunned, including Xiao Tianyang. Congratulations to the host for triggering the side quest challenge. Content, compete with Zhao Wuji and remain undefeated for 1 stick of incense. Quest reward, level 2 lottery X2. After receiving the system notification, Xiao Tianyang became even more unscrupulous, mouth curled up, and his fighting spirit was burning. He turned around and looked directly at Zhao Wuji. That's what I meant! Except for Zhao Wuji, everyone looked at Xiao Tianyang with ghost eyes. Even Tang San and Xiao Wu were no exception. Are you crazy? You actually want to challenge Teacher Xiao alone? He is a Soul Emperor. Oscar stretched his neck, bent over and swung his arms, looking dumbfounded. After hesitating for a while, Tang San still said, Brother Tianyang, isn't this too? Xiao Tianyang waved his hand. This is my business. It has nothing to do with you. If you have time to talk to me, you should discuss how to deal with Teacher Xiao. Having said that, Tang San could only sigh, shook his head and walked towards the others without saying anything more. After spending several years together, he has come to understand Xiao Tianyang's true character. He is casual, free and easy, and treats people with kindness. He likes to play tricks on people occasionally, but he is not annoying. The most important thing is that he always keeps his word. Since he has already spoken, no amount of persuasion will be of any use. Boy, you are very much to my taste. But when the time comes, don't expect me to show mercy. I wish for it. Xiao Tianyang, who had retreated to the side at this moment, also smiled. Soon, Tang San and others had a result in less than an incense stick of time. Xiao Tianyang nodded secretly when he heard it. Not to mention how big the gap between the enemy and us is, just this arrangement is very reasonable. Tang San controls the field and protects Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu is the main attacker, and Juju King assists Xiao Wu. At this time, Zhao Wuji also stood up from his chair and said in a deep voice, "Time is up, kids. Let me see your potential." After speaking, a stick of incense flew out of his hand, and it was lit and stuck in the ground without knowing when. Suddenly, Tang San and the other three separated quickly. Xiao Wu and Juju King moved around to the left and right, while Tang San stood in front of Ning Rongrong. A crisp voice came from behind him. "The 7 treasures have turned into glazed glass." A 7-colored pagoda appeared in Ning Rongrong's hand, and the colorful mist enveloped her, just like a fairy descending to the earth, beautiful and magnificent. At this moment, 2 soul rings rose and lit up at the same time. The 7 treasures are famous. One is power. The 7 treasures are famous. One is speed. The top of the 7-treasure glazed glass pagoda split into 3 rays of light, which fell on Tang San and others respectively. At this moment, they not only felt the increase in their strength, but also felt the lightness under their feet. It is worthy of being the inherited martial spirit of the 7-treasure glazed sect. Zhao Wuji's eyes lit up, and his eyes were shining. At this time, she had already thought of Frant and the happy expression when she saw Ning Rongrong again. You know, the people of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, especially the direct descendants, rarely go out. Of course, while saying this, Zhao Wuji also stepped forward and ran directly towards Ning Rongrong. Tang San's pupils shrank, and he secretly cried out that it was not good, but his reaction was also fast. He quickly activated the blue-silver grass to come to Ning Rongrong's side, wrapped her waist around her, and pulled her towards him. At the same time, Tang San took the initiative to move forward and circled behind him. Xiao Wu leaped forward and kicked Zhao Wuji in the chest. Not only that, Juju King relied on her light and agile body to spin in the air, and her toes pointed at the back of Zhao Wuji's neck. But Xiao Tianyang, who was watching the battle from a distance, shook his head. It's useless. Having skills is a problem if you don't have enough strength. Sure enough, in the next second, Zhao Wuji just sneered, shook his arms and bounced the 3 people away. But Xiao Wu, as the main attacker, only did a few somersaults in the air, and attacked again when she landed. She kicked with her legs and was indeed blocked one by one. "Little girl, you don't seem to have much strength." Zhao Wuji opened his right hand and slapped it across the air. But just when Daimubai and others thought Xiao Wu was going to dodge and retreat, they saw a smile on her face. She actually stretched out 2 fingers and took the initiative to move towards that palm. What is she trying to do? Daimubai, who was also watching the battle, couldn't help but be shocked. Not to mention him, even Zhao Wuji was frightened. He could have dodged it completely. It was just to force Xiao Wu back, so he didn't deliberately hold back. And if this girl took the initiative to meet him, at least her bones would be broken. "You underestimate Xiao Wu." Xiao Tianyang suddenly laughed. It is precisely because everyone thinks so that Xiao Wu's behavior can really achieve the effect of surprise. Then a shocking scene appeared. Xiao Wu pointed 2 fingers at Zhao Wuji's wrist, and a feeling of powerlessness surged into her body, making the latter's hand unable to move forward at all. Xiao Wu didn't see any strength, just gently swung her arm and flicked 2 fingers lightly, and Zhao Wuji fell to the ground with his shoulder with an ugly face and fell heavily. Oscar opened his mouth, unable to speak. This... Xiao Tianyang raised his hand to support the opponent's chin, and said, "Teacher Zhao's strength is indeed strong. There's no doubt about that. But if he returns his strength to the opponent without knowing it, he will suffer. This doesn't seem to be a soul skill, right?" Daimubai doubted it, because he didn't see the soul ring light up just now. "This is just a fighting technique," Xiao Tianyang said. "You taught it? Or, you taught it? Then can you teach me?" "Yes, but I have to pay more." Before Zhao Wuji, who fell over there, got up, Tang San's first soul ring lit up. First soul skill, entanglement. Not only the limbs, but also the thighs, arms, shoulders, and other important places are entangled with blue-silver grass. Although it is easy for Zhao Wuji to break it because of the level difference and the characteristics of the blue-silver grass, don't forget that he is lying on the ground now. If Zhao Wuji was standing, this spirit skill would waste at most 2 seconds. Then, if he was lying down, he could be trapped for at least 5 seconds. Soon, except Ning Rongrong, Tang San and the other two almost immediately joined the siege. Three figures crisscrossed each other, and because of their speed, they ran very fast, punching and kicking Zhao Wuji, making a muffled bang. But after a while, a muffled sound came from the ground. Then, the place where Zhao Wuji was originally trapped could be seen with the naked eye. The ground collapsed instantly, and a wave of air spread, instantly disintegrating the momentum of Tang San and others. But Xiao Wu didn't want to give up, so she took the initiative to attack, exerted force on her feet, took the initiative to move forward, and her eyes flashed red. Xiao Tianyang couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw this. Things are going to be bad. Teacher Zhao's nickname is Akala, and mental control is ineffective for him, and if the level gap is too large, it is easy to cause backlash, Dai Mubai said in a deep voice. As expected, the next moment, Xiao Wu groaned, fainted, and flew backwards. Zhao Wuji took this opportunity to slap forward, and a golden palm print rushed towards everyone. The distance was too close, and Tang San and others didn't have much space at all. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't take the initiative to dodge, because behind them was Ning Rongrong. Zhao Wuji didn't take action, but once he took action, the whole army would be annihilated. At this time, a figure landed in front of the palm print, grabbed Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong with both hands, and threw them behind him, and took the initiative to resist with his body. Bang! With a muffled sound, Xiao Tianyang only took 3 steps back, and when he looked up, he met Zhao Wuji's eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Quest reward, host's charm is enhanced. Xiao Tianyang's expression was slightly proud. Teacher Zhao, the time of 1 stick of incense has arrived. As expected, the task was completed. Since he was not allowed to intervene from the beginning, they certainly did not want him to affect the process. So he took action when the last incense was about to burn out, seizing the last chance. In this way, he not only participated in the battle, but also did not forcefully intervene, and completing the task became a matter of course. But to be honest, it was also quite dangerous to win. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the gap in spirit power between the two sides. But in terms of skills, Tang San and Xiao Wu had an absolute advantage. Therefore, it was not a big problem to finish the remaining 1/3 of the time. It was just because of the concern just now that Tang San chose to step aside and not take the initiative to rush into the attack range of the powerful diamond palm. Then they would have won. But he didn't, and in the end it was Xiao Tianyang who rushed out to block the powerful diamond palm. Otherwise, Tang San and others would not have passed the test, even if it seemed that only Tang San was standing in the end. But there is no doubt that they still passed. Zhao Wuji frowned slightly and looked at the incense stick, which was indeed burned out. Xiao Wu! The voice sounded from behind Xiao Tianyang, and it was transmitted from Tang San. She just suffered the backlash of her own soul power. She will be fine tomorrow after a night's sleep. Zhao Wuji took the initiative to speak, but the depression on his face was lingering. He felt that it would be embarrassing if the news got out that the dignified Soul Emperor couldn't do anything to 4 Soul Masters. Why wait until tomorrow? Xiao Tianyang chuckled. Flames rose in his hands, and 2 soul rings rose from the soles of his feet, 1 purple and 1 black. Zhao Wuji originally frowned when he heard this, but when he saw the 2 soul rings, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. What the hell is this? Xiao Tianyang's purple soul ring lit up, and 9 fist-sized flames appeared beside him. First soul skill, the fire of 10,000 changes. 9 flames lit up beside Xiao Tianyang, and then 4 of them turned green and sank into the bodies of Tang San and the other 4 people. Tang San's body shook, and an incredible look appeared in his eyes. Because his injuries, soul power, physical strength, and spirit were only recovering at an incredible speed. Ning Rongrong and Juju King, who were stunned just now, woke up first and opened their eyes in less than 3 seconds. Although they still had a headache, their mental state was gradually recovering. Finally, Xiao Wu, who should have suffered the backlash of soul power and was mentally injured, woke up within 5 seconds. But her eyes were still blank. Xiao Wu, you're awake! Tang San said in surprise. Xiao San, what happened to you? Xiao Wu, who was slowly recovering, found herself lying in Tang San's arms, and her pretty face blushed. But she didn't struggle, just asked in a low voice. How did you do it? Dai Mubai looked at Ning Rongrong and Juju King standing up from the ground in shock. At this moment, they looked relaxed, without any signs of injury. But it was obvious that the blankness on their faces also proved that they didn't know what happened. Didn't you see it? The first soul skill. Xiao Tianyang turned to look at Zhao Wuji. Teacher Zhao, can we start our test? Are you sure you want to fight me? Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes. They just won, but they only suffered a loss once. Do you think I will fall twice in a row in the same place? That's not necessarily the case. Xiao Tianyang also had his reasons for confidence. He would definitely not be able to win in a head-on fight. There is no doubt about that. But the advantage he had was that the opponent would neither kill him nor seriously injure him. Once that happened, he would have a lot of room to play. It was impossible to defeat her, but just delaying her for an incense stick of time was not a problem. However, just when Zhao Wuji was about to nod with a gloomy face, Tang San suddenly put Xiao Wu down, took the initiative to step forward and said, "Teacher Zhao, I hope to have a serious fight with you." Although Xiao Wu recovered, Tang San was indeed holding back a rage in his heart. If it weren't for Xiao Tianyang, they would probably all fall down just now. He once promised that unless he died, he would never let Xiao Wu get into trouble. But what about now? Even though it is meaningless to win now, it is just like what Xiao Tianyang said at the beginning. If faith is lost, it is better to try to find it back than to be lost there. Xiao San. Xiao Wu wanted to stop him but was stopped by Xiao Tianyang. "Teacher Zhao, I think you have no reason to refuse, right?" Xiao Tianyang said first. "Now they are students of the academy. Logically speaking, it is not in line with the rules for you, a teacher of practical courses, to refuse the students' requests, right?" Sure enough, hearing this, Zhao Wuji, who was about to lose his temper, choked back his words. Just now, he had already violated the rules by taking action, but he was just itching to show off his skills. It was not the fourth test at all. Now that Tang San and others have passed, Zhao Wuji is refusing the other party's request. Even if these students don't care about it in the future, Frank will definitely make trouble for him. Thinking of this, Zhao Wuji had a headache. It seems that he has to agree to it now. "Okay." Zhao Wuji pouted and exhaled hot air from his nose. "But I won't show mercy this time. Think it through. Do you still want to fight me?" Tang San glanced at Xiao Tianyang, and with the latter's encouragement, he looked at the other party. "Sure. Then let's start. The same time of an incense stick." Zhao Wuji threw another incense stick into the ground. "Let's start." As soon as the voice fell, Tang San opened the purple demon eye, his hands turned into jade, and continuously touched the 24 bridges on the moonlit night. Countless hidden weapons he created floated around him. Xiao Tianyang took this opportunity to step aside, and also grabbed Ning Rongrong and Zhu King, who wanted to get closer to watch the excitement, and pulled them away. "That's very dangerous. If you don't want to be accidentally injured, just stand here and watch." Xiao Tianyang's voice sounded at the same time. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, who originally wanted to break free, couldn't help but give up this idea after hearing this. The first point is that they can't break free, and the second is that they don't want to break free, so they choose to believe Xiao Tianyang. After all, he just used his mortal body to block Zhao Wuji's second soul skill. Some of the hidden weapons beside Tang San reflected cold light in the sun, while others were ordinary. But what made Zhao Wuji feel strange was that those that looked ordinary made him feel a little threatened. Xiao Tianyang took the initiative to step forward, and seeing this scene, he couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. "Under my guidance, Tang San has added a small amount of alloy to some of the hidden weapons, and even if Teacher Zhao is serious, he will still suffer from these hidden weapons without knowing it." On the open ground, Xiao Tianyang raised his hand to assist Tang San, who retreated, and looked at Zhao Wuji. "Teacher Zhao, you lost." Zhao Wuji, who was about to take action, couldn't help but twitch his eyes and turned his head away in disbelief. But just as Xiao Tianyang said, "The incense is really burned out." Xiao Tianyang smiled at Zhao Wuji, feeling a little sorry for him. At this time, he was also miserable enough. Not only was half of his face swollen, but there were also many wounds on his body, especially Tang San's newly acquired Dragon Whisker Needle and second Martial Spirit Clear Sky Hammer. Zhao Wuji grimaced in pain. The specific battle process was similar to what he guessed. Zhao Wuji was worried that losing twice in a row would make his teacher lose face, so he did use some of his strength. But Tang San was also in trouble when he got serious. Even if those hidden weapons were put aside, the Purple Demon Eye, Crane Control and Dragon Capture, Ghost Shadow Mirage and other Tang sect's unique skills were definitely not easy to deal with. What's more, after Xiao Tianyang's training, he has basically mastered them. If we really want to compare them, Xiao Tianyang estimates that Tang San's strength should be more than 30% higher than if he hadn't been trained. A ball of green fire entered Tang San's body, and his soul power was basically overdrawn, and his physical strength was a little overconsumed, but it was all restored in 2 or 3 breaths, not to mention the insignificant wound. Thank you. Tang San turned around and smiled at Xiao Tianyang. Why are you being so polite to me? Xiao Tianyang motioned Tang San to step back, and he took the initiative to step forward. Teacher Xiao, it's my turn. Come on, Zhao Wuji glared. Do you really treat me as a punching bag? You brought up this matter in the beginning, and it has nothing to do with me. Xiao Tianyang spread his hands. How about you think about it again? Zhao Wuji's face was ugly, and he was facing 2 choices at this time. One is to listen to Xiao Tianyang and compete with him obediently. He is now in this state, and if he continues to fight, will he have no face? As for the second choice, it is very simple. Refuse, and then announce that the group of little guys in front of him have passed the test, including the one Xiao Tianyang who did not show his strength. But this seems to have lost the teacher's majesty, making it seem like he is afraid. What's more, what Xiao Tianyang said is indeed correct. This last test was brought up by Zhao Wuji at the beginning, and it has nothing to do with Xiao Tianyang at all. No! Zhao Wuji suddenly remembered something and looked at Xiao Tianyang with an increasingly wrong look. This kid first flattered me and asked me to pretend that I didn't see his tricks so that the 4 little guys could pass the test. Then he used provocation to make me compete with that Tang San. Did he expect me to be like this? And in the end, it was me competing with him. What a trick! After thinking through the cause and effect, Zhao Wuji stared at Xiao Tianyang and took the initiative to say, Since you want to be beaten so much, then come on. He had decided to teach this bad boy a lesson. Even if Flanders scolded him when he came back, he would not hesitate. He dared to play tricks on the teacher just after entering school. What will happen in the future? Of course, the most important thing is that Zhao Wuji is worried that he will not be able to beat Xiao Tianyang in this aspect in the future. Taking the initiative to come to the open space, Xiao Tianyang's first soul ring lit up, and 9 flames appeared beside him. Teacher Zhao, be careful. As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Tianyang disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared in another direction with strange steps, took the initiative to move forward, exerted his strength with both hands, and a faint dragon roar resounded through the open space. Feeling a little threatened, Zhao Wuji, who had decided to take it seriously, roared, and 7 soul rings slowly rose from the bottom of his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Second soul skill, powerful diamond palm. Zhao Wuji slapped out with his right palm, and a golden palm print that was more condensed than before appeared and slapped towards Xiao Tianyang. Xiao Tianyang did not retreat but advanced. His eyes lit up and pushed out with both palms, shocking 100 miles. The wandering dragon, transformed by soul power, hit the golden palm print. Bang! Xiao Tianyang retreated 4 steps, while Zhao Wuji was much better. His body shook, and he only moved a small step. But he was not happy about it at all. Instead, he looked at Xiao Tianyang in surprise. You didn't use any soul skills. What kind of moves are these? 18 dragon subduing palms, just 1 palm. Xiao Tianyang bent his knees slightly, rushed up to the sky when he exerted force, drew a circle in the air, and slapped out again. The dragon roar this time was not louder than the last time, but the strong wind that came made Zhao Wuji's face change slightly. The arrogant dragon will regret. The first soul skill, the body of the Akala. Zhao Wuji withstood the palm, but then there were continuous attacks, not giving him a chance to fight back. Flying dragon in the sky. Seeing dragon in the field, hidden dragon do not use. After slapping out 17 palms in a row, fine beads of sweat appeared on Xiao Tianyang's forehead. But at this moment, Zhao Wuji's face was indeed extremely ugly. The reason was that he retreated a total of 17 steps. The last palm, the dragon's tail swings. Mr. Zhao, take it! Xiao Tianyang's soul power ran all over his body like a dam on the Yangtze River. As his right palm exerted force, a dragon rushed out, and before Zhao Wuji could dodge, he rammed into it. Bang! Zhao Wuji was knocked out, and he groaned. Everyone could guess that he was not feeling well at this time. The people watching the battle were all shocked, compared to the shock brought by Xiao Tianyang's soul ring. Without using any soul skills, he continuously hit a soul emperor with 18 palms? This is a bit too exaggerated. Purely relying on physical fitness, creating his own moves, and single-handedly knocking Teacher Zhao away? Oscar's expression had not changed since the beginning, and he still looked the same, shaking his arms and saying, "Could this really be a monster? Who knows?" Daimu Bai shook his head and then looked at Tang San. "This is your friend. He should know more about the details, right? Is it convenient for you to tell us? In fact, I don't know how strong Brother Tianyang is, Tang San said in a deep voice, but at least when he was sparring with Xiao Wu and me, he rarely used these moves, and even if he did, it was only 1 or 2 palms. But one thing is certain, that is, if he used the same spirit power as now, I would not be able to withstand more than 3 palms. Don't talk about you, I may not be able to do it. Dai Mubai was a little helpless. Xiao Tianyang, who is he? Ning Rongrong murmured to herself, but her eyes gradually shone with a strange light. There was another person who also behaved in this way, that was Juju King. It's just that her nature is rather cold, and she doesn't show her likes and dislikes on the surface, so it's hard to tell. But Mr. Zhao might be serious next time. Dai Mubai suddenly changed the subject and said, 2 consecutive defeats are something Mr. Zhao, who is very proud of, cannot tolerate. Will Brother Tianyang be in danger? Xiao Wu was a little anxious. I hope he surrenders in time. Dai Mubai could only hope that Xiao Tianyang would not be too aggressive. 3rd soul skill, gravity enhancement. 4th soul skill, positioning tracking. 5th soul skill, gravity compression. Zhao Wuji, who had just landed on the ground, used 3 soul skills at the same time. Just as Dai Mubai said, he was really serious. Of course, it was not because he couldn't afford to lose, but mainly because if he continued to fight like this, he would really lose face. On the other side, Xiao Tianyang felt his speed slowing down and the gravity squeezing from all directions, and his face changed. With this combo, no matter how flexible the steps are, it's useless. Slow down, lock, and control, is it too much? Xiao Tianyang complained in his heart, but looking at Zhao Wuji, who was walking towards him with big strides, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Powerful Vajra Palm. Zhao Wuji used 70% of his strength this time. 1st soul skill, the fire of all changes. Xiao Tianyang didn't have the habit of shouting it out. He also knew that Zhao Wuji's behavior was just to take care of them, but he didn't do this for the sake of fairness, just to make Zhao Wuji suspicious. Sure enough, this shout made Zhao Wuji's movements pause. At the same time, the 9 flames beside Xiao Tianyang turned into spears at the same time and stabbed Zhao Wuji with lightning speed, not affected by gravity at all. No one expected such a change to happen. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't his 1st soul skill an auxiliary skill? How come it suddenly becomes offensive again? Tang San shook his head. The reason may only be known by Brother Tianyang himself, but think about it. Before the flame entered our body, it changed from orange-red to green. And now it has become an offensive spear, and the color has not changed. What does this mean? Dai Mubai's face changed. Does it mean that his 1st soul skill has 2 ways of use? Tang San did not answer but said, the fire of 10,000 changes. Brother Tianyang has a good name. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened, but he, who has rich combat experience, immediately used the Akala body. But the penetration of these 9 flame spears is stronger than he imagined, and the power is much greater. Piercing the outer defense, it kept moving forward until it was only half a meter away from him, and then slowly stopped. But before Zhao Wuji could breathe a sigh of relief, the spear tip suddenly trembled and emitted a dazzling light. Not good! It was too late to retreat. The spear exploded, and the flames engulfed everything, including Zhao Wuji. 6th soul skill, Mighty Vajra Roar. The sound waves spread out, and the flames were directly dispersed. Xiao Tianyang's eardrums were also hurt by the shock, and he was dizzy for a short time. At this time, Zhao Wuji rushed out and used the Mighty Vajra Palm again, and said at the same time, Boy, I'll see where you run this time. Xiao Tianyang, who came to his senses, wanted to hide, but it was too late. But to everyone's surprise, Xiao Tianyang's mouth began to rise. Teacher Zhao, who do you think taught Xiao Wu that move just now? You guy. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth. Unfortunately, he miscalculated a little bit. Xiao Wu used the kind of fighting skills of using the opponent's force to fight the opponent. Who else on this continent would know it except him? Tianshan Zheme Hand. This was one of the few rewards that Xiao Tianyang could show off in 5 years. But he himself didn't like things that were too complicated. The 9 Yang magic skill and the 18 dragon subduing palms just met his requirements. Not only were the moves simple, but they were also extremely powerful and specialized in dealing with fancy moves. But this kind of knowledge was transmitted to his mind, and he couldn't just refuse it. So he knew it himself and taught it to Xiao Wu, but he didn't add the Tianshan Zheme Hand to his own combat system. He stretched out 2 fingers and grabbed Zhao Wuji's wrist. A more intense feeling of powerlessness than before surged into his heart, and Zhao Wuji's legs almost softened and he knelt down directly. But Xiao Tianyang obviously wouldn't be so presumptuous. Therefore, He grabbed the other party and swung him in the air, and then threw him out like a sack. Zhao Wuji smashed through a house and fell into it. "You kid!" The voice came, and the 6 soul rings on Zhao Wuji's body flashed at the same time, which was a sign that his soul power was pushed to the extreme. "Not good. Let's retreat quickly." Daimobai's face changed. The roar of the mighty King Kong. The voice came again, and the ruins at Zhao Wuji's feet were blown away on the spot. However, Xiao Tianyang, who had been prepared for this, would not be easily fooled. The 9 flames that had recondensed around him gathered in front of him and formed a wall to protect him behind him. The sound waves hit the flames, and the first layer was disintegrated. The second layer, the third layer. It was almost like a dead tree and rotten wood, with no effect at all. But Xiao Tianyang didn't really want to block this move. He was just buying time for himself. All the flame walls were torn apart, and Xiao Tianyang was exposed just when his second soul ring was lit. The flames beside him disappeared, and were replaced by the black lotus in Xiao Tianyang's heart. Just by looking at the distorted air beside him, you should know how high the temperature is. Second soul skill, Ice Heart Fire Lotus. The black lotus floated, exuding a destructive power, and even Zhao Wuji felt a little tricky. What's wrong with this kid's martial spirit? One moment he assists, one moment he attacks, and one moment he creates something so terrible. Wait, this is the second soul skill. That is, the 10,000-year soul ring. Suddenly thinking of the seriousness of the problem, Zhao Wuji quickly started a defensive posture. The next moment, the black lotus bloomed and it fell like a mountain. There was a loud bang and the whole open space was shaking. The mushroom cloud of the explosion did not appear, but was occupied by a dark lotus. What's more terrifying is that there are still explosions inside. Obviously, the heat wave is soaring and it really gives people a feeling of cold. This is Xiao Tianyang's second soul skill. The Ice Heart Fire Lotus. What really matters is not ice nor fire, but the word heart. The first explosion is just the greatest trauma to the enemy. But the black lotus that grows bigger immediately afterwards is a means of control, and the explosion inside its core is the real means of killing people. Xiao Tianyang has not tried how powerful this move is, because he has no chance to do it. There is no need to use soul skills when sparring with Xiao San and others. Go to the soul hunting forest to spar with those soul beasts. If you go down, you will basically be dead. So this second soul skill is actually the first time he uses it today. How powerful is it? Just look at the roar that Zhao Wuji made in the lotus, and you will know how painful it is. Xiao Tianyang, put away your second soul skill. It's too loud. Daimubai hurriedly stepped forward and said, "This is the first time I use this soul skill, and I don't know how to put it away." Xiao Tianyang could only shrug helplessly. He turned his head to look in the direction of the explosion and sighed helplessly. "Teacher Zhao, I can only wish you the best." The explosion stopped, the black lotus disappeared, and Zhao Wuji stumbled out of it. His face was very bad. But the most important thing is that his current appearance is more attractive. The skin on the left side is burning red, and the skin on the right side is a kind of frostbitten ice blue. The two are clearly separated, equally divided, and do not interfere with each other. But as the host, Zhao Wuji is uncomfortable. This alternation of ice and fire, hot and cold, is not a good feeling. Without even comparing, you know that Zhao Wuji's current injury is much more serious than the one after the fight with Tang San. "Teacher Zhao, are you okay?" Xiao Tianyang took 2 steps forward and asked with concern, "Why don't we just leave it at that today? Anyway, the incense stick has burned out." This kid is very mean. He labeled Xiao Tianyang again in his heart. But then again, being able to force him, a soul emperor, to this state at the soul master level is also a skill. What's more, he has used his 6th soul skill, so he has nothing to say if he loses. It's just that he always feels that he is being fooled by this kid, so it's normal to feel unhappy. Xiao Tianyang said carefully, "You are the well-known Akala in the soul master world. You beat the spirit hall so hard that they didn't dare to chase you too closely. A capable person like you shouldn't be so petty with a kid like me, right? This kid is good at talking." After this flattery, Zhao Wuji felt much better, even a little happy. "Okay, you all passed the test today." Zhao Wuji pouted and looked at Oscar. "Little Oscar, come here quickly. Isn't it fun to watch the show over there?" He is now hungry, tired, and injured. Although it is not serious, it is better to have help than not to have help, right? As soon as the voice fell, 2 prompts came to Xiao Tianyang's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest, Shrek Academy. Received reward, random character bond card. Congratulations to the host Xiao Tianyang for obtaining the waiter King Arthur, Altria Pendragon. The waiter will come to the host in the normal way later. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest challenge. Received reward level 2 Lottery X2. Xiao Tianyang was stunned on the spot because he didn't expect the character bond card to have such an effect. At the same time, what the hell was it that brought King Daimao to this world? Brother Tianyang, what are you thinking about? Tang San gently pushed Xiao Tianyang and whispered, Teacher Zhao, I'm calling you again. Oh, Xiao Tianyang, who had reacted, quickly looked at Zhao Wuji. Teacher Zhao, are you okay? Zhao Wuji's mouth twitched. Although Xiao's sausage is useful, it's a drop in the bucket for me. Don't you have the ability to heal? Hurry up and help. Xiao Tianyang laughed dryly and quickly used his first soul skill to send 9 balls of green fire into Zhao Wuji's body at the same time. At this moment, he couldn't help but close his eyes and let out a muffled groan in his throat. But it wasn't too painful. It was too refreshing. The body was as comfortable as if it was reborn. Zhao Wuji finally understood why those little guys who had fainted and needed to rest for a night before waking up tomorrow could recover so quickly. At his level of Soul Emperor, this treatment method could work, let alone several Soul Masters in their 20s. If Tang San defeated him by using various means, although he was clever, he could still be called a monster. Then Xiao Tianyang was an absolute monster. That kind of unreasonable strength was beyond imagination. Soon Zhao Wuji opened his eyes. Even though his injuries had not fully recovered, he would soon. Mubai, take them to the dormitory. As for you. Zhao Wuji glanced at Xiao Tianyang and finally said to the back of him, You made those holes, fill them up and go back. Don't be so vengeful, right? But just when Xiao Tianyang was speechless, a voice suddenly came from the distance behind him. Wuji, there is a new student here. Zhao Wuji, who was about to leave, looked back and said, Yu Song, didn't the registration end a long time ago? No way. This new student is special. The person who came was Li Yusong, who was in charge of the registration of new students at the entrance of the village, and there was a girl behind. Xiao Tianyang looked back and his eyes suddenly lit up. Of course, it was not Li Yusong who made him shine, but the girl behind him. She was about 1.7 meters tall, with a well-proportioned figure that was pleasing to the eye. Her long blonde hair was tied up with a blue ribbon. Her eyes were emerald green. Her facial features were exquisite, impeccable, and her skin was white and delicate, no worse than Ning Rongrong's. She wore a white shirt and a light blue knee-length skirt, with a blue ribbon tied around her neck and a bow tied, making her look fresh and beautiful. But what really made Xiao Tianyang recognize her was the iconic hair on her head. Altria Pendragon. She was now much more mature than the saber he saw in the comics. She was no longer a Lolita, but was developing in the direction of a queen. This was great. At the same time, he was observing Saber, who was also observing him. And in the next second, Saber took the initiative to step forward, ignoring everyone, including Zhao Wuji and Li Yusong. It seemed that after coming here, she only had Xiao Tianyang in her eyes. Tianyang, long time no see. Saber's smile was like a spring breeze, making people feel comfortable, and the gentleness in her eyes seemed to be only for the person in front of her. Long time no see. Xiao Tianyang could only talk nonsense. After all, she appeared under Saber's arrangement, and he didn't know what was in the other party's memory. But he had experience in dealing with such situations. Also showing a smile, Xiao Tianyang took the initiative to extend his hand and said, We will be classmates in the future. Please take care of me. Yeah. Saber's choice was a bit unexpected, because she didn't hold Xiao Tianyang's hand but hugged the latter. Isn't this too active? Should I take the initiative to accept it, or should I be more passive? Xiao Tianyang was stunned at this moment, but he soon decided that it would be better to be more passive. But he couldn't figure it out. The system clearly arranged a waiter for him, not a partner, so why did Saber act so actively? What's more, Saber's personality seems to be similar to that in the comics. Gentle and virtuous in life, dignified and generous, persistent and brave in battle, honest and serious. Did Saber know that I was her type as soon as she came? This puzzled him a little. But he was overthinking. The characters arranged by the system must first meet 2 requirements. The first is that the identity of the person who appears can be checked. That is, the person who really lives on Douluo Continent can be found, and he himself will have the corresponding memory. The second is loyalty to the host. Although it is not said that he will never betray, as long as he does not do something extremely extreme, this situation is generally impossible. As for why Saber directly likes Xiao Tianyang, it is mainly related to her memory and the latter's current charm. His own charm, plus the 2 upgrades of the system, let alone the characters arranged by the system, even Ning Rongrong and Juju King have the intention to get close to him. It's just that the former is a little bolder. Ahem, should you two pay attention? Li Yusong was the first to react and reminded the two. The 2 teachers on the other side naturally couldn't be so gossipy, but Dai Mubai had already started chatting. Oscar, Tang San, who is this girl? I don't know her. Tang San was also full of confusion. Didn't you say that you and Xiao Tianyang grew up together? How could you not know? Dai Mubai was a little unconvinced. It's obvious that these 2 people have known each other for a long time, and you can see that the girl looks so dignified and generous, but she actually did this to a man in public. Their relationship is probably not simple. Yes, we will be classmates in the future anyway, so just satisfy our curiosity. Oscar also encouraged, but I really don't know. Tang San was also a little helpless. Logically speaking, Xiao Tianyang has been inseparable from them for the past few years. They go to class together in the morning, go to the soul-hunting forest, to train in the afternoon, eat together in the evening, and leave until late at night. How could they have time to interact with others? Moreover, if Xiao Tianyang really knew this girl during these years, it is impossible that he did not introduce her to them. Unless this girl knew them before they knew them. That is, before the age of 6, when he and brother Tianyang were not familiar with each other. A group of men are more gossipy than women. Ning Rongrong snorted beside her, feeling a little unhappy. Juju Qing also glanced at them and said nothing, but the contempt in her eyes was revealed. As for Xiao Wu, she was at a loss. The only question in her mind was, when did brother Tianyang know this, young lady? Saber finally reacted. His face flushed with 2 blushes, turned to look at Zhao Wuji and Li Yusong, and bowed slightly. 2 teachers, I was a little excited to see Tianyang just now, I'm sorry. The sincere apology made Zhao Wuji and Li Yusong nod in their hearts. It is rare to be able to join Shrek Academy at such a young age and be so humble. As for the guys next to them, except for Tang San and a few girls, it's better not to mention them. It's nothing, one thing at a time. I don't want to ask more. Zhao Wuji pondered for a while, and a bad idea came to his mind. He said seriously, but they have just passed the 4th test and now there is only you. Are you sure you want to continue? Of course, Saber answered without hesitation. That's great. If they can hold on to my hand for an incense stick of time, they will be considered passed. Zhao Wuji pointed at Xiao Tianyang again. And he is alone, so what is your choice? When did the 4th test become like this? Li Yusong frowned. Did you change it yourself? Ahem, as for practical experience, the more the better. Zhao Wuji coughed awkwardly twice, but then looked at Saber. Please tell me your choice is... Like Tianyang, I choose to challenge you alone. Saber's face showed a touch of confidence. Zhao Wuji was stunned. He had only asked for half an incense stick, and this would achieve his goal. After all, he was already this age, so it was natural that the 2 children had a special relationship. After all, the temperament shown by this girl was indeed the same as that of an adult, not like a child at all. Therefore, he had to use the hands of others to take a small revenge on the bad boy Xiao Tianyang. But Zhao Wuji did not expect Saber to be so confident. However, Xiao Tianyang on the other side thought it was natural. Saber's personality is like this, proud and self-esteem. Even if his status may be above her, she will prove her ability, which is no worse than hers, or even stronger. This is the King Arthur of Great Britain. Well, it's also 1 incense stick of time, and as long as you can force me to use a soul skill above the 2nd soul ring, you will pass. Zhao Wuji reacted and crossed his arms. He really didn't believe that this year's freshmen would be more perverted than each other. Li Yusong wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't. It wasn't because he was worried about offending Zhao Wuji, but he just wanted to see the potential of this girl. Of course, he also had a little expectation in his heart. That is, Zhao Wuji continued to be defeated by these new students. That would be exciting. Everyone stepped aside, leaving the empty space for Zhao Wuji and Saber. Dai Mubai and others could ask the person himself, so they naturally wouldn't bother Tang San anymore. However, their approach had obviously changed. They no longer asked directly, but began to ask indirectly. Tianyang, what did you call her just now? Dai Mubai smiled. Don't get me wrong, I just thought that we will be classmates in the future, and it would be easier to communicate if we know her name. Saber. Xiao Tianyang didn't have the habit of changing people's names. Of course, you can also call her by her full name, Altria Pendragon. Why are these 2 names a bit weird? Oscar muttered. One is incomprehensible, and the other is so long. You'll get used to it after calling her a few times, Xiao Tianyang said with a smile. At the same time, the test over there was about to start, and everyone turned their attention back to Zhao Wuji and Saber. When Li Yusong personally lit the incense, Saber used his martial spirit. The sword hilt was made of gold, and the hilt was inlaid with gemstones. The Western-style cross-long sword was held in his hand. The next moment, 2 soul rings lit up on the sword, one yellow and one purple. This soul ring configuration. Daimubai glanced at Xiao Tianyang. Isn't this the characteristic of your village? Xiao Tianyang spread his hands. What do you think? Looking at the color, the 100-year soul ring is at least 800 years old, and the 1,000-year soul ring is more than 5,000 years old. Tang San said in a deep voice, although this physical fitness is not as good as Brother Tianyang, it is basically 2 or 3 times ours. Dai Mubai and others couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts after hearing Tang San's judgment. However, with Xiao Tianyang as a foreshadowing, they are now accepting these things much faster. Only Ning Rongrong and Zhu King's eyes were a little strange. The former was with a hint of envy and unwillingness, while the latter was pure curiosity. Curious about why Xiao Tianyang and Saber can break the rules of the Soul Master world. Isn't it possible that Teacher Zhao is going to lose again this time? Oscar said with a trace of worry. Of course, he was not concerned about Zhao Wuji, but purely concerned about his own safety. It was hard to imagine what kind of crazy thing Zhao Wuji, who was very proud of his reputation, would do after losing face in front of this group of freshmen. If they strengthen practical training, then they, the auxiliary soul masters, will be finished. Xiao Tianyang took the opportunity to take a look at the system page. Sure enough, with himself as the center, a new sub-page appeared on the other side of Bubu. That belonged to Saber. Waiter Altria Pendragon. Physique, blackened body, activation required. Strength level, level 28. Soul skills, magic armor, shining road, soul bone, martial soul, sword of promised victory, sim representative of power, distant utopia, injury healing, strongest barrier. Zhao Wuji saw Saber's soul ring configuration on the open ground and was shocked. It seems that we need to be careful. There are so many small monsters this year. First soul skill, magic arm. Saber shouted softly and instantly covered the original casual clothes with a layer of hollow plate armor and put on hand armor on both hands. The armor plates covered the base of the forearms. The lower body was a battle skirt with metal plates on it. The Western-style fluffy hem covered the feet, but it was still flexible. The overall look was not bulky at all, but looked heroic and refreshing with a different kind of beauty. Saber's expression changed, becoming very calm. She tapped her toes and flew towards Zhao Wuji like an arrow. First soul skill, Akala body. Zhao Wuji started his defensive posture and slapped his palm forward, using his second soul skill, the Vajra palm. You're so serious right from the start. It seems that Lao Zhao must have suffered a lot just now. Li Yusong suddenly had an idea, as if he had thought of something. Under normal circumstances, even Xiao Tianyang would be no exception. But Saber, who has the honor of a knight and is a warrior who likes direct melee, will not dodge. She wants to tear apart the enemy's attack head-on and enjoy the pleasure of defeating the enemy. Second soul skill, Shining Road. The Sword of Promise of Victory drew an arc at this moment, forming a right-angled sword light, and actually cut the Vajra palm into 2 sections, and then she passed through it herself. The speed was amazing. Before Zhao Wuji could react, the Sword of Promise of Victory was almost face-to-face with him. This time it was a pure sword skill without any fancy tricks, only great ingenuity. This new student, such a sharp sword skill. Li Yusong's pupils shrank slightly. He had only seen such a sharp sword skill in one person. That was Chen Xin, one of the 2 Douluos of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. You have to know that this person is a representative figure among the sword-type martial spirits on the Douluo Continent. It is no exaggeration to say that he is a peak existence. Even though Saber's sword skills look a little immature now, they already have the prototype of a master. But having said that, Zhao Wuji, who faced this sword, was definitely not easy. Although most of the power of the sword was blocked by his first soul skill, but another thing mixed in the soul power invaded his body and began to suppress his soul power. What exactly is that blue particle? How can it suppress my soul power? Zhao Wuji was shocked and quickly stepped back while slapping out another palm, trying to force Saber back. Xiao Tianyang, who was watching the battle from a distance, narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing this scene, he began to think to himself, I have the 9 Yang magic skill given by the system. That is a product from my world, so Saber's soul power should also contain magic power, right? I just don't know which of these two energies is stronger or weaker. If Xiao Tianyang knew the situation in Zhao Wuji's body, he would definitely be able to get the answer. Of course, this kind of suppression also has certain limits. For example, it is basically impossible to suppress Zhao Wuji with the magic power that has been discovered. He may even be suppressed in return. After all, the obvious strength is there, and it is not something that can be changed by a small difference in soul power. But Zhao Wuji, who originally wanted to force Saber to retreat, took it for granted. As a knight, how could she retreat in battle? And the intuition attached to the second soul skill also allowed Saber to foresee that danger was about to come. Therefore, she would only dodge and not retreat. Dodging the attack, the sword of promise of victory danced in Saber's hand with sword flowers, making Zhao Wuji somewhat miserable. Each attack was just right, making him unable to parry or withstand it. This sword came from another world, the most powerful and noble one. Even if it was placed in this world, it would be ranked in the top 3 among the top martial spirits. As the saying goes, quality makes up for quantity. Even if it can't break the defense, it can leave a few deep marks on Zhao Wuji's body. Second soul skill, Shining Road. Saber suddenly seized the opponent's flaw, his eyes lit up, and he slashed with a sword, and the right-angle sword light flashed. At this time, Zhao Wuji's posture was to open his arms, which was to parry the sword skills on both sides. But who would have thought that this small omission was caught by Saber? Puff! The sword of the Oath of Victory entered the flesh, and a thin line of blood appeared on Zhao Wuji's chest. It was not a particularly obvious scar, but it made everyone open their mouths. Even Li Yusong was no exception. Zhao Wuji's mouth twitched, that is, the old wounds were not healed, and new wounds were added. I saw that his face gradually became ugly, and he raised his head and his tiger eyes were close to Saber. But at this moment, he found that when Saber faced his angry eyes, she was not afraid at all, but had the courage to move forward. Compared to that kid Xiao Tianyang, I admire you more. Zhao Wuji stamped his feet but said, but let's stop here. You can praise others, why bring me along? Don't flatter like this. But just when Zhao Wuji was about to get serious, a voice suddenly came. Time is up. Li Yusong stood in front of Saber. The time of 1 incense stick has expired. Do you still want to break the rules? So fast? Zhao Wuji looked at the incense stick in surprise, and it was burned out. When you faced this little girl's sword skills, you had actually burned half of it. Li Yusong's face was a little gloating. And I might as well tell you that she could have taken action before, but she didn't cut out the sword until the last minute. Zhao Wuji, he felt that everyone was against him today. He just praised Saber for being better than Xiao Tianyang. How could this upright girl be so calculating? Xiao Tianyang, who was watching from the side, was secretly happy. Saber's battle just now was indeed as persistent as a knight. But don't forget another thing. As an excellent military commander, formulating a battle plan is also a compulsory course. Grasp any details and ponder the changes on the battlefield so that you can seize the enemy's flaws in the ever-changing battlefield and win. So in Xiao Tianyang's eyes, this is not called calculation, but wisdom. Okay, kids, let's stop the test today. Li Yusong looked at Zhao Wuji's appearance and stopped provoking him. He turned to Tang San and others and said. Then he looked at Xiao Tianyang again. But you still have to fill the hole before you can go back, understand? Yes. Xiao Tianyang originally thought he had escaped, but in the end, he could only look depressed. Saber, who had returned to casual clothes, came to Zhao Wuji and bowed slightly. Thank you for your teaching just now, Teacher Zhao. If you hadn't shown mercy just now, I wouldn't have been able to get close to you from the beginning. You are a student and I am a teacher. How can I really do anything? Zhao Wuji saw that the other party's attitude was sincere, unlike Xiao Tianyang, who only spoke nice words, and he no longer had a stern face. Let's all go. After saying that, he turned and left. Xiao Tianyang even heard the faint sigh. I'm afraid he doesn't know that he has been targeted? Xiao Tianyang could only mourn for Zhao Wuji in his heart. Teacher Zhao, I can only wish you good luck. Everyone left, including Tang San and Xiao Wu, but the two of them promised to come back to help after looking at the dormitory and confirming the address. But will they still be needed by then? Xiao Tianyang could only carry the shovel, with a somewhat casual look, and walked towards the bumpy ground. Tianyang, I'll help you. The gentle and familiar tone made Xiao Tianyang's heart melt. Looking back, it was Saber. No, you should go with them to check the dormitories and you can come back to help later. Xiao Tianyang waved his hand. To be honest, before he really understood Saber's life experience, he didn't dare to contact her, because the Saber in front of him was not the original one. Although she had the same personality and hobbies, she was a real Douluo Continent person. She had relatives here, parents, information that could be checked, and memories of this place. But Xiao Tianyang had nothing except a name. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, Saber suddenly stepped forward and held his hand, whispering, "I'm sorry, Xiao Tianyang." "Why say sorry?" he asked instinctively. "I should have insisted that my father take my uncle, aunt, and you to leave with us so that the accident would not have happened." Saber's green eyes were filled with tears, and they were watery and extremely pitiful. "Even if that's the case, you don't need to apologize. Besides, it was an accident. What does it have to do with you?" Xiao Tianyang turned around, put his hand on Saber's head, and comforted him. "And I'm fine now. I have friends, a life, goals, and you, right? You really don't blame me?" Saber looked up and tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. Xiao Tianyang reached out and wiped them. "If I blame you, will you leave now?" Saber changed the subject. "Of course not. I will wait until you forgive me." "Sure enough, just like you." Xiao Tianyang smiled. But suddenly Saber hugged Xiao Tianyang, and the latter was stunned. Instinctively, he wanted to tease her, but who would have thought that the person in his arms would sob? "What's wrong with you? I said I don't blame you." Xiao Tianyang looked depressed. His clothes were wet. "Mom and Dad, they had an accident and have left." Saber lay on Xiao Tianyang's shoulder and buried his head in his neck, tears almost flowing down his collarbone to his chest. However, Xiao Tianyang obviously did not notice this detail, but his eyes twitched. Could this also be arranged by the system? That would be too evil. But thinking about it, Xiao Tianyang felt that it was impossible. If the system really needed to bring Saber to him on the premise of killing, and then eliminate all possible exposure, then with the system's amazing ability, it is entirely possible to bring the real Saber from another world, and there is no need to go to great lengths to lay out. Look at himself again. Wasn't he also alone when he came to Douluo Continent? So Saber is very likely to have relatives like me, but when he came back, an accident had already happened. The empty identity can be found by others, and there will be no flaws, but he has no worries. When Xiao Tianyang thought of this, his sense of guilt was reduced. If a family was broken up because of his behavior, with his current thinking, it would be a big sin. What's more, it was such a cute, character-oriented girl who had a good impression of him. At the beginning, I was like you. I had a period of depression, but I found my goal and found friends, so I regained the hope of living. Xiao Tianyang patted Saber and comforted him softly. "And you came to me for this hope. Stay by my side and I will give you what you want." The voice seemed to have magic and penetrated the last line of defense in Saber's heart and broke it. Not only did it not have a soothing effect, but it also made him even more sad. Of course, Xiao Tianyang thought this was a good thing. After all, he had no relevant memories and did not have much affection for his parents in his previous life. Therefore, he just felt a little empty, but not too sad. But Saber was a little different. She had that part of the memory and had experienced that pain. It was a good thing to be able to cry. Holding it in would only make her sick. However, Xiao Tianyang took this opportunity to find out Saber's background. First of all, Saber came from a seafaring family. Her parents were businessmen and were old friends with Xiao Tianyang's family. They had known each other since they were young and were childhood sweethearts. As for whether the accident was caused by a shipwreck, Saber didn't know the specific reason. Secondly, Saber had never revealed her strength before she came to Xiao Tianyang. Last but not least, Saber was a wealthy woman. This was very important. Saber adjusted her mentality quickly, and it only took her more than an hour to get out of the shadow. Of course, the premise was that she regarded Xiao Tianyang as her spiritual sustenance, otherwise she would not have recovered so quickly. At this moment, Xiao Tianyang heard footsteps and found someone walking towards him. Looking up, Xiao Tianyang found that there were not only Tang San and Xiao Wu, but also Dai Mubai and Oscar. Even Ning Rongrong and Juju King came. Only Ma Hongjin was missing. Otherwise, the Seven Devils would have been almost all here. "Hey, Brother Tianyang, you wouldn't have been waiting for us here all the time, would you?" Xiao Wu looked at the ground and saw that there was no sign of movement and couldn't help pouting. "I delayed Tianyang's time, sorry." Saber took the initiative to explain. "Leave it to me here. It's getting late. You should go back and rest first." "Don't be so polite. Since you're here to help, you didn't think about going back early." Dai Mubai smiled indifferently. "What's more, we even brought tools." Oscar picked up the shovel in the back. posed in a pose that he thought was handsome, and raised his eyebrows at everyone. That's it, start early and finish early. Xiao Tianyang also stood up and smiled. If there is enough time, I don't mind making a big meal for you. The reactions of others were indifferent. Only Tang San and Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. Especially the latter, almost jumped up and clapped his hands. Great, Xiao San, we really made a profit this time. It's just a midnight snack. Is it that exaggerated? Oscar muttered to the side. Humph, you don't realize how powerful Brother Tianyang is in cooking. You will know it later. Xiao Wu was a little unconvinced. Think about it. We can eat such a strange sausage after Tianyang's cooking, not to mention that he cooked it himself. Ning Rongrong on the side also agreed with a smile. Of course, what she said was also true, but this hurt Oscar and he fell to the side with his hands on his chest. Unfortunately, no one paid attention. Okay, even if Tianyang cooks it, you can't taste it now. Daimu Bai took up the shovel first and said, if you have this time, you might as well bury the pit, and then you can do the real show. Then let's get started. Tang San also picked up the shovel on the ground and started working. The others did the same. Even Ning Rongrong, who had hidden special attributes, helped with the work. This also shocked Xiao Tianyang. He thought to himself, is this sky going to change? Tang San filled the last shovel of soil, raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and turned back. I'm done here. Are you done? I'm done here too. Daimu Bai stepped on the ground firmly, looked around, and nodded. There is strength in numbers. It's been done in less than a minute. Then, what are we waiting for? Oscar threw the shovel in his hand, looked towards the kitchen and smelled the fragrance, and couldn't help but roll his throat. Let's go. My stomach is already growling. Soon, everyone came to the kitchen after cleaning up. But as soon as they stepped into it, they were attracted by the scene in front of them. They saw Xiao Tianyang standing in front of the stove, with his back to them, wearing an apron around his waist and a headscarf on his head. The aroma of the ingredients being fried burst out, which was simply intoxicating. Not only that, at this moment, in front of the long dining table, 9 seats were placed with 9 portions of food. It was a bit Japanese style, with a bowl of white rice, a bowl of seafood soup, a plate of hamburger meat and a fish, plus a little salad. Saber, who came to the kitchen to help in advance, stood behind a table and placed 9 plates horizontally. Suddenly, Xiao Tianyang turned around, and the dishes in the pot seemed to come alive and jumped out directly. Then, to everyone's surprise, they fell into the plate without any movement, and no soup splashed. Are you done? Xiao Tianyang raised the corner of his mouth and stopped his hand. It just so happens that I'm done here too. As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Wu moved the fastest and immediately came to the table, picked up the chopsticks and was ready at all times. The others also sat down casually. Although Saber's eyes were shining, she still forced herself to finish the dishes and sit next to Xiao Tianyang. Because it's evening, it's inconvenient to make it too rich. Xiao Tianyang waved his hand. Don't be polite, eat. Daimu Bai was a little surprised. In front of him was a dish, a fish, a soup, a meat, a rice, and a portion of raw vegetables that were cooked in an unknown way. How could this be called not rich? But while he was thinking, Ning Rongrong on the other side could not wait to pick up a small piece of hamburger meat and put it into her mouth. The skin was crispy and had a slight burnt smell, but it did not affect the taste, but made the overall feeling more harmonious. What's more exaggerated is that the hamburger meat melted instantly when it entered the mouth, as if forming an invisible impact force that swept the entire taste buds. Ning Rongrong's eyes were full of stars in the next moment, and she commented, delicious. The soup is also very fresh. Zhu Jiqing added a sentence beside her, with a rare smile on her face. Well, this is chicken? But what are these yellow things? Oscar first stared at the new dish, and after taking a bite, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. This is called curry, I named it. It's a condiment I bought in Soto City. I just added something to it so the taste might be a little thicker. Xiao Tianyang was not in a hurry over there, chewing slowly. Xiao Wu nodded her head. This river fish is also delicious. Then she added, these vegetables are not bad either. This is called salad. Xiao Tianyang corrected. After saying that, he also glanced at Saber. But at this time, the other party was deeply immersed in it, with his eyes half closed, chewing the food in his mouth, and a happy expression on his face, as if he had entered another dimension. Xiao Tianyang could see that he was really enjoying the food, not just eating it because he thought it was delicious. But suddenly, Xiao Tianyang had an idea and thought of a bad idea, so he took out a bottle of drink with amber liquid swaying inside from the Yuhai Na ring and placed it on the table. Who wants a drink? I want it! Oscar raised his hand first. Xiao Tianyang threw it over without hesitation. Oscar reached out to take it and immediately opened the bottle cork. A fruity aroma spread out, attracting everyone's attention in a moment. Even Saber, who was immersed in his own world, was no exception. It smells really good, but why do I smell alcohol? Daimubai was a little suspicious. Don't worry, it's just a drink, you won't get drunk. Xiao Tianyang's smile was sincere. Then try it, Daimubai said. Oscar had already poured him a glass. I want one too. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes flashed with curiosity. Juju King was a little hesitant, but when Oscar came to her side, she nodded and asked him to pour her a glass. On the other side, Zhao Wuji, who was alone in the office at this time, was looking at the sword mark on his chest helplessly. What's going on with the new students this year? Each one is more monstrous than the other. First there was Tang San, then there was Xiao Tianyang, and finally there was... What was that? That name is really a bit weird. Zhao Wuji shook his head and said, at such a young age, his sword skills are indeed quite impressive, but among these three, Xiao Tianyang is still the most incredible. Let alone his rich combat experience, just those 2 spirit rings are too incredible. How strong a physical fitness must be required to withstand such training? Zhao Wuji recalled what happened during the day and was secretly shocked. Zhao Wuji. At this moment, a deep voice sounded outside. At this moment, Zhao Wuji felt a little creepy. He is a spirit saint. His perception has formed an aura that covers the surroundings, and any slight movement can hardly escape his perception. But when that person's voice came, he could not feel the other person's breath. What does this mean? Zhao Wuji stood up instantly, broke out of the door, and immediately shouted, Come out! You are playing tricks! The roar formed an airflow, shaking the surrounding trees, and the leaves fell. But in the darkness, it was difficult to catch any traces. He raised his foot and walked towards the woods. Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes, and his 7 soul rings lit up one by one. Come out! I have found you! At this time, he locked onto a big tree, looking at the middle-aged man in a black robe who walked out from behind it. He couldn't help but say in a deep voice, Who are you? What are you doing here? No one. I just want to fight with you. That's all. As soon as the voice fell, the black-robed man had a purple iron hammer in his hand. Not only that, but what was even more terrifying was the 9 soul rings that slowly lit up from the bottom of his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Douluo. Zhao Wuji's pupils shrank slightly and his body trembled. Senior, have I offended you in any way? No. The black-robed man said coldly, but the reputation of Akala is really great. He can easily bully a few children. I believe he will not refuse my challenge, right? Hearing this, Zhao Wuji was stunned at first, and then he almost cursed directly. What's going on? He was very miserable during the day, okay? But he didn't dare to say it, because the person in front of him was definitely not joking with him. But just as he was about to take action, he saw a black shadow coming. As soon as he landed, he bent down and bowed. Your Majesty Haotian, if Zhao Wuji has offended you in any way, I, Flanders, am willing to make amends for him, and there is another, Your Majesty. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Tang Hao turned around and an invisible airflow rushed into the woods beside him. I won't fight with someone who has no fighting spirit. Don't worry, my purpose is the same as yours. A burly figure walked out, not affected by the airflow at all. But at this moment, Tang Hao was indeed facing a formidable enemy. The reason was nothing else. It was purely because of the opponent's spirit ring configuration and the oppression it gave him, which was really a bit strong. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. It was also a titled Douluo. If Xiao Tianyang was here, he would find that the burly, handsome man with a long braid and a small beard in front of him was Miao Zhenshan, who was in Nodding College. Zhao Wuji felt bitter in his heart. The purpose was the same, so didn't he come to trouble him as well? Asshole, what did you do when I was away? Flanders cursed inwardly. If it was just one person, he could barely handle it. But if there was another one, do you think his face was so big? Who are you? Tang Hao's low voice came. Miao Zhenshan. Miao Zhenshan didn't mean to hide it at all. The contemporary successor of the Wuhun school. Flanders' pupils shrank slightly, and he instantly felt that he was in big trouble. He had heard of this school when he traveled around the continent. There were few people, but each of them was a fighting madman, extremely fierce and barbaric, and their methods were definitely better than those of the Haotian sect. Not only that, they also have another characteristic. That is, they are extremely protective. In the past, for a school disciple, he even sacrificed the Wuhun Hall, and defeated 3 titled Douluo in a row while being able to retreat unscathed. His record was simply astonishing. But how did Zhao Wuji have contact with such a person? Flanders couldn't figure it out. He only knew that he wanted to hang Zhao Wuji up and beat him. He had just left for a short time, and such a thing happened. But once he could only bite the bullet and say, "Your Majesty, I think there must be a misunderstanding here. It seems that there are no children with a true martial spirit among the freshmen this year. How can they be bullied? This matter has nothing to do with you. Get out of the way, or I will beat you up too." Miao Zhenshan's voice was like a war drum. Just a cold snort made Flanders feel a chill down his spine. "Your Majesty, I think you must have seen the scene during the day. Although I violated the school rules and fought with them, it was indeed wrong of me. But you must have seen that I didn't hit them hard, and I didn't take advantage of them." Zhao Wuji seemed to have his scars exposed, with a tangled face. "Frank." The former was surprised, while the latter two knew it well. "But you gave it to me for free. Who can you blame?" But what the other party said was indeed quite reasonable. Nothing happened, and these 2 old men came to my door, which was indeed a bit too much. After thinking for a while, Tang Hao and Miao Zhenshan looked at each other tacitly, as if they had reached a consensus. Miao Zhenshan turned around and said, "In this case, our request is not excessive. According to your rules during the day, we will also give you 1 stick of incense, and we don't need martial spirits. If you can beat one of them, we will turn around and leave. But if you can't make it, then you will have to complete 1 thing for us." Zhao Wuji's face was a little desperate. Who did he offend? But before he could react, Flanders kicked him over and lit a stick of incense at the same time, muttering in his heart, "Zhao Wuji, this is all I can do for you." Soon, screams came from the woods. This is not a singles match, but a mixed doubles match. If Xiao Tianyang knew that something like this would happen, he would definitely not bury the pit on the open space so early. Anyway, with Zhao Wuji's character, it will be useful sooner or later. In the early morning, Xiao Tianyang opened his eyes on the roof of his dormitory. His eyes were clear, like a bright mirror. "My cultivation is getting slower and slower, but fortunately, I have passed the most difficult period. With the green liquid from the Palm of Heaven bottle, I will be able to reach the maximum level of 30 in a few days." Turning over and sitting up, Xiao Tianyang went to the dormitory to wash up, and then sat on the bed. "I got 2 chances to draw the lottery yesterday, plus the previous accumulation, a total of 5 times. System, try your luck first." Xiao Tianyang called in his mind. A familiar scene appeared, and soon the pointer stopped at a certain place on the roulette wheel. Ding! "Congratulations to the host Xiao Tianyang. You have obtained the Burning Heaven ring. Not bad luck." Xiao Tianyang exhaled, then took out the ring with flame patterns and observed it carefully. Magical weapon. Burning Heaven ring function. Face and can store flames. When triggered, it can form a barrier to protect itself. It has 1 more function than my Nether Sea ring, but the space is almost the same. Xiao Tianyang thought for a moment. Boo already has a first reward, but what about the next one? Do you really want him to go further and further on the road of being a chef? Although he was angry, he had to accept this fact. Anyway, he had gotten used to it over the years. Xiao Tianyang could only sigh helplessly and then collect the reward. But at this moment, he thought it would be better to go out and collect the reward. He always had a feeling that the system would trick him again. Sure enough, when he went out to collect the reward, a refrigerator that was 3 meters wide, 2 meters thick, and 6 meters high fell to the ground with a bang. The corners of Xiao Tianyang's mouth twitched. If he had collected the reward in the dormitory just now, wouldn't such a big refrigerator have collapsed the entire wooden house? "I just filled the hole yesterday, and today you want me to repair the house. Are you going to help me open up another career?" He really had no energy to complain, but when he saw the properties of the refrigerator, he calmed down a lot. Magic weapon. God-level refrigerator function. Automatically charged in any environment, the ingredients stored inside it will always remain fresh. Just relying on the second one can save Xiao Tianyang a lot of effort. Then he looked at another thing, which was a palm-sized instrument. Item. One-time enhancer function. Improve the related attributes of any weapon to a limited extent. At last, Xiao Tianyang looked at the god-level recipe in his mind. He is no longer easily confused by knowledge. At least if it is not at the level of nine-yang magic, it is generally difficult to have a substantial impact on him. But you don't know until you see it, and you will be shocked when you see it. There is no recipe for a dish in this recipe. only one content. That is how to convert your own energy into non-attribute energy and send it into the dish, and then eat it and absorb it normally by the body, so as to improve the strength level and physical fitness. In simple terms, it is an alternative combination of experience packs and enhancement packs. To be more thorough, he, the cook, only consumes the soul power that can be restored, but the person who eats it can increase the upper limit of soul power. Of course, there are restrictions here. First of all, it must be done gradually according to the proportion, and it cannot be messed up. First of all, these dishes are divided into 9 stages, and each stage is divided into 9 dishes. Each time you eat a dish, your strength will increase by 1 point. You will finish eating until you have eaten all 81 points. The specific improvement in strength depends on the individual, but the effect will definitely not be too bad. Xiao Tianyang knew this when he saw the total amount of soul power required for the first dish. For example, he can't even make a complete dish now. But it is not impossible to create some simpler dishes based on this. Xiao Tianyang's eyes suddenly lit up. Interesting. He put away the refrigerator and enhancer in front of him and walked outside. He was going to try it in the kitchen. If it works, although the increase will not be as large as in the recipe, it will eventually be better than ordinary dishes. However, when Xiao Tianyang passed by the village, he heard a familiar wolf howl. Looking in the direction of the sound, Xiao Tianyang's face darkened. Who else could the sound come from but Bubu? But what made him speechless was that this guy was not afraid of trouble and instigated others to fight again. Xiao Tianyang was very familiar with one of the parties. Who else could it be besides Tang San and Xiao Wu? As for the other party, he recognized it. Yesterday he saw 6 of the Shrek 7 devils, except for Ma Hongjun, and the fat man with a mohawk standing opposite Tang San, who was 1.6 meters tall, should be Ma Hongjun, no doubt about it. But the strange thing was that Ma Hongjun, who should have fought to a draw with Xiao Wu, actually beat the 2 of them. There was also a Bubu cheering beside him. Xiao Tianyang stepped forward and kicked it. Bubu grimaced, looked back, and then retracted his head. Want to run away? Xiao Tianyang stretched out his hand and grabbed its ears. Tell me where you ran to yesterday? Woof, you're not going to tell me, right? I think you deserve to be punished. Woof, I see. Where's the money? Under Xiao Tianyang's pressure, Bubu took out 2 bags of gold soul coins from his storage space, which were hundreds in total. Hey, don't look like that. I gave you those things in the first place. Xiao Tianyang weighed the bag of money, then put it away in Bubu's desperate eyes, looked at it and walked towards Tang San. Brother Tianyang, come and help me. This fat guy is molesting a decent woman. Oops. Xiao Wu saw Xiao Tianyang excited, and somehow, he slipped and almost fell. Quickly reached out to support him, but he didn't know what happened. His legs softened, and he also fell down. It seems that the result is the same, and he lost another person. Xianyang couldn't help but complain in his heart, but looking at the appearance of the 2, he knew why it happened. Obviously hungover. On the other side, Ma Hongjun saw the 2 people fall, and naturally he couldn't do it. But when he saw Xiao Tianyang again, he couldn't help but roar. Damn, why is this guy more handsome than Dai Lao Dai? Ah, I'm so angry! Xiao Tianyang was in front of Tang San and Xiao Wu, and smiled. Give me face, let it go today. He turned around and looked at Xiao Wu, who was lying on Tang San. You should apologize to them quickly. They obviously look like a couple breaking up. Why are you messing around? Yes, things are not as you think. The little girl stepped forward a little embarrassed. Xiao Wu's face was a little embarrassed. It seemed that things were really as Xiao Tianyang said. But at this moment, Ma Hongjun remembered how he was kicked over just now, and couldn't help but get angry in his heart. If you want to fight, fight. If you want to stop, stop. Who do you think I am, Ma Hongjun? A punching bag. What else do you want? Xiao Tianyang was still smiling. Give you face, but it depends on whether you have the ability. Ma Hongjun's soul ring suddenly lit up, and the evil fire phoenix flapped its wings behind it. Second soul skill. Phoenix rising from the ashes. A layer of purple flames covered his body, which looked like a phoenix, but he was a little fatter and looked a little funny. Huh, you actually want to fight, Brother Tianyang? Xiao Wu snorted beside him. Anyway, I admire your courage. As she said that, she and Tang San supported each other and stepped back a few steps. Again, in order to avoid blood splashing on themselves in a fight. How can you be calm? Do you look down on me? Ma Hongjun was so angry that his mouth was crooked. Let you taste my power. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Flames spurted out of his mouth and flew towards Xiao Tianyang like a sharp sword. However, the latter just clapped his palms, which brought about a strong wind and a low dragon roar, and then the flames were slapped into sparks. Ma Hongjun, who was about to say something harsh, had a dull expression on his face, and the atmosphere seemed a little awkward for a while. What's going on? He didn't use any soul skills. How could he break his first soul skill? I don't believe it. Come again. Ma Hongjun kept his mouth shut and prepared to spit out a mouthful of fire again. Unexpectedly at this time, Xiao Tianyang tapped his toes lightly, and as fast as a ghost, he came in front of him in an instant, punched him in the face. The whistling wind made Ma Hongjun almost swallow the fire in his mouth. Cold sweat flowed down his eyebrows, his throat rolled, and he looked at the fist so close, and he couldn't help but feel scared. Can I give my face now? Xiao Tianyang tilted his head and smiled. I apologize for the two of them. After all, they are freshmen. You should understand. Okay. Ma Hongjun trembled and stepped back, laughing dryly. He muttered in his heart, where did this monster come from? Freshmen? Could it be the batch that came yesterday? Just when he was depressed, a voice came from far to near, breaking the awkward situation. Hey, I saw the hustle and bustle here from afar. Hey, it turns out that Tianyang is here too. Dai Mubai appeared. Except for his messy clothes and a dazed look, he was basically the same as yesterday. I just wanted to ask you, was that a drink you gave us yesterday? It's just a drink to me. Xiao Tianyang smiled and said, didn't I drink it yesterday? Besides, didn't you guys say that the juice tasted good? This is definitely a bad friend. He labeled Xiao Tianyang in his heart. Dai Mubai didn't say much about this matter. After all, they got drunk in the end, so it's easy to explain. But at the beginning, they did praise the fruit wine Xiao Tianyang brought out, and they drank one glass after another without stopping. It would be strange if they didn't get drunk. Think about it. Even Tang San is like this. How much better can the others be? Xiao Tianyang could only say that if it weren't for him, everyone would have spent the night in the cafeteria. At this time, Xiao Wu suddenly sat up and interrupted. But no matter what, Dai Lahuo, it's wrong for him to bully his girlfriend. You see, he's still a little unconvinced now. Ahem, actually you guys misunderstood. Dai Mubai coughed awkwardly, then glared at Ma Hongjun and began to defend him. Xiao Tianyang didn't think it was a big deal. After all, he already knew it. The mutant martial soul, the evil fire phoenix, if it is accurate, this martial soul can completely enter the first-class level. But there is indeed a drawback. That is, the soul master who possesses this martial soul is too ambitious. When Xiao Wu heard this explanation, she snorted coldly. It was indeed Shrek Academy, and all kinds of strange people were accepted. Ma Hongjun's face showed embarrassment. Although this kind of thing had its reasons, it was still a little difficult to talk about. Don't be like this. After all, it is consensual and not forced. Xiao Tianyang tried to smooth things over. Yes, we are in a free love relationship. It's not as dirty as you think. Ma Hongjun recovered immediately with the support of others, and was a little proud. And you, Boss Dai, you have the least right to laugh. You guys, you have 3 dates in one day, and the girls are all different. If I had your face, I wouldn't be like this. It's just a trivial matter. Why are you shouting so loudly? Dai Mubai lowered his voice. Remember not to mention this matter again in the future. Of course, I won't say anything about you either. Xiao Tianyang looked at Dai Mubai in surprise, but he didn't expect that he was still a playboy. But thinking about the twins in the Rose Hotel, this guy is really lucky. In that case, let's reconcile. If you don't mention my affairs, I won't talk about your past. Ma Hongjun said with a sly smile. I never thought that one day Boss Dai would turn over a new leaf. Dai Mubai snorted and looked at Xiao Tianyang. Ignore this guy. Let's go. I'll take you to the cafeteria for dinner. If you don't hurry up, you won't be able to catch up with the gathering time. Xiao Tianyang had actually been to the cafeteria before, which was where they had supper last night. But this time, due to time constraints, Xiao Tianyang did not cook in person, which made the people present quite regretful. Of course, there are exceptions, and that is Ma Hongjun. But he was not idle at this time. After the introduction, he quickly got to know Ning Rongrong, Juju King, and Saber. But he was still defeated soon, and could only smile bitterly and shake his head, choosing to shut up. The reason was simple. These 3 little beauties, one arrogant, one cold, and one dignified and generous, only had eyes for Xiao Tianyang. So what did he have to do? Tianyang, what did you give us to drink last night? I have a terrible headache this morning. Ning Rongrong covered her head, closed her eyes, and pouted, looking a little cute. Juju Qing next to her was not as exaggerated, but she also frowned, and did not look fine. As for Saber, she obviously looked much better. But the strange thing was that she was the one who slept the deepest last night, but she was the most awake this morning. Xiao Tianyang could only say that this might be one of the benefits of a strong physique. How about I make you a bowl of hangover soup so you won't feel too uncomfortable, then? Xiao Tianyang smiled secretly in his heart and said, "Wait." As he said that, he stood up and walked towards the kitchen, and Saber followed closely behind. "I'll help you. Then let's do it together." Xiao Tianyang did not refuse. It was only 10 minutes, and Xiao Tianyang and Saber each dragged 2 trays out of the kitchen. There were 7 large bowls on them with wisps of white smoke and fragrance. Xiao Wu, who was lying on the table, smelled the smell and woke up instantly. When she opened her eyes, she found a bowl of hangover soup in front of her. "Drink it. At least the headache will be relieved a little." Xiao Tianyang looked at Saber, who was enjoying the food in his bowl, and said with a smile, "It tastes good, right?" "Delicious." Saber smiled and said softly, "Why is there no portion for me?" Ma Hongjun swallowed his saliva and looked at Xiao Tianyang. "You didn't have supper with us last night, and your head doesn't hurt. Why do you want to drink this?" Xiao Tianyang then added, "And look at me, I don't have any either. If I can beat you, I really want to hang you up and beat you. What does it have to do with me if you don't eat? Why do I have to eat if you don't eat?" Of course, this cannot be said, and it cannot be said, otherwise I will be beaten. After all, there is a handsome boy who is kind and smiling, but he is a monster who beats Teacher Zhao. After drinking the hangover soup, everyone's condition finally recovered a little, and they are no longer in such a miserable state as before. At this time, the time had finally come, and everyone lined up in the large square of the academy and waited there. After a while, a middle-aged man walked slowly and stood in front of everyone. Xiao Tianyang narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the other person. If he guessed correctly, the person in front of him should be the Dean of Shrek Academy, Flanders, who is known as the Four-Eyed Owl. The other party was also looking at the group of freshmen, and the last look fell on Xiao Tianyang, which was a little strange but soon moved away. Xiao Tianyang frowned slightly. This should be the first time he met Flanders, right? But why did the other party look at him with a little fear? Of course, if he knew that Miao Zhenshan deliberately went to Shrek Academy for his matter, he would probably be able to understand Flanders. After all, he is a super Douluo of level 97, and he is very protective of his shortcomings. If Flanders doesn't want to cause trouble for himself, it's better not to deliberately cause trouble for Xiao Tianyang. Of course, since he enrolled in his academy, Flanders would not give him any special care. This was also discussed before, otherwise he would not dare to accept this student. Moreover, he would not break the rules like Zhao Wuji did, which was completely asking for trouble. Yes, I didn't expect this year to be a rough diamond era. There are 6 more freshmen all of a sudden. This can be regarded as the largest number of students enrolled in Shrek Academy since its establishment. But what's wrong with you today? Flanders' face sank instantly, and he changed the subject. You are listless and dejected. What do you look like? Xiao Tianyang was a little speechless. You can't say that they are hungover, right? Although they just drank the hangover soup, it is impossible to recover immediately. There should be a process. Then it can only be considered bad luck for them. But just when Xiao Tianyang was mourning for them, he heard Flanders say, Xiao Tianyang, you take all of them to run around the village 30 times as punishment. Huh? Why me? Xiao Tianyang was full of doubts. Even if they had to run, shouldn't Dai Mubai be the one leading the way? I said you, that's you. Flanders narrowed his eyes slightly. But there is a premise here. You don't have to run, but you must supervise them all to finish running. Do you understand? Xiao Tianyang opened his mouth, and at this moment the voice of the system came. Host triggers the side quest. Content: responsible for supervising the Shrek 7 devils to complete the designated training tasks. Task reward: lucky draw 300. It's better than nothing. Xiao Tianyang didn't care about the task prompt. After all, the lucky draw value was not enough to make him interested. But as he said, he had nothing to do anyway, so he would just train. Turning to look at Tang San and the others, Xiao Tianyang said, What are you still standing there for? Run! Hearing this, Saber was the first to respond. Then came Tang San and Xiao Wu, and finally the 2 girls Ning Rongrong and Zhu King. As for Dai Mubai and the others, they naturally ran under the gaze of Xiao Tianyang. That look? If we didn't run just now, he wouldn't have attacked us, right? You can try anyway, I don't want to suffer. I'm the same as you. And me wait. Just like that, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar became a trio, forced by Xiao Tianyang to run forward. You won't keep up. Flanders looked at Xiao Tianyang standing there and asked, "Of course." Xiao Tianyang smiled at the amiable dean. Then he took out a bicycle, put on sunglasses, pedaled and left. "Flanders, this kid is covered in strange things." Zhao Wuji appeared, but his face was injured, looking a little miserable. "By the way, why did you go to such lengths? Just let them run together. Why did you let that kid keep an eye on him? He's not planning something bad again, is he? You're a teacher after all, and you can't even guess this." Flanders snorted. "You didn't get beaten up last night, were you?" "I was saying that. Not only did you not help last night, you also added insult to injury." Zhao Wuji's scars were revealed, and he couldn't help but growl, "My back still hurts." "This is still considered light. Haotian Douluo is a famous figure, and he wouldn't have competed with you in yesterday's test. But the other one is different." Flanders' tone was a little serious. "If Xiao Tianyang had had any accident yesterday, you would have been in trouble." "Got it." Zhao Wuji could only agree in silence. "As for why I asked Xiao Tianyang to supervise them, it's simple." Flanders paused for a moment, then continued. "Ning Rongrong is the daughter of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. She has been spoiled since she was a child. It is rumored that the two titled Douluo in the sect are very protective of her. If she really trains, she will not be able to endure the slightest hardship. So you concluded that she can't run these 20 laps?" Zhao Wuji suddenly thought of something, and his face changed slightly. "Do you want to use Xiao Tianyang's hand to change her habits?" "Haha, don't underestimate Xiao Tianyang. Although he treats people kindly on the surface, he actually has a fierceness in his bones." Flanders laughed and said, "Wait, there will be a good show to watch. This shouldn't make the titled Douluo on both sides take action directly, right?" Zhao Wuji was a little worried. Although he was indeed a little cruel before, he had no ill intentions. On the contrary, he loved these children very much. If the relationship between adults broke down or even conflicts arose because of these students, then they, as teachers, would be too derelict in their duties. Don't worry, they know their limits. In order to dispel Zhao Wuji's concerns, Flanders took out a letter and handed it to him. "This is a handwritten letter from Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, which was delivered yesterday." Zhao Wuji opened it and was stunned. "With this, what are you still worried about?" The content of the letter was nothing more than saying that you should not worry about Ning Rongrong's identity. Since she is a student, the teacher is naturally qualified to teach her. And Zhao Wuji meant that since he had this letter, it was equivalent to holding the imperial sword. So why did he let Xiao Tianyang go to the trouble of supervising? I said before that the two titled Douluos in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect are extremely doting on Ning Rongrong. If we are really determined to train, Ning Fengji will not trouble us at that time. It is possible that the two titled Douluos will come directly to our door. You are not without experience in this area." Flanders saw that Zhao Wuji was embarrassed when he saw the other party's face, and it seemed that he still remembered what happened last night. With Xiao Tianyang as a shield, at least the two titled Douluo won't go too far, and His Majesty can only hold his nose and acquiesce. This is an unspoken rule. They will acquiesce. Zhao Wuji seemed to understand, but finally nodded. "No matter what, nothing will happen in the end." "Are you scared?" "Of course not. I was beaten by mixed doubles last night." "Ha ha! Laugh at your grandmother's legs!" On the other side, Tang San and others who had already run to the village entrance heard the voice coming from behind. "How long will it take you to run 20 laps at this slow speed?" Xiao Tianyang caught up on his bicycle, and Bubu was running wildly with his tongue wagging next to him. "What are you riding?" Ning Rongrong was stunned at first, then asked. Everyone also showed a curious look. "This is a bicycle, a means of transportation." Xiao Tianyang explained casually, and then continued. "From now on, your speed must be at least the same as Bubu's, otherwise there will be no lunch." With a wink, Bubu ran away, and when he passed, he showed a provocative look, so mean. "This is really unbearable. This dog is too mean." The ridicule was effective, and Oscar rushed out first. "Add me, I must burn its hair." Mahongjin shook his fat body and followed closely. At this time, Ning Rongrong ran closer and whispered, "Tianyang, I am a support spirit master. Can I?" "No." Xiao Tianyang stretched out his hand to push his sunglasses to his forehead and said seriously, "I know your situation. In the past, you had someone to protect you, and you were fearless even in battle, but are you really willing to be just a tool in the team? If you answer yes, you can sit in my back seat now and spend your study life in peace and order. But if not, keep running. Otherwise, your appearance here is just destroying the reputation of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect." Ning Rongrong, who originally thought that Xiao Tianyang was easy to get along with, was frightened by these words. Of course, it was not only her, but also others. Only Tang San and Xiao Wu thought it was natural. To be honest, in fact, during the time they spent with Xiao Tianyang, the two of them even heard more heartbreaking words. But all of them were true and truthful, and they could benefit a lot from them if they were carefully pondered. Tianyang, you annoying bastard! I hate you! Ning Rongrong glared at Xiao Tianyang fiercely, then added the second soul ring of the Seven Treasures glazed pagoda to herself and ran in another direction. Everyone was shocked by this sentence, and it was even more shocking than what Xiao Tianyang said just now. Wasn't she a nice little girl yesterday? How come she suddenly became so arrogant? Could she have been switched ignip running? Xiao Tianyang squeezed the handbrake, looked at Saber, and said, "Next, you keep an eye on them for me. Tell me who didn't run away, and I won't give them food." "Okay," Saber responded. Xiao Tianyang smiled lightly, turned around, and chased in the direction where Ning Rongrong ran away. This was a wild young lady. He knew it when he saw her. Those unprecedented behaviors before made Xiao Tianyang incomprehensible. Now it is much more normal, and he is relieved. At least the plot change he was worried about did not happen. As for whether Ning Rongrong would become a trouble, he was not worried at all. If he couldn't handle a little girl, then the charm improvement he got from the mission would be in vain. Ning Rongrong, who had run a distance, suddenly stopped, put her hands on her knees, bent slightly and panted. "Isn't the way to Soto City too long?" "Forget it. Let's walk there." As she said that, she changed from running to walking. She came to Shrek Academy as a cover, and whether she could learn anything here was not important to her. Could the resources here be comparable to those in the Seven Treasures glazed glass? So, just show your appreciation. And as for the rest of the time, of course, you can go out for a good stroll. Her previous attitude towards Xiao Tianyang was just because she thought he was interesting, and she felt an inexplicable affinity from him, which made people unable to help but approach him. Otherwise, how could she, a daughter of a rich family, have such close interactions with a teenager? But Xiao Tianyang actually said such words to her, which was simply unforgivable. "Damn, Xiao Tianyang, do you really think that I like him? You are bossing me around. I don't like him. I hate him." He kicked the stone next to him and sent it flying forward with a clanging sound. "I don't need you to like it, but this is the task assigned by the dean. Now you either drop out of school or go back to run. You only have these two choices." Hearing this, Ning Rongrong was startled and looked up quickly, only to find that Xiao Tianyang was placing his bicycle horizontally, blocking the road. The stone just hit the metal on the rear wheel. "I don't. Why should I? A soul master of the auxiliary department do this kind of training?" Ning Rongrong snorted and turned her head away. "What's more, you are comparing yourself with a dog. You are simply unreasonable. Answer my question. Drop out of school or go back to complete the dean's task." Xiao Tianyang ignored the other party's words, but stepped forward with a gloomy face. At this moment, his aura surged wildly, and he was no longer friendly. It was like a prehistoric beast, opening its eyes and rushing straight at the other party, making people tremble with fear and send chills down their spines. "What do you want to do?" Ning Rongrong took 2 steps back and accidentally fell. But at this moment, she didn't care about it at all, but kicked her legs wildly, as if she wanted to get away from Xiao Tianyang as soon as possible. "Answer my question. Are you going to drop out of school or go back?" The last shout seemed to completely cut off Ning Rongrong's luck. Then Ning Rongrong whimpered, quickly got up, turned around and ran back, not daring to delay for a moment. Of course, this unruly little girl didn't forget to say something harsh at this time. "Xiao Tianyang, I'll remember you. Wait for me." With his momentum restrained, Xiao Tianyang returned to his lazy and friendly state, rode his bicycle, and slowly caught up with Ning Rongrong. But before leaving, he didn't forget to look at the rice field behind him, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. The 2 guards hiding in it couldn't help but tremble all over. Could he have discovered us? How is that possible? He's just a soul master, and we're already soul lords. But why did her eyes and her aura just now make me feel dangerous? How would I know? But think about it. This guy beat up a soul lord of over 70 yesterday. Then should we report this to the higher authorities? You must be kidding. I dare not hide it if you dare. Then report it. Anyway, we are not the ones who make the final decision. The 2 of them discussed it and quickly made a decision. The 7 Treasures glazed tile. Sect's transmission speed was indeed fast. The message had just been sent over there, and Ning Fengji, who was sitting in the main seat in the meeting hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect's headquarters, received the message. This also made him frown slightly, but he soon relaxed and said with a smile, "This child is quite interesting. He is young but not personal. He is a promising talent. But it is better not to let Uncle John and Uncle Gu know about this." As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened, and a breeze blew in, making the surrounding ornaments jingle. "Feng Ji, I heard that Rongrong left. How can you rest assured that she is out there alone?" The man had white hair and a youthful face, and he was full of energy. Not only was he wrapped in a strong sword spirit, but he was also stepping on a flying sword, looking very cool. This man was one of the top masters on Douluo Continent, Sword Douluo Chenshin. "Uncle Jian, I knew you would ask this." Ning Fengji smiled bitterly and shook his head. "You and Uncle Gu really dote on Rongrong. It is really difficult for her to grow up in such an environment. If she wants to make further progress, she must go out and see the world." "Humph, a school founded by 2 soul saints? Can it be better than us?" Jian Douluo snorted coldly. "No, I want to take her back. You don't know that girl at all. You are not a competent father at all." Ning Fengji looked bitter and could only say, "Just listen to my advice this time. Shrek Academy is very safe. As for whether she will be bullied..." At this point, Ning Fengji really couldn't say. After all, the letter just now did say that she was bullied. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shake his hand. "Where is the letter? What, someone is so bold?" Jian Douluo suddenly burst into a surging momentum. Looking at the letter in his hand, the cold air rose. "This is not good," Ning Fengji hurriedly advised. "Uncle Jian, calm down. It is said that suffering a loss is a blessing, not to mention that the other party is actually nothing. No need to say, this matter is not over." With a flick of his sleeves, Jian Douluo flew out with his flying sword. Looking at his aggressive appearance, he would not kill, but a lesson would be inevitable. At this time, a young man hurriedly reported, "Master, this is a letter from Flanders, the Dean of Shrek Academy, saying that you must open it yourself." "Bring it up." Ning Fengji covered his forehead, took the letter and opened it, and his face changed slightly. "Go and ask Uncle Gu, and make sure he stops Uncle Jian." Originally thought he was just an ordinary young man, who would have thought that Xiao Tianyang actually had such a background. That is a super Douluo with extremely strong combat power. If they really fight, although they have a chance of winning, they are not right, and they will suffer in the end. In the meeting hall of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, Ning Fengji could not remain calm, and could only stand up and wander around. Suddenly, the door was pushed open again, but this time a burly old man with a white beard walked in. This man was another title Douluo of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. "Gu Douluo! Uncle, where is Uncle Jian?" Ning Fengji's heart skipped a beat. "Didn't they catch up?" "No, I let him go," Gu Douluo said in a muffled voice. "That kid dared to bully Rongrong. He must be taught a lesson. But don't worry, he knows how to strike. This is not a matter of knowing how to strike, but you can't hit him." Ning Fengji quickly took out Flanders' letter and explained, "There is a super Douluo standing behind the boy who bullied Rongrong. If we are right, it's fine, but the cause and effect of this matter is on Rongrong." Then he handed both letters to Gu Douluo, who frowned as soon as he got up. It seems that this time there is indeed a bit of trouble. Ning Fengji saw through the essence and said in a deep voice, "Not only is it troublesome, Miao Zhenshan and his group are famous for protecting their shortcomings. If we send someone of equal strength to defeat his people, it's okay. Even if he is angry, he can only accept it with a pinch of his nose. But if we let a titled Douluo deal with a junior, you should be able to imagine his reaction. It will definitely not be much weaker than you and Uncle Jian, and he may even be more furious." Bone Douluo frowned even deeper. It was true that they doted on Ning Rongrong, but if you look closely at the things said in the letter, there is really nothing wrong. What's more, Xiao Tianyang did not do it, which is an ironclad fact. Are they going to say that our children are children, and your children are not children? Isn't this even more hateful? Now we can only take one step at a time. I believe he should not be so reckless. Bone Douluo could only answer like this. Ning Fengji could only sigh after hearing this. The 7 Treasures Glazed Sect must have a titled Douluo in charge, otherwise the Spirit Hall, which is eyeing them covetously, will definitely take action. One of them has already left, so Bone Douluo must not be away for too long. This is why Ning Fengji is so worried about the consequences of the other party not being able to stop Sword Douluo. As for letting someone else pass the message, it is also possible, but it is very likely that Sword Douluo will mistake it for a delaying tactic, so it will not be of much use in reality. I hope so. Ning Fengji could only sigh in the end. But Bone Douluo pondered the contents of the letter and suddenly said, "The martial soul of the person named Xiao Tianyang mentioned here is a three-color flame, which has many characteristics of assisting attacks. Let's classify it as a variant martial soul. But hasn't the main body school always recruited only main body martial souls? When did you become interested in other martial souls?" Ning Fengji's eyes lit up. "You mean this boy has twin martial souls?" "I think it's very likely," Bone Douluo said in a muffled voice. "I have also met this old guy Miao Zhenshan. He has a very stubborn temper. Even if he doesn't have a successor, I believe he will never just find someone to make up the number. And even if he doesn't have twin martial souls, this boy is definitely a top genius." Ning Fengji suddenly said, "Being able to suppress a soul saint by himself, this potential is the most terrifying boy I have ever seen." This time, Bone Douluo did not refute, but nodded silently. At this time, the sun was shining, and it was close to noon. Xiao Tianyang, who came back to prepare lunch in Shrek Academy, didn't know that he had been targeted. As for the other side, with Saber watching, nothing would happen. Entering the kitchen, putting on a half-length apron and a headband, Xiao Tianyang rolled up his sleeves and whispered, "For the first attempt, it's better not to make too complicated dishes. Otherwise, the probability of failure is very high." Suddenly thinking of something, Xiao Tianyang's eyes lit up. "Then it's decided to be you." Because he had called in advance, there was no one in the cafeteria except him. But soon, accompanied by the sound of cutting vegetables and stirring the spoon, the fragrance gradually spread. It even drifted to the office. Half an hour later, everyone walked into the cafeteria panting. Even Saber, who was in good physical condition, had a slightly red face. It can also be seen that running around the village 30 times is indeed not a normal exercise. "Dean, Teacher Zhao, Teacher Li, why are you all here?" Dai Mubai held the door frame and looked up to see a scene that made him a little unbelievable. The teachers in the academy were sitting in a row, holding a spoon in one hand and a plate in the other, shoveling fried rice into their mouths frantically, as if someone was snatching it from them. "Ahem! Pay attention, the child is here." Flanders suddenly coughed lightly, put down the plate and said, "You are very good, you have completed the task on time, come and eat." As he said that, he secretly glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was pale and now sitting on a chair with her back against the wall, completely exhausted. This kid really has some tricks. Even when the person is not around, he can still make this rich lady run away. Pulling Zhao Wuji up, Flanders walked outside. "Well, I haven't finished eating yet." After the teacher left, everyone rested for a while, and then Xiao Tianyang walked out of the kitchen, brought out 2 trays and put them on the table, saying, "Drink this first, and then go over there to get the food." Dai Mubai and others were originally tired and basically had little appetite, but when this bowl of soup was placed in front of them, they couldn't help but swallow. Even Ning Rongrong, who wanted to be angry, was no exception. Saber was the first to pick up the bowl and took a sip. When the clear soup went into her throat, she felt that her stomach was cheering, as if an invisible little hand was gently massaging with warmth. The feeling can be described in 2 words, comfortable. Soon, everyone finished the soup without stopping. Especially Ma Hongjun. This guy is just like Zhu Baji, swallowing the soup without tasting it. "Ah, I feel full of strength now. Then go run 10 more laps." "No, I want to finish 10 bowls of rice." "You deserve to be fat to death." Oscar started to argue with him, but soon the two were attracted by the smell from Xiao Tianyang's side and immediately picked up the large plates and waited in the kitchen. Brother Tianyang's cooking skills are getting better and better. Xiao Wu smacked her lips and said, "Whoever marries him in the future will be so happy." Hearing this, Saber, who was about to get up, was shocked. The other 2 girls also reacted slightly, of course, not as much as the former. However, this little action did not attract the attention of others. After all, everyone's stomachs were already rumbling, and the aroma coming from the kitchen. "Rongrong, why are you still sitting here? Aren't you going to get some rice?" Xiao Wu came back from serving the second meal and asked Ning Rongrong, who was sitting in the corner with a pout. "Ignore her. Be careful not to hurt yourself." Xiao Tianyang patted Xiao Wu's shoulder, then looked at Saber and asked, "Is it delicious?" "Delicious." Saber nodded, still with that happy expression. "But it seems that there are other things in it. For example, soul power." As soon as the voice fell, Dai Mubai's tiger body shook and looked at Xiao Tianyang. "It seems that there really is. It's just a little trick, don't make a fuss, and if Saber doesn't say it, you won't find it." Xiao Tianyang waved his hand disapprovingly. Seeing that he had no intention of explaining, everyone didn't ask any more questions. Everyone has secrets, and no one present is innocent. Saber continued to chew slowly. She actually didn't like to talk while eating. As for Xiao Tianyang, he carried a plate of fried rice, sat opposite Ning Rongrong, and said with a smile, "Really not eating? Humph, don't think I will forgive you for this." Ning Rongrong glanced at the rice, her throat rolling, but still turned her head away. "Alas, I was going to say that this is specially fried for you. It seems a pity." After saying that, Xiao Tianyang stood up to take the plate of fried rice away. Unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong grabbed it and said in a delicate voice, "This is for me. Why should I let you take it away?" Ignoring the strange looks from others, Ning Rongrong lowered her head and started to eat. The first bite made her eyes light up, as if all the fatigue in her body was swept away, replaced by a warmth radiating from her stomach. Xiao Tianyang just laughed and turned away. Although Ning Rongrong was a little willful, it was because of the environment. If no one spoils her and puts some pressure on her, she will soon find out that such a character cannot fit in with the group, and she will change herself. At most, Xiao Tianyang can speed up the time and give her a push, which is nothing. At this moment, Flanders and Zhao Wuji, who were hiding in the corner, saw this scene and couldn't help but gasp. Awesome! A willful lady was manipulated at will. I don't know what Ning Fengji would think after seeing this scene. Zhao Wuji sighed. "Don't say such harsh words." Flanders glared at him and said, "If this gets out to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, you'll be in trouble." Zhao Wuji shuddered as if he had thought of some terrible memories. The mixed doubles match that night was still fresh in his memory. "But don't listen to anything else. Did you feel anything strange about the food this kid cooked?" Flanders frowned and said, stroking his mustache, "Besides being delicious, what else is there?" Zhao Wuji scratched his head. Flanders was speechless. "Didn't you find the attributeless soul power in the dish?" "Hey, what you said is true." Zhao Wuji's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that this kid has some special means? That's also his ability. Flanders was calm, and he seems to have a special liking for cooking. In this case, how about leaving the canteen to him? This way you can also save the money for hiring a chef, right? All my money doesn't matter. It's mainly for the good of the children. If I don't know you, I will really take this seriously. What do you mean? Go and experience it yourself. Woof. The two trembled all over, looked down, and it was actually a dog. How did it get close to us? Face became solemn. Tang Hao that night was fine. He was a titled Douluo. The level difference was there. It was normal that he couldn't sense it. But this is just a dog. Moreover, looking at Flanders' expression, it was obvious that the other party had not noticed anything either. Flanders said, "This dog seems to belong to Xiao Tianyang." Zhao Wuji said in a muffled voice, "This kid is weird everywhere. Even his pet is like this." Obviously, he is still upset about the loss he suffered at the hands of Xiao Tianyang. Suddenly, Boo narrowed his eyes, stood up, and tapped his collar with his paws, and several picture books appeared in his hands. Woof! Hey, this kid is really generous. He actually installed a soul guide on the dog. Zhao Wuji couldn't help but be amazed. But on the other side, Flanders was obviously attracted by the picture book in Boo hand, and couldn't help but reach out to take it. Then his old eyes lit up and he even adjusted his glasses as if to see the content more clearly. Zhao Wuji was also curious and came over to take a look. He almost screamed when he saw the content, but fortunately he quickly covered his mouth and picked up another one to appreciate it carefully. But obviously there is no such thing as a free lunch. In a flash, the two atlases were back in Boo hands. He carefully stayed away from the two lecherous old guys, shook his head, and rubbed his paws. It seems that we have to pay to see it. Zhao Wuji's mouth twitched. That kid is very mean. Even the dog he raised is an unscrupulous profiteer. Flanders still had a little bit of regret on his face. What should we do? What else can we do? If you want to see it, just pay. I'll pay? What else? Do you think I have money? For unknown reasons, Flanders did not come to teach in the afternoon, and strangely, even a teacher could not be found. No training mission. What should we do in the afternoon? Tang San frowned. No mission, of course we will rest. There is nothing else to do. Xiao Tianyang came under the tree and stretched, then sat down. Brother Tianyang, why don't you come and train us? Let's learn fighting skills. Tang San suddenly spoke. That's a good idea. Dai Mubai stepped forward and said, You have rich practical experience, so it's really appropriate for you to teach us. Hey, please consider my feelings, okay? Xiao Tianyang opened half of his eyes and said lazily, I just finished cooking for you. Do you have to squeeze me dry? Hey, with your physique, how can you be squeezed dry? Ma Hongjun stepped forward and said with a sly smile, Are you strong on the outside but weak on the inside? Bang! With a muffled sound, Xiao Tianyang's fist landed on the stone next to him. In just an instant, the stone as tall as a person disintegrated and broke into slag. What did you say just now? Xiao Tianyang raised his head and the shadow covered half of his face, making him look sinister. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but roll in his throat and took a step back. Tianyang, I'm just joking, don't take it seriously. Haha, I've changed my mind now. Xiao Tianyang stood up and twisted his neck. Since you are so eager to be trained by me, then I will meet your request. Who will go first? As soon as the voice fell, there was silence. Whoever dares to speak at this time will be unlucky. But at this moment, Dai Mubai kicked Ma Hongjun on the butt, making him stumble and rush towards Xiao Tianyang. Everyone dispersed, and only Xiao Tianyang and Ma Hongjun were left on the open space. The former was a little nervous, which was inevitable. The latter did not deliberately release his aura, but that smiling look gave people endless pressure. Ma Hongjun, I just want to ask you one thing. As a mid to long range strong attack system battle spirit master, what do you think is the most important thing when attacking? Before taking action, Xiao Tianyang deliberately asked. Putting aside other things, Ma Hongjun is indeed a genius. After all, this is a man who will become a god in the future. So when facing Xiao Tianyang's question, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but collect his thoughts. After thinking for a while, he answered seriously, It should be the power. Xiao Tianyang shook his head. No, let me ask you, if the attack does not fall on the enemy, what's the use of the powerful moves? So you want to train my accuracy? Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up. Regardless of other things, at least this kind of training does not require getting beaten, right? But soon, Xiao Tianyang crushed his fantasy. No, this is just one of the points. I just explained why your answer is wrong. Xiao Tianyang smiled. I want to train you in close combat. As for the training of accuracy, you can ask Xiao San. He has much more experience than me. Ma Hongjun rolled his throat and asked weakly, Can I refuse? Have 3 minutes to attack, and I allow you to open your martial soul and use soul skills. Xiao Tianyang did not answer, but said. As soon as the voice fell, Ma Hongjun knew that he could not escape this disaster, so he gritted his teeth, and 2 soul rings floated up from his feet one after another. Second soul skill, Phoenix Rising in Fire. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Compared to the first battle at the entrance of the village, Ma Hongjun clearly knew how powerful his opponent was, so he had no intention of holding back and went all out. But the next moment, Xiao Tianyang's figure flashed and he easily dodged the Phoenix Fire Line. It's not a good habit to attack directly after locking onto the enemy. If the opponent's speed is too fast, you have to learn to predict. Continue. Ma Hongjun didn't say anything, because now was not the time to chat. Mobilizing all the soul power in his body, brewing in his mouth, his pair of narrow eyes almost stared at Xiao Tianyang. As if he had learned the lesson just now, he was not prepared to attack on the spot, but wanted to predict. Of course, the idea is good, but the reality is very skinny. Let's not talk about whether he can aim at Xiao Tianyang. Even if he hits him, what can he do? Can he really hurt Xiao Tianyang? Dai Mubai, who was watching the battle nearby, saw this scene and couldn't help but hold his forehead and cover his eyes. Ma Hongjun, this guy is really careless. He should save his soul power now and wait for the close combat in 3 minutes. He is still thinking about counterattack now. I really don't know what he is thinking. Indeed, if he follows this style of play, I don't know how badly he will be beaten when he fights Tianyang later. Oscar also echoed. As the saying goes, bystanders see more clearly. As outsiders, they naturally understand Xiao Tianyang's language trap. But on the one hand, as spectators, it is difficult for them to speak up and remind them. On the other hand, they are also intimidated by Xiao Tianyang's pressure. Just kidding, highlighting the brotherhood at this time can be said to be a good thing. Soon, 3 minutes passed, and Ma Hongjun's first soul skill didn't even scratch the edge of Xiao Tianyang's clothes. 3 minutes are up, now it's my turn. Xiao Tianyang raised his lips and looked up at Ma Hongjun, who was panting. I will only fight you at 1/10 of my usual speed, you have to watch carefully. After saying that, he quickly approached Ma Hongjun, put his hands forward and actually made the gesture of Wing Chun. And this kind of boxing has a characteristic, that is, the speed of attack is fast, and the enemy is subdued at the fastest speed. The next scene is simply horrible. Even if the speed is really only 1/10 of the usual speed, Ma Hongjun, who was in close combat, was completely beaten by Xiao Tianyang. However, the people around him did not have the opportunity to pity Ma Hongjun, because they are now attracted by Xiao Tianyang's boxing. There is a little curiosity, but more of yearning. After all, as a soul master, no matter whether it is a strong attack or a sensitive attack, they will be in close combat. And if they have this set of boxing skills, although they are not invincible, at least they will not be too passive. And they also understood the deep meaning of Xiao Tianyang's words. Slowing down, isn't it just to let them learn? Otherwise, why bother? As for why he chose Ma Hongjun, who made him talk too much? 5 minutes later, Xiao Tianyang's left and right palms fell on Ma Hongjun's neck, stepped back and pulled away from each other, and stopped here. Then Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes, leaned back and fell to the ground with a plop. Xiao Tianyang exhaled, looked at the others and said, "Do you understand it?" "This is too fast, isn't it?" Oscar opened his mouth wide. He could remember it at the beginning, but what happened later? Basically, they could only see the afterimage, let alone learn. They couldn't even see it clearly. "Is Ma Hongjun okay?" Dai Mubai rolled his throat. "It's okay, I just fainted. I'll wake up in a while." Xiao Tianyang waved his hand and looked at Tang San again. "Xiao-san, how about you?" "I barely remembered it." Tang San just used the purple demon eye to see it and used forced memory, so 70% to 80% of it is remembered. It's just that I saw the moves, and there was no explanation of how to use them. For Tang San, who represents the academic school, it seems a bit forced. "That's good. At least I didn't gain nothing." Xiao Tianyang smiled and added, "Wait until Ma Hongjun wakes up. I will teach you the basic moves. As for how fast you can fight, it depends on your understanding." Not long after, Ma Hongjun woke up, and he learned the whole story, and he couldn't help but look embarrassed. This is really a disaster caused by his bad mouth. He got beaten for nothing. It was neither teaching nor training, but just a demonstration. It's really miserable. But then everyone didn't have the leisure to make fun of Ma Hongjun, because Xiao Tianyang had already started to explain the content about Wing Chun, including training methods, advantages, characteristics, disadvantages, etc., all in great detail as if he was the teacher of Shrek Academy. Of course, Xiao Tianyang was very happy with this situation. After all, he had taught Tang San and Xiao Wu a lot when he was in Nodding Academy. In his eyes, teaching one is teaching two is teaching, and teaching a group is the same. There is no difference. While sitting under the shade of the tree to rest, Xiao Tianyang also secretly glanced at the system page. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Training 2. Get reward. Lottery value 300. Another small task. The reward is in hand. The lottery value is a bit small, but fortunately, the task is simple. In this regard, Xiao Tianyang just needs to make sure he doesn't lose money, and he doesn't care much about other things. The next morning, after Xiao Tianyang washed up, he rode his bicycle to the cafeteria to prepare breakfast. That's right, this task was assigned to him yesterday. At first, Xiao Tianyang felt a little puzzled. After all, he was a student. But thinking back to the dishes he made, Xiao Tianyang could only pinch his nose and acquiesce. Moreover, he really needed a place to cook, so he did not protest. But if it weren't for this task, I wouldn't agree so easily. You are such a stingy person. Not even a penny is enough. Xiao Tianyang took a look at the system page in his mind on the way. Trigger the main task. Great Fighting Soul Arena. Content. Get the purple gold badge in the Great Fighting Soul Arena. Condition restrictions. Do not use power other than martial soul. Do not use the second soul. Trigger the side task. Content. Let the Shrek 7 devils grow under your cooking. Task reward. Depends on the growth rate. Appendix. This task is an irregular task. You can end it at any time to claim the reward. Trigger the side task. Long-term training. Content. Let the Shrek 7 devils grow under your guidance. Task reward. Depends on the growth rate. This task is an irregular task. You can end it at any time to claim the reward. The second task was triggered when Flanders found him. Xiao Tianyang didn't think it was a big deal at the time, and this was the first time he received a long-term task. So out of curiosity, he didn't refuse. As for the first and third tasks, they appeared when he woke up in the morning. And this was also the first time he encountered a task with limited strength. But think about it, it's normal. With Xiao Tianyang's strength, if he really wants to fight, let alone purple gold, Sapphire may not be able to stop him. As expected, after coming to Shrek Academy and meeting more people, the tasks have become more interesting and less rigid. Xiao Tianyang was not distressed by the tediousness of the tasks, but instead raised his mouth. This kind of life is interesting, isn't it? Suddenly, he saw a person on the side of the road and couldn't help but squeeze the handbrake to stop. Saber, What are you doing here? Waiting for you. Saber took the initiative to come to Xiao Tianyang and said, "You are responsible for the meals of so many people alone. I can help you. You are the most considerate." Xiao Tianyang did not refuse, and through the previous cooperation, he also found that although Saber could not help much in the kitchen, at least she would not make trouble. When he was cooking, she was like a little transparent, just purely serving bowls and plates beside him, diligently, which was also his favorite point. "Sit on, I'll take you." Xiao Tianyang patted the back seat of the bicycle. Saber's face was slightly red, but she did not refuse. Instead, she lowered her head, stroked the hem of her skirt, and sat on the bicycle on one side. "Hold tight, be careful, or you might get thrown out." Xiao Tianyang joked, pedaled his feet, and set off. When he heard this, Saber hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his hands and gently placed them on his waist. He didn't dare to hold her. After all, this was a college, not a real country road. But before he knew it, Boo Boo had already run to Xiao Tianyang's side, wagging his tongue with a smug look on his face. "Looking at your expression, you must have made a lot of money yesterday, right?" Xiao Tianyang glanced at it, with a half-smile on his face. Boo Boo trembled all over and could only nod his head, looking dejected. He thought he could escape, but it seems that this time his small treasury is going to be robbed again. This dog is unwilling, but there is no way to refuse. It's so uncomfortable. 10 minutes later, Xiao Tianyang and Saber arrived at the cafeteria. As soon as he parked the bicycle, Xiao Tianyang reached out to Boo Boo and rubbed his index finger and thumb. The latter had no choice but to stretch out his paw, pat the collar, and put a fist-sized purse in Xiao Tianyang's palm. "That's right, there is a give and take, and you can make money." Xiao Tianyang weighed the purse in his hand, and his face became more joyful, and his expression towards Boo Boo became more kind. "Woof! I know, you didn't hide it. Woof! Okay, if you explain it again, it's a bit of a cover-up. Go play." Xiao Tianyang waved his hand and walked towards the cafeteria, too lazy to pay attention to this cunning guy. Saber witnessed everything just now, but didn't ask any more questions. As an upright person, she would never explore other people's secrets unless someone told her or she had no choice. This is due to her personality and her principle. But Xiao Tianyang suddenly smiled and said, "Aren't you curious about where Boo Boo got all that money from? I seem to see Dean Flanders doing business with Boo Boo in the Grove yesterday. The money should come from there." Saber still had a faint smile on his face, and his expression did not change at all. "I didn't expect that he was the one who led the local leader." Xiao Tianyang chuckled twice. "Didn't you go over to see?" "No," Saber added, "but choosing to do business in that place shouldn't be a good thing." "You guessed it right." Xiao Tianyang looked around to see that there was no one around, and whispered, "Remember this, don't let the dean and the teacher know, otherwise it will be very embarrassing." Saber turned to look at him, smiled, and said, "I won't say anything. I'll only tell you one person." Xiao Tianyang was stunned, looking at the pair of green eyes, and he was a little dazed for a while, but he soon reacted, just smiled and didn't say much. Walking into the kitchen, Xiao Tianyang put on an apron, tied a headband, and held his chin up as he thought, "What should I make for breakfast today?" Suddenly he looked at Saber and asked, "Is there anything you want to eat in particular?" Saber was very particular about food. If Xiao Tianyang hadn't asked her, then no matter what he made, Saber would accept it and enjoy it. On the one hand, he was the right person, and on the other hand, he was indeed a great cook. But when he suddenly asked her what she wanted to eat, Saber was entangled. It's not that she couldn't think of it, but too many images suddenly appeared in her mind. But in the end, Saber gritted his teeth and made a decision: noodles. Xiao Tianyang lowered his head and thought for a while, whispering, "Noodles are a bit greasy when fried in the morning. For dried noodles, the portion should be large, otherwise this meal will not last until noon." Multiple choices slowly emerged in his mind, but at this moment, a simple dish was dug out from the depths of his memory: noodles with scallion oil. Xiao Tianyang opened his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth. "I decided it was you. It's not complicated. It's a good time to try the unfinished part yesterday." He looked at Saber again and asked, "Do you like seafood?" "Yes." "Then add it to the milky seafood soup." In the open space, Daimu Bai and others looked satisfied. Even though they were full now, or even a little full, they felt that they could still finish 3 bowls of noodles. "Brother Tianyang, your scallion oil noodles are so amazing. They are so fragrant. And that bowl of soup, not only is it full of milk flavor, but the aroma of seafood is also fully released. I didn't expect that seafood soup can be made in this way." Xiao Wu was standing aside with a look of unsatisfied satisfaction. But this is secondary. Although Ning Rongrong had the same feelings as Xiao Wu, but, obviously, as the jewel in the crown of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, she was more concerned about another point. It can actually loosen my soul power bottleneck, and there are signs of a breakthrough. How did you do it? Juju King's eyes were also bright, and a cold voice came out. The quality this time is obviously higher than last time. Do you have any way to continue to improve it? This is just a small trick, not worth mentioning. Xiao Tianyang waved his hand. Then can you teach me the method? Let's not talk about whether I will teach you or not. Even if I let you learn, are you willing to stay in the kitchen? This? Ning Rongrong hesitated a little. I am willing. Juju King's beautiful eyes stared at Xiao Tianyang and spoke seriously. Then come and tell me after you reach level 40. Xiao Tianyang stated in advance. I'm not shirking my responsibility, but with your current soul power level, you might collapse before you finish cooking a meal. Juju King did not doubt Xiao Tianyang but asked, is this related to the quality of your soul power? Yes, Xiao Tianyang nodded. Then I understand. Juju King looked at him one last time. I will come to you when the time comes. After saying that, she withdrew her gaze. Xiao Tianyang just smiled and looked at Xiao Wu jokingly. Why don't you want to learn? As one of these girls. I have Xiao San and I also have brother Tianyang, so I don't need to learn. Xiao Wu said confidently. And didn't Saber learn it either? Tang San turned around and asked, Brother Tianyang, is it okay? Okay, but you have to wait until you reach level 40. Xiao Tianyang's mouth twitched, and he actually treated him as a second-rate product. Damn, this is the first time that he, Xiao, has been insulted like this. I don't need to learn. Tianyang is enough. Saber looked at Xiao Tianyang with a soft face. Xiao Wu, I will punish you to reduce your dinner intake by half, Xiao Tianyang suddenly said. Why? Xiao Wu was struck by lightning. No reason, just because I am very unhappy. Xiao Tianyang snorted. If it weren't for Saber's last sentence, he would have endured it. But it's not afraid of not knowing the goods, but it's afraid of comparing the goods. Look at what others say and what you say. Is your word still human? Not long after this time, Flanders, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, walked towards them. But he didn't stop, but waved his hand. Today's class is a little special. Follow me. Everyone said nothing and followed him towards the direction of Soto City. Sure enough, yesterday's main task was not aimless, but a real preview. Xiao Tianyang walked at the back, holding his chin and thinking. Soon, the group arrived at Soto City. As soon as he arrived here, Daimubai's face changed. Dean, you won't take them to that place so early, right? Why not? Flanders looked at Tang San and others, and, at this time, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong had to retract their curious eyes looking around. You have already met this requirement in terms of actual combat experience and personal ability. And didn't Xiao Tianyang also train you specially yesterday? With that kind of skills, even if you can't win, at least your life is not in danger. Why are you scared? Flanders looked at Xiao Tianyang with the last sentence. Don't worry, it's not me you should be afraid of, but the people who are my opponents. Xiao Tianyang was as confident as ever. Then follow me. Flanders nodded with satisfaction, turned around and continued to lead the way. Ning Rongrong came over and said, Tianyang, what are you talking about with the dean? The others who couldn't guess also approached. However, Xiao Tianyang directly passed the buck and looked at Daimubai. He knows better than me, ask him. Do you see the largest building? That's the Great Soul Fighting Arena in Soto City, Dai Mubai explained. And this kind of venue can only be found in larger cities. This is a place where combat power speaks purely. To put it simply, you can meet all kinds of strong people here, experience the magic of various martial spirits, and various soul ring combinations. It is a gladiatorial arena, exclusively for soul masters. At this time, they finally arrived in front of the Great Soul Fighting Arena. Standing at the entrance, Flanders said in a deep voice, Mubai, by the way, tell them about the rules here. Daimubai nodded and then began to introduce it. The content is not complicated and easy to understand. First of all, there are 3 battle modes, single, double, and team battles. During this period, points will be accumulated through battles, and when a certain amount is reached, the soul fighting badge can be upgraded. It is divided into iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. Of course, there were still many details that Xiao Tianyang didn't know, so even he listened very carefully. When Daimubai finished speaking, it was his turn. Flanders said, If you understand, I will issue you this mission. First of all, you must obtain the Silver Fighting Soul Badge before graduation. It doesn't seem difficult. Xiao Wu muttered beside him. It's not as simple as you think. Daimubai smiled bitterly and explained, the matching mechanism here is quite special. Each major level is divided into an area. For example, a Soul Master of level 21 is very likely to be matched with a Soul Master of level 29. How big is the gap between the two? I don't need to say more, right? When I was level 29, I could still maintain a winning streak, but after reaching level 30, it was all the way down, because my opponents were all Soul Masters of level 35 and above. Ning Rongrong asked, so how many points do you have now? 2 points. The win-loss is 29 to 27. Fatty Ma is a little better than me. He has 9 points, and the win-loss is 21 to 12. Everyone couldn't help but look at Xiao Tianyang. This guy is an outlier. He can beat a Soul Master at the Soul Master level. I'm afraid even a level 31 versus level 39 will not be a problem, right? Okay, since we already know the general rules, we can slowly experience the rest. Let's go. After saying that, he paid the entrance fee and led the group into the arena. To the right is a relatively dim but very spacious corridor. In front is a row of arched windows, from which you can see the duel in the arena. Xiao Tianyang looked around and found that this was a building similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum. The circular duel arena is surrounded by circles of stepped spectator seats. It's easy to register here. You just need to register your identity to receive the Iron Fighting Soul badge, and then wait. Soon, they also received a notice, and were arranged in order to the 16th Fighting Soul Arena. In addition to singles, can we participate in doubles once a day? Xiao Tianyang suddenly looked at Daimubai. That's right. Xiao-san, let's be in one group. Xiao Wu's face showed a happy expression. I even have a name. Let me guess, is it called the 3-5 combination? Xiao Tianyang said. Daimubai looked at Oscar and Ning Rongrong and said, generally speaking, auxiliary spirit masters will not go on the field alone. After all, the space here is small and not conducive to hiding. Ning Rongrong's face was happy. It's good not to fight. I can also watch others fight here. It's perfect. At this time, the spirit fighting field below had already started. Xiao Tianyang stuck his head out and watched intently. Let's be in one group of 2. Saber suddenly walked behind Xiao Tianyang. It's all right. Xiao Tianyang responded casually. Ning Rongrong suddenly felt that she was at a disadvantage and didn't speak first. At this time, Juju King stepped forward and said, Saber, can I be in one group with Tianyang? Everyone was stunned, because no one would have thought that Juju King would say this. And it was after Saber said it. The expressions of 2 of them changed. One of them was naturally Ning Rongrong, and the other one was Daimubai as expected. Saber, who was one of the protagonists of the topic, seemed easygoing and said with a smile, no problem, then I will be in the same group with Rongrong. Saber looked at Ning Rongrong. Is it okay? Yeah. Ning Rongrong nodded listlessly. This grouping was a bit strange, especially for Juju King's request. Xiao Tianyang was a little confused. After all, in that situation, whether it was Ning Rongrong or Saber, they were better choices. Although it was basically a sure win to stay with him, what was the point? If it was just for winning, there was no need for this class. And in Xiao Tianyang's impression, Juju King was not such a person. Could it be that my charm worked? Xiao Tianyang looked at Juju King, who was cold and taciturn, with some surprise. If that was the case, it would be a bit troublesome. I just want to learn more from you, that's all. Juju King felt Xiao Tianyang's gaze and turned her head away. Little girl, can your expression be a little more fake? And if that's the case, why are you blushing? Xiao Tianyang felt a little helpless to complain. By the way, what's the name of our group? Xiao Tianyang asked to ease the embarrassment. Juju King thought for a while, and her face returned to normal. Tianqing Group. Xiao Tianyang nodded on the spot, and then walked to the counter to handle it. Tianyang, it's your turn. Juju King gently pushed Xiao Tianyang beside her to wake him up. Oh, so soon? Xiao Tianyang woke up slowly, and he stood up and walked outside directly. He seemed to be familiar with the way, but he just went in the wrong direction. Tianyang, the entrance is over there. Juju King was speechless. He was so engrossed in watching just now, but he lost interest all of a sudden. Are all boys like this? Next, let's invite the 6th contestant of the one-on-one soul fighting in the 16th Soul Fighting Arena. The 2 teams are Conan, a level 29 comprehensive weapon spirit master with the spirit of 3-color fire, and Suzuki, a level 30 strong attack weapon spirit master with the spirit of soul devouring blade. It is worth mentioning that if Suzuki wins this match, it will be 10 consecutive victories. And Conan on the other side has 0 record. As the host finished speaking, the whole audience was almost in an uproar. Part of it came from the surprise of 10 consecutive wins, but the other part came from the curiosity about the comprehensive weapons spirit master. Just like Daimubai and others were at a loss when facing this new title, the audience also had some doubts. Of course, some of them thought it was a gimmick, but some people thought it was interesting. After all, they were very likely to see a spirit master who was very balanced in all aspects. In the same soul fighting arena, Tang San was a little surprised when he saw Xiao Tianyang appearing. Why is Brother Tianyang wearing a mask? With that shocking spirit ring, if he doesn't wear a mask, he will probably be kidnapped as soon as he walks out of here. Daimubai sighed and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. After all, this is incredible in itself." Tang San nodded, and it was indeed as Daimubai said. But is wearing a mask really useful? With Tianyang's strength, even if he doesn't use his martial spirit, there's probably no one in the same level who can match him, right? Ning Rongrong also frowned slightly, and a sense of worry rose in her heart. I don't know why. Daimubai shrugged, but I seem to have heard Tianyang tell the dean that he came to study, not to earn points, so this time he will only use his first spirit skill and nothing else. Including his best close combat? Oscar was a little surprised. Daimubai nodded, it seems so. Then it's a waste. Ma Hongjin looked regretful. If I had that skill, I would just kick my opponent away with one kick. How cool it would be. Haha, if you want, wait until Tianyang is out. I will let him meet your request. Daimubai sneered. What request? The request to kick you away. Boss Dai, you are such a jerk. Fatty Ma, you are getting more and more courageous. VIP room. A handsome and lazy young man was leaning comfortably on a single sofa with a somewhat casual expression on his face. He raised his eyes slightly and glanced at Xiao Tianyang on the stage. Bishop Jake, what do you think is special about Conan? The young man asked an old man wearing the bishop robe of the Spirit Hall. Comprehensive. I have never heard of it. Bishop Jake frowned at first, then shook his head. But it may also be a new school, Your Highness. Just wait and see. Then what about Suzuki? The young man asked again. Your Highness has chosen someone who is naturally excellent. Bishop Jake was not stingy with his praise this time. From the perspective of his own martial spirit, he has great potential, and the configuration of his spirit rings is almost perfect. He is a talent that can be cultivated. The young man hummed and stopped talking. He has been interested in cultivating talents since a few years ago. But he was helpless. The geniuses that he really liked were basically taken away by the high-level officials of the Spirit Hall, who wanted to cultivate them into the next generation of successors. Otherwise, with his identity, he would not have come to this place to conduct a personal inspection. Of course, the fact that the young man was able to mobilize a bishop of the Spirit Hall to accompany him was enough to show that his identity was not simple. Walking into the fighting spirit arena, Xiao Tianyang, wearing a mask, looked around curiously. But at this moment, his opponent also came towards him and said coldly, What comprehensive weapon, Spirit Master? Just sensationalism. Oh, did we know each other before? Xiao Tianyang looked puzzled. No, Suzuki said in a deep voice. Then why did you challenge me right away? Is it the so-called losing the battle but not the battle? Xiao Tianyang showed a thoughtful expression under his mask. Suzuki's face darkened. Since you are sure of victory, then do it. Then I won't be polite. Xiao Tianyang raised his hand, and the fusion fire appeared in his hand. Then 2 soul rings, one purple and one black, rose from the bottom of his feet. Everyone was shocked. What kind of ghost soul ring configuration is this? The first soul ring is a 1,000-year soul ring, and the second soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring. How can there be such a person? In the VIP room, the young man sat up directly and looked at Xiao Tianyang below through the glass. Bishop Jake, this should be a local spirit master, right? Bishop Jake shuddered when his name was called, but he could only laugh dryly. It shouldn't be. Otherwise, how could a spirit master like this not be recorded? No, someone must have done something here. The young man turned his head and stared at Bishop Jake. I want to know all the information about this boy within 10 minutes. You should be able to do it, right? No problem, I'll go now. Bishop Jake turned and left. Of course, he was secretly cursing in his heart at this time. For a genius like this, there are still people who dare to do something under his nose. It's really a waste of life. If he grows up like this, he will be an ironclad titled Douluo. In the fighting arena, Suzuki was also shocked when he saw Xiao Tianyang's spirit ring, and blurted out naturally, How is this possible? Everything in the world is possible. Xiao Tianyang smiled. Get ready to take it. 9 balls of flame appeared beside him in a row. Xiao Tianyang grabbed 2 balls and shouted coldly, "Fire Fist!" This is of course not a so-called move or spirit skill, but just a pure second-year syndrome. After the 2 balls of flame were enlarged, they merged into a huge fist, and with a whistling wind they pressed towards Suzuki. The first spirit skill, the sharp edge. Suzuki stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the martial soul-devouring sword was held in his hand. As the first spirit ring lit up, a cold light also lit up on the blade, becoming even more unstoppable. The hand raised the sword and fell, slashing on the flaming fist. But unexpectedly, the fist that should have collapsed and scattered actually resisted the soul-devouring sword and pushed it back. Pillar of Fire reminded again. Suzuki was alerted instantly, but it was too late. A ball of fire floated to his feet and then turned into a pillar of fire that enveloped him, and screams came from inside. "It's too painful. Let me end this battle." Xiao Tianyang couldn't bear it, and he jumped into the fire like a cannonball with the tip of his toes. With a muffled bang, a figure flew out and hit the wall at the edge of the fighting arena. Congratulations to the host for defeating the level 30 Soul Master and getting the lottery value X20. Xiao Tianyang took a look and then retracted it. The atmosphere in the whole venue was frozen to the extreme. No one cheered, only unexpected silence. After all, this is too amazing. It hasn't even been half a minute since the beginning, has it? Even some viewers haven't gotten over the shock of the configuration of the 2 spirit rings. How come the battle is over? Could this 9-game winning streak be fake? In the VIP room, the young man sat back in his chair and whispered, "It only took 3 moves in total. Is it the specialness of the martial spirit or the problem of the spirit ring? And putting these aside, just talking about physical fitness, it can only be described as a monster." At this time, his eyes moved slightly and fell on the place where Xiao Tianyang had just landed. There was a footprint about 5 centimeters deep there. There were no exaggerated cracks and there was no smoke or dust, but the brick was stepped on. In addition to strong physical fitness, it must also be extremely controlled to do this. Otherwise, just with that kick just now, it would definitely step out a deep pit. In the rest area, Daimubai and others looked dazed. Even though they knew Xiao Tianyang very well, they didn't expect the battle to end so suddenly. "Boss Dai, where is the fierce battle you mentioned?" Tang San turned his head away, a rare hint of teasing on his face. "How would I know that Tianyang is so strong even without using those special means?" Daimubai was also a little speechless. In that case, it's not that the opponent is too weak, but that brother Tianyang is too strong. Xiao Wu was excited. "I really hope to meet that Suzuki in the next game." "What do you want to do?" Ning Rongrong was a little puzzled. Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes were bright, and she said, "This way, at least we can judge the gap between me and brother Tianyang." "The gap is like a chasm, no need for testing." Xiao Tianyang walked in whistling and said at the same time, "Did you see his end?" "Lulu, what did you see?" Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and asked. Xiao Tianyang glanced at her, causing her to shrink her head, and then he said, "In this fighting arena, no matter who your opponent is, even if it is an auxiliary spirit master, you must take it seriously, otherwise the probability of being kicked away is also very high." "Impossible?" Xiao Wu was a little unbelievable. "Nothing is impossible." Ning Rongrong had a smug look on her face. She felt that she would become the kind of auxiliary spirit master that Xiao Tianyang said in the future. Xiao Tianyang saw it and said, "The group of people I mentioned does not include you, at least not now." "Don't be so discouraging." Suddenly Tang San turned his head and couldn't help asking, "Brother Tianyang, how did you manage not to cut the flame in half?" Xiao Tianyang did not answer, but asked, "It's very simple. If you want to make your spirit skills stronger, you have to use more spirit power, right?" "Theoretically correct," Tang San nodded. "But what if I wrap my soul power around the flame?" Xiao Tianyang's mouth corners slightly raised. "If his soul power is not stronger than mine, then even if he uses all his strength, he can't break my flame fist. Just like you understand?" "If you really don't understand, next time you can wrap your soul power around the blue-silver grass and try to see if the toughness is enhanced. Then you will understand what you should understand." Tang San didn't ask again, but lowered his head and fell into thought. "Look, it's Saber's match," Xiao Wu suddenly said. At this time, everyone turned their attention back to the fighting arena. Saber, who had already used her first soul skill, was as heroic as a female knight, and her cheek sword skills were even more dazzling. "Our 2v2 is about to start, let's go." Xiao Tianyang walked to Zhu King and reminded her. "Okay." Standing up, Zhu Qing took the lead, changed to a fighting arena, and the two went on stage. Suddenly, Xiao Tianyang said, "Wait a minute, you will attack first, and I will assist you." Zhu Qing paused, turned around and said, "I want to win." "Don't worry. If nothing unexpected happens, I guarantee you will win." Xiao Tianyang smiled and looked at her in the same way. "And once I take action, is our combination still necessary?" Although this sentence was a bit hurtful, Zhu Qing knew that this was the truth. "I know what to do," Zhu Qing said, and stood in front of Xiao Tianyang. "It's good to have this awareness." Xiao Tianyang took a look at the opponent's combination, a man and a woman. The man was sturdy and tall, and the woman was petite with a little baby fat on her face. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Tianyang said, "This is a combination of control and agility. The means used are nothing more than controlling one and quickly killing the other. How do you think we should fight?" "Deal with the control system first." Zhu Qing made a decision. "I'll listen to you." Xiao Tianyang smiled indifferently. There was no chance to add anything, because the opponent had already started to act. First soul skill, Earth Rock Thrust. The man roared first, and a huge stone pillar appeared behind him with 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow. The other party clenched his fist and hammered the ground. The next moment, several stone pillars appeared on both sides of Xiao Tianyang and Zhu Qing, slanting out, trying to block their positions. First soul skill, Quick Kill. The woman's martial soul is Hummingbird, with an extremely fast speed, and the soul ring configuration is 200-year soul rings. Xiao Tianyang stood with his hands behind his back, holding the fusion fire in his hand. The first soul ring lit up, and 4 balls of green fire entered Zhu Qing's body one by one. At this moment, she felt clear-headed and clear-eyed, and the woman who came out was like a slow-motion replay in her eyes. In her eyes, the man was full of flaws, and there were no defense loopholes on his body. What a powerful ability in my hand! Zhu Qing still had time to look down at the green flame in her hand. "Go ahead, this state is good, but you can't hold on for long with your physique." Xiao Tianyang reminded beside her. Zhu Qing nodded, and the netherworld spirit cat emerged behind him, walking out on 200-year soul rings. Sharp claws grew out of his hands. His left eye was dark green, his right eye was azure blue, and his hair seemed to be gently stroked by soft little hands on his back, extremely obedient. First soul skill, Netherworld Stab. With his legs slightly bent and his body leaning forward, Zhu Qing disappeared from the spot with a trace of afterimage. When he passed by the flying woman, Zhu Qing just gently pulled her hand, causing her body to stagger in midair, and her expression began to become shocked. But Zhu Qing did not use the first soul skill on her, and came to the man. Second soul skill, Gravity Delay. Although the man used his soul skill, his reaction was still a beat late, because at this time, he looked down and found that there were already 2 deep claw marks on his chest. Second soul skill, Netherworld 100 Claws. Zhu Qing was also ready to strike hard, with both hands out, her body spinning at high speed, driving the sharp claws of the cat to attack the same position on his back. With a bang, the man flew out and fell to the ground. His exposed back was already a little bloody. A Tao! The woman fell in front of Xiao Tianyang, and saw the man in such a miserable state she couldn't help but scream. "It's just a skin injury. It will be fine after a few days of rest." At this time, a voice came into the woman's ears, which made her feel much more at ease. Xiao Tianyang kindly reminded, "However, the soul battle is not over yet. You are so relaxed. Isn't it inappropriate?" The woman suddenly realized, "Yes, let's deal with the man in front of us first." However, just as she had this idea, before she got up, 2 claws fell on her back. The physical fitness of the spirit master of the agility attack system is obviously not stronger than that of the control system just now. Therefore, only Zhu Qing's first soul skill made the woman faint directly on the ground. The host was stunned for a moment, and then immediately announced, "Congratulations to the Tianqing combination for winning." Xiao Tianyang received a prompt from the system at this time. "Congratulations to the host for defeating 2 level 30 soul masters and winning the lottery value X20. There were cheers from the audience. Although this battle was short, it was exceptionally exciting. Even Zhu Qing, the main attacker, was overshadowed. There was nothing she could do about it. After all, the configuration of 1 purple and 1 black soul ring was too dazzling no matter where she went. Zhu Qing really ignored it and walked slowly towards Xiao Tianyang. "It's easier than you thought, right?" Xiao Tianyang said with a smile. As soon as she came in front of him, Zhu Qing's feet softened and she fell directly. Xiao Tianyang was quick-witted and held her up with his hands. He even muttered, "I knew that your small physique couldn't withstand this kind of enhancement, alas." Zhu King didn't really faint. She just felt a little headache and her limbs were a little weak. Why is this happening? Zhu Juqing asked at this time. What else can happen? Overdrawn. Xiao Tianyang could only half hug and half support her to go down, while explaining, the 4 flames just now respectively improved your nerve reflex speed, limb coordination, heart rate, and flame blessing. How long will it take me to recover like this? Zhu Juqing's face became redder and redder. Xiao Tianyang didn't pay attention, but looked forward. It should be fine in a while. This kind of overdrawn is just that your body can't bear it temporarily, and it's not as serious as you think. After saying that, Xiao Tianyang added, but with this experience, you shouldn't be so unbearable next time. Yeah. Zhu Juqing's voice was as low as a mosquito, and Xiao Tianyang didn't care too much. But at this moment, Xiao Tianyang didn't know that a pair of eyes were already staring at him. In the VIP room, the young man used his own power and rushed to the next one out of curiosity. When he came, he happened to see Xiao Tianyang using his soul ring to make Zhu Juqing's strength soar. Now he is a treasure in the eyes of this young man, and he is very curious. 1,000-year soul skills are so varied, so how special should the second soul skill be? The young man stood up and muttered to himself, How many secrets do you have, young man? Your Highness. A voice sounded, interrupting the young man's thoughts. But the latter was not annoyed, but asked with a hint of curiosity, Bishop Jake, have you found anything? Sweat oozing from his forehead, Bishop Jake could only bite the bullet and said, Nothing has been found, but I can be sure that this boy has never been to the spirit hall. No, then how did his spirit awaken? The young man turned around and looked at Xiao Tianyang's back in the field. Could he be a disciple from a big sect? Very likely. At this time, Bishop Jake could only echo, Keep investigating. If it doesn't work, start with the people around him. The young man said and added, But remember, don't do anything reckless. Understood? Bishop Jake breathed a sigh of relief. It was just as Xiao Tianyang said. Zhu Juqing had recovered her strength just halfway back, but she was still a little dizzy. Your body can't bear the 4-level amplification at present. In that case, we'll reduce it to 2 levels next time. Xiao Tianyang turned his head and asked as he walked on the road, Which amplification do you think is better? Zhu Juqing was silent for a moment and then asked, What is the nerve reflex speed? It's the speed at which you react when facing an attack, Xiao Tianyang said as he suddenly punched Zhu Juqing in the face. Because the incident happened suddenly and the speed was extremely fast, even Zhu Juqing, who was a sensitive attack type, couldn't react at all. However, Xiao Tianyang didn't want to hit anyone. After his fist landed in front of Zhu Juqing, he tilted his head and smiled. If I had the amplification just now, at least you could dodge this speed. I understand. Zhu Juqing didn't get angry, but continued to walk forward and said, Actually, the 4-level amplification is just right. Are you sure? Xiao Tianyang was a little surprised, but soon he nodded in acceptance. Indeed, according to these 4 levels of amplification, first of all, your explosive power and speed have been improved. If your nerve reflex speed can keep up, you can get close to and eliminate the enemy in a short time. Secondly, the flame blessing can also make it easier for you to break through the enemy's defense. This configuration is indeed very good, but can your body withstand it? Didn't you say you would get used to it? Zhu Juqing walked a step faster, so Xiao Tianyang didn't know her expression. It can, and in the long run, this amplification may become permanent. Xiao Tianyang held his chin and fell into thought. To be honest, this ability was developed by him some time ago, and its effect is not particularly perfect. The main usage is simple. Remove the other strange fires and leave only the flame of life. Then use the first soul skill, which will become a local enhancement instead of a healing green fire. The limbs represent the coordination of the body, the heart represents explosive power, the brain represents the speed of nerve reaction, and the flame deepens the damage. The rest of the aspects are still to be developed, but there is one thing Xiao Tianyang is sure of. That is, this amplification, although it has a certain overdraft, does not cause any harm to itself. And with the gradual development of the flame of life, it will gradually get used to this overdraft, and then slowly increase the upper limit. The two returned to the lounge, and Dai, Mubai said at this time, The dean has gone back, and today's class is over. Let's go back. Everyone had no objection, so they left the Great Fighting Spirit Arena together. However, as soon as they reached the door, Ma Hongjun said mysteriously, Boss Dai, I'm going to buy something. Are you going? Get out. Stop being an eyesore here. Do you think I am you? Dai Mubai glared at him. Oh, you really have changed your ways? Ma Hongjin was surprised, and finally glanced at Juju King, narrowing his eyes and smiling. You are not serious, are you? Daimubai's eyes flickered with evil eyes, with a hint of threat. Do you think I am you? If you want to go, go quickly, and stop talking nonsense. Ma Hongjin pouted and turned away. It's really boring. In this case, see you tomorrow. Hey, Dai Lao Hu, I'm just buying something. Why are you so nervous? Xiao Wu naively thought that it was really a purchase. Why do girls know so much? Xiao Tianyang stepped forward and knocked her head. I'm curious too, aren't I? Put away your curiosity or I won't take care of dinner. Ah, you're the canteen chef. You can't be so irresponsible. I didn't sign a contract with the dean. I can leave at any time. Why do you have an objection? No. What's a contract? Hey, actually it's nothing. Just like what I said the day before yesterday. Daimubai spread his hands nonchalantly. If he wants to suppress the evil fire in his body, he must go to the brothel in Suoto City. You know about the brothel, right? He goes there. Brotherhood? Tang San looked at a loss. Dirty. Juju Qing snorted coldly, her beautiful eyes flashing coldly. Hey, I think it's a bit dirty too. Ning Rongrong was also disgusted when she heard it. What is a brothel? The innocent Saber spoke. Ning Rongrong couldn't help blushing, pulled Saber aside, and began to whisper. Everyone is different. You can deny something, but you can't ignore its existence. Xiao Tianyang didn't think it was dirty and explained. Of course, he would never admit it. This might be a bit of a man's psychology at work. Tianyang, so you've been to that kind of place? Saber's voice came from behind. Where did you get that from? Xiao Tianyang was speechless. I have a mental obsession with cleanliness, okay? He was really too talkative, and he actually directed the blame on himself. But after hearing this explanation, Saber was relieved. Of course, she was not the only one who was like this. Xiao Wu didn't mind the big deal, and laughed. Hey, Dai Lao Hu, just now Fatty hinted that you don't often go to that place, do you? Otherwise, why did he only call you and not others? How could I have been to that kind of place? Daimubai waved his hand quickly. How can Ma Fatty's pursuit compare with mine? Juju Qing's eyes were slightly cold. Hey, you may not be much better than him. No matter how good the pursuit is, it's just a matter of how much money you spend. Daimubai, you really make me feel sick. After saying that, she turned and left. However, the disgust and disdain in those beautiful eyes were seen by everyone. At this moment, everyone was a little overwhelmed. Everyone felt a little strange. Even if Daimubai had this bad habit, he wouldn't say such harsh words, right? What's more, wasn't Ma Hongjin worse just now? Why didn't Juju King scold him? But this scene seemed a bit natural in Xiao Tianyang's eyes. After all, if it was just a marriage contract, it would be fine. But the truth is not that simple. How can it be that simple when it involves each other's lives? Daimubai came here, in fact, with a kind of self-abandonment, and Juju King chased after him, naturally not because of any affection for this fiancé whom she had never met. She just wanted to try to change her destiny. All this can't be counted as who is right or wrong. It can only be a mess. After all, as long as feelings are mixed with interests, no matter how solemnly they swear, they will eventually change. But at this moment, Daimubai's blood was boiling, and he was angry when he heard this. Stop right there! Daimubai, who had lost his mind, walked towards Juju King with heavy steps. But at this moment, a hand pressed on his shoulder, making him unable to move. Mubai, didn't you say you would take us to visit Soto City? Xiao Tianyang leaned out from behind him and showed a smiling face. It's still early. Xiao Tianyang's words were like a basin of cold water, instantly waking up Daimubai. Just admit your mistakes, and this matter will be over. Xiao Tianyang's voice came to Daimubai's ear. But in the end, Daimubai seemed to have lost this opportunity while hesitating. Tianyang, you don't have to make excuses for him. Juju King looked at Daimubai and raised his chin. If you want to fight, then come on. Speak up, are you dumb? Xiao Tianyang's voice came out again. He really wanted to pinch Daimubai's throat. He had given such advice, but he still didn't understand. How stubborn! In the end, Daimubai neither took action nor spoke, but just turned his head with a flickering look in his eyes. When Juju King saw this scene, he snorted and left. Follow them and see. Xiao Tianyang raised his chin towards Saber and Ning Rongrong. The two women understood and followed, and brought Xiao Wu with them. After the girls walked away, Xiao Tianyang patted Daimubai on the shoulder and said, Don't go back yet. Adjust your mentality in the city, calm down, and think about the future if you hope for it. Xiaoao, Tang San, let's go. As he said that, he led the boys to another direction. In fact, as a person in the game, Daimubai knew very well what he should do now. But sometimes habits cannot be changed all at once. As for the relationship between the two, Xiao Tianyang couldn't interrupt. At most, he just played soy sauce on the side. But looking at the current situation, it seems a bit uncertain. Daimubai stood there for a while and then sighed and walked towards a tavern. Indeed, he should calm down. Xiao Tianyang walked on the streets of Soto City with Tang San and Xiao Ao. His face looked a little boring. Why are you two the ones who have come to the end, without even a girl? Tianyang, your words are too hurtful, aren't they? Oscar couldn't believe that this sentence came from the mouth of the life mentor Xiao Tianyang. What's wrong? Do you have any objections? Xiao Tianyang glanced at him and said, if I hadn't seen you when I was leaving, I wouldn't have known you were here. Oscar. I always spoke when you were here, okay? Do you really treat me like air? Tang San couldn't help but say, Brother Tianyang, do you think Jujuqing and Dai Lao Da are a little strange? Oscar was shocked. It's so obvious you can't see it? Let's not meddle in other people's business. Xiao Tianyang looked at Oscar and advised him to mind his own business, and added, and there are some things we can't help with. What we should do now is to improve our strength. Tang San nodded, but his face showed a puzzled expression. Then why are we still shopping here? Of course I'm buying things. Xiao Tianyang suddenly stopped, looked up and said, we're here. The heat wave that hit Oscar's face made him slightly stunned. Is this the reason you brought us here? I have a question. What does becoming stronger have to do with the blacksmith shop? Don't meddle in this. If you ask one more question, the amount of training will be doubled in the future. Oscar, originally, you ignored me when I spoke, and now you don't let me speak at all? Do you want me to live? Oscar was desperate but helpless and could only silently endure the spur from Xiao Tianyang. Xiao San, do you still remember how to forge iron? Xiao Tianyang turned around and said with a smile, of course. Tang San did not hesitate at all and suddenly remembered something. He was surprised and said, could it be that Brother Tianyang wants to restore the scene in the Holy Spirit Village? It should be on a larger scale, with more equipment. Xiao Tianyang took out a few pieces of paper, then handed one to Oscar and said, buy the things listed above, remember not to miss anything, and gather here after buying. Oscar took the paper instinctively. Xiao San, this is yours. Xiao Tianyang handed Tang San another piece of paper. These things are not complicated and can be completed in a short time. We will add some money and ask them to give us the goods before the sun sets. According to the scale of this blacksmith shop, it should be no problem. Tang San nodded slightly, said hello, and walked towards the blacksmith shop. Xiao Tianyang turned around and saw Oscar again. What are you still doing here? Can't you read? Oscar asked weakly. Will the things on it be reimbursed? Xiao Tianyang was so upset that he kicked him away. It's just a few dollars, and you're still stingy. You deserve to have no girlfriend. You don't have one, do you? Oscar fell to the ground with a plop, and immediately turned into the alley after saying this. He was afraid that Xiao Tianyang would come up and kick him again. You dare to compete with me, little guy? Xiao Tianyang smiled in his heart. If he had a girlfriend, wouldn't he be able to be wild? As the saying goes, being free is light. Why bother to find a bond? Besides, isn't it good now? Of course, if Ning Rongrong and other girls knew what he was thinking at this moment, they would definitely scold him directly, saying, scumbag! But before he walked far, a big hand reached out from the alley, grabbed his arm and pulled him directly inside. Hey, Mr. Meow, this is an arm, not a drumstick. It will fall off if you pull it again. Xiao Tianyang shouted in horror. Hey, how did you know it was me? Miao Zhenshan stopped and looked shocked. Just the smell of sweat on your body, Boo can smell it from 3 streets away. Xiao Tianyang snatched his arm back and said after rolling his eyes, Boo, your dog? Miao Zhenshan suddenly became alert and looked behind him. It was a dog. When did it come? It was following you when you followed me. Xiao Tianyang twisted his arm and said, but don't feel strange. Boo is a little special. It's normal that you can't feel it. Really? Why do I think it's abnormal? Miao Zhenshan held his chin and looked straight at Xiao Tianyang. The latter stared at each other fearlessly. Anyway, Xiao Tianyang knew that Miao Zhenshan would not hurt him, so he just stared at each other. I wonder how long you can hold on? As expected, it was Miao Zhenshan who was the first to lose. Alas, you kid, you always cause trouble for me. Tianyang pouted and retorted, what are you talking about? I've been very well behaved recently. I haven't killed anyone or robbed anyone. How can I get into trouble? Going to the great fighting soul arena and using martial spirits, what else can you call getting into trouble? Miao Zhenshan's expression became serious. Do you know, if I hadn't blocked you just now, at least 2 soul saints would have attacked you. Is it really that exaggerated? Xiao Tianyang was also shocked. Although he felt that he might cause some sensation, he would not attract too many people. But 2 soul saints came at once, which was also very deadly. You don't understand how great your potential is? Miao Zhenshan glared at him. Now you have 2 choices. One is to go back with me. That's impossible. I have to stay here. Xiao Tianyang refused directly. Of course, don't look at his current appearance, but in fact, he is not really fearless. But he knows that even if he makes the second choice, Miao Zhenshan will not let himself be hurt. This is called the love of a teacher is as high as a mountain. In that case, then you can go back. Miao Zhenshan was stunned at first, and then waved his hand. Won't you explain what the second option is? Xiao Tianyang said weakly. At least you have to let me know what you are going to do, right? It's right that I can't hurt you. Miao Zhenshan glared at him. Now you are studying alone in Shrek Academy. Others are interested in you because you have no background. But what if I spread the word that you are my last disciple? Huh? Didn't they say that this is not popular in our school? Xiao Tianyang was a little surprised. Miao Zhenshan leaned forward and looked directly at Xiao Tianyang. Why? I am a level 98 Super Douluo, and I am not worthy of being your master. You are level 98? Xiao Tianyang's surprise turned into astonishment. But weren't you only level 97 a few years ago? When did you get promoted? Humph, what's so difficult about this? It's just level 9. Suddenly thinking of something, Miao Zhenshan felt something was wrong and looked down at Xiao Tianyang. I never told you my soul master level. How did you know? Xiao Tianyang did not hide it, pointing to his forehead. I know it from here. Your martial spirit is special. Miao Zhenshan was not angry, but even happier in his heart. Okay, you already know everything you should know. Go back. Then this matter. Do you still want to discuss it? See you later. Xiao Tianyang ran away, because he knew that this matter could no longer be resisted. This kid? Miao Zhenshan snorted. Then his eyes began to become cold. Now that you have an identity, if someone dares to attack you, I will peel off his skin. The sun set in the west, and it was dusk. Xiao Tianyang walked around on the road and sorted out his thoughts. He found that there seemed to be no harm in becoming a disciple. He felt that it was a bit troublesome before, and he didn't like being bound to one place and being controlled by others, so he didn't agree at the beginning. But now, although it seems that there is a sense of urgency, in the end, Xiao Tianyang did not suffer any loss. Even after the title of teacher and student, some strong people who are interested in him will only contact him at most, and will never dare to mess around. Of course, it is not ruled out that some crazy people ignore a level 98 Super Douluo. But even if there are such people, they are very few. I shouldn't be so unlucky to meet such a person? Thinking about this in his heart, Xiao Tianyang unknowingly returned to the vicinity of the blacksmith shop. Seeing Tang San, Xiao Tianyang stepped forward and greeted him. Xiao San, have you done everything? Tang San smiled and patted his 24 Bridges Moonlight Night. Everything you want is in there, but there are some more complicated things left, so it may take a few days to pick them up. These are enough. Xiao Tianyang waved his hand indifferently. Anyway, we will often come to Soto City in the future, so we can pick them up when the time comes. Just as the two were chatting, a muffled sound suddenly came from the end of the street. The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw a large package 1 meter wide placed in the middle of the road. Xiao Tianyang took 2 steps forward and touched the large package. Why are there only things? Where are the people? Here. Under the package, a hand stretched out and the voice was a little trembling. What kind of monster is this? Xiao Tianyang stepped forward and stomped on it. Ah! Tang San hurriedly pulled Xiao Tianyang. Brother Tianyang, that's Xiao Ao. Oh, really? Xiao Tianyang lifted his feet, stretched out his hand, and directly picked up the package and found that it was Oscar's back. You are not strong enough. You are tired after carrying such a small thing. Tang San helped Oscar up and asked at the same time, Xiao Ao, are you okay? Oscar couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard Xiao Tianyang's words. A little thing? This adds up to nearly 800 kilograms. It seems that your training is not enough. You have to double it in the future. Xiao Tianyang put on a serious expression and patted Oscar on the shoulder. Oscar was quite speechless. Why did he follow here for no reason? Isn't this just asking for trouble? The three returned to the academy. Just as they put down their things, Xiao Wu jumped out from the bushes with her hands on her hips. Brother Tianyang, why did you come back so late? Shouldn't you say this to Xiao San? Xiao Tianyang raised his eyebrows. You didn't come back, so there's no one to cook in the cafeteria. Xiao Tianyang was really drunk. Was he really going to rely on him? Xiao San, you organize some things here, you know? Just pack them up first. Nodded. No problem. Xiao Tianyang looked at Xiao Wu again. I'll do it now, okay? Hey, brother Tianyang is the best. I'm the best during meals, and your third brother is the best at other times, right? So annoying! Ha! Xiao Tianyang, who was leaving, had not yet entered the cafeteria, but suddenly stopped at the door because he heard a sound coming from inside. Looking inside, Xiao Tianyang found Saber's back. Saber? Xiao Tianyang called out. Saber looked back and there were some black marks on her face, but more importantly, there was a hint of embarrassment in her beautiful eyes. Tianyang, I wanted to help you, but it seems I failed. Xiao Tianyang stepped forward and looked at the dark food on the plate, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Can you tell me what this is? Saber whispered. Tomato scrambled eggs. Xiao Tianyang opened his mouth slightly. If you don't tell me, I really can't recognize it. Saber lowered her head and apologized like a child. I'm sorry. It's okay. I may not be better than you when I cook for the first time. Xiao Tianyang put his hand on her head and rubbed it. Really? Saber looked up, her eyes full of curiosity. Of course it's fake. Even when I was 6 years old, I was better at frying with my feet. Ha ha! Xiao Tianyang suddenly laughed. Saber's face was full of disappointment. It seems that I really don't have talent in this area. I'm not good at cooking, but I'm good at eating, so it's not a big problem. Xiao Tianyang's smile remained on his face. In the future, I will be responsible for cooking, and you will be responsible for eating, right? Really? Saber's eyes were full of expectations. As long as you don't leave, I probably won't be able to go anywhere. Xiao Tianyang shrugged, took out the apron and headband from the Yuhai ring, put them on and looked at Saber. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll listen to you. Anything is fine. Saber answered directly this time. She had decided not to make a choice, because in her heart, no matter what Xiao Tianyang cooked, it would be delicious. This answer is the hardest to make. Xiao Tianyang held his chin with one hand, and dishes flashed through his mind and were removed. Finally, Xiao Tianyang had an idea, and his mouth corners raised. Sour soup beef, what do you think? What is that? Saber was full of confusion. Don't ask yet, keep it mysterious, and you'll know when you eat it. Xiao Tianyang's mouth corners were full of playfulness. He was a little looking forward to what Tang San and others would think after eating this dish. The next morning, before it was fully light, Tang San and others were already standing in a row on the open ground. Xiao Tianyang counted them and frowned. Where's Oscar? He asked for leave today, saying that his spirit power seemed to be breaking through level 30. Tang San, who lived in the same dormitory, asked for leave for him. Xiao Tianyang nodded and looked at everyone. Why do you all look so listless? Look at Xiao San, then look at Saber. What's wrong? Ma Hongjin yawned, looking decadent. Tianyang, do you have to train so early in the morning? Can't it be in the afternoon or evening? Yes, I haven't woken up yet. Xiao Wu was also rubbing her eyes and said, Haven't you heard that the morning is the most important part of the day? Xiao Tianyang glared at them. When we run with weights later, you two will add 10 pounds each. Dai Mubai was a little surprised. What? We have to run with weights? Xiao Tianyang saw that he was in good condition, and the impact of yesterday's incident on him must have been minimized. As for how he decided, Xiao Tianyang didn't mean to ask anyway. It was none of his business. Otherwise, what's the use of morning jogging for you? Xiao Tianyang took out modern weighted sandbags from the Yuhai ring. Come and get them. There was no other way, so he could only go up and get them one by one. Among them, the only ones whose faces did not change, besides Tang San, were Saber. Of course, if it weren't for her poor condition, Zhu Zhuqing would probably be one of them. But unfortunately, what happened yesterday may have affected this girl to some extent, so her mental state was a little dazed in the morning. But it's okay. Just run 2 laps and it will be fine. Xiao Tianyang looked at the extra sandbags beside him, and couldn't help but look at Ning Rongrong, who was standing there. What are you doing? Ning Rongrong didn't react in time, and pointed at herself. I want one too? What else? Is this prepared for me? Ning Rongrong was a little entangled. 20 laps is already my limit. If I run with weights, Xiao Tianyang said seriously. I said you can do it, so you can do it. Tie it up. Ning Rongrong had no choice but to agree. Soon, everyone started running under Xiao Tianyang's spur. But as a coach, Xiao Tianyang naturally rode a bicycle to lead the running, and this time Tang San and others could not slow down, so they still had to run side by side with Boo Boo. 3 hours later, This time, with the foundation laid before, it was not so bad that everyone would fall to the ground exhausted. Don't lie down. Do relaxation exercises with me, otherwise you will suffer when your muscles hurt. Xiao Tianyang reminded. Then can I take off the sandbag? Xiao Wu pouted. No, the sandbag can only be taken off after the training is over. Xiao Tianyang refused directly. Then he began to teach the people in front of him to relax. In the office far away, Flanders looked at the scene in front of him and nodded with relief. With Tianyang here, we teachers have less worries. Zhao Wuji next to him also looked satisfied. Students teaching students, do you know how happy teachers are? Zhao Wuji experienced. Flanders glanced at him and said calmly, Oscar seems to have reached the bottleneck of level 30, and Tianyang will soon. When the time comes, you will lead the team to the Xingdou Great Forest to help them obtain spirit rings. Why? You are not happy? Flanders glanced at him. Of course I am not happy. Zhao Wuji could only take this task and asked, Won't you take care of them? They learn their own things. Apart from the necessary courses, there is no need to participate. Flanders said casually, but this is also the truth. In terms of practical teaching, from a certain aspect, Xiao Tianyang seems to be able to teach them more than these teachers. Flanders had to admit this. He also secretly learned the so-called Wing Chun, which was very useful. The effect was that when he and Zhao Wuji were close before, it was basically a 50-50 split. But after learning this set of boxing, it was at least 60-40. But it was strange that Zhao Wuji also learned this set of boxing, but he was not as practical as himself, and even stumbled and looked uncoordinated. The two of them, including all the teachers in the academy, also discussed it, but unfortunately there was no result. There was nothing wrong with Wing Chun itself. After all, Flanders was an example, so this also made them puzzled. As for asking questions, it seemed a bit embarrassing for them, the teachers, which was understandable. Of course, the main reason was that the person was still there and could not escape at the moment, otherwise they would not be so relieved. After lunch, Xiao Tianyang took a nap under a big tree. Of course, he was actually thinking about his soul ring problem. The first soul ring is 7,000 years old, the second soul ring is 20,000 years old, and the third soul ring directly jumped to 50,000 years old. Xiao Tianyang shook his head. It seems that I am really going to be pushed to my limit. But if I follow this calculation, when I get my fifth or even fourth soul ring, it is very likely that I will need a soul ring of 100,000 years. Isn't this life-threatening? Now, he doesn't know how many 100,000-year soul beasts there are on the Douluo Continent, but there must not be too many, and each one is absolutely difficult to deal with. But that's fine. Every soul beast he needs, he has to do it himself, and others can't interfere. You know, soul beasts over 100,000 years old are on another level. Let's not talk about whether Xiao Tianyang can deal with it, even if he can really get a 100,000-year soul ring. But what about the next one? Xiao Tianyang seemed a little too lazy to think about it. He couldn't help but glance at the system page in his mind again, and pondered in his heart. Host triggers the main task, third soul ring. Content, obtain the third soul ring by one's own strength. The age cannot be less than 50,000 years. Task reward, random martial soul 1. Host, triggers the main task, Great Fighting Soul Arena. Content, obtain a purple gold badge in the Great Fighting Soul Arena. Condition restrictions, do not use power other than martial soul, do not use second soul skills. Task reward, level 3 lottery 3. This is the first time that Xiao Tianyang has received 2 main tasks. The second main task is not a problem. As long as you go there every day, it should be completed within a few months. Then I will need to think about the first main task. If I go with Teacher Zhao and the others, I'm afraid I will inevitably get into trouble. Xiao Tianyang thought of the experience of Tang San and others going to the Stardow Great Forest in the plot. Although it was a close call in the end, there was no guarantee that there would be no accidents this time. Suddenly, just when he was thinking about it, a voice suddenly came. Tianyang, it's time for us to set off. Xiao Tianyang looked along his line of sight and saw Zhu King, who had a good figure, standing not far away and looking at him. When they reached the village gate, Xiao Tianyang glanced around and asked, "Where are the others?" Zhu King replied, "They said they need to rest for a while." Xiao Tianyang subconsciously asked, "Should we wait for them? Or?" Zhu King's answer was still concise, "Let's go now." "I'm fine with either." Xiao Tianyang took out a bicycle from the Yuhai ring and said with a smile, "But if it's just the two of us, it's faster to ride this." Zhu Qing was stunned. Can this sit two people? Of course, no problem. Xiao Tianyang got on first, and while pedaling, he said to Zhu Qing, "Come on, just sit behind me." Zhu Qing took a look at the position, and driven by instinct, she naturally sat on it on one side. "Hold on tight." Xiao Tianyang smiled and pedaled, and walked away. It took half the walking time to reach Soto City. Xiao Tianyang put away the bicycle and said, "How is it? Feels good, right? If you are willing to slow down a bit, it is really good." Zhu Qing's pretty face turned pale, and she said, holding back the discomfort in her stomach. Xiao Tianyang spread his hands. "Then you have to get used to it yourself. I can't help it." Zhu Qing was speechless, but she could only follow him and walk to the big fighting spirit arena. After putting on the mask and signing up, Xiao Tianyang and Zhu Qing sat in the 8th Fighting Spirit Arena to watch the game below. This is actually a good entertainment project, because here, just like Daimubai introduced it at the beginning, you can see many strange martial arts and spirit skills. Especially in double battles, under normal circumstances, as long as they are not novices, the cooperation between the two will be more beautiful. And you can also learn a lot of experience from it for your own use. At least it is useful for Zhu Qing. At this time, their names were called in, this fighting spirit arena. Xiao Tianyang stood up and stretched. "Let's go, it's our turn." Zhu Qing nodded. Without any surprise, the two of them soon arrived at the entrance and met their opponents. "Do you see the man on the left?" Xiao Tianyang glanced at the man standing back on the stage and introduced him to Zhu Qing. "He is an auxiliary weapon spirit master, but he is a bit similar to me. He has a certain self-protection ability." "I see." Zhu Qing nodded. She seemed to have become accustomed to Xiao Tianyang explaining to her before the battle. The first martial spirit, the fire of all changes. Xiao Tianyang's palm lit up and 4 balls of green fire flew into Zhu Qing's body one by one. At the same time, their opponents also began to move. The martial spirit of the auxiliary spirit master is a small grass, but there are indeed purple stripes on it. It is worth mentioning that his spirit ring configuration is 200-year spirit rings. The other spirit master is a burly man, a strong attack spirit master, and his martial spirit is the earth bear. Also 200-year spirit rings. First soul skill, speed increase. Second soul skill, power increase. The 2 soul rings of the auxiliary weapon soul master lit up at the same time, and a faint smoke floated out. One was green and the other was red, falling on the strong attack soul master. First soul skill, rock armor. The strong attack soul master roared, and the shadow of the earth bear appeared behind him. The first soul ring lit up and added a piece of rock armor to his body. Second soul skill, earth iron palm. With the help of the auxiliary weapon soul master, the strong attack soul master, who was originally weak in speed, took the initiative to attack, and his speed was even faster than that of the average agile attack soul master. But Zhu Qing, who opened her eyes, was instantly possessed by the martial spirit, and 200-year soul rings emerged from the soles of her feet. First soul skill, Netherworld Stab. No one could see her movements clearly, because as soon as the voice fell, Zhu Qing had already arrived in front of the auxiliary weapon soul master, and the tip of her claws was about to pierce his chest. But at this moment, Zhu Qing changed his claws into fists and hit the chest of the auxiliary weapon spirit master. There was only a muffled bang, and the auxiliary weapon spirit master flew out as if he was hit by a truck. Although he didn't hit the wall exaggeratedly, Xiao Tianyang seemed to hear a faint sound of bones breaking just now. I didn't expect her to master the inch power so quickly. Xiao Tianyang's mouth corners slightly raised. How could she be so fast? The strong attack spirit master just reacted and looked back to see his companion fall, and his pupils shrank suddenly. But he had rich combat experience, so he didn't impulsively want to take revenge in the next moment, but continued to rush towards Xiao Tianyang. Because in his mind, the reason why the woman's speed just now became so fast must be because of the spirit master in front of him. So as long as he was dealt with, the battle would basically be over. Even if the strong attack system is not completely restrained against the agile attack system, it at least has some advantages. But the idea is good, but the reality is cruel. Just after taking 2 steps, the attack-type Soul Master felt a chill on his back, as if thousands of sharp blades had scraped across his back. Although he tried to hold back the pain, his legs softened and he knelt on one knee. "Give up, you have no chance," Xiao Tianyang said to the attack-type Soul Master. "I give up." The attack-type Soul Master lowered his head and gritted his teeth. The host also announced the winner at this moment. At the same moment, Xiao Tianyang also received a notification. Congratulations to the host for defeating 2 level 30 Great Soul Masters and winning the lottery value X20. Zhu King came up and did not fall this time, but still reached out to hold Xiao Tianyang's shoulder. I just told you to be careful, but you still didn't pay attention. Xiao Tianyang shook his hand, and a ball of green fire entered Zhu King's body, shaking his head. Zhu King didn't understand at first, but when the flames on her hand faded, she found that there were purple spots on her hand. He has poison on his body. Zhu King was somewhat surprised. If your body's various indicators had not improved just now, you would have collapsed in less than 5 seconds. Xiao Tianyang's expression was a little serious. Although I don't know the specific name of his martial spirit, it is definitely a poisonous weed. The means of amplification are similar to mine, but it is more domineering. Once it is not done well, it will directly damage the body of the person who blesses it. But there are disadvantages as well as advantages. That is, the smoke is poisonous. With Xiao Tianyang's explanation, Zhu King realized his mistake. The two of them walked off the stage slowly. At this time, Zhu King said, "But I don't have any medium and long-range attack methods. How should I break this situation? You can solve the strong attack system first. There is no need to keep staring at the auxiliary system." Xiao Tianyang explained based on his experience. Although your approach is correct in theory, have you ever thought about what use his auxiliary system is without the strong attack system? Before having absolute power to suppress, all theories are at most equivalent to helping you find a shortcut. It's good to know there is no need to keep staring at it. The expression on Zhu King's face was a little confused. Xiao Tianyang didn't say anything more. After all, because of the previous battle, Zhu King thought this method was the most convenient. This is indeed the case, but in addition to being a fighting arena for soul masters, the Great Soul Fighting Arena is also a good school. It doesn't teach you theoretical knowledge, but the art of fighting. However, some things are not easy to explain too thoroughly. Just stop at the point. Xiao Tianyang understood this, so he didn't continue to help Zhu King summarize. The two returned to the lounge, and soon, Xiao Tianyang received a notice that the next game was his individual match. He himself didn't doubt anything. After all, this was a normal operation. But just after he went on stage, all the spectators around him were covered with curtains, and even the lounge couldn't see. Zhu King was startled and quickly ran to the door to grab a staff member and asked, "Why is the match of the 8th Fighting Soul Field covered?" The staff member replied, "I'm sorry, that match is a special invitation decisive battle, and the inviting party prohibits others from watching." Zhu King was a little nervous and continued to ask, "Why have I never heard of this kind of competition mode?" The staff shook his head helplessly. "This is a secret of the big Fighting Soul Field, and I don't know it either." At the same time, Xiao Tianyang, who was in the Fighting Soul Field, also noticed something wrong, and he instantly thought of what Miao Zhenshan told him yesterday. Am I being targeted again? Xiao Tianyang's heart sank. Did I really meet such a lunatic? Now there are 10,000 grass mud horses galloping through his heart. At this moment, she really wants to shout, "Teacher Miao, your name is not enough!" Just as he was struggling in his heart, his opponent on the other side of the stage also began to walk onto the stage. This is a very fair-looking young man, wearing a mask and a green robe, with golden eyes exposed outside, with a faint sense of majesty and nobility. Xiao Tianyang didn't care what the other person looked like. He just stared at him. He didn't dare to open his ancient divine eyes to spy on the other person's attributes, because if he did, he would definitely get into trouble. So what else could he do besides this? The young man slowly said, "You are the last disciple of Miao Zhenshan, the body spirit school?" He didn't seem to be in a hurry to take action. Xiao Tianyang hesitated for a moment and replied, "I know you're still looking for trouble with me. You don't know my purpose yet. How do you know I'm here to cause trouble?" The young man's voice was a little amused. "If you're not here to cause trouble, why are you making such a fuss?" Xiao Tianyang distanced himself from the other person and shook his head, saying, "Let's be straightforward and tell us your purpose, so that we can continue the conversation." "I want you." The young man spoke directly. Xiao Tianyang showed a trace of disgust on his face. He took a step back and hugged his shoulders with both hands. "I'm sorry. Although I don't have a girlfriend now, I am a man, and I like women." The face of the young man under the mask turned black. If it weren't for his good upbringing, he would have gone up and hammered Xiao Tianyang to death. How could this be understood in this way? The young man took a deep breath and explained, "I want you to join my team." Oh, so that's the case. Xiao Tianyang breathed a sigh of relief. Why didn't you say so earlier? You agreed? The young man was a little surprised. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly, but something even more unexpected happened. Xiao Tianyang shook his head. You and I are not the same kind of people, so I refuse. The young man was not anxious, but asked, Aren't you curious about my identity? Xiao Tianyang sighed and could only say helplessly, The fact that you can book this place shows that you are either rich or noble. You are not very old, but your strength is so outstanding. I guess your family must be a big family. And the majesty and nobility in your temperament are not something that an ordinary family can cultivate, so there is only one truth. Xiao Tianyang felt like he was possessed by Detective Conan at this time. You are a member of the Spirit Hall, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and your identity is not low. The young man was shocked by Xiao Tianyang's analysis, but fortunately his identity was not seen through by him, so the young man just shook his head and said, I only guessed half right. Half is good. Xiao Tianyang curled his lips. You didn't tell me any clues. I just guessed it out of thin air. It seems to be right to say so. The young man nodded. In this case, then I won't make it difficult for you. Take my 10 moves. If you don't fall down by then, this matter will be regarded as never happening. Humph. There is no such cheap thing in the world. Xiao Tianyang said somewhat dissatisfiedly. With your identity, you should know how my teacher protects his shortcomings. If I don't help you plead for mercy, you will be in trouble. The young man? Although this statement is a bit arrogant, it is not wrong. If he still doesn't want to use other forces and find trouble with Xiao Tianyang for no reason, then it can basically be regarded as conveying a provocation to a level 98 Super Douluo. Of course, if they are equal, it doesn't matter. I believe that even if Xiao Tianyang loses, Miao Zhenshen will not say anything. But at this time, they are obviously not. So it was really hard to start. What do you want? The young man asked directly. What do you have? Xiao Tianyang raised his lips slightly, ready to blackmail him. The young man frowned slightly under his mask. He really didn't have anything to offer. As for money, the other party certainly had it. After all, there was a Super Douluo behind him. How poor could he be? As for treasures, the other party certainly didn't want them either. What he had in his hands couldn't attract Xiao Tianyang. At this moment, the young man actually felt helpless. But after waiting for a while, Xiao Tianyang felt a little impatient, so he waved his hand. Okay, now I want you to steal someone to take out something that satisfies me, which is a bit unreasonable. How about this, you owe me a favor? After thinking about it, the young man didn't think there was anything wrong, so he nodded. No problem. Xiao Tianyang smiled and approached the young man, came in front of him, raised his hand and said with a smile, A gentleman's word is as good as a horse. The young man was a little confused. What are you going to do? Of course, we will swear by shaking hands. Otherwise, what will you do if you regret it later? Xiao Tianyang rolled his eyes at him. Although such a promise is still a little unreliable in his heart, it is better than nothing, right? What's more, with the temperament of this young man, he should not do anything to break his promise. Right. The young man had no choice but to raise his hand and shake hands with him. You are not very old, but you have so many tricks. You haven't seen the more interesting ones yet. Xiao Tianyang retreated to a distance, with the corners of his mouth raised. Then let's start. The soul power of the young man surged, and the soul rings under his feet slowly floated up. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. This is actually a soul emperor above level 60. Ding! The host has triggered the side quest. Content. A challenge from a mysterious strong man. Defeat him. Task reward. The age of the soul rings you own will be increased by 500 years. But it was obvious that Xiao Tianyang had no time to care about this task information. He looked at the young man in front of him. His lips were a little dry, and he smiled. Aren't you a bit bullying? Xiao Tianyang regretted it a little. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him was actually a soul emperor. We just talked about the conditions. It's too late to refuse now. As soon as the voice fell, the young man turned into a residual image and slapped out with one palm. But the other party didn't seem to use the soul ring, and it seemed that he only wanted to test it, which made Xiao Tianyang feel a lot more at ease. Of course, even so, he didn't dare to be careless. He quickly raised his fist to fight back, which was the best respect for the other party. The fists and palms collided, and there was a bang in the air. Xiao Tianyang took 6 steps back, while the young man on the other side took a small half step back. But if you look closely, you will find that his toes have left the ground. The advantage in speed is basically supported by the pair of light wings behind him. Could this martial soul? Xiao Tianyang saw this scene and his pupils shrank slightly. This reminded him of someone who shouldn't appear at this time. Good strength, and the quality of soul power is also very high. The young man did not realize that his identity had been exposed, but lowered his head for a moment and made an evaluation. Wait, in fact, we can sit down and have a good talk. After the fight, there will be a chance to talk again. The young man seemed to have developed an interest and slapped out with his palm again, this time faster and more powerful. Xiao Tianyang did not care about the task restrictions of the main task, Great Fighting Soul Arena, and began to perform martial arts moves. Stepping on the Lingbo microstep, Xiao Tianyang leaned back, dodged the palm while raising his arms upwards, slapped out with both palms, and the soul power turned into a swimming dragon and rushed into the sky. The young man was shocked. He didn't expect Xiao Tianyang to have such a skill. Caught off guard, the young man could only retreat, but who would have thought that Xiao Tianyang's moves were not that simple? He slapped him with both palms. Hit head on, the young man groaned. But because of the difference in strength between the two, the young man was not injured, but was only knocked back. What's going on? It seems a little soft? As soon as this thought came to Xiao Tianyang's mind, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, when Xiao Tianyang looked at the young man, his face was as cold as frost. The cold aura seemed to cut him into pieces. If I say this is a misunderstanding, do you believe it? Xiao Tianyang could only laugh dryly. Go to hell! The young man was embarrassed and annoyed and even forgot about Xiao Tianyang's identity. Fifth soul skill, Sacred Sword. The young man had a long sword burning with flames in his hand. There was no fancy, just pure strength to chop it down. Xiao Tianyang's face changed, drastically, and he immediately took out a talisman from the Yuhai ring and threw it out. This was a magic weapon he won in a lottery, a one-time defensive item. The next moment, a green barrier appeared in front of him. The flaming sword fell on it, and the terrifying soul power fluctuations rushed towards him, making Xiao Tianyang unable to open his eyes. The young man saw that his attack was blocked, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Sixth soul skill, Angel's Roar. The soul power turned into mental power and rushed out like ripples. Xiao Tianyang vomited blood and retreated violently. This is an attack on the spiritual level. It's really deadly. Xiao Tianyang felt very uncomfortable now, as if there were countless little people holding sledgehammers constantly hitting in his mind. No matter. Xiao Tianyang's heart was ruthless, and the ancient divine eyes on his forehead opened. At this moment, a magnificent and majestic aura swept in all directions, and even the angry young man was refreshed at this moment. In an instant, the mental power that was originally transformed from soul power turned into nothingness. But this is not over yet. Then a beam of light shot out from the ancient god's eyes, as dazzling as a golden laser. First soul skill, Angel Assault. The divine energy on the young man turned into a light shield and blocked in front of him. Crack! Without any blocking effect, the beam fell on the young man's shoulder and pierced through it directly. The start and end of the battle came too suddenly. However, after doing all this, Xiao Tianyang also knelt on one knee, panting. It seems that the move just now consumed him extremely. Is this your original martial soul? The young man's voice came, still cold. Very good, but it stops here. Wait, Xiao Tianyang looked up. I didn't mean it just now, not to mention 2 men, is it necessary? The young man paused, but soon moved again, burning golden flames on his hands and pressing on his wound. Then, the blood hole as big as a finger began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn it, do we really want to fight to the point where both sides will be hurt? Xiao Tianyang gritted his teeth, with a rare struggle in his eyes. Both sides will be hurt? The young man shook his head, and the flaming sword in his hand condensed again. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Your potential is indeed terrifying, but your level is too low. If my level was the same as yours, I wouldn't be as glorious as you are. Xiao Tianyang's eyes were ruthless. He raised his hand and put a pill into his mouth, swallowing it with a gulp. At this moment, the soul power was torn apart like a flood, filling his empty body in the blink of an eye. But this is not the end. The crazy surge of soul power is like a bursting dam. It can't be stopped at all. Today, I will let you see what the complete version of the power 18 dragon subduing palms is. Xiao Tianyang's eyes were bloodshot, and he stood up on the spot, brewing soul power in both palms, and the first soul ring was lit at the same time. For some reason, when the young man looked at those eyes, he couldn't help but tremble all over. He felt that he had done something wrong. It seemed to have awakened a sleeping beast. Ang, ang, ang! The angry dragon roar resounded throughout the venue. Xiao Tianyang bent his right arm inward, drew a circle with his right palm, and with a whoosh, the soul power turned into a wandering dragon wrapped in the fire of all changes and roared out. The majestic dragon head now had a hint of ferocity. First soul skill, Angel Assault. Several light shields immediately appeared in front of the young man, and his figure also quickly retreated. At this time, his eyes were full of horror. How could a great soul master have such an explosion, even if the pill he swallowed was magical and could provide him with huge soul power support? How could his body support it? But Xiao Tianyang, who had already let go of his hands and feet at this time, was completely crazy. After one palm was blocked, he immediately slapped the next palm and roared, as if to release the depression in his heart. The arrogant dragon will regret. The flying dragon is in the sky. See the dragon in the field. This scene is really earth-shaking. The fighting spirit arena was in a mess, and there was not a single intact floor tile. Two figures approached quickly. One punched the other's chest with one hand, and the other slapped the other's shoulder with a palm. Bang! The moment the two came into contact, they went back the way they came. Climbing out of the ruins and pushing away the huge rock pressing on him, Xiao Tianyang's shirt was torn and his body was covered in blood, but his eyes were particularly bright, like a ferocious beast that had gone berserk. The young man on the other side was not much better. Not long ago, his mask had been knocked off, revealing a delicate face like a girl. However, after being hit by that palm, the young man did not fall down, but now he was holding his broken shoulder, leaning forward, his face pale, and looked a little weak. How could both of us be injured? The young man now deeply doubted his own strength. He was 30 levels higher, but even with all his strength, he couldn't beat a great soul master. Let alone telling others about this. Even if he himself was in it, it would be unbelievable. Puff! Xiao Tianyang suddenly covered his chest, vomited blood and stepped back. His eyes began to dim. Yashio! Xiao Tianyang was angry and actually spoke the hometown dialect of his previous life. Recently, he looked up and glared at the young man. You crazy woman, is this the result you want? I can't let you stay. The young man woke up from his trance when he heard this and walked slowly towards Xiao Tianyang. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Xiao Tianyang had no power to fight back at this time. Although the process was a little unacceptable, as long as the result was not far from his own, it would be fine. Slowly approaching Xiao Tianyang, the young man raised the flaming sword in his hand and said coldly, If it weren't for you knowing too much, I would never kill you. Suddenly, Xiao Tianyang, who had been bowing his head, lay back and kicked his legs. Bang! If the young man had the usual strength, let alone this kick, he would not be able to kick him, even if he was close. But at this time, both sides were in a bad state. However, as the one who took the initiative, Xiao Tianyang naturally had the initiative. Therefore, it was not surprising that the young man was kicked. The pain from the ankle caused the flame in his hand to dissipate instantly. But something happened that made Xiao Tianyang even more desperate. The young man actually fell towards him. At this time, their eyes were only 10 centimeters apart. Their noses were staggered, and their lips were facing each other. This scene was so embarrassing. Xiao Tianyang felt that his life was gloomy. Just now, I accidentally touched him and the reaction was so big. Now I kiss him directly. Wouldn't that mean he would chase me to the ends of the earth? Suddenly, Xiao Tianyang felt that his shoulder was grabbed by a big hand, and then the next moment he was pulled out and held in his hand like a rag doll. Teacher Miao. Xiao Tianyang breathed a sigh of relief. Your Highness! The two maids stepped into the fighting arena and looked at the young man standing there swaying. They couldn't help but exclaimed and hurried forward to support him. Boy, you are really brave. Miao Zhenshan smiled like a chrysanthemum. Looking at that, there was no telling how happy he must be. Miao teacher, let's retreat first. Xiao Tianyang reminded in a low voice. Although he didn't know what the young man's current identity was, at least he understood the power behind him, and they might not be afraid of Miao Zhenshan. Not wanting to provoke was one thing. It was because they felt it was troublesome. But if they really had to fight, they might not be the weaker party. Well, you know how to advance and retreat, not bad, Miao Zhenshan said with satisfaction, and turned around and left without any delay. The young man suddenly said, Wait! Xiao Tianyang trembled all over, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. It seems that he still can't avoid it. Little thing, I won't bother you about this matter today. What else do you want? Miao Zhenshan turned around and stared at the young man with a cold look. "What's your name?" The young man ignored Miao Zhenshan, but looked at Xiao Tianyang, who was looking down. At this time, most of his anger had disappeared, and the young man also knew that he was too impulsive at the beginning. Of course, he would not regret it, and would not forgive Xiao Tianyang for what he did to him. But he knew that he could not do anything to Xiao Tianyang now, and if he continued to do it, he would only die. As for asking for his name, it might just be because of the unwillingness in his heart. Xiao Tianyang. Xiao Tianyang did not mean to hide anything, but looked up and looked at the other party. "I don't want to explain anything, because this is already a dead end for you. If you still want to kill me, we will fight again in a year." "Okay." The young man nodded and turned to the maid beside him and said, "Let's go." After leaving the fighting arena and stepping down, Bishop Jake hurried forward with anger in his eyes. "Your Highness, who did it? This is not his hindsight, but he really just arrived here. It's just a serious game, don't get me wrong." The young man glanced at him, his expression indifferent. "You stay to clean up the mess? Remember, don't affect anyone." "Understood." Bishop Jake nodded, and couldn't help showing a hint of doubt in his eyes. But he didn't dare to do anything rash. After all, if he really wanted to fight, it would be someone else who would come, and he would not be in the queue. On the other side, Xiao Tianyang was able to walk after resting for a while. Seeing that the other party was fine, Miao Zhenshan had no intention of staying for long, and left directly, leaving him speechless. After all, he is my teacher. How can he be so irresponsible? Xiao Tianyang shook his head and could only stagger and walk to the restroom alone. Suddenly, just around the corner, he heard a cry of surprise. "Tianyang?" Xiao Tianyang looked up at the figure in front of him. Who else could it be except Juju King? "Why are you so badly injured?" Juju King stepped forward to support him, and his hands couldn't help shaking a little. Of course, the injuries on Xiao Tianyang's body at this time did look a little exaggerated. Especially the bloody look, it looked a little scary. "It's okay, just rest for a while." Xiao Tianyang waved his hand, and seeing that the other party was still worried, he couldn't help but say, "It's just a little more blood, it's okay. Then I'll help you go back to the lounge to sit for a while." Juju King carefully supported Xiao Tianyang, fearing that a big move would hurt him. But it was just such a coincidence that the two of them just walked around a corner and ran into Tang San and others who had just registered. At first, everyone still couldn't believe that this bloody man was Xiao Tianyang. But after taking a look at Juju King next to him, how could she, who was always cold, support a strange man? In an instant, this small group of people went crazy. Is this still the Xiao Tianyang who tortured them to death? How perverted must the opponent be to torture him like this? Of course, if they knew that Xiao Tianyang challenged a fully powered Soul Emperor at the level of a great Soul Master, they should be more surprised, right? But Xiao Tianyang didn't seem to have the intention of sharing this matter. Even though it looked like he was beaten badly, it seemed that he didn't suffer any loss in the process. In the lounge, Dai Mubai and other boys sat in front of Xiao Tianyang, curiously asking who beat him like this. Oh no, there was also Xiao Wu, and this girl was the most enthusiastic in asking questions. Occasionally, she would make a few jokes, which made Xiao Tianyang's face turn pale and blue. As for the remaining three, Juju King and Ning Rongrong wanted to go up to help, but they were a little embarrassed. However, Saber didn't have such concerns. While helping Xiao Tianyang wipe the blood off his body with a distressed face, he also helped him clean his wounds carefully. Ning Rongrong finally sat down and asked curiously, "Tianyang, are you sure that the guy who beat you is on the same level as you?" "On the same level? Are you kidding?" Xiao Tianyang's expression was a little helpless. That was a Soul Emperor above level 60. He didn't intend to tell them the details, but if he concealed everything, these guys in front of him would definitely not let him go. So just reveal a little to them. It doesn't need to be too much. Just a little bit is enough. Why would the Great Soul Fighting Arena arrange such an unfair battle? Dai Mubai's eyes flashed with evil light, and he said coldly, "I will go and complain to them now. I was interested just now, but now I am angry. Let a Great Soul Master challenge a Soul Emperor? Who on earth arranged this?" "Boss Dai, don't be anxious." Xiao Tianyang waved his hand, signaling him to calm down, and then said, "This is a special invitation to a duel, and you can't refuse it. As for the identity of the other party, I really can't disclose it. Anyway, this is all I can say, and you can fill in the rest with your imagination." "Ha! The Great Fighting Soul Arena has such rules?" Ma Hongjin was a little stunned. Then if the titled Douluo gives us a special invitation to a duel, wouldn't it be the end? Fatty, don't you think too highly of yourself? Oscar rolled his eyes at him. Which titled Douluo is so idle that he will challenge you? Suddenly, Tang San spoke. Actually, if you speak seriously, the Great Fighting Soul Arena does have such rules. Really? Dai Mubai thought for a moment. Why don't I have any impression of it at all? Xiao Wu snorted beside him. Your head is full of dirty things. How can there be such things? Little aunt, I provoke you, Tang San said seriously. This rule is usually aimed at nobles. They can change the opponent of the spirit master on the field by changing the brand, so as to achieve their purpose of having fun. But then he shook his head again. But there is a limit here. That is, the upper and lower limits cannot exceed 30 levels. Brother Tianyang's is obviously over the limit. In the final analysis, it is still the fault of the great fighting spirit field. Xiao Wu spread her hands aside. Everyone was chatting enthusiastically, and suddenly a voice came from outside. Saber, your game is coming, Juju King reminded. Saber shook his head. Help me give up the game. My injury is not serious. There is no need to watch. Xiao Tianyang smiled. Besides, there are so many people here. What are you worried about? After hesitating again and again, Saber finally nodded. The reason is simple. She has the spirit of chivalry and hates to give up. It is precisely because of this that Xiao Tianyang let her go to the game instead of letting her stay. But after Saber left, Ning Rongrong actually took her place naturally. But Xiao Tianyang didn't have the habit of applying medicine, so he took out an aloe vera. Anyway, the wound would heal soon, and the most important thing was not to leave a scar. Ning Rongrong applied the aloe vera to the wound and asked in a low voice, Tianyang, does it hurt? It's okay. Xiao Tianyang pulled himself out of the conversation and replied. But Ning Rongrong seemed to see Xiao Tianyang's perfunctory attitude, and she was actually angry and began to use force with her hands. Hey, are you rubbing clothes? Xiao Tianyang quickly grabbed her hand. Put it down, let me do it myself. Ning Rongrong snorted, and her face showed, I am very angry, and she sat down at the seat next to her. Juju King hesitated again and again, and finally walked forward and took the aloe vera in Xiao Tianyang's hand. Let me do it. It was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon when everyone finished the game. But it was meaningless to stay here, not to mention that Xiao Tianyang was still injured, so he was ready to go back. But just as he arrived at the door, Ma Hongjin's old problem came back again. After a few coughs, he said, Well, I still have to go buy some things, so I won't go back yet. Humph, if you want to do something dirty, just say it directly, and you are still hiding it. Aren't you ashamed? Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at him. How did you know? Ma Hongjin widened his eyes, but unfortunately he still looked very small. Suddenly he glanced at Dai Mubai, who was laughing secretly, and couldn't help but said angrily, Boss Dai, didn't you say that? Anyway, everyone will know about this kind of thing in the future. What's the point of hiding it now? Dai Mubai shrugged. Damn it, don't think that you don't have any black spots now that you have changed your ways. Ma Hongjin seemed to have an attitude of dying together and was about to speak. Unexpectedly, Dai Mubai took the initiative to say, Okay, if you want to go, go, but you have to stay in the dormitory tonight. I have to go out for a date. Ma Hongjin couldn't help but narrow his eyes and said with a sly smile, Hey, I knew you couldn't help it. Could it be the twins from last time? So what? Dai Mubai seemed a little proud. Ma Hongjin was a little excited. Boss Dai, why don't you introduce them to me next time? Look at you, they may not like you. Dai Mubai shook his head helplessly. This kind of thing is consensual. I don't think you have a chance. Ma Hongjin. Xiao Tianyang was a little surprised and glanced at Juju King, but the latter still had a frosty face and seemed to be indifferent to this matter. What is Dai Mubai thinking? Is this a provocation? Xiao Tianyang quickly shook his head. Why is he worrying about such a thing? It's none of his business. But then Dai Mubai looked at him and whispered, Tianyang, do you want to go together? Ahem, I'm still injured here. Xiao Tianyang coughed violently and felt 3 cold rays shooting at him from behind at the same time, which was a bit painful. Dai, Mubai smiled and said, What does it matter anyway? You are not seriously injured. This is the truth. A few hours ago, Xiao Tianyang was still covered with wounds. Although they were all small cuts, they were indeed quite amazing when added together. But what about now? Because of his wound, he could only wear a long gown. But except for the sword wound on his chest, the rest had basically healed. Forget it. I might as well study the recipe instead of spending that time there. Xiao Tianyang finally refused. To be honest, it was impossible not to be tempted. After all, he was also a man. But it really hurts from behind. He was even sure that as long as he dared to nod, no matter what the other girls thought, even Saber would have to drag him back. Watching Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjin leave with their arms around each other, Oscar couldn't help but say, "I'm really a little envious." "Then why don't you go?" Xiao Tianyang glanced at him. Oscar said seriously, "Ahem, I'm a serious person." "Really?" Xiao Tianyang suddenly looked at the ground. "Xiaowao, your things fell." "What?" "Your moral integrity." "Damn it, don't you believe me?" "Pick it up quickly. You've crushed it." "Tianyang, I'll fight you." "Xiao San, my brother is injured now. Help me stop him." Xiao Tianyang quickly hid behind Tang San, seeking shelter. Of course, he really couldn't do anything now. After all, the pill he had eaten before was no joke. When the pill was taken out, it was marked with red words. The general meaning was that at his current level, if he ate it, he would definitely explode and die. If it weren't for the battle with the young man, most of his soul power would be vented. In addition, with the subsequent Nine Yang divine art, that kind of endless super healing ability, I'm afraid that Xiao Tianyang would have to lie down even if he didn't die. So it's impossible to do it now, and it's pretty good to be able to walk. While the boy in front was making a fuss, the girl behind started chatting. "Hey, Dailahu just now was really abominable. It's fine if he has fallen, but he actually wants to lead Brother Tianyang astray." Xiao Wu was a little unhappy. Ning Rongrong snorted, "But why do I see that Tianyang's expression after he rejected it just now is a little regretful?" "No way." Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh. When he was in Notting College, Brother Tianyang only had recipes, soul beasts, and battles in his eyes. What else? And you don't know how many girls in the college confessed to Brother Tianyang at that time. That kind of popularity is beyond your imagination. Then he didn't reject all of them in the end, did he? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Xiao Wu said seriously, "Of course, otherwise how could Brother Tianyang be so strong now? That only shows that he has high standards and doesn't like those girls." Ning Rongrong glanced at Xiao Tianyang and asked in a low voice, "But it is also possible that he has a girl he likes. Xiao Wu, do you think it is possible?" This is obviously a sarcastic question, and the previous sentence is the same. However, the simple Xiao Wu could not hear it. Instead, she thought about it and shook her head. "Probably not. Brother Tianyang stays with us all day, but he seems to have said that he likes older ones." At this point, Xiao Wu's pretty face was a little red. Since she and Xiao Tianyang have been in Notting College for 5 years, Xiao Wu has learned more and more. She used to think that Xiao Tianyang was referring to age, but later she realized that he was referring to that. The three girls couldn't help but move their eyes to look at Jujuking. It seems that she has the most advantages here, but Jujuking was not proud of this, but her face turned red. Sometimes she had no choice. Who has good genes in her family? The silence did not last too long because with Xiao Wu, the happy fruit, the topic was pulled back on track again, and they chatted all the way. As for Xiao Tianyang, of course, after recovering some physical strength, he beat Oscar up. How could he dare to tease him while he was injured? How could he tolerate it? After returning to Shrek Academy, Xiao Tianyang fell on the bed, almost exhausted. "This is my first mission failure." Looking at the system page prompting the failure of the mission, it is impossible to say that he is not disappointed. What's more, it is a reward for increasing the age of the spirit ring. But Xiao Tianyang will not get entangled in this matter. After all, there is a beginning, which means there will be a future. Anyway, as long as the system is there will be a chance sooner or later. Thinking about it, Xiao Tianyang fell into a deep sleep. To be honest, he felt like he had forgotten deep sleep. Because since he got the Palm of Heaven bottle, he had to go to the roof to practice almost every day. Part of it was to accumulate green liquid, and part of it was because he was too lazy to wait until the sun rose before climbing up to the roof. But this time, he was really tired. Let's put aside the sequelae of swallowing the pill. Just this time, more than half an hour of high-load fighting has made him physically and mentally exhausted. Not only that, when he came back, he had to be on guard against sneak attacks from people around him. As the saying goes, one must be on guard against others. Who can guarantee that the young man will not come back and chase him? Xiao Tianyang knew very well that Miao Zhenshin could not always follow him. Even if he might follow him at least on this section of the road, he did not relax his vigilance for the sake of safety. He didn't know how long he slept. Xiao Tianyang only woke up slowly when he felt someone caressing his chest in a trance. Saber? When he opened his eyes, he saw the blonde and blue-eyed Saber. Xiao Tianyang was stunned. The wound on the chest, It's time to change the medicine. Saber lowered his head and said with a red face. Xiao Tianyang didn't care. He said "oh" and continued to close his eyes. Although he didn't apply medicine at the beginning, he just said to apply some aloe vera. But in the end, he saw that the sword wound on the chest was a bit exaggerated, so he could only apply the golden wound medicine he took out. This was also won in a lottery. The effect is not bad, and it has gradually improved in one night. According to the current situation, the scab should form after changing the medicine again. What time is it now? Xiao Tianyang suddenly asked, causing Saber's opponent to shudder. It's already night. Saber replied. You slept for a whole day. So what did you eat all day? Xiao Tianyang looked at Saber. The meal was made by Tang San. Saber thought for a moment and added, the taste is ordinary. Ha ha. Don't think that all men have my cooking skills. Xiao Tianyang laughed twice and was about to get up. Where are you going? Saber closed the medicine box and asked as he stood up. Of course, I'm going to get something to eat. I'm almost starving. Xiao Tianyang put on a coat and was about to walk out. Saber wanted to stop him. You're still injured. How about? Xiao Tianyang waved his hand to interrupt. Forget it. I don't want to get food poisoning then. Besides, I can walk back by myself. How can this injury stop my will to pursue delicious food? Saber had no choice but to follow. Of course, yesterday's bland food also made Saber look forward to Xiao Tianyang's cooking. But what she didn't know was that she was not the only one who had such expectations. As the aroma of the cafeteria wafted out, almost everyone who had eaten Xiao Tianyang's cooking came here to taste it. Even Flanders and Zhao Wuji were among them. So what was originally just a simple midnight snack turned into a big pot of rice as it was cooked. Xiao Tianyang's face was as black as the bottom of the pot. The next morning, everyone gathered in the square, but this time it was not a training session because Xiao Tianyang himself was also in the queue. Not long after, a burly figure strolled over. It was Zhao Wuji. Kids, we are leaving for the Xingdou Great Forest today. Zhao Wuji's eyes wandered around and finally locked on to Xiao Tianyang. I heard that when you were in the junior college, you often went to the Soul Beast Forest to train, right? That's right. Xiao Tianyang didn't react but still nodded. Well, you will lead the team this time. Zhao Wuji added, remember one thing, unless something unexpected happens, I will not interfere with any of your battles. Ding! Host triggers the side quest. Leading the team, content, team up with the Shrek 7 Devils to enter the Stardew Great Forest, bring them out intact, and the quest is completed. Task reward, 1 level 3, lottery. Xiao Tianyang calmed down and nodded. I understand. Originally, this task was Dai Mubai's, but it seemed that his intervention changed the plot a little bit. Okay, let's go now. Zhao Wuji waved his hand and led the team out, saying at the same time, remind you, before entering the Stardew Great Forest, you'd better discuss how to fight. After that, he said no more. This time he was just a bodyguard, not a mentor who helped these children in front of him to obtain spirit rings. So talking too much would have the opposite effect and would be detrimental to the growth of these children. Tang San and his group, who followed behind, immediately stood beside him, headed by Xiao Tianyang, as if waiting for him to speak first. After a long pause, Xiao Tianyang slowly spoke. I have never been to the Xingdou Great Forest, and I don't know what it looks like, but one thing is certain, that is soul beasts are extremely aggressive towards humans. So unless it is necessary, we'd better avoid soul beasts, which can save a lot of trouble. As for the arrangement of the formation after entering, Boss Dai, Saber, you go in front. Xiao San and Xiao Wu are responsible for the left and right sides. Rong Rong and Xiao Ao are in the middle. Ma Hongjun is responsible for protecting them, and Zhu Qing is responsible for the rear. Zhao Wuji heard this arrangement in front and nodded secretly in his heart. This formation is basically the standard configuration for hunting soul beasts. Generally, people without experience really can't set it up. It seems that this kid really often enters the soul beast forest, but why is he so brave? Zhao Wuji muttered to himself. On the other side, Oscar asked with a look of wanting to be beaten. What about you? I'm in charge of command. Unless you can't beat me, I won't do it. Xiao Tianyang smiled and looked at everyone. You have no objection, right? Ma Hongjun and Oscar wanted to say something, but finally swallowed it back. Indeed, if they met a suitable soul beast, if Xiao Tianyang took action, then there would be little need for them to cooperate. As for those that Xiao Tianyang couldn't solve, it seemed meaningless for them to do it again. But if you count it up, there are really a lot of people who urgently need soul ring breakthroughs this time. Dai Mubai counted and said, Tianyang, Xiao Wu, Xiao San, Oscar, and Saber, a total of 5 people. You missed one person. Xiao Tianyang pointed at Juju Qing. She has also reached the bottleneck of level 30. So fast? Dai Mubai's eyes flashed with surprise. Xiao Tianyang smiled and said, actually, there's nothing strange about this. With the training and fighting during this period, plus my cooking assistance, it's a sure thing for him to break through. Of course, except for Ma Hongjun, his martial spirit is quite special, and I don't know why he didn't reach level 30. To be honest, according to reason, Oscar's breakthrough time in the original plot should be 1 day earlier than now. Xiao Tianyang thought it was a bit strange, but it was normal after thinking about it. Now it's not as good as before. Now with his soul power cooking, not only the quantity has increased but also the quality has improved, so the breakthrough time was delayed by 1 day. As for Juju Qing, Xiao Tianyang contributed to it, but more of it was her own efforts. On the other hand, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but look frustrated when he heard that so many people needed soul rings to break through the level bottleneck. Not only was he not disappointed because of his backwardness, but he sighed and said, I don't know how long I will stay in the Xingdou Great Forest this time. Fatima, don't mention these things in front of us. Xiao Wu glared at him. Xiao Tianyang stopped them from arguing and said, let's go now and try to reach the outskirts of the Xingdou Great Forest before dark, otherwise we will have to waste an extra day resting outside. As he spoke, he took out 9 bicycles. Xiao Tianyang got on the bicycles, pedaled, and turned back to say, wrong, add the second soul ring to us so it will be faster. Zhao Wuji saw this and couldn't help but pause. What about mine? Teacher Zhao, I'm sorry I didn't prepare yours. Xiao Tianyang smiled and said, of course, you can also let Xiao Ao carry you. The pressure shouldn't be too great. Oscar suddenly felt that this sentence was full of malice. Ning Rongrong laughed secretly beside him and used the second soul ring. A total of 9 rays of light flew out from the 7 treasures glazed tower and fell on everyone. In just a few days, everyone who had learned to ride a bicycle from Xiao Tianyang immediately set off. As for Xiao Ao, he wanted to run, but he was a step too slow and was caught by Zhao Wuji. With transportation and a 30% increase in speed, journey of more than 100 kilometers was completed in the afternoon. After some discussion, Xiao Tianyang decided not to stay in the town and go directly to the Xingdou Great Forest, because this can avoid unnecessary troubles and there is enough time, so there is no need to waste a day. At this time, the entrance of the Xingdou Great Forest was extremely lively. Of course, this is understandable. First of all, this time point is in the afternoon, which is the time when the Spirit Master is in the best mental state. Secondly, the Xingdou Great Forest is the border between the 2 countries and one of the 3 major gathering places for spirit beasts on the Douluo Continent. Naturally, it has its advantages. But this is also an advantage and a disadvantage, because in terms of scale, the Soul Hunting Forest is completely incomparable to the Xingdou Great Forest in front of us. Secondly, the types and ages of spirit beasts are very different. For example, in the Soul Hunting Forest, Xiao Tianyang took a walk around the periphery and found that more than 80% of them were 100-year-old spirit beasts, and only a few were 1,000-year-old, or less than 3,000 years old. But what about the Xingdou Great Forest? Xiao Tianyang was sure that there was no need to look for them deliberately, as 1,000-year soul beasts could be found everywhere. The dangerous aura that was blowing in his face made even Xiao Tianyang feel a chill. It was not that he was afraid, but that the stronger a person was, the stronger his perception in this regard became. That was all. Xiao Tianyang looked at the towering ancient trees and the green ocean full of primitive wind, forcibly suppressed the perception in his heart, and whispered, "Boo-boo." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned, including Zhao Wuji. Did the dog follow? Suddenly, something happened that made their eyes widen. Boo-boo actually came out of the bushes right under their noses. Then he walked to Xiao Tianyang and sat down, shaking his head and tail, sticking out his tongue. "You go to the front to scout, and if you find any danger, take us to a detour," Xiao Tianyang said in a deep voice. "Woof!" After Boo-boo barked, he turned around and sank into the bushes again, disappearing in front of everyone. Xiao Wu stepped forward and asked in surprise, "Brother Tianyang, when did Boo-boo come here? It had already caught up with us when we left, but you just didn't notice it." Xiao Tianyang waved his hand and said, "Let's go while it's still early." Seeing that he didn't want to explain more, everyone stopped asking. However, Zhao Wuji, who was following behind, changed his expression again and again. "This time I released my perception in advance, but why can't I detect the approach of this dog? But Boo-boo is not a soul beast. Where does this ability come from?" This kid. Thinking of the end, Zhao Wuji could only shake his head and give up. It's not that he is not curious, but he just doesn't want to pry into the secrets of his students. Everyone moved forward, and along the way, they also took advantage of Bubu's reminder to avoid those soul beasts that they didn't need to provoke. But for some reason, whenever they encountered a 100-year soul beast, they basically had no intention of fighting with them. They kept retreating actively, and occasionally followed them with a little curiosity. Suddenly at this moment, Xiao Tianyang's body trembled slightly, and then he said, "At 10 o'clock, 300 meters away, there are traces of soul beasts, which may be one of our targets." "How did you see it from such a distance?" Ma Hongjun was a little unbelievable. "It was not me who saw it, but Bubu who saw it." Xiao Tianyang smiled mysteriously. "It's a bit special. As long as the distance is not far, we can communicate through our minds." Oscar's eyes widened. "So magical, magical." Xiao Tianyang waved his hand. "Let's go." Tang San walked while asking, "Brother Tianyang, what does the soul beast you met over there look like?" Xiao Tianyang described the scene described by Bubu. "A flying snake. The whole length is about 7 meters. The flying height is about 4 meters. There is a tumor on the top of the head, and the tail is a bit like a coxcomb." To be honest, Xiao Tianyang really has no advantage in this regard, unless he opens the ancient divine eyes face to face. So let alone Tang San, even Ma Hongjun may not be able to beat him. After all, he was a poor student before and there was not much change after coming here. Of course, he couldn't recognize it, so Tang San gave the answer directly. "That's the phoenix-tail cockapoo." He turned to look at Oscar and explained, "This kind of snake soul beast is rare. The fleshy crown on the top of the head is where it stores nutrients outside the body. In critical moments, it can provide the phoenix-tail cockapoo with a very good speed increase. Xiaoao, it should be very suitable for you." Ma Hongjun couldn't help but stare. "Xiaoao, you are so lucky. It's also because of you, Tianyang. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have missed it." Oscar had an expression on his face that was trying to please Xiao Tianyang. Tang San thought as he walked, "If it's over 6 meters long, it's 1,000 years old, and this one is already 7 meters long, so it should be around 1,200 to 1,500 years old." "Xiao-san, you're amazing. With just this little bit of footage, you've analyzed the age of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake." Daimubai gave him a thumbs up. "It's just like an encyclopedia." Tang San didn't have time to pay attention, but asked, "Brother Tianyang, is that phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake injured?" "No." Xiao Tianyang's mouth corners slightly raised. "Don't underestimate me. After all, I've been in the soul-hunting forest for so long I still know the rules." "Be careful." Zhao Wuji said this in a muffled voice. Tang San also smiled a little embarrassedly. "Tianyang, how should we fight next?" Daimubai said in a deep voice. Gradually approaching the coordinates, Xiao said the rustling sound in the woods could be vaguely heard. "How to fight?" Xiao Tianyang spread his hands. "With your strength, there is no need to siege them." Suddenly, he looked at Saber. "Give them a solo show?" "Okay." Saber smiled and stepped forward alone. "Is she okay on her own?" Ning Rongrong felt that it was a bit risky, so she should at least let her use 2 soul skills first. "I think you have forgotten how Saber beat Teacher Zhao," Xiao Tianyang reminded him. "Ahem." Zhao Wuji coughed violently and glared at him. Xiao Tianyang laughed bitterly twice and did not speak. If he said anything more, he would be beaten. Xiao Tianyang quickly moved away from Zhao Wuji and approached Saber. At this moment, narrowed his eyes and shouted softly, "Upper left, on the second branch." Saber's beautiful green eyes immediately locked onto the place Xiao Tianyang mentioned, and then he stomped his feet on the ground, holding the sword of promise of victory in his hand, and instantly completed the arming of the first soul ring. Second soul skill, Shining Road. The right-angle sword light flashed, and the phoenix-tailed cockroach snake that had just poked its head out looked shocked and was caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, most of the jaws of the phoenix-tailed cockroach snake were cut off. But Saber didn't mean to let it go. He tapped the branch with his toes and came to the position above it. His beautiful eyes narrowed, aiming at the 7 inches, and the hilt of the sword fell hard. Bang! The phoenix-tailed cockroach snake fell to the ground, and its tail swayed twice before drooping down. As soon as everyone landed, they saw this scene and were stunned. Xiao Tianyang showed a matter-of-fact expression and said, "Saber's most powerful is not her martial soul and spirit ring, but her consciousness and skills." He glanced at the others again. "Watch carefully, learn well. As long as you can reach his level, you can basically digest what I teach you." "Isn't this a bit too exaggerated?" Ma Hongjun closed his mouth at this time. It's okay to use spirit skills seamlessly, but he can even make a prediction before the target appears, and the attack is so accurate. Not only that, look at that phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Dai Mubai's tone was a little solemn, and everyone looked over in the direction of his sight. The scene they saw made them secretly astonished. Good guy, the attack was so neat, and he could even let this soul beast survive, and it just lost all its mobility. In their impression, this kind of effect seems to be something that only Zhao Wuji can achieve with the pressure of 7 spirit rings. Right? Xiao, don't be dazed, hurry up! Zhao Wuji reminded him with a glare. Oh! Oscar yelled twice, and then hurriedly stepped forward with a dagger. Stop! At this moment, a stream of chi flew over and hit the dagger in Oscar's hand directly. Xiao Tianyang narrowed his eyes, without any hesitation, slapped his palms and collided with it like a dragon. Bang! The 2 chi energies collided, and it was just a tie with no winner. But this moment of delay also made Oscar lose the opportunity to take action. I saw an old man and a young man walking out of the woods. Both of them were women. The old one had a head full of silver hair. Although she looked old, she was energetic. She was holding a snake-headed cane in her hand, and 6 soul rings were floating up and down on her body. Yellow, purple, black. It turned out to be a soul emperor. And Xiao Tianyang could confirm that the chi energy just now was also created by her when he saw her in person. As for the young one, she was a pretty girl. She has short hair and is about 3 or 4 years older than Tang San. She is dressed in a tight suit and has a very well-developed figure. She also holds a snakehead cane in her hand. However, she has fewer spirit rings, only 2, both of which are 100-year spirit rings. Golden Flower Granny? After being alert, Xiao Tianyang was stunned when he saw the other party's outfit. Isn't this too similar? And there is a girl next to her. Could this be Zhuer? Meng Yiren also looked at Xiao Tianyang, her beautiful eyes flickering. It seems that this is the first time she has seen such a good-looking boy. Who is Golden Flower Granny? The snake grandmother frowned at first, and then introduced herself. I am Tianyang, and my friends in the Spirit Master world value me and call me the snake grandmother. This is my granddaughter, Meng Yiren. Oh, that's okay. Xiao Tianyang smiled awkwardly and turned to look at Zhao Wuji. Teacher, it's your turn. Zhao Wuji's face darkened. What do you mean it's his turn? But this matter is indeed his to deal with. Walking forward and blocking the students, Zhao Wuji said in a deep voice, I am Zhao Wuji, but even if you are a famous dragon and snake in the Soul Master world, you shouldn't attack a junior, right? In an emergency, I can only do this. If I have made a mistake, I would like to apologize here. The snake woman seemed to feel that she was in the wrong, and her brows were slightly frowned. Grandma, what are you apologizing for? This soul beast was originally ours. Meng Yiren stood up with his hands on his waist, secretly glanced at Xiao Tianyang, and then said confidently, This soul beast has been our target since just now, but it just happened to run here, and you took advantage of it. Hey, don't look at me with such eyes. If you have time, you might as well take a look at the belly of this phoenix tail. Coxcomb snake yourself. Xiao Tianyang took the initiative to turn the phoenix tail coxcomb snake over, and sure enough, there was a scar. His face couldn't help but sink. Although this is not considered as direct intervention, nor can it be said to be picking up an advantage, a scar is just a sign. What can it represent? Does leaving a scar mean that this soul beast is yours? Are you kidding me? There is no such rule. But this is the truth. But if the 2 people in front of you want to be reasonable, how could they take action? So I am afraid that this matter cannot be solved in a simple way. Zhao Wuji also knows this very well, not to mention that he is also a very short-sighted person. So he said directly, when it encountered this phoenix tail coxcomb snake, it was still alive and kicking. Little girl, your reason is invalid. The snake woman heard the refusal in Zhao Wuji's words and couldn't help but frown deeper. Brother Zhao, my granddaughter is stuck at the bottleneck of level 30 and needs a soul ring to break through. How about giving me face and making things convenient for me? This convenience is really not possible. Zhao Wuji shook his head directly. First of all, my students are also about to break through, just like your granddaughter. Secondly, this soul beast was defeated by my students. I can't make decisions for them. Not only the snake woman, but even Meng Yiren was stunned. You said that this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was defeated by your student. The snake woman narrowed her eyes slightly. Just him? She was referring to Oscar, of course. Zhao Wuji shook his head. It wasn't him. But just as he said this, he heard Xiao Tianyang take the initiative to stand up and said with a smile, I did it, don't you believe it? Of course I don't believe it. Meng Yuan didn't know why, but took the initiative to approach Xiao Tianyang. His face was not as arrogant as before, but with a smile. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is at least 1,400 years old. You are younger than me. How could you possibly defeat it? Saber, Ning Rongrong, and Juju King all showed a vigilant look. What does this girl want to do? If you want to talk, just talk. Why get so close? Xiao Tianyang is not deaf. The snake woman on the other side also shook her head. Brother Zhao, I don't accept this reason for rejection. Although Zhao Wuji didn't understand what Xiao Tianyang wanted to do, he also understood one thing. That is, the latter was indeed capable of doing what he saw before him. Or even better. If Grandma didn't accept it, how did I block the energy you sent out just now? Xiao Tianyang tilted his head, ignoring Meng Yuan in front of him, and smiled at the snake grandma. The word grandma did make the snake grandma's face relax a little, but the second half of the sentence made her face change slightly. I didn't notice it just now, but now that I think about it's really the case. Although the distance was far just now, she didn't mean to use heavy hands. But the energy sent out by her, a soul emperor above level 60, was actually blocked by a child of 12 or 13 years old? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Xiao Tianyang smiled sincerely, and with a hint of tenderness to an elder, he said, Grandma, with your strength, isn't it easy to find another soul beast for your granddaughter in this Xingdou Great Forest? And there are so many of us here. Once we stay for a long time, it will be unsafe. Please be convenient and give this soul beast to us. Sure enough, after hearing this, the expression on the face of the snake grandma also showed a hint of hesitation. As for Zhao Wuji and Xiao Tianyang's friends on the side, they were already stunned. In such a situation, can you still play like this? This is the first time they have seen it in all their lives. Mother-in-law, you can't let them get away with it so easily. After Meng Yuan finished speaking, she looked at Xiao Tianyang and pointed her snake staff at him. Fight with me. If I win, you will not only give me this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, but you will also have to agree to a request of mine. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji's face first showed a strange look. The others also reacted from their shock. This girl doesn't look stupid. Why does she always do stupid things? You can challenge anyone here, but you actually chose the most perverted one? Are you looking for abuse or looking for abuse? But obviously, Meng Yuan chose to ignore them and just looked at Xiao Tianyang, with provocation in her beautiful eyes. The ownership of this soul beast has not been decided yet, but you have quite a lot of requests. Ma Hongjin actually stood up at this time with a sly smile on his face. How about this? If you lose, you kiss Tianyang. How about it? This fat guy is probably looking for death. As soon as the words fell, Ma Hongjin's fat body trembled. He turned around tremblingly and saw Saber, Ning Rongrong, and Juju King's murderous eyes. Ma Hongjin smiled stiffly. I was just... Before he finished speaking, he heard Meng Yuan's crisp response. No problem. His throat rolled, and Ma Hongjin felt that his life was in danger. The snake woman wanted to stop him, but after thinking about it, she didn't say anything in the end. If this child really has such a talent, then he is indeed worthy of Yuan. But she knew that this matter still needed someone to nod. Brother Zhao, do you think this matter is settled like this? Zhao Wuji nodded slightly, but he still looked at Xiao Tianyang and warned, Remember, be careful. Alas, Xiaoao, I have to make sacrifices for you. Xiao Tianyang nodded and patted Oscar on the shoulder, then walked out with a tragic momentum. It was as if he would suffer a great loss if he won, which made Oscar speechless. Facing Meng Yuan, Xiao Tianyang just smiled and said, Xiao Tianyang, Martial Spirit Fire, Level 30 Combat Spirit Master. Because he was too lazy to explain to others what comprehensiveness meant, he simply omitted the word now. But suddenly, as if she had thought of something, the snake woman's pupils shrank slightly, and she exclaimed, You are Miao Zhenshan's last disciple. Oh, Grandma knows my teacher? Xiao Tianyang tilted his head, and the smile on his face remained. More than knowing. The snake woman hesitated, and then waved her hand. You fight your own, don't worry about me. Anyone who can get along in this Douluo Continent basically knows the name of Miao Zhenshan. Because in addition to the opponent's own strength, the special nature of the original martial spirit is also worth mentioning. What's more, Miao Zhenshan is very protective of his shortcomings. Although the matter of hitting the spirit hall was suppressed afterwards, it eventually spread in their circle. But just a while ago, Miao Zhenshan himself actually spread that he accepted a last disciple named Xiao Tianyang. This matter would not have caused much trouble. After all, it was just a matter of accepting a closed disciple, not deciding the next successor of the Spirit Hall. But who knew that Miao Zhenshan was like a man who had lost his mind, spreading the news everywhere, causing a sensation throughout the Douluo Continent? How could she not know? Xiao Tianyang didn't know that Miao Zhenshan had made such a big fuss behind his back. But what if he knew? He couldn't decide anything. Meng Yuran, Spirit Snake Staff, Level 30 Battle Spirit Master. Meng Yuran's face was full of smiles. It was unclear whether he took the victory lightly and just wanted to see the person, or whether he already felt that he had won. You go first, otherwise I'm afraid you won't have a chance later, Xiao Tianyang said with a smile. Then I won't be polite. Meng Yuran was not angered, but laughed softly, raised the 2-meter-long snake staff high, and knocked it towards Xiao Tianyang's crown. This girl is really ruthless. Xiao Tianyang couldn't help but complain in his heart, and he moved his feet lightly. Bang! A small pit exploded on the spot, and the snake staff fell on it. Meng Yuran clenched his hands and just wanted to attack again, but suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing in his face, and the next second there was a fist in front of him. Bang! The fist didn't fall, but it turned into a head crash, dragging Meng Yuran back from his daze. It hurts! Meng Yuran took 2 steps back, rubbed his forehead, and complained a little. You are really ruthless. Xiaonyang, you just attacked my top of the head, and you said my attack was ruthless? Are you kidding? Xiao Qiang spread his hands. Anyway, you lost. Okay, I'm willing to accept the loss. Meng Yuran actually took the initiative to step forward, and in full view of everyone, his lips fell on the side of Xiao Tianyang's face. The action was so fast that there was no time to stop it. And after doing all this, she quickly ran back behind the snake woman, as if she was the one who suffered the loss. It seems that I was molested? Xiao Tianyang's face was embarrassed. Of course, while reminiscing, he could only endure the pain in his back. This was a joint attack from the 3 women. It was really strong. Xiao Tianyang, I will remember you. The snake woman glanced at him and finally said to Zhao Wuji, see you later. After that, she took her granddaughter away without any hesitation. Of course, part of this also came from Miao Zhenshan. After all, that guy is a level 98 Super Douluo. If anyone offends a little guy with a Super Douluo behind him for a 1,000-year soul beast, he will definitely be laughed to death. If a soul beast of this level is gone, you can find another one. But if you lose face, you can never get it back. Hehe, Tianyang, you've made a fortune this time. Ma Hongjun was quite lively. He was stared at by 3 women, but he dared to tease him. You must remember that this is the credit of your brother. If you have a chance next time. Ah! Before he finished speaking, Xiao Tianyang kicked him away. At the same time, he looked at Oscar, who opened his mouth. Absorb your soul ring. If you dare to talk nonsense, I will stuff the whole snake into your mouth. This threat made the latter tremble all over, and he quickly raised his knife and killed the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, and at the same time sat down to absorb the soul ring. This action was smooth and natural. I'll go around and see if there are any soul beasts approaching. Dai Mubai turned around and left tactfully, but with a wicked smile on his lips. Xiao Tianyang whistled directly, turned around and leaned against the tree, pretending that nothing had happened. But is this possible? Tianyang, did you feel good just now? It was Ning Rongrong who spoke. It's not bad, actually. Xiao Tianyang's face was not embarrassed at all, but that Ma Hongjun is really something, actually asking a girl for such a thing. But I didn't expect that Meng Yuran would really have the heart to do that. Alas, my innocence is ruined, just like that. Xiao San, how can there be such a shameless person in this world? I should have known not to tell you so many stories. This girl is really bad. Tang San, brother Tianyang, maybe there is no other way, right? In the end, Xiao San understands me. Come on, I just researched a new snack. Brother will let you try it. Xiao Tianyang quickly pretended not to see the 3 women beside him, waved at Tang San, and hinted wildly with his eyes. Although Tang San was a little ignorant in terms of feelings, if he couldn't see such a big move, it would not be a problem of consciousness, but a problem of eyes. He had no choice but to walk over with a little helplessness. But before he had walked halfway, he was forcibly taken aside by Xiao Tianyang and began to stuff snacks into his mouth. Is this considered hard work? Tang San was a little amused. At this time, he had already understood the cause and effect, but he didn't know how to help Xiao Tianyang, so he could only follow his wishes. In the next few days, they fully interpreted what it means to live a life of rising at sunrise and resting at sunset. But it was not completely without gain. First of all, Oscar, after absorbing the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, the soul skills he obtained were quite to his liking. The effect of that mushroom sausage not only allows the eater to fly in the air for 1 minute, but also at the speed of a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The only thing that made people laugh was the spell, which was still so obscene. The second was the two girls. Zhu Qing obtained a soul skill called Nether Slash, which is a killer move with extremely strong single-target damage. Saber is a single-target amplification, which lasts for 10 minutes and increases all attributes by 100%, called Dragon Furnace Heart. Zhu Qing is actually okay. After all, her soul ring is only a little over 1,000 years old. But Saber is different. Although she is not as perverted as Xiao Tianyang, her third soul ring is directly over 9,000 years old. This is one of the reasons why her third soul skill is so much more outstanding than Daimu Bai. As for the process, it was not very dangerous, but it made Zhao Wuji sweat coldly. Because without Xiao Tianyang taking action, their team took a lot of effort to solve the soul beast. During this period, Ma Hongjun almost died directly because of the sneak attack of other soul beasts. Fortunately, there was no danger in the end. If you count it, there are only 3 people who have not obtained the spirit ring. No, to be precise, there are 4 people. Because during the time they stayed in the Xingdou Great Forest, Ning Rongrong reached level 30. You didn't know at that time that Zhao Wuji's mouth was almost grinning to the back of his head, not to mention how proud he was. When the sun set, Xiao Tianyang and others found a safer place to rest. Everyone worked together and soon a simple camp was built. Of course, in fact, all of this was Xiao Tianyang's credit. Whether it was modern tents, sleeping bags, tables, chairs, even the campfire in the middle was a kerosene barrel. So if you really count it, the whole process actually took less than 10 minutes. He had the habit of camping in his previous life, and he liked it here. For example, during the years in the soul-hunting forest, he would stay there for a while. What's more, these things can't be prepared. At most, it takes a little effort and money. After a while, bursts of fragrance wafted out of the camp. Now not only Xiao Wu and the others, but even Zhao Wuji and Bubu were secretly drooling beside them. Xiao Tianyang fanned the food gently with his hand, checked the taste and nodded. Okay, let's eat. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone took their seats, looking forward to it. Xiao Tianyang just smiled, picked up the pot similar to the crepe machine on the campfire, and placed it on the table next to him. He opened a button in front of the handle, and with a hissing sound, steam spread directly from the pot, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance. Everyone couldn't help but squint their eyes, and when they opened it, they saw a very wild dish. First, the colorful vegetables, and then the big piece of beef in the middle. Please taste Xiao Tianyang's special camping cuisine, the domineering president's spicy hot pot. Xiao Tianyang looked at the expressions of the crowd and couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Domineering CEO? Zhao Wuji frowned slightly. What is that? Ahem, don't worry about it, just eat quickly. Xiao Tianyang coughed lightly, then took out the large knife and fork and began to share the food with everyone. Soon, there was a tinkling sound in the camp, which was the sound of knives and forks hitting porcelain. However, dishes are dishes, and staple food is still necessary. After all, the appetite of people who cook repeatedly is only this one dish, which really cannot satisfy their appetite. Especially Zhao Wuji. But if one bag can't solve the problem, can't 2 bags be used? There is no way. The conditions in the wild are limited. Although Zhao Wuji is greedy, it is impossible for Xiao Tianyang to make a table outside like in school. If that is the case, I am afraid he will have to move his butt. After eating and drinking, they started to take turns to rest after cleaning up. Late at night, Xiao Tianyang sat on a high stool supporting his chin, with one hand and fiddling with the sticks in the campfire with an iron rod in the other hand. Tianyang, are you bored? Saber looked at him. I'm used to it. It's been several days, isn't it? Xiao Tianyang smiled and added, but I'm really afraid that I'll stay here too long. Even Ma Hongjun has reached level 30. Indeed, I've never stayed in the Soul Beast Forest for so long. Saber looked up at the starry sky. At this moment, Xiao Tianyang's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his head to look in one direction. Did Bubu find anything? Saber was startled. I can't leave. Xiao Tianyang smiled bitterly and shook his head. So many days have passed, and I thought I could escape, but I didn't expect that what was coming would still come. Although he noticed it first, the next moment Zhao Wuji, who was sitting quietly in the tent, also opened his eyes suddenly. His pupils shrank slightly. Everyone, leave the camp quickly. Because they were sleeping in the wild, even if someone was watching, they didn't sleep too deeply. They woke up soon and walked out of the tent one after another, looking confused. There's no point in explaining so much now. Just go. Zhao Wuji looked at Xiao Tianyang and said coldly, "No matter what happens later, you take them away first. Remember, don't look back. You must not." "Teacher, it seems that you are too late." Xiao Tianyang shook his head helplessly. Zhao Wuji was about to open his mouth to scold, but he didn't expect that a huge head would stick out from the forest in front of him on the left, with eyes like lanterns staring at them intently. At this moment, everyone's heart suddenly stopped. Of course, this does not include Xiao Wu, because this big guy is looking for her, the king of the forest, the Titan ape. With his arms touching the ground, his shoulders are 8 meters high. Under the pale moonlight, the dark hair exudes a metallic luster. It just stands there, giving people a chilling feeling. Even Zhao Wuji is no exception. How could a soul beast of this level appear on the outskirts of the Stardew Great Forest? Tang San was also horrified. "Xiao San, what exactly is it?" Although Dai Mubai was trembling in his heart, he still stood in front of everyone, holding on to the pressure. Tang San clenched his fists. "The king of the forest, Titan giant ape! A rare species that can be comparable to a 10,000-year soul beast at the 100-year level." Zhao Wuji's face was also solemn at this time, but he was more worried about the children behind him. It didn't matter if he died, but what about these gifted children? So he came here without asking for help, but he actually lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Respected king of the forest, if this is your territory, I am willing to apologize to you and leave quickly." Deathly quiet. The Titan giant ape neither spoke nor took action, but in such an atmosphere they felt pressured. It was as if a mountain was pressing on their backs for a long time. Zhao Wuji raised his foot and stepped on the ground again. 7 soul rings appeared on his body and then quickly lit up, and soul power poured out like free money. "Tianyang, I'll stop him. You lead them to flee quickly. Go as far as you can. Don't look back." At this moment, Zhao Wuji activated his martial soul body, and all the spirit rings that could be used were pushed out at once. Of course, there was no lack of rules in this. After all, he was a soul saint. No matter how confused he was, how bad could he be? Xiao Tianyang was about to speak and let the people behind him retreat, but he didn't expect Dai Mubai to volunteer and stand up and said coldly, "Tianyang, you take the people to go first. I will go up to help." "Help you? You can only make trouble." Xiao Tianyang glared at him. "You all go. I stay. Eat Xiaoao's mushroom sausage and leave quickly." After that, he didn't care about other people and rushed up directly. Ding! The host triggered the side quest, King of the Forest. Content. Hold on to the Titan giant ape for 3 minutes to complete the quest. Quest reward, random 100,000-year soulbone X1. At this moment, Xiao Tianyang was dumbfounded. He didn't want to challenge the Titan giant ape. Why was he given this task? And such a tempting reward? Isn't this asking him to commit a crime? "I just want to go forward and use the magic weapon to hold back the Titan ape and then break up the team behind so that the big guy can take Xiao Wu away." "But it's such a simple thing. Why don't you let me finish it?" Xiao Tianyang was actually devastated. But it's impossible to say that he doesn't want to complete this task, because that is 100,000-year soul bone. Even with his current vision, this is a rare treasure. But at the moment when Xiao Tianyang struggled in his heart, Zhao Wuji on the other side had already taken action. When the powerful Vajra palm fell on the Titan ape, it seemed as if there was an invisible barrier that bounced Zhao Wuji away, and the speed of returning was 3 times faster than rushing over. But at this moment, the enraged Titan ape let out an angry roar, and the sound waves spread out, and the terrifying energy broke the surrounding ancient trees in half. "Teacher Zhao, it's fine if you don't help, but why are you trying to trick me?" Xiao Tianyang shouted out loudly, and immediately called on his soul power to transform it into body-protecting chi, covering his entire body. Bang! Dai Mubai and others who had not yet retreated were blown away by this roar. At this moment they were staggering in the air, just like a fallen leaf. At the same time, the Titan giant ape locked onto one person, and it was Xiao Wu. The giant palm stretched out and actually grabbed the delicate little girl directly. "No!" Zhao Wuji rushed out from a bush and crashed into the giant palm regardless of anything. The Titan giant ape saw the human who had just attacked him and couldn't help but feel angry. His palm sank, and a little bit of force fell on Zhao Wuji. Although he had a martial soul body attached to him, with a 200% defense increase, it didn't seem to have any effect. If Dai Mubai and the others were like leaves falling from the sky, then Zhao Wuji was like a ping-pong ball, bouncing farther and farther away. But Tang San also took this opportunity to use Ghost Shadow to push Xiao Wu further away, so that he could replace her. At the critical moment, Xianyang jumped into the air and blocked the Titan ape. Monkey, look at the magic weapon. A 1-meter-wide Tai Chi diagram appeared in front of the Titan ape's palm. Boom! A hole was torn on the Tai Chi diagram, and Xiao Tianyang was bleeding in pain. This is the magic weapon obtained from the second-level lottery, the Tai Chi diagram. Although it is just a replica and a pure defensive prop. But it is rare enough, but now it is destroyed. But at this time, he couldn't care too much, because he was in the front. Xiao Tianyang spurted blood on the spot. Of course, he didn't forget to push Tang San behind him and shouted, "Go quickly, I can't hold on for long." The rest of the people who had just landed were blown away. The Titan ape had already achieved its goal, because Xiao Wu had been caught in its hand. But in its eyes, Xiao Tianyang was too interesting, so it reached out again to catch him. "Are you getting excited?" Xiao Tianyang was also furious, and without caring about saving, he immediately threw out the 3 talismans that were ready in his left hand, forming various colored barriers in front of him. The barrier that could block the attack of the Soul Emperor was like paper in front of the Titan ape. However, the 2 seconds gained were enough for Xiao Tianyang to do a lot of things. He activated the Lingbo microstep, stretched his hands behind his back, and pulled out the ebony and white ivory that he had not used for a long time. At the same time, the first soul ring lit up, and a circle of flames instantly swirled around the double guns. Let you taste the power of the flame version of ebony and white ivory. Xiao Tianyang rolled on the ground, and just as he landed, he heard a rumbling sound coming from not far away from his ear. He ignored it and just raised his double guns and fired wildly. Bang, bang, bang! Bullets rained down like raindrops. Even though the Titan ape had a super strong defense, it roared in anger in the face of such an attack. It was like an ant biting your arm. It didn't hurt, but it was annoying. But what happened next was interesting. Although Xiao Tianyang's steps were similar, the erratic feeling was not something the Titan ape could capture. And with this advantage, Xiao Tianyang leaped and dodged between the trees and managed to survive for 2 minutes. The people who had woken up in the distance were stunned, especially Zhao Wuji, who had felt the power of the Titan ape the most profoundly. But seeing this scene again at this time was simply devastating. But he was a soul saint after all, and had seen the world. Seeing Xiao Tianyang successfully delaying the Titan ape, he could not help but shout, "Why are you still standing here? Daimu Bai, I warn you, don't have any more tricks. This is a 100,000-year-old soul beast. I'm not kidding you. Tianyang finally got you a chance to escape. Why don't you leave?" "I won't leave." Saber stood up and held the sword of victory. The first and third soul rings lit up, and the whole person's temperament changed all of a sudden. "I won't leave either." Ning Rongrong also said stubbornly, "Tianyang is our partner. We can't leave him behind." "I'll stay too." Juju King was also unwilling to lag behind. The 3 girls all expressed their opinions, and Dai Mubai and the other 3 men certainly couldn't sit still and wait for death. They stood up almost at the same time and said in a deep voice, "We'll stay too." "What a joke!" Zhao Wuji was so angry that he blew his nose and glared. "Do you really think I—" Boom! Before he finished speaking, there was a deafening explosion. Then they looked back and saw the Titan ape holding a little man in one hand and walking away. Everyone, if Xiao Tianyang, who was already seriously injured at this moment, knew what they were talking about just now, he would definitely be so angry that his nose would be crooked. "If you want to save people, you should hurry up. Do you really think I can fight the Titan ape alone? You are still negotiating there. I am drunk." Of course, he is also in pain and happiness now. Zhao Wuji's face was extremely ugly at this time. The best student in the history of Shrek Academy was captured. What's more uncomfortable is that in the end, it was Xiao Tianyang who stood up to buy time for them. That kind of uncomfortable mood, guilt, self-blame, but more of it is hatred for his own powerlessness. "I am not as good as a student." Zhao Wuji's face was gloomy, and he punched hard and landed on the giant tree next to him. "Teacher Zhao, please come and persuade them. They said they want to find Tianyang." Hearing this voice, Zhao Wuji looked in the direction of the voice and saw Juju Qing holding Saber and Ning Rongrong, looking at him with pleading eyes. "What are you doing?" Zhao Wuji stood in front of everyone and said in a trembling voice, "Tianyang has finally fought for the chance for you to survive. You should cherish it instead of making unnecessary sacrifices. Today I am sorry for not protecting you well, but if you want to leave to find Tianyang, I will never let you go unless I die." Tang San clenched his fists, his eyes red. At this moment, no one was more heartbroken than him. Xiao Wu was his sister, and she was captured. Xiao Tianyang was also captured, the person closest to him besides Tang Hao. Two close relatives on the same day at the same moment were captured by the same soul beast. Tang San now felt that his heart had been pierced by thousands of arrows, dripping with blood, and it was no longer possible to describe the pain. Of course, in addition to this, there were Saber, Ning Rongrong, and Juju King. Especially Saber, if Zhao Wuji's attention was still on her, he would find that black air was gradually entangled around her. Woof! Hearing this familiar voice, everyone couldn't help but look sideways, only to see Boo Boo walking out of the bushes, shaking his head, still with that heartless look. Boo Boo. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but rush over and hugged Boo Boo's neck and began to cry. Everyone was silent when they saw this scene, as if they were reminded of something. But no one noticed that the black air around Saber disappeared, and at the same time, he looked at Boo Boo with a hint of doubt. Woof! Ignoring Ning Rongrong, who treated him like a tissue, Boo Boo continued to bark at Saber. As a life summoned by Xiao Tianyang, Saber was no different from an ordinary person, but at this moment she felt that she understood the language of the dog star. The meaning was roughly, "The master is fine. The Titan giant ape is only here to take Xiao Wu away, and will not hurt him." Saber took the initiative to come to Boo Boo and bowed his head and asked, "Then can you take me to find him?" Woof! Boo Boo shook his head. "If you go, it will cause trouble. I can do it myself." After saying that, Boo Boo shook his neck, raised his head, and chased in the direction where Xiao Tianyang left. Ning Rongrong reacted and quickly said loudly, "Boo Boo can find Tianyang. Let's chase him." "Even if he can find it, you can't go," Zhao Wujilun said in a deep voice in front of the people who were ready to move. "From now on, I will lead the team. Without my permission, you are not allowed to leave my side. But are we going to abandon our companions like this?" Oscar lowered his head. At this time, Tang San came to Oscar and whispered, "Xiao, didn't you make some mushroom sausages just now? Give them to me." "What do you want this for?" Oscar's pupils shrank, as if he thought of something, with a slight tremor. "Xiao Wu is my sister, and brother Tianyang is my family. I can't abandon them. Please, Xiao, give me the things." Tang San's voice was a little hoarse, and there was a little madness in his eyes. Oscar gritted his teeth and almost stuffed the mushroom sausage into Tang San's arms. "Thank you." Tang San forced a smile on his face. "What are you doing?" Zhao Wuji immediately noticed their little action. Unfortunately, it was too late to stop it. After eating the mushroom sausage, a pair of transparent wings grew on Tang San's back, and he flew up into the sky with a gentle flap. "Teacher Zhao, no matter what you say, you can't stop my determination. I will see them whether I live or die." "I'm sorry, everyone." After saying that, Tang San flew out. At this time, Ning Rongrong also stood up, raised her right hand, and the two rays of light at the top of the Seven Treasures glazed tower fell on Tang San and herself respectively. But he was still a step slower and was stopped by Zhao Wuji. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, King of the Forest. Received reward, random 100,000-year soul bone X1. Congratulations to the host Xiao Tianyang for obtaining the 100,000-year soul bone, right arm bone of the earthquake god bull." Seeing a right arm bone emitting a jade luster fall into his Yuhai Na ring, Xiao Tianyang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't appear directly in front of him, otherwise it would really collapse. "It's good that the mission is completed, but what do you want to do by catching me, little monkey?" Xiao Tianyang, who was enduring the pain all over his body, stole a glance at Xiao Wu sitting on the shoulder of the Titan ape. Isn't this too much of a difference in treatment? Even if he is not put on his shoulder, at least he doesn't have to hold it so tightly, right? This is the rhythm of taking his life. Xiao Wu exclaimed. "Daming, let go of brother Tianyang. He is almost being crushed to death by you." "Is my sense of existence so low? You just saw me? You little rabbit, remember this. I will definitely not give you food when I go back, at least starve for 2 meals. Roar! The Titan ape let out a few loud shouts. "You said you are curious. Why is he so strong? I want to see if I will become stronger if I eat him." Xiao Wu shook her head quickly. "You can't eat brother Tianyang. Fortunately, you little rabbit have a conscience. It seems that I didn't love you in vain."
Xiao.
Tianyang breathed a sigh of relief. "At least now I don't have to be his food." Xiao Wu curled her lips. "The food he cooks is much better than his own, and he is very bad. What's good to eat?" Xiao Tianyang almost vomited blood. "Roar!" The Titan giant ape shouted a few more times. Xiao Wu nodded. "Of course what I said is true. By the way, put me down quickly. I want to go back with brother Tianyang. Otherwise everyone will be worried." Suddenly, the Titan giant ape stopped, glanced back, and then spoke again. "What? You said that there is a human Douluo behind you." Xiao Wu's face sank slightly. "Then you put Brother Tianyang down first. We will go back to Erming first, and we will come back after this titled Douluo leaves." The Titan giant ape seemed a little unhappy, but for Xiao Wu's sake, he still put Xiao Tianyang down. Of course, it was actually thrown out, just like a baseball. Xiao Wu wanted to stop it, but it was too late. I could only watch Xiao Tianyang turn into a star in the sky. Damn it, when I level up a few more times, I will push you, a monkey, to the ground and rub you. Xiao Tianyang made a decision in his heart, and at the same time, he quickly took out a 2-meter-long leaf from the Yuhai ring in midair. The breeze blew by, and Xiao Tianyang grabbed the leaf stem and climbed up. At the same time, the leaf itself was like a small boat, slowly falling in the air. I thought I wouldn't need this thing, but now it's fortunate that I have it. Otherwise, I would really die. Xiao Tianyang sat on the leaf suddenly and couldn't help but twitch his eyes, grimacing in pain. He took out various healing medicines, some for external application and some for internal use. Anyway, he had no intention of saving any of them that would help his current injuries. Of course, the injuries on his body were a bit troublesome to deal with. The main problem was the fracture. Only one arm could move, and the back could not be touched, which was a bit embarrassing. It was more than 10 minutes later when he finished, and only then did Xiao Tianyang have the opportunity to look around. Now we are only 1,000 meters away from the ground. We must land as soon as possible, otherwise it will be troublesome if we are discovered by the flying soul beast. Xiao Tianyang's heart sank to the bottom of the valley at this time. The reason was that this was the depths of the Xingdou Great Forest. Not only that, he was also in the sky. Just now, there was no other way, and he was injured, so he didn't think so much. But now that I think about the place where I am staying, it is much more dangerous than the ground. Not only is the target big, but there is no shelter around. If I am targeted, it will be no different from a live target. Reaching out and grabbing the leaf stem, Xiao Tianyang sank his hand hard, and the originally slow descent speed began to accelerate. At this moment, sense of danger surged in his heart. Xiao Tianyang rolled down the leaf almost without any hesitation. Boom! A purple-black flame enveloped the leaf, and in just an instant, a good magic weapon turned into ashes. Xiao Tianyang adjusted himself in midair, looked up, and couldn't help shrinking his pupils. It was a bird with a wingspan of more than 10 meters and a very majestic appearance. The purple-black feathers all over its body seemed to be carved from gemstones, reflecting the sparkling light under the moonlight. But the most exaggerated thing was the purple-black flame on its head. It actually gave Xiao Tianyang a sense of fatality. Without caring about anything else, Xiao Tianyang opened the ancient divine eyes, hoping to obtain the other party's information. But what he got made him even more desperate. Soul Beast, Black Crystal Evil Phoenix, type, Divine Beast, Fire Immortal. Year, 67,196. At this moment, it was not only the year of the Black Crystal Evil Phoenix in front of him that was bad, but also his own state and the type of the other party. Divine Beast. He learned this from the Master by accident. Simply put, this category is equivalent to a fighter among airplanes, the top layer of the food chain among soul beasts, because they are invincible from birth. And what exactly does the last immortal system mean? Is it immortal? Then what's the point of fighting? But at this moment of days, the Black Crystal Evil Phoenix flapped its wings and swooped down, its claws flashing cold light, going straight for the vitals. Xiao Tianyang was startled and hurriedly urged the ancient divine eyes frantically, shooting out a beam of light. A sense of danger surged in his heart, and driven by instinct, the Black Crystal Evil Phoenix forcibly retracted the attack and wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, it was a step too late, and the speed of the beam was not as slow as it thought. Passing through the slender neck, most of the feathers like gems fell on the spot. Blood flew, and the fragrance spread almost instantly. What the hell? Blood is so fragrant? Xiao Tianyang sniffed intoxicatedly, but then he woke up instantly. Because he had seen the pair of angry eyes of the Black Crystal Evil Phoenix and the blazing purple flames on its head. Go back to land first, otherwise there's no chance of winning. Xiao Tianyang made up his mind and took out a large tripod, grabbed its ears, and sank down quickly. And this action happened to avoid the flame attack of the Black Crystal Evil Phoenix. But how could the Black Crystal Evil Phoenix, which had been completely enraged and vowed to fight Xiao Tianyang to death, let him go? It chased after him on the spot, and its speed was not much slower than Xiao Tianyang. Although the fusion of the different fire martial spirit is powerful, It is also a fire attribute, so it is difficult to hurt this soul beast. Even if the ancient divine eye is powerful, it can't do anything to it without any soul rings and extremely consuming soul power. What should I do? Xiao Tianyang hid in the big tripod, his brain working quickly. In fact, in itself, the fusion of different fire is definitely stronger than the flame of the Black Crystal Evil Phoenix. But it also depends on who uses it. Xiao Tianyang's strength is there, only a little over level 30. Even if he is stronger, he can't jump out of this circle. It's like a child holding a precious sword and a young man holding a stick. In comparison, isn't it clear who is stronger? By the way, don't I have another martial soul? Xiao Tianyang suddenly had an idea and remembered that he had another martial soul. He raised his left hand, and then the exquisite long-handled sickle that had not appeared for a long time appeared in his palm. I haven't used it for a long time and I feel something is wrong. But now I can't think so much. I have to fight, otherwise I will die. Xiao Tianyang gritted his teeth and decided to use this martial soul. This may also be his only chance to turn the tables. Ding! The host has triggered the side quest. Survival in desperate situations. Content: survive. Task reward: hide the secret you don't want others to know. This is the first time Xiao Tianyang has received such a simple task, and the reward is so sloppy. But it just suits his heart. Taking out 3 vermilion pills, Xiao Tianyang took them all with a ruthless heart. At the same time, a strong soul power exploded in his body, instantly filling his internal organs and limbs. But don't forget, he is now at the bottleneck of level 30 because of the last time he swallowed the elixir. And this time, he has not absorbed the soul ring yet, so he cannot break through the bottleneck of level 30, which means that the energy in his body will overflow. The result is self-explosion and death. But this is originally a gamble, and the victory or defeat is only a matter of seconds. Xiao Tianyang ignored the pain in his body, of course, mainly to endure it. Forcibly pouring soul power into the sickle of judgment, he instantly felt that his soul power in his body was emptied, and then it was filled again, and then emptied again. The white outer paint, exquisite embellishment, the long-handled sickle continued to grow in Xiao Tianyang's hand, and it didn't stop until it was almost 2.5 meters. Xiao Tianyang seemed to feel that he was not far from the ground, and at the same time he looked up and found that the sharp beak of the Black Crystal Evil Phoenix was only a line away from him. He took action. There was no move, no trace, just a simple horizontal slash. The Black Crystal Evil Phoenix suddenly felt cold all over, and the original anger disappeared, replaced by a face full of fear and horror. The next moment, the clouds above the entire Xingdou Great Forest. At this moment, the entire Xingdou Great Forest was silent. Countless sleeping soul beasts woke up under this mighty breath, opened their eyes wide and looked up. At the same time, they also had an idea in their hearts. No matter how strong they are in this Douluo Continent, they only feel as small as ants at this moment. Of course, Xiao Tianyang can't care about anything else now. Anyway, he is stunned at this moment. Because first, he didn't expect that the commotion he made would be so big, but the most important thing is the second point. The Scythe of Judgment is still absorbing the soul power in his body. But this is not enough, because the other party is still harvesting his vitality. This consumption is like a small pond that has to irrigate tens of thousands of acres of dry land. Can you feel the feeling of being powerless and drained? Xiao Tianyang deeply felt it at this time. As for the Black Crystal Evil Phoenix, even if it was only one step away from the gate of hell, Xiao Tianyang had no time to pay attention to it. How can I stop this? Xiao Tianyang forced his soul power to retract, but it was useless. It was as if once the martial spirit was activated, he could not control it. At this moment, Bubu rushed out of the bushes, and the second soul ring on his body lit up. A purple line as thin as a hair shot out from Bubu's forehead and finally landed on the back of Xiao Tianyang's head. Then Xiao Tianyang felt that his originally dry soul power began to rise, and his vitality was also replenished. For a while, he was evenly matched with this sickle of judgment. Fortunately, you arrived in time, otherwise it would be bad. Xiao Tianyang breathed a sigh of relief. Woof! Bubu cried out with trembling limbs. Xiao Tianyang could only comfort him. It's okay. Just hold on as long as you can. There will always be a way. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, Survival from Desperate Situations. Get reward? Hide the secret you don't want others to know. At this moment, Xiao Tianyang felt that his relationship with the Scythe of Judgment was severed. At the same time, the extreme absorption of its vitality and soul power also disappeared, replaced by the silence of everything around. You know, Just now I made such a big noise. Countless extremely powerful soul beasts are rushing over one after another. Xiao Tianyang just didn't dare to think about it, but now it seems that the noise has disappeared. Or to be more precise, they have gone back. It feels like someone called you to get up, but you forgot what it was halfway. In this case, would you still choose to go out? Going back to sleep is the choice of normal people, okay? Well, anyway, I finally escaped a disaster. Xiao Tianyang sat on the ground, panting. Now thinking back, it was really thrilling from just now to now, especially the Scythe of Judgment. This is not a trump card, it is simply a death warrant. Not to mention the life-threatening demand after using it. Just the fact that it made such a big noise, the soul beasts running over driven by curiosity were enough to make him drink a pot. In the end, if the system had not cut off the connection between the Scythe of Judgment and himself, and erased the memories of those soul beasts, he, Xiao Tianyang, would probably have died long ago. Forget it. After all, it was a close call. Let's absorb the soul ring first. Xiao Tianyang shook his head, dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind, and looked at Bubu at the same time. You work hard, help me recover first. Bubu also knew that it was not safe here. After all, no matter what, this is the depths of the Stardew Great Forest. The second purple soul ring lit up, and Bubu immediately shared his vitality and soul power with Xiao Tianyang. Feeling the physical strength and soul power gradually recovering in his body, Xiao Tianyang couldn't help but take a deep breath and exhale it happily. Soon, Xiao Tianyang's strength was restored to 80%, but Bubu was the one who suffered. Because this is not a kind of recovery ability, but a sharing of vitality and soul power. So you can think that Xiao Tianyang's recovery is the direct cause of Bubu's collapse on the ground. Woof! Looking at Xiao Tianyang who stood up, Bubu called out weakly. Got it, you foodie. I'll make it for you when I get back. Xiao Tianyang rolled his eyes at it. It was in this state, but it was still thinking about eating. But there is no need to worry too much. After all, Bubu's situation is quite special. In short, as long as it is not killed by one blow, Bubu's recovery ability is unimaginable for ordinary people. With its appearance, it will definitely be alive and kicking in 10 minutes. Otherwise, how could Xiao Tianyang let it do that? No matter how stupid this thing is, it is the life that he brought into this world. The usual bullying is just a joke between each other. In fact, their relationship is very good. At least Xiao Tianyang thinks so. But at this moment Bubu, who is full of complacency, has to reconsider whether he thinks so. Xiao Tianyang didn't think so much at the moment. He walked to the front of the Black Crystal Evil Phoenix without saying a word, and sat cross-legged. Releasing the soul power, pulling the soul ring onto himself, the absorption process began. It was still the familiar step. The soul power that madly poured into his body rushed into his limbs and bones in an extremely brutal way. The direct consequence was that his meridians were torn, his muscles were crushed, and his bones were broken. But on the other side, the 3,000 flames of flame protected him from death, and the flame of life was helping him repair his injuries. The contradictory combination of the two made Xiao Tianyang feel what it meant to be cut into pieces. This degree was comparable to the first time he absorbed a soul ring. This kind of consequence can only be caused by the soul ring exceeding the mission limit, or the special nature of the Black Crystal Evil Phoenix. Xiao Tianyang was still able to keep thinking and continue to think about the problem at this time, which only proved that he was used to this kind of pain. Suddenly a phoenix cry sounded in Xiao Tianyang's mind. It was the resentment from the Black Crystal Evil Phoenix. This soul power is extremely powerful, and it has its own subjective consciousness. In the past, those soul beasts were killed and absorbed by Xiao Tianyang, and what was left was just a resentment. Therefore, they always want to defeat this ignorant human at the beginning. But the resentment of the Black Crystal Evil Phoenix is to attack when Xiao Tianyang is the weakest, and the opportunity to aim is the moment when Xiao Tianyang is about to succeed. Not only is it cunning, but it also has a strong desire for revenge. However, Xiao Tianyang just curled his lips and said, "Don't overestimate your own abilities." The Black Crystal Evil Phoenix, who was already baring its fangs and claws and had a ferocious face, was even more angry when he heard this. "You are just a human great soul master, and you dare to want to absorb the soul ring of my 60,000-year soul beast. Now you are still talking nonsense. You really don't know how to write the word death." The purple-black flame rose up and almost occupied half of Xiao Tianyang's consciousness space in an instant. This is the life fire of the Black Crystal Evil Phoenix. Even if it is dead, the soul body can still use it. But just as it was about to make a move, the black crystal evil phoenix found that its own flame was being devoured by another flame, and in the next moment it wrapped itself up, refined and absorbed. Soul ring, absorbed without any danger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main task. Get reward. Random Martial Soul X1. Congratulations to the host Xiao Tianyang for getting the Martial Soul Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame. Xiao Tianyang opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. At the same time, he looked down at the fused strange fire in his palm. Getting the third soul ring did not bring any changes to the fused strange fire. Instead, the newly added Golden Emperor Burning Sky Flame embellished the flame with golden light. This third soul skill is interesting. Xiao Tianyang looked at the system page in his mind, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. Constitution. Pseudo, immaculate body. Killing people without any cause and effect. All things are friendly to it. Strength level, level 34. Soul honor. Soul skills. Fire of 10,000 changes. Ice heart fire lotus. Burning heaven shackles array. Soul bone none. Martial soul. Scythe of judgment. Symbol of life. The destination of the dead. Ancient spirit eyes. Distinguish loyalty and treachery, recognize good and evil, and see through falsehood. Red Lotus Karma Fire, burn cause and effect, wash away sins. Flame of living beings, fire of life, spirit of all things. 3,000 flames, 3,000 starry sky bodies, immortal body. Golden Emperor, burning heaven flame, burn everything, all laws do not exist. Expertise, master of cooking, master of guns, master of fighting, lottery value. M19, this is a soul skill that combines control, damage, and consumption. Simply put, the Burning Heaven Shackles array tends to control and consume, and damage is only secondary. The Ice Heart Fire Lotus, which is also a range control, tends to damage. First, create a position, and then bombard it crazily. However, there is a disadvantage here, that is, the opponent's strength. If he is too strong to rush out, the position created by the Ice Heart Fire Lotus will not be able to stop him. But if it cooperates with the Burning Heaven Shackles array. Xiao Tianyang couldn't help but take a breath of cold air when he thought of this. Even he was afraid of that scene. Not to mention the double damage, there is no escape, which is simply desperate. But at this moment, Xiao Tianyang couldn't help but groan, leaning forward and supporting himself with his hands. Wait, why does my back hurt so much all of a sudden? Xiao Tianyang felt a sharp pain in his shoulder blade, as if something was about to come out. Puff! A pair of crystal-like jade, purple-black wings suddenly grew from both sides of Xiao Tianyang's spine. Then they madly absorbed the soul power in Xiao Tianyang's body as nutrients and extended crazily. Is this an external soul bone? After Xiao Tianyang felt his change, he ignored the pain and changed his face instantly, his eyes full of surprise. Compared with the pain just now, this pain is just a drizzle. In other words, he thought it was an unexpected disaster. Otherwise, the pain just now would have passed with a grit of teeth. When the pain eased a little and the external soul bone was completely formed, Xiao Tianyang began to control the wings behind him with his mind. But soon he discovered that this pair of wings as translucent as purple-black gemstones was not just one pair, but a total of 6 pairs. It's just that the other 2 pairs were too small, and compared to the pair with a wingspan of more than 4 meters at this time, they were a little inconspicuous. This time I'm really lucky. Not only did I get a good soul skill, but I also received a pair of external soul bones. The wings behind Xiao Tianyang flapped gently, sending him half a meter off the ground, and he couldn't help but smile. Originally, he thought that this trip was more dangerous than good. After all, the plot has changed too much now, so he actually didn't know whether the Titan giant ape would hurt them, so he was always uneasy in his heart. Finally, he discovered that the Titan ape would not actively harm humans. But the treatment of being thrown away? Xiao Tianyang shook his head. What's the difference between this and killing himself? But there is no need to bear grudges for this. After all, this is the relationship between humans and soul beasts. After getting rid of this emotion, Xiao Tianyang frowned again. External soul bones should have more functions, right? Suddenly, Xiao Tianyang raised the corners of his mouth and flapped his wings forward. Swish! 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 Several purple-black feathers flew out like sharp arrows, piercing through several trees and fixed on a tree as thick as a water tank. But it didn't stop. Just when the action was blocked, the feathers turned into flames and devoured the giant tree. It seems that the external soul bones produced by the divine beasts in the soul beasts are really different and even have many functions. Xiao Tianyang couldn't close his mouth with a smile. Who can understand this kind of straightforwardness? Anyway, Boo Boo was watching from the side with envy and jealousy on his face, but more of it was longing. I hope that I can have such an external soul bone one day in the future. The kind that is so cool. Since it is an external soul bone produced by the Black Crystal Evil Phoenix, let's call it Black Crystal Phoenix Wing. As soon as the voice fell, the name of Black Crystal Phoenix Wing appeared in the soul bone column on his system page, and the words external soul bone were also attached behind it. This is a great harvest, but I think I have been away for a long time, and it's time to go back. Xiao Tianyang retracted the 6 pairs of wings, and the moment his body landed, he took out a single piece of clothing and put it on. The tossing and turning just now has made him bleed and his clothes burst. But now is not the time to be particular about these. Let's hurry back to the outskirts of the Stardew Great Forest first. Xiao Tianyang wiped the blood on his body with a handkerchief and said, "Boo Boo, lead the way, we will go now." Boo Boo turned his head, shook his tail and began to lead the way. At this moment, a cold light flashed in the air. The flying sword landed and just stabbed in front of Boo Boo, only a finger away from the tip of his nose. Woof! No longer lazy as usual, there was only anger after being provoked. Boo Boo changed from cute to ferocious in an instant. Xiao Tianyang also had a solemn expression. The ancient divine eyes appeared on his forehead, and a golden light shone on the person who attacked him. Character, Chen Xin. Sword Douluo Identity, Elder of the 7 Treasures, Glazed Tile Sect Strength, level 97. Title Douluo Soul Rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Xiao Tianyang frowned, his face full of confusion. He didn't seem to provoke the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, right? The only intersection with them seemed to be Ning Rongrong. But I not only helped her improve her soul power, but also helped her train for battle. If there is no thank you, at least I shouldn't target her, right? Full of doubts in his heart, but he couldn't figure it out, so Xiao Tianyang simply asked, "Senior Chen Xin, may I ask if I have offended you in any way?" In fact, he had vaguely guessed one thing. That is, if the other party wanted to kill him, there was no need to block his way. Wouldn't it be all over if the sword stabbed him? So the other party was not here to kill him. So what was the purpose? As long as it wasn't to kill him, it would be fine. If you don't understand, just ask. This is a good habit. Boy, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Douluo saw that the other party's original martial spirit was shining towards him, and his pupils shrank. But he soon sank his face and said, "You bullied my Rongrong, but you looked nonchalant. It seems that you don't take this matter to heart. Ning Rongrong and I are classmates. How can you say she bullied me?" Xiao Tianyang frowned even deeper. It seemed that he didn't do anything, right? Of course, if he knew that he had only threatened a few words and a hated-titled Douluo would come to him, he would definitely not take this difficult task at that time. Whoever wants to go, go. Anyway, he won't go. "I don't know," Douluo sneered. "Since you dare to threaten my girl, I will punish you today to prevent you from developing this habit in the future." Wait. Xiao Tianyang suddenly remembered that it was true. But those few words didn't seem to be scolding, right? He came to my door now? And the first move was a titled Douluo. Do you still have shame? But he could only calm down and said, "I don't think I did anything wrong in this matter. Of course, if Senior Douluo thinks that what I said is wrong, then go ahead. But you have to think clearly. You are a senior, and I am just a junior. You can teach me a lesson, but I am afraid your face will. According to the formal process, you should say nice things now. But look at the old man's aggressive look. Does it seem that it can be solved by saying nice things? So he can only do the opposite. If it doesn't work, then get beaten. Who told me to like to make trouble at that time? Sharp teeth and sharp tongue." The 9 soul rings on Douluo's body lit up and floated up from his feet. The huge pressure fell directly on Xiao Tianyang. The latter knelt on one knee on the spot and groaned. Woof! Boo Boo was like an angry, vicious dog. He didn't care about the difference between the two and pounced directly on Douluo. "Humph! The dog I raised for you is so restless." Douluo snorted coldly, and a burst of energy fell on Boo Boo, causing the latter to wail on the spot and was forcibly suppressed to the ground. "Chen Xin, you bitch, you are looking for death." Xiao Tianyang didn't react yet, but an angry roar sounded behind him. Then he felt as if a gust of wind blew by his side, blowing his body staggering. But on the other side, Douluo was shocked, because he seemed to be familiar with that fist. Bang! The 7 killing swords blocked in front of him, but Douluo was still blasted back and flew out, smashing several trees and boulders along the way. "Miao Zhenshan!" Douluo's eyes widened. "Are you crazy, old man?" "Heh, You want to bully my last disciple and you actually say I'm crazy? Miao Zhenshan's long hair was flying at this time, staring at Jian Douluo like an angry lion. Your last disciple? Jian Douluo looked at Xiao Tianyang, and thoughts flashed through his mind. At this moment, he recalled the contents of the letter, challenging Zhao Wuji as a great soul master, undefeated in 1 minute and leaving without injury. Peerless genius. The martial soul is flame and the vertical pupil on the forehead just now. Twin martial souls. Just when the atmosphere was a little tense, Zhao Wuji and his group suddenly appeared, including Tang San. But when they saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. 2 titled Douluos confronting each other here? Xiao Tianyang and Bubu were standing beside them? What is this scene? Ning Rongrong was the first to recognize Jian Douluo and couldn't help but hurried forward, but was shocked by the breath and had to shout from a distance. Grandpa Jian, what's going on? Miao Zhenshan glanced at them and felt that this matter should not be made a big deal, but it couldn't just let it go, so he said in a deep voice, Chen Xin, there are too many children here, and we will solve the problems of the older generation ourselves. In order for Xiao Tianyang to be considered a madman in Douluo Continent, he ran around and spread the news that the other party was his close disciple, just to protect him before he grew up. From this, we can see how much Miao Zhenshan protects his son. But what is the result? Don't you want to save face? If he hadn't been worried that this closed disciple had stayed in the Xingdou Great Forest for so long and was afraid that something would happen, he would have come to see it. Wouldn't he have been bullied in vain? So this matter can't just be let go. As for Jian Douluo, his face sank when he heard this. But he also had his own pride and had no reason to refuse. Let's pick a place. Teacher, forget it. Xiao Tianyang resisted the pressure and came to Miao Zhenshan, whispering, I still have to study in the academy. Don't make the relationship too stiff. Not to mention that I'm fine. No, this old man is shameless. He actually bullies the weak. How can I just let it go? Miao Zhenshan snorted. Don't think that he is the only one who will protect his own child. Why are you afraid? You have my support. You are not afraid of his 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Even if he and Gu Rong came together, today's matter is not over. It really can't be forgotten? Xiao Tianyang asked another question. Miao Zhenshan simply said, Don't worry about this. Okay then. Miao Zhenshan was slightly satisfied after hearing this. Just as he was about to speak, he only heard Xiao Tianyang say, My 3rd soul ring is a 60,000-year-old black crystal evil phoenix, and I also got an external soul bone. He was surprised at first, and then asked solemnly, Are you telling the truth? He is a veteran in the Soul Master world, and naturally knows what the black crystal evil phoenix represents. This is not just a species in the series of mythical beasts, but also represents the pride of a tribe. Now the inner circle in the Douluo Great Forest has not reacted. That's because they don't know yet. But if they knew and rushed out to retaliate, even if he and Jian Douluo joined forces, they might not be able to protect these children. Xiao Tianyang nodded. I can't lie to you about this matter. Well, let's forget about it for now. Miao Zhenshan turned to look at Jian Douluo. Let's forget about it today for the sake of the child. If you dare to do it again next time, I will go to the 7 treasures glazed tile sect to argue with you. Miao Zhenshan finally looked at Xiao Tianyang and said in a deep voice, Let's go. He must send this kid away. Otherwise, the remaining breath on his body will definitely attract the attention of those soul beasts of the divine beast system. Jian Douluo was a little overwhelmed by this god-level reversal. Douluo Continent is recognized for its bull temper and protectiveness. How could he tolerate his closed disciple being bullied? Jian Douluo pondered in his heart. This kid's weight in Miao Zhenshan's heart may not be light. Although he is known as the world's #1 attacker, there is always someone who is more arrogant than him, and that is Miao Zhenshan in front of him. However, the two took different paths. The former was sharp and sharp, while the latter was brute force that went forward courageously. If it were before, they were indeed on par with each other. But since Miao Zhenshan was promoted to level 98, he should probably move to the top position in the world in terms of attack. And such a person was persuaded by his own disciples with just 2 or 3 words. How much do you have to love him to do this? Miao Zhenshan is such a person, easily emotional. Xiao Tianyang naturally didn't know that he had considered so much. The reason why he said that was because he wanted to use this joy to dilute the anger in his heart. But no matter what the process was, the result was good. It's okay as long as they didn't fight. Although he was suppressed just now and Boo Boo suffered an unexpected disaster, It was just a farce after all and shouldn't be taken seriously. Xiao Tianyang was not so petty. What's more, as he said, he would have to stay in Shrek Academy in the future. If there was such a conflict between him and John Douluo, wouldn't it affect the relationship between classmates? In his opinion, it was completely unnecessary. And then, because it was a matter of great importance, Miao Zhenshan had to mention it to John Douluo privately. The latter's face also changed instantly, and he also realized this problem. But after understanding, it was found that there were still a few children in this group who had not found the right spirit ring. If they left like this, delaying it would not directly destroy their talents, but it would be a waste after all. Although these two had some conflicts before, they were both old people who valued talents. So they decided on the spot that the two of them would capture the spirit beasts and bring them to these children. As for the choice of spirit rings with their experience, do they need others to guide them? Therefore, in just one day, Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun, who came later, successively obtained the third spirit ring. On the same afternoon, just when the two titled Douluo left, Xiao Wu appeared, explained a few words casually, and then returned to the team. This also made Zhao Wuji feel relieved. This time it was a close call after all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Lead the team. Get reward. Level 3 Lottery 1. The moment he walked out of the Xingdou Great Forest, Xiao Tianyang felt relaxed. Tianyang, teacher? At this moment, Miao Zhenshan suddenly saw John Douluo. Chen Xin, if you dare to trouble my kid again in the future, let's find a place to practice alone. Hum. After saying that, he turned around and left, quite cool and unrestrained. Ning Rongrong stepped forward and whispered, Grandpa Jian, when he was here, I didn't dare to ask. Who is he? Really asking this just out of pure curiosity? God knows. Maybe she is interested in everything about Xiao Tianyang. It's better to ask your little classmate than to ask me. The other party is his teacher. John Douluo waved his hand and glanced at Xiao Tianyang. Boy, take care of yourself. After saying that, he also stepped on the sword and left cool and unrestrained. Oscar couldn't help scratching his head after leaving an anticlimactic answer. It seems like saying it is the same as not saying it. Why didn't you say it? Ma Hongjun approached Xiao Tianyang, rubbing his hands and asking with a sly look on his face. Tianyang, what is the identity of your teacher? He can even make Senior Chen Xin retreat a little. At the same moment, everyone looked at him with curious eyes. You know, John Douluo is a well-known strong man in this Douluo Continent, but Miao Zhenshan scared him away with just 2 or 3 words. How domineering, but why can't they find any relevant information about such a person in their minds? Okay, let's talk about this while walking. Xiao Tianyang looked at Zhao Wuji. Teacher Zhao, let's go back to the academy. That's right. After staying in the Stardew Great Forest for so long, I think Flanders should be anxious. Zhao Wuji glanced at the sky. Let's go. Let's set off now. We should be able to return to the academy before dinner. 10 days of outdoor life and fighting have almost drained the energy of Tang San and others. The feeling of being tense all the time is not pleasant. Moreover, they experienced the feeling of losing their companions several times during the journey. Although there was no danger later, the torment was real. Therefore, they said they had to go back quickly, but in fact, they did not return to the academy until the next morning. As for why it has been delayed until now, it is just one word: play. Such relaxation is very important to Xiao Tianyang. After all, if you are in a killing state for a long time, it will have a serious impact on your spirit and thinking. Zhao Wuji did not stop it, because he was the same. But fortunately, it was not delayed too much, just one night. Although he wanted to go back as soon as possible, he would not force these children to that point. Shrek Academy, in the dean's office. Listening to Zhao Wuji's narration, Flanders couldn't help but take a breath. You encountered a titan ape on the outskirts. Your luck has really run out. Ignoring the other party's teasing, Zhao Wuji shook his head and sighed. Thanks to Tianyang this time, otherwise I'm afraid we may not be able to get out of the Stardew Great Forest. Hold on for a full 3 minutes. Flanders pondered for a while before saying, Xiao Tianyang, who is he? No matter who he was before, he is a student of Shrek Academy now. A middle-aged man with ordinary looks but extraordinary temperament stood at the door of the office and said in a deep voice, Haha, that sounds good. After Flanders laughed a few times, he said to Zhao Wuji next to him, Let me introduce you. This is my friend, Yu Xiaogong, also known as the Master. Master? Zhao Wuji was stunned at first, then reacted and was a little surprised. Could it be the Master rumored in the Soul Master world? Yes, it's him. Flanders stood up and led the master into the office, and said at the same time, "This kid was also recommended by you. You should know him better than us, right?" In this regard, the master could only shake his head. Tianyang is quite independent in school. Except for interacting with Xiao San and Xiao Wu, he basically has no intersection with other children. He only took extra classes with me for a period of time the year before last, and I haven't seen him since then. But I didn't expect that he was actually the close disciple of Senior Miao Zhenshan of the main body school. Then how much do you know about his martial spirit? Flanders sat down in his seat and knocked on the table. That kind of magical flame, just as he said, has super comprehensiveness and control, strong attack, and assistance in one. It's really. Indeed, Tianyang's martial spirit is the most incredible I have ever seen. The master nodded and said seriously, "During that period I also obtained his consent and carefully studied that kind of flame martial spirit." What was the result? Zhao Wuji was a little curious. No result. The master said with some regret, "It looks a bit like a mutant martial spirit, and Tianyang was born with full soul power when he came, which is enough to prove this. But now I'm not sure, because he has twin martial spirits like Xiao San, and his innate full soul power may come from this." Flanders and Zhao Wuji also fell silent one after another after hearing this. This child really has secrets everywhere. After dinner, Xiao Tianyang went back to his room alone to take a bath, lying on the high-end massage chair, looking comfortable. Sometimes he feels that winning these things in the lottery is not all bad. At least now, if Xiao Tianyang wants to relax, he can find something to rely on. Xiao Tianyang closed his eyes and said lazily, "System, let's have a third-level lottery." It was still the familiar scene, but this time he could really see the things on the turntable clearly. But he was already immune to it. Because he had drawn twice before, the results were somewhat unsatisfactory. Just like the massage chair he is using now was won in the third-level lottery. 10,000 lottery value, it's too expensive. Of course, the functions are relatively complete, and it also has the effect of promoting soul power cultivation. It's better than nothing. Ding! Congratulations to the host Xiao Tianyang. You have obtained the Supreme Big Knife 12th work. I didn't expect to draw good things, but the appearance of Kong Yunqi made Xiao Tianyang open his eyes. A cold light flashed in the air, which made his pupils shrink, and he stretched out his hands to push forward the massage chair, and he moved back half a meter. At this moment, a crescent-shaped long sword pierced into the floor, and the blade was completely immersed, leaving only the slender handle. Xiao Tianyang was speechless. Fortunately, I dodged quickly, otherwise I would have to undergo sterilization surgery. Sitting up from the massage chair, Xiao Tianyang came to Kong Yunqi and reached out to grasp the handle of the knife. Weapon, Kong Yunqi. Features, indestructible. Description, total length 2.4 meters, blade length 0.5 meters. Introduction, the previous director was known as the strongest man in the world. Without any obstacles, he pulled the blade out from the floor. Xiao Tianyang held Kong Yunqi in his hand and couldn't help but raise his mouth as he looked at the blade. With the black crystal phoenix wing, the help of ebony and white ivory to me will be reduced, but this knife is just right. He was originally considering what weapon to use, but fortunately, he had a pillow when he was sleepy, which saved him the trouble. Of course, he might also have a little admiration for the previous master in his heart. Back then, he was a tough guy who watched this anime all night. Dong dong dong! There was a knock on the window. And Xiao Tianyang looked back and found Miao Zhenshan standing by the window. "Teacher, you're here." Xiao Tianyang smiled, put away Kong Yunqi, and opened the window. "I knew you would definitely come back to find me." After the last incident, the relationship between the two was not as unfamiliar as before. At least Xiao Tianyang had begun to use honorifics. This was a process of recognition for him. "Stinky boy, don't talk to me about these nonsense." Miao Zhenshan glared at him unhappily. "Follow me." A big hand grabbed Xiao Tianyang's collar, and then he was taken away directly with a horrified expression on his face. In the evening, behind the woods in the back mountain, Xiao Tianyang touched his throat. "Teacher, if you do this again next time, you might as well cut me off with a knife to save me from torture. Don't talk nonsense. Show me the external soul bone." Miao Zhenshan rolled his eyes at him. Xiao Tianyang could only helplessly spread the black crystal phoenix wings behind him. There was no dazzling brilliance, but only a halo that had settled like time, which was very beautiful. However, laymen watched the excitement, while experts watched the doorway. Almost at a glance, Miao Zhenshan could tell that this was a superb external soul bone. It could even be said to be the best quality he had ever seen. But thinking back carefully, it came from the wings of the black crystal evil phoenix. So how bad could the quality be? Miao Zhenshan suppressed his fluctuating emotions and said in a deep voice, "What specific abilities does it have?" Xiao Tianyang smiled and replied, "Speed increase and flight ability are secondary. I think long range means are the key. Use it and see." Miao Zhenshan raised his chin. "Attack you?" Xiao Tianyang was a little absent-minded. "This way I can use some means against your external soul bone." Miao Zhenshan smiled strangely. Xiao Tianyang trembled all over, feeling that something was wrong, but there was no possibility of refusing, so he could only shoot the feathers like last time. After hitting the target, it was not penetrated and turned into flames to devour the opponent. But this time was obviously not as good as the last experiment. The power of the 98-level Super Douluo was there. How could he possibly shake it? But Miao Zhenshan couldn't help but extinguish the flames on his body, frowning at the same time. "It's quite powerful. Basically, no one within level 20 can be your opponent." "Then why are you still frowning, teacher?" Xiao Tianyang felt that the other party was saying something else. Miao Zhenshan pondered for a while and said, "But I think the external soul bones produced by the Black Crystal Evil Phoenix are not that simple." "This shouldn't be the case, right?" Xiao Tianyang looked at his system page. There was a detailed introduction there, and there were indeed only these two abilities. Could it be that they have not been fully developed and the system cannot show them? Miao Zhenshan suddenly changed the subject and asked, "Then do you know where the most powerful part of the Black Crystal Evil Phoenix is?" Xiao Tianyang answered carefully, "Its flame?" It was normal for him to understand it this way. After all, if it weren't for the help of the Red Lotus Karma Fire, his consciousness space at that time would have been burned to ashes by the Black Crystal Evil Phoenix's life flame. This can only be ranked second. Miao Zhenshan stared at Xiao Tianyang. "Its strength lies in its immortality. Although I don't know how you killed it, and I'm not interested in these, but this is indeed its most powerful point." But is there really a creature that can be immortal? Xiao Tianyang was deeply moved by Miao Zhenshan's trust. But this did not prevent him from expressing doubts. If there really is a creature that can remain immortal, why is it not well known in Douluo Continent? Miao Zhenshan seemed to see through Xiao Tianyang, shaking his head and explaining, "The so-called immortality actually has a limit. As long as that value is reached, you will die." Xiao Tianyang couldn't help but frowning. "If it's really as you said, how should I develop the Black Crystal Phoenix wings? I still have to think about this." Miao Zhenshan signaled him not to be impatient, and asked, "Compared to this, why not show me your third soul skill first?" "Use it on you again?" Tianyang's expression became a little unnatural this time. "Why? Do you still think you can hurt me?" Miao Zhenshan smiled confidently. "If you really think so, then go all out and see if you can hurt me." "Then teacher, you have to take it." Xiao Tianyang raised his right hand, and the fusion fire appeared in his palm, followed by 3 soul rings, purple, black, and black. The deeper black soul ring lit up, and then Miao Zhenshan's pupils shrank, because he saw countless chains like spirit snakes appearing around him, dotted with bright golden light, rising like flames and shining like stars. "Why do I feel a sense of danger?" Miao Zhenshan couldn't help but mutter to himself. The next morning, Xiao Tianyang was stirring the pan in the kitchen when he felt someone walking into the cafeteria. Who else can get up at this time? Puzzled, he looked at Saber beside him. "Go see who's outside." Yeah, Saber was about to go out when he was blocked by a middle-aged man. "Tianyang, long time no see." The middle-aged man first smiled politely at Saber, then looked at Xiao Tianyang, who was busy. Xiao Tianyang couldn't help but look back because the voice sounded familiar. "Master? Why are you here?" Xiao Tianyang stopped moving his hands and was a little absent-minded. "Of course, this is not fake. After all, this seems to be a little different from the original plot. Whether it is the time or the place, it seems a little inconsistent." The master smiled and said, "The dean here is my friend. Xiao-san is here, so I came here uninvited and want to teach here." "Very good. Master's ability. Xiao-san and I know each other very well." Xiao Tianyang smiled, looked at Saber again, and introduced, "This is the master. He is Xiao-san's mentor and my enlightenment teacher. Hello, master." Saber hurriedly performed the teacher-student ceremony. After all, in her eyes, Xiao Tianyang's enlightenment teacher is no different from her own. The master smiled and shook his head. "Tianyang, you are still as naughty as before." Enlightenment teacher, he is not worthy, and he only teaches cultural courses, but Xiao Tianyang's learning ability in this area is really touching. But he turned to look at Saber again, his eyes full of admiration. Saber, I have read your information. You are also a very good child. In fact, in his eyes, this is the most normal, excellent seedling. There are too few special cases like Xiao Tianyang. The first soul ring is a 100-year soul ring, and the second and third soul rings are all 1,000-year soul rings. Although it is still a bit beyond the limit, it is still within the scope of understanding. But what about Xiao Tianyang? His first soul ring is a 1,000-year soul ring, and it is almost 10,000 years old. The second and third soul rings are directly 10,000 years old. And according to Zhao Wuji, Xiao Tianyang's third soul ring is a soul beast of the mysterious crystal evil phoenix. This is even more incredible. So the master will not compare him with anyone, because even with his confidence in his disciples, he knew that Xiao Tianyang was an unsurpassed special case. After a chat, the master took the initiative to leave. He came here this time, first to say hello to Xiao Tianyang, and second to ask a question. Or to be more precise, two. The first is Xiao Tianyang's various training equipment and plans. Although the master's own strength is not satisfactory, he has unique insights in teaching and training. Therefore, before coming, he has even arranged a series of training plans. Although Xiao Tianyang's appearance was not disruptive, it could even be said to be the icing on the cake. But it made him feel a little at a loss, as if there was nothing else to do except to supplement some knowledge. But the master was a perfectionist, so he wanted to find out Xiao Tianyang's specific training plan and see if there was anything that needed to be improved. This was not because he did not trust the other party, but because he had a sense of responsibility to do something to the extreme. Xiao Tianyang naturally had no objection and told him everything. The second thing was that the master was very interested in Xiao Tianyang's cooking. However, in this regard, the master was not at all superior. Because these dishes cannot be made after learning, the chef's strength must reach a certain level so that useful dishes can be made. Otherwise, it would be useless. But the master only wanted theory, so Xiao Tianyang directly gave his study notes to the master later. Anyway, for him, this thing was dispensable. The two chatted happily throughout the process. Of course, it was mainly because Xiao Tianyang was generous. This was a key reason. When breakfast time came, teachers and students in the college came to the cafeteria one after another. Chatting and eating at the same time, it was quite a happy occasion. Half an hour later, everyone gathered in the square. At the same time, Flanders also arrived with all the teachers in the academy. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tianyang couldn't help shaking his head in his heart. The number of teachers was really touching, but looking at the students next to him, it seemed that there were enough. Children, I have a few announcements today, but before that, I would like to introduce the teachers of our academy. Flanders coughed lightly a few times, and then began to introduce the teachers behind him one by one. The first was the vice president they knew, Zhao Wuji. The next were Li Yusong, Lu Qibin, and Xiao Xin, whom they had met. The last one was especially worth paying attention to, because he, like Oscar, was a food-type soul master. Then the first thing to be announced today. Flanders' expression was serious, and then he introduced his master. This is Yu Xiaogong, known as the Master. He proposed the competitiveness of the top 10 martial spirits through his own research, and is known as the theoretical master of the Spirit Master world. And he will be our vice dean in the future, and will also be responsible for guiding your daily training. Do you understand? Understood? At this moment, Tang San's face was full of joy. Being able to meet his teacher again and being able to ask him questions at any time, this kind of happiness may only be understood by Tang San. But Dean, what about Tianyang's training plan? Oscar suddenly raised his hand. Of course, he said this not to defend Xiao Tianyang. It's just that Xiao Tianyang's training plan was approved by Flanders. But now the master has joined and will guide their daily training. So what should this training plan do? The master will naturally handle this matter. Flanders looked at Xiao Tianyang. Tianyang, you have no objection, right? Xiao Tianyang replied, Dean, I am a student. Flander, Tianyang, just let the dean go. Zhao Wuji came out to smooth things over and said with a little embarrassment on his face, It was indeed inappropriate to let you manage daily training before, but who made you so outstanding? Haha, Teacher Zhao, you will also say something against your will. Xiao Tianyang chuckled a few times. Don't worry, I have talked to the master this morning, and I really have no objection to the dean's arrangement. That's good. Flanders breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he as the dean is really a little ashamed. Because since Xiao Tianyang came, Xiao Tianyang has basically been in charge of daily training tasks. For this reason, a lot of training equipment has been added to the academy, And this credit is not small. But now the master is here, and he directly took over this task. To put it nicely, this matter is to relieve his pressure. But to put it more seriously, it is to kill the donkey after it has done its job. Fortunately, Xiao Tianyang really doesn't care about this matter. Otherwise, they, the teachers, will be embarrassed. It is the turn of the master to solve this matter. Before taking office, I have read the relevant information of each of you, and have done some targeted special training under Tianyang's plan. Although I am Xiao San's teacher, I am also your teacher. In this regard, I will treat everyone equally and will not be biased. I hope you can remember why you became a soul master in the first place, and carry out this belief to the end, so that you can complete this journey, understand? The master looked at everyone, with satisfaction and appreciation in his eyes, but more of a kind of expectation. Everyone responded in unison, with Tang San being the most excited. The master made a few remarks before turning to say, "Okay, next is the training plan. The original content remains unchanged, but in order to make the training goals more clear, I have divided you into 3 levels, so that you can roughly recognize your position and direction. First is the elementary level, and the representatives of this aspect are Ningrongrong, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun." The master first looked at the puzzled 3 people and explained, "Tianyang's training plan generally has 2 functions. First, to train your own physical fitness, and second, to exercise your practical skills. But you 3 seem to be the last to complete the indicators issued by Tianyang every day. We see your efforts, but don't you think you are still missing something?" This sentence alerted the 3 people, because they immediately understood what the master meant. What they lacked was faith. Ningrongrong and Oscar could understand, because they were auxiliary spirit masters, so it was normal to have such thoughts. But Ma Hongjun was different. As a strong attack spirit master, he was also slack in this regard, which was really unreasonable. Therefore, the 3 people quickly lowered their heads, feeling a little embarrassed. However, the master did not say anything more about them. Instead, he turned to look at the others and said, "The second is the intermediate level, represented by Dai Mu Bai, Xiao San, Xiao Wu, and Juju King. You have put the most effort in training, so what you get is proportional to your efforts." Oscar asked weakly, "The last level, could it be Tianyang himself?" The master said calmly, "Tianyang is indeed there, but Saber must be added." Everyone stared at Xiao Tianyang and Saber with wide eyes. But thinking about it later, it was actually normal. Saber's strength is actually not weak at all. In fact, if Xiao Tianyang was not too dazzling, she should be the best among all of them. Strong physical fitness, extraordinary sword skills, plus the top weapon spirit. Saber is almost the embodiment of perfection. Unfortunately, as mentioned earlier, Xiao Tianyang is too good. Not only did he suppress Saber, but he also defeated Dai Mu Bai and others. Let them see what a real monster is. All right. The master clapped his hands and drew everyone's attention back. Training will start tomorrow. Except for Tianyang and Saber, I have given you a number so that I can make unified arrangements for you. Dismiss! Flanders did not mean to add anything, but walked to the master's side, whispered a few words, and left one after another. Several teachers followed behind, not paying attention to the students' whispers behind them. At this time, Tang San knelt on one knee, groaned, and looked a little painful. Xiao Tianyang was the first to notice it because he was standing next to Tang San. "Get out of the way!" After saying that, he wrapped his right hand with soul power and pressed it on Tang San's shoulder, and suddenly frowned again. At this time, Flanders and others also noticed the situation behind and hurried forward to check. But at this moment, Xiao Tianyang suddenly withdrew his hand, jumped back, and withdrew his soul power. At the same time, 8 spider legs like spears stretched out in all directions. Fortunately, Xiao Tianyang took action just now, otherwise there would be an accident. "Xiao San!" Tang San suddenly heard Xiao Tianyang's voice beside him. "Use your mind to control the spirit power behind you. Think of these spider legs as part of your body. Get used to it first, and then slowly take them back into your body." Xiao Tianyang's words made the masters look at him sideways. Even Flanders and others were no exception. How could this kid be so familiar with external spirit bones? Could it be? Before everyone could think of anything, Tang San's comprehension was amazing. In the blink of an eye, he was able to use his mind to control the spider legs one by one to follow his command. Then, like a flower bud about to close, they were slowly taken into his body. Of course, this was not all Tang San's credit. Because if Xiao Tianyang hadn't taken action and used his spirit power to build a blueprint in his body first, the other party would not have been able to become familiar with its essence so quickly. The others were all nervous, but Xiao Tianyang's expression was natural. In fact, for him, external spirit bones were nothing at all. At most, it was just an extension of a limb, as he said. But he didn't think about how strong his mental power was, and what level Tang San's mental power was. Comparing the two, isn't the difference obvious? Tang San stood up a little tiredly. Brother Tianyang, thank you. If it weren't for your help, my 8-spider lance would have hurt my own people again. It's just a small matter. It's like having 8 more arms for no reason, and it's normal to feel a little uncomfortable. Xiao Tianyang didn't care. According to the original plan, they still disbanded on the spot, but Tang San was taken away by the master. I guess the master and apprentice should go to study the 8-spider lance. And it seems that in order to let everyone rest for one more day, Flanders didn't let everyone continue training today. Late at night on the same day, in the back mountain, Xiao Tianyang held the Kongjunchi in his hand, closed his eyes, and stood still. The dark clouds blocked the bright moonlight, which looked so gloomy in this small forest. At this time, a breeze blew, the dark clouds were moved, and the moonlight fell and shone on Xiao Tianyang. Suddenly, Xiao Tianyang opened his eyes. The knife moved with him, and his right foot stomped on the ground, like a tiger descending from the mountain, and like a dragon going out to the sea. The fallen leaves around him were shaken up by him. Then a pale knife light appeared, and flew out with his swinging knife. 3 trees the size of wash basins along the way were directly cut in half, and the cuts were as smooth as mirrors. "Hoo-ho!" Tianyang suddenly shouted, holding the knife with one hand, the blade facing up, and slashed. This time, the knife light was even more unstoppable, and the ground that was scraped left a deep ditch directly. Clang! The sound of metal collision rang out, and the blonde and blue-eyed figure could not stop the domineering knife light at all, and was pushed dozens of meters away almost instantly. "Saber?" Xiao Tianyang exclaimed and ran forward quickly. Shaking his aching arm, Saber looked up. Not only was he not angry, but he said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I just saw you walking towards the back mountain alone, so I wanted to come over to see you. If you want to follow me, why don't you just tell me?" Xiao Tianyang glared at her. "You know what? If I had used more force just now, you might not have been able to stop me." Xiao Tianyang said this not to bluff, because he had really entered the state just now and even forgot himself a little. If he hadn't taken into account that this place was near the academy, he would definitely not have shown mercy. You have to know that he just used the method of the 18 dragons subduing palms to cut that knife. He couldn't guarantee how strong it was, but at least he was sure that no one within the 10th level could take his knife. That is, Saber is special, otherwise serious injuries would be minor. "I'm sorry." Saber lowered his head. Xiao Tianyang could only sigh in the end, and rubbed her head with his hand. "I'm not blaming you. I'm just afraid that you'll get hurt." Of course, the training didn't go on, but it wasn't a problem for the two of them to sit down and chat. Anyway, there would be plenty of time for training in the future, so it didn't matter if they did this. It was almost dawn when Xiao Tianyang sent Saber back to the girls' dormitory. But when Xiao Tianyang returned to the dormitory, he suddenly remembered something. The 100,000-year-old right arm bone was still lying in his ring. After locking the door and drawing the curtains, Xiao Tianyang still had Boo Boo patrolling around, and then he took out the 100,000-year-old soul bone. Soul bone, right arm bone of the earthquake god Bull. Year, 170c6. Additional skills, high-frequency vibration. When attacking, the power can carry shockwaves. Earth-shaking. The added vibration frequency causes the surrounding air and ground to resonate, causing earthquakes or tsunamis. Xiao Tianyang was stunned when he saw the attributes of this right arm bone. Then he looked at the Kongjunchi in his hand. This is clearly the hardcover version of the Tremor fruit, with no side effects. Not only did he get the weapon of his idol, he also got his ability. It was like his wish came true. No matter what, let's fuse this right arm bone first. Xiao Tianyang was a man who would do what he decided. He immediately put his mind at ease, sat on the bed, held the right arm bone in his palm, and closed his eyes to absorb it. Although this process was painful, it was nothing compared to absorbing the first and third soul rings. So soon, the entire soul bone melted into a silver liquid, climbed up his right hand, penetrated his skin, and began to transform his right arm bone. It was unknown how long it took, but when Xiao Tianyang opened his eyes, it was already dawn. Standing up, Xiao Tianyang shook his hands first, and then smiled when he found that there was no change. This is the only way to do it, otherwise I have to get used to my right hand again, which is a bit troublesome. As he said this, he punched forward. Crack! The air cracked, and then an invisible shock wave rushed out. Then a hole the size of a wash basin appeared on the wall. The door suddenly opened, and Saber saw Xiao Tianyang standing there, looking at the hole in the wall, and couldn't help asking, "What happened?" Xiao Tianyang smiled awkwardly. "No, there was just a mouse." "Mouse!" Saber jumped up in fear and fell into Xiao Tianyang's arms. "I didn't expect you to be afraid of this." Xiao Tianyang was speechless, and then looked at Saber with a terrified face in his arms. "Wait outside for a while. I'll take a shower first, and then we'll go to the cafeteria." Well, Saber only realized that she was held by Xiao Tianyang at this time, and she was embarrassed to get into his arms. "Take advantage of me, right?" Xiao Tianyang raised his eyebrows slightly. "You girls are just greedy for my body. I can't let you succeed easily." He carried Saber to the door and put her down, went back to the room to take a shower, and then rode a bicycle with Saber to the cafeteria. After dinner, everyone gathered in the square again. This time, Flanders did not show up. Only the master was there. "The training goal this morning is to practice actual combat." The master glanced at everyone, then looked at Xiao Tianyang and Saber. "You stand aside first. It seems that there is nothing for us to do." Xiao Tianyang shrugged and walked aside, and Saber was half a step slower and followed him. First, Xiao San and Mu Bai. The master called the names, and the two stepped out first, and then heard, "You two will fight first, but pay attention to one thing, Xiao San, you can't use those special weapons, understand?" The two nodded, and the others stepped back, leaving enough space for the two of them to show their fists and feet. Soon the battle started. Dai Mu Bai had his own advantages, that is, high level and strong soul power. Of course, Tang San was not afraid of fighting at all. Even if he didn't use hidden weapons, the control system was still better than the strong attack system in this regard. Especially the third soul skill he just got, spider web binding. It was at the last moment that he won the game, directly covering Dai Mu Bai in it, making him unable to move. The winner is decided. Grandmaster raised his hand to call for a halt. Tang San hurriedly removed the spider web restraints, but the poison on it was also very troublesome. At least now, Dai Mu Bai was kneeling on one knee with a pale face, and his expression seemed a little sluggish. "Tianyang, help Mu Bai recover." Grandmaster glanced at Xiao Tianyang, who was watching with relish. "So you treat me as a tool," Xiao Tianyang muttered, and then used his first soul skill to send a ball of green fire into Dai Mu Bai's body. In just a moment, Dai Mu Bai's injuries recovered in the blink of an eye, including toxins that could not stop Xiao Tianyang's first soul skill. Grandmaster's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. This kind of powerful recovery ability, he had only seen one martial soul, 9-star Begonia. In some ways, Xiao Tianyang's first soul skill is even better than 9-star Begonia. Because Xiao Tianyang can obviously perform this level of treatment many times, but 9-star Begonia may not be able to do so. But soon the master got out of this mood, looked at Dai Mu Bai who had recovered, and said in a deep voice, "Do you know why you lost?" Dai Mu Bai opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. The master turned to look at Xiao Tianyang. "Tianyang, do you see anything? Why do you drag me into this again?" Xiao Tianyang complained in his heart, but the answer came out directly. Generally speaking, control-type soul masters are invincible in single combat before level 60, of course, in a sense. Xiao Tianyang coughed a few times, obviously excluding him. "Master, I asked you to analyze. Why are you bragging about yourself?" Xiao Tianyang ignored them and continued with a strange look. "But Dai Boss's advantage is obvious, that is, his level is higher than Xiao San, so he should use the strategy of dragging instead of being like a reckless man and going straight up. Of course, this requires a high level of skill, Dai Boss. I can't do it yet." "Why are you bragging and belittling me at the same time? Have I offended you?" "That makes sense, but it's a little revealing." The master nodded, and then added, "He is a strong attack spirit master. It is really difficult for him to get close to a control spirit master, so he needs his companions to assist him instead of thinking about crushing the opponent with his own strength." The following battle was relatively standard. Because they were all paired together with a high tolerance for error, there was no such embarrassing scene. Of course, Dai Mu Bai might have been used as an example by the master to Tang San and others at the beginning. Just based on his last sentence, Xiao Tianyang basically understood the master's routine. To sum it up in one sentence, not everyone can be as invincible as Xiao Tianyang, nor can they have the super talent of Saber, so cooperation becomes the only choice. But in a way, this is the current situation of the Soul Master world. After all, whether participating in competitions in the future or training outside, teams consisting of 7 people are still more common. This may also be the hidden meaning in the master's heart. But just as he was analyzing the problem here, the master suddenly turned to look at himself and Saber with a serious expression. I believe that through this period of time, you also know the specific strength of Tianyang. In short, he is your biggest goal in the future. Now I give you 2 choices. One is to challenge Tianyang with bare hands, and the other is to fight Saber, who has activated the peak state of martial. You make your own decision. Everyone, just to set the topic, okay? Whether it is Xiao Tianyang or Saber, their outstanding features are obvious. The former is the overwhelming power, and the latter is the combat experience that they cannot surpass now. Even if 7 of them come together, they don't have much confidence, because before the master came, they had such thoughts. Unfortunately, everyone was beaten badly, even the girls were no exception. But the choice still needs to be made. After all, this is a class task. So after exchanging glances, Tang San stood up and said in a deep voice, "Let's challenge Saber." It seems that you are underestimated. Xiao Tianyang was not afraid of trouble and began to instigate. Xiao Wu felt the full malice from him and couldn't help but explain quickly, "No, I just don't have any chance of winning against you." I like to hear such truth. Xiao Tianyang shrugged and looked at Saber again. "Do you want me to reveal some of their information to you?" "No need." Saber shook his head and came to the open space, his expression very serious. As Xiao Tianyang retreated, he seemed to suddenly remember something and said with a smile, "Oh, I forgot to tell you that Saber will use all her strength in her opinion, this is respect for the opponent." "We seem to have made the wrong choice." Ning Rongrong stood behind and muttered, "Don't make a conclusion before there is a result." Dai Mubai could only say in a deep voice, "Besides, do you think we have a chance of winning if we choose Tianyang?" Xiao Tianyang and the master were watching the battle. After pondering for a moment, the master asked, "Who do you think will win?" "I have great confidence in Saber." Xiao Tianyang looked relaxed. The master frowned. "Saber's potential is indeed great, but in a 1-on-7 situation, she doesn't seem to be as overwhelming as you. But you still don't know Saber well enough." Xiao Tianyang smiled and said, "I can even say that if I am not better than Saber in terms of hard conditions, I may not be able to defeat her in actual combat." Hearing this, the master's pupils shrank. He knew that Xiao Tianyang had challenged Zhao Wuji before joining the academy. The latter did not hide the result, and there was no need for him to lie, which meant that what the other party said was the truth. But how could this be possible? Xiao Tianyang didn't care about the master's surprise, because in his opinion everything was just a matter of course, although Saber has the memory of this world, and it is relatively complete. But don't forget that the system will never deduct anything from Xiao Tianyang in terms of rewards, and nothing should be given less. And the most important thing that cannot be missed is Saber's combat experience. So as King Arthur, who participated in the Holy Grail War many times, would she lack combat experience? Anyway, Xiao Tianyang didn't believe it. When both sides were ready, the master also reacted from the complicated mood, waved his hand and said, "Begin!" As soon as the voice fell, the first and third soul rings on the Sword of Oath of Victory in Saber's hand lit up respectively. An unstoppable momentum spread from her body, and the next moment she disappeared on the spot with a tap of her toes. "Be careful." As soon as Tang San finished speaking, Saber had already arrived in front of Ning Rongrong, raised her sword and was about to chop her away. However, Ning Rongrong, whose face turned pale, suddenly felt her body lighten and was gently lifted up by a blue-silver grass. Saber's sword cut into the air. Second soul skill, Shining Road. The right-angle sword light appeared, and the blue-silver grass was directly cut off. At the same time, the cross sword in Saber's hand was raised. So cruel! Xiao Wu took a breath of cold air. The first and third soul rings lit up directly, and he was aiming at the most fragile auxiliary soul master. Is this still daily training? Is it really true that this is respect for the opponent? After all, everyone's reaction is slower than Tang San. Those who reacted were not as fast as the other party. Therefore, they could only watch as Saber's sword was placed on Ning Rongrong's fair neck. Ning Rongrong, eliminated. The master's voice came. After all, the martial spirits were different. If Saber really used heavy hands, it would probably be a life for one sword. Boss Dai, Juju King, Ma Hongjin, you must hold Saber for 2 seconds. Only in this way can I have the space to control. Tang San hurriedly took the center to command. Xiao Wu, once I trap Saber, I will immediately use teleportation to entangle the opponent. Third soul skill, phoenix wings sky flying. Ma Hongjin suddenly saw a pair of flaming wings growing from his back, dragging him into the air while brewing a raging fire in his mouth. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. He did not aim directly at Saber, but was looking for her next landing point. This was the prediction given to him by Xiao Tianyang. With a whoosh, the flames spurted out, forming a fire line falling from the sky. The place he aimed at was exactly where Saber would land next. Hey fatty, I haven't been doing nothing these days. Seeing that his attack was about to succeed, Ma Hongjin couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Fatty, well done! Dai Mubai also activated his first and third soul skills, with a white light ball in his mouth. Second soul skill, White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. Similarly, his move was not to attack Saber but to block her retreat. Of course, she could run forward, but there was also an arrangement in front of her. That was Juju Qing, who was ready to go. The next moment, contrary to everyone's expectations, Saber, who was thought to choose a direction to break through, stood still. Second soul skill, Shining Road. This time it was no longer a right-angle sword light, but a circular arc of light. Round Table Slash. This was the product of the fusion of his soul skills and techniques. Not only did the power not weaken, but it became stronger. Boom, Phoenix Fireline. Scattered. White Tiger Fierce Light Wave cracked. Juju King didn't dare to take it head-on, so she could only retreat. The good situation that had been created was instantly destroyed. Beautiful. The master couldn't help but secretly praise at this time. As the leader of the theory of the Spirit Master world, he naturally understood this method of integrating spirit skills with his own skills. But even though he knew it, he didn't know how to teach it. Because on the one hand, he was not particularly good at this skill, and on the other hand, to put it bluntly, it was purely based on comprehension. If you have a high talent for fighting, you may be able to understand it after a battle. But if you can't learn it, it may take a lifetime. And until this moment, he believed that what Xiao Tianyang said was true. Saber is really a fighting genius. There was almost no suspense in the next battle. After dealing with Ning Rongrong, Saber completely let go and beat whoever he caught. As for what Tang San said about trapping her for 2 seconds, it was impossible. Even if Xiao Wu teleported to Saber's side, it would only be a meal. But what was somewhat unexpected was that Dai Mubai was the first to be knocked down. The reason was not that his spirit power was exhausted, but that he actually fought Saber head-on. The result was almost visible to the naked eye. If Xiao Tianyang hadn't caught it quickly, he would have hit a tree directly. At that time, Xiao Tianyang sent him the words, "Aren't you just bored? Her comprehensive attributes have increased by 200%, and you still want to fight her head-on? Who do you think you are?" Dai Mubai. Without the main attacker in front, no matter how strong Tang San was, it was useless. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated one by one. It was not until 5 minutes later that everyone fell down, and Saber slowly said, "You lost." Flanders and Zhao Wuji, who were watching the battle from a distance, were stunned. They thought that the battle might be very tense, but they didn't expect that the result would be Saber's victory. You know, this is not a one-on-one, but a 1-on-7. And except for the lack of cooperation experience, Tang San's side is almost a perfect Soul Master team. But at the beginning, after killing an auxiliary Soul Master, a chain reaction occurred one after another. You didn't tell me that this kid has so much combat experience? Flanders glanced at Zhao Wuji, somewhat speechless. After all, you have met her before. How come you can't see this? I doubt whether you have the ability to be the vice president. Zhao Wuji also looked at a loss. When Saber fought me, she didn't perform so well, I can guarantee that. Zhao Wuji was a little puzzled. Could it be that Tianyang is giving her some special treatment? Do you think Tianyang is someone who would do such a thing? Flanders rolled his eyes at him. If he can take out that kind of soul power to cook and share it with everyone, how could he give someone some special treatment in private? That's true. Zhao Wuji frowned. Could it be that the gap in strength was too big at that time, and Saber felt that these skills were useless? That's quite reasonable. Flanders was silent for a while, and finally nodded. Only this reason can explain the current scene. It's like a child challenging an adult. Too many fancy things are useless, and being straightforward can achieve amazing results. On the other side, the master also felt that this result was a bit scholar-relievable. But a scholar is a scholar. He has analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. Slowly walking to the open space, the master said in a deep voice, "This battle has made me see your current problems. First of all, Xiao San. As a control-type soul master and a team commander, the order you issued at the first time was wrong. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and even Xiao Tianyang couldn't help but look sideways. What was wrong? He couldn't figure it out. Tang San was also confused and asked directly, "Teacher, when facing a strong attack system like Saber, shouldn't we control the opponent as soon as possible?" The master looked at his only student and gave the answer. "Your access point is correct, but you overlooked a problem. That is, the person you clicked on had no previous cooperation experience." Seeing Tang San's sudden realization, the master couldn't help but continue. "And your next mistake was also very serious, such as not reusing Dai Mubai, but putting Zhu King and Xiao Wu in the position of main attackers. Let me ask you, even if they caught the opportunity and Zhu King and Xiao Wu had the opportunity to take action, after the two of them got close, would they really be Saber's opponent? Let me ask you again, if Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun can become the main attackers, one close and one far away, and use high mobility to contain Saber, what will the result be?" After the master's remarks, Tang San felt a little ashamed. The previous battle made him take it for granted. The first problem is actually not that serious. After all, they didn't cooperate with each other, and the master didn't just know it. Moreover, the battle order was too crude, and it was also because Saber's combat quality was too high, and he was not given time to react. This point is understandable, so the master did not emphasize it. But later, Tang San's command system completely collapsed. Of course, his command error was not the only reason for the failure. Everyone was more or less responsible, especially Dai Mubai. Just like Xiao Tianyang said, "Why are you fighting with a saber whose strength has increased by 200%? Isn't it better to just dodge the attack?" At the end, the master looked at everyone. "What you lack now is cooperation experience and the grasp of the battle opportunity. You can get the former through training, but for the latter, you can ask someone." As he said, he looked at Saber. "As the opponent just now, you should now understand how terrible it is to face an enemy with rich combat experience, and who can accurately grasp the timing of the battle, right?" Everyone nodded. When facing Saber just now, the sense of urgency about the battle was like a burning mood. This is different from facing Xiao Tianyang, because the opponent is pure power crushing. So being defeated with overwhelming force, the most feeling is just disappointment. There will be no such sense of gap. "Okay, since the training failed, you have to accept the punishment." The master took out a plan from his hand and handed it to everyone, and said at the same time, "This is the training plan I arranged for you individually. Everyone is different, but you must follow the order in it, and nothing can be missed." Ma Hongjun looked at the paper in his hand and couldn't help but take a breath. "If I continue to train at this volume, I'm afraid I will die directly." Xiao Tianyang leaned over to take a look and smiled. "Don't worry, I won't die. At most, I will just fall down from exhaustion." "Ma Hongjun?" Dai Mubai reached out and patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder. "How about we switch?" Ma Hongjun took a look and shook his head firmly. "It's impossible to switch." "Just kidding, just the first row. The dumbbells are 50 kilograms heavier than him, and the number is also twice his. Next is, do you need to read on?" Anyway, Ma Hongjun decisively gave up Dai Mubai's proposal when he saw the first line. But while they were whispering, the master looked at Xiao Tianyang with a smile on his face. "Tianyang, I haven't prepared your training plan, but if you want, you can accompany them." Xiao Tianyang was a little speechless. Did he really treat him as a sparring partner? The master didn't care about the punishment training here. Or he had the same bad habits as Flanders and others, and trusted Xiao Tianyang too much. "It seems that I have to pay more attention in the future. It really fits the saying that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility." Xiao Tianyang smiled bitterly in his heart while correcting the wrong movements of Dai Mubai and others. There are only a few of them who don't need him to worry about, and Tang San is one of them. He has the fastest understanding. No matter what movement, he can learn it after teaching it once. The most important thing is that he will not think of being lazy and slipping. He is simply a model of a good student. The other two are Zhu King and Saber. The two girls, the former is hardworking, and the nature is similar to Tang San. The latter has a strong body and has no pressure to do these training. As for the most noteworthy ones, it is Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong. One wants to be lazy, and the other is physically weak, which really gives Xiao Tianyang a headache. Fortunately, after the master's education, the two did not give up. This is a great thing for Xiao Tianyang. At the same time, Flanders, who was sitting in the office, flipped through the training plan specially customized by the master for Tang San and others, and couldn't help but secretly gasp. "Xiaogang, aren't you being too harsh?" Flanders frowned. Tianyang once said that training should be done according to one's ability. For example, Ning Rongrong's part, don't you think it's too harsh? The master shook his head. Tianyang's idea in this regard is very good, but it can't inspire Ning Rongrong's belief. She was born in a famous family. She has never suffered from hardship since she was a child. She has always been instilled with the idea that auxiliary spirit masters should be protected behind their backs. And if you want to change this, you must first change her current habits. Now, this is what she should do at her age, but she may not be able to stick to it. Flanders was still a little worried. Of course, he was more worried that Ning Rongrong would have physical problems due to training. Then the sword Douluo would not look for Xiao Tianyang, but for him, Flanders. Don't worry, with Tianyang here, she'll be fine. The master smiled. And I don't believe you haven't noticed that all the girls in the academy have a crush on Tianyang. Flanders chuckled twice. Of course, such a thing can be discovered, but Tianyang, that idiot, is still unaware of it. It's not that he doesn't know, he just doesn't want to hurt those girls. The master shook his head. No matter who Tianyang is, they will feel his affinity when they see him for the first time. You don't think that just a few words from him can make Zhao Wuji, who was beaten up, calm down? If Xiao Tianyang were here, he would definitely be shocked by the master's remarks. You should know that he himself only vaguely felt this matter. But what about the master? Just based on the clues he contacted and explored with him, he came to a conclusion directly, and he hit the nail on the head. This analytical ability is simply creepy. It's as if after being with him for a long time, no secrets can be hidden. Obviously, Flanders didn't notice this, and it was the first time he heard that a soul master had this ability. But thinking back, it seemed to be true. With such a strict personality, he actually felt a little ashamed when he announced that the master would take over Xiao Tianyang's training. Is it because of his martial spirit? Flanders asked. I don't know, but it must be related to him anyway. The master pondered for a while before speaking. But don't tell anyone about this. Zhao Wuji is no exception. No problem. Flanders agreed very straightforwardly, because this matter may be related to another secret of Xiao Tianyang. And this kid has too many secrets. If someone accidentally knows about it, it will be bad. So the fewer people know about this matter, the better. The two sat in the office for a while before getting up and walking towards the gym that Shrek Academy had just purchased. The master said as he walked, I have prepared the medicinal bath over there. Let the women in the village help and send the girls back. Soak them in the medicinal bath, and they will be back to normal tomorrow. So magical? Flanders was a little surprised. The two of them came to the gym entrance and pushed the door open, but the scene they saw shocked them. Because Tang San and the others actually had the energy to sit in a circle and chat. The master couldn't help but frown. Tianyang, have you completed the tasks assigned to them? Xiao Tianyang smiled and said, Master, don't worry, no one can escape. Then they are. Just finished training. Flanders was a little confused. Even if the intensity of training has increased recently, it shouldn't be effective so quickly, right? He has seen the training plan that the master customized for them. They don't look like they just finished training. Did you use your spirit power? The master's face sank. Only this possibility can explain that the group of children in front of him still have some energy left. Otherwise, according to his assumption, everyone should be exhausted. No, teacher, it's because Brother Tianyang gave us this to drink. Tang San stood up and quickly took out a bottle and handed it to the master. What is this? The master frowned. This is a sports drink I prepared for restoring physical strength. Xiao Tianyang replied with a smile. Of course, the truth is that this water is normal. Just a few drops of green liquid produced by the Palm of Heaven bottle were added. The function of restoring soul power weakened, so it naturally became restoring physical strength. Effect is not bad, at least Xiao Tianyang thinks so. The master couldn't help but feel curious when he heard this. After tasting a little, his eyes were full of shock. Is this also the result of your research on soul power cooking? Flanders rarely saw the master lose his composure. Is it so magical? He took the bottle and tasted a little. Really? Flanders looked at the bottle in his hand and then looked at Xiao Tianyang. How many secrets do you have left from us? It depends on the teachers to develop it themselves. I don't know how many secrets I have. Xiao Tianyang shrugged. Master. They are already sure that Xiao Tianyang is telling the truth. Because he may have too many secrets, using them for a while does not mean that they are useless. For example, if there was no such crazy training before, How could Xiao Tianyang come up with this kind of drink? And if Flanders hadn't discovered Xiao Tianyang's cooking skills, how could he directly take charge of the cafeteria in the future? So all this can only explain one problem. That is, the child in front of him is a treasure trove. How many good things can be taken out of it depends on themselves. Thinking of this, the master's performance was mediocre, but Flanders' face was burning, because now he was sure that he really got an extraordinary student. In 3 months, there were few things that could have changed. But the students of Shrek Academy this year ushered in a rebirth. The reason lies in the appearance of one person, that is Xiao Tianyang. During this period of time, they not only endured the training tasks assigned by the master, but also had to endure the beatings from Xiao Tianyang. Originally, after the first confrontation with Saber, Tang San and others thought it was already a torture. But when Xiao Tianyang, who was like a bulldozer, appeared, they realized how happy it was to have another choice. That can no longer be called a competition, but a pure crushing. But when the master later found that Tang San and others had begun to avoid Xiao Tianyang, he directly withdrew the saber option, which made them completely desperate. But after about a week, they saw the situation clearly. First of all, he no longer had the illusion of winning. He just fought as hard as he could to avoid getting beaten. This strategy was correct. At least Xiao Tianyang thought so. Of course, this did not mean that Xiao Tianyang had not grown. It was just that some means were inconvenient for him to use. Otherwise, would it take so much effort to beat them? This punch came with the power of shaking the air. Xiao Tianyang believed that even if they were combined, they might not be able to withstand it. And his soul power was also stable at level 36. He only rose 2 levels in 3 months. This speed was really surprisingly slow. This was because Xiao Tianyang had the Palm of Heaven bottle to assist in his training. Otherwise, the efficiency would be even lower. But the soul power of Tang San and others did not increase much. After all, they mainly improved their physical fitness and combat experience during this period. Moreover, the soul power level could not be directly linked to strength. Not to mention Xiao Tianyang's special case. If Tang San and others did not make any progress, how could they get beaten less and less? But logically speaking, their growth rate should not be so fast. But there is another key factor, which is an accident. That is, the sports drink configured by the Palm of Heaven bottle. At first, Xiao Tianyang really thought that it only restored physical strength. But later he found that drinking too much would also subtly change the physique of the person who consumes it. In addition, due to his special cooking, this can be said to be as much supplement as possible. If they can't grow up like this, Tang San and others will not be worthy of breaking through to become gods in the future. What's more worth mentioning is that I don't know if it's because the nutrition is too good, the girls' figures and temperaments have changed. First of all, Ning Rong Rong, that kind of delicate look has disappeared. There is even a trace of heroism between her eyebrows. The whole person looks like a new person in 4 words. The second is Saber. Originally her figure was very coordinated, but now she is thin where she should be thin and fat where she should be fat, starting to deviate from the image of the lowly in the comics. But it happens to be the type that Xiao Tianyang likes. Then there is Zhu Zhuqing. Her change is the smallest, but it can also be said to be the biggest. Waist, arms, and thighs have all become thinner. Only the original parts remain the same, which makes Ning Rong Rong envious and jealous. Envious of the other's good genes, jealous of such a good figure, hate that his own development is not in place. As for Xiao Wu, Xiao Tianyang really didn't want to say more. Apart from Saber, she eats the most among the girls. But she hasn't changed at all. She still looks like a lowly. Although Tang San likes her, you should at least try to be more motivated. As for the boys, Xiao Tianyang didn't pay much attention to them, except that they seem to have grown a little taller and become more muscular. That's all. But then again, why would he observe these men when he has nothing to do? Outside the cafeteria, Xiao Tianyang was fiddling with the oven, and a girl next to him was helping to string the skewers. As for Dai Mubai and his group, no one knew where they had gone. Anyway, they only left a sentence that they would come back for dinner, and didn't say anything else. I didn't expect that even Oscar would fall in the end. Xiao Wu couldn't help but snorted while stringing the skewers in her hand. Saber said honestly, to be honest, if they didn't have 1 day off every 7 days, they wouldn't have had that opportunity. Hey! Don't talk nonsense. This is the day off I applied for with great difficulty. Xiao Tianyang, who was standing in front of the oven, rolled his eyes at her. If the master heard you saying this, he might have to take back our happy time. That won't do. Ning Rongrong quickly covered it with her hand. Because she was stringing vegetables, it didn't smell as strong as raw meat. Saber, don't mention this matter again in the future. Understand? Saber nodded. Ning Rongrong then sat down again to string the skewers with peace of mind. At this moment, Tang San came towards them with 2 bags in his hands. Of course, he didn't run out to hang out, but went to buy things for Xiao Tianyang. Tang San put the things on the table, opened the bag and asked, "Brother Tianyang, is this what you want?" Xiao Tianyang picked it up and smelled it, then put it back and nodded. "Yes, that's it. Go to the kitchen and wash it with water. Remember to remove the film at the root and on the surface." "Okay." Tang San nodded to show his understanding. Now Xiao Tianyang is no longer like before, not letting others get involved in the cooking. At least every 7 days, they will help with the barbecue or hot pot. But this is not that Xiao Tianyang has changed. It's just that these things are eaten in the same atmosphere. If they don't do it together, he seems to be missing something. So in the end, he didn't force them. Anyway, he just let them do the chores. The main cooking process and dipping sauce are all done by themselves. "Xiao San, I'll help you." Xiao Wu dropped the work in her hands and ran to the kitchen. Just when the materials were ready and Xiao Tianyang lit the charcoal fire, but when he was preparing to grill the skewers, a figure stumbled out of the darkness. "Fatty?" Xiao Tianyang was sharp-eyed and found out who it was at the first sight. Tang San looked at the other person's condition and hurried forward to support him, and asked at the same time, "Are you okay?" Looking at this appearance, it doesn't look like he's okay. Xiao Tianyang was a little speechless. At the same time, he took another look at Ma Hongjun, and had some vague guesses in his mind. But it seems that he was not beaten so badly in the plot. Not to mention the bruises all over his body, just the 2 missing teeth and the blood at the corners of his mouth. The injuries don't look simple. Xiao Tianyang activated his martial spirit without thinking. The first soul ring lit up, and 2 balls of green fire flew into Ma Hongjun's body one after another. The injury recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the broken teeth had a tendency to grow back again. Of course, this speed is very slow after all. This is no longer recovery, but regrowth. "Hey, what happened? Tell me," Xiao Wu said with her hands on her waist beside him. "If you don't say it, sit down quickly and don't disturb us eating skewers." Ma Hongjun coughed lightly a few times, and then looked at Xiao Tianyang with a look of help. "Okay, no matter how big the matter is, it's not as important as eating. Anyway, the injury has recovered now. We need to take revenge and tell stories. Let's talk about it after dinner." Xiao Tianyang waved his hand and motioned for everyone to sit down. This suppressed Xiao Wu's curiosity. She sat back in her seat obediently, with an expectant look on her face. As for the others, since Ma Hongjun himself had no objection, they did not intend to continue asking. Anyway, the other party would definitely not hide what should be said for too long. The sky was completely dark. A long table was set up in front of the canteen of Shrek Academy. There were 2 candlesticks next to it, and the fire from a grill had already illuminated the area. Laughter, conversation, and clinking of glasses were crisp and pleasant. Although Xiao Tianyang did not join in and grilled skewers next to him, he also felt the joy in his heart. This scene was much like when he went to a roadside stall with his good friends in college to eat skewers. Energetic, happy, and carefree. Just like the saying goes, there is nothing that can't be solved by a meal of skewers. If there is, then 2 meals are enough. With a bang, 2 modern beer cups clinked together. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai sitting in the corner whispering. I don't know what excited them. Ma Hongjun even raised his hands together, gestured for a while, and his face was red. Dai Mubai also frowned when he heard it, like a tiger suppressing anger. Xiao Tianyang turned his hand, turned the skewers over, sprinkled spices on them, and observed the situation of the 2 of them. Unexpectedly, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in my ear. "Tianyang, how about I take your place for a while? You go over and eat something?" Xiao Tianyang looked at Saber, who was walking over, smiled and shook his head. "No, I'm also eating while grilling here, but I'm not sitting at the table." Taking the beer handed over by Saber, Xiao Tianyang took a sip, bit a piece of ice, and broke it with a click. For a moment, I felt refreshed all over, as if even the gradually rising temperature in my body had subsided a lot. These things were naturally all made by him, and the taste naturally leans towards the taste he is familiar with. So in addition to the good taste, it is more of a nostalgic feeling. Putting down the cup and exhaling, Xiao Tianyang suddenly said, "Help me watch here. I'll take this plate over." Saber was about to take the plate and help pass it over, but he was a step too slow. When he came to the table, put the plate down and pushed it in front of Xiao Wu and others, everyone's eyes were shining. Even Tang San, who had a calm personality, was no exception. After all, for delicious food, no matter how calm your personality is, sometimes you can't help it. Especially in front of people you trust, there is no need to do so. However, Xiao Tianyang took the opportunity of them eating skewers to sit in front of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun and said in a low voice, "Don't make a big deal about this matter, just a few of us will go." After saying that, he raised his chin again. "Wait until they are drunk, understand?" "Tianyang, how did you know?" Ma Hongjun was stunned when he saw Xiao Tianyang coming straight to the point, and his eyes were full of surprise. Of course, there was more gratitude. Although his affairs were no longer a secret, and he was even rejected by all the girls, Ma Hongjun also wanted to save face. If this matter was made a big deal, it would not look good after all. That's why he would find an opportunity to tell Dai Mubai alone in private. But he didn't expect that Xiao Tianyang would consider it so carefully. Xiao Tianyang said mysteriously, "I should know, you can't hide it from me." With this, Dai Mubai didn't ask any more questions, but went straight to the point. "But what if we go too late and the person runs away?" "Don't worry, he won't run away." Xiao Tianyang smiled at Ma Hongjun. "The earlier you leave a place like that, the more embarrassed you will be, right, fatty?" Ma Hongjun laughed dryly a few times, but he did acquiesce in this statement. On the other side, in the dean's office, Flanders, Zhao Wuji, and the master sat around the table, which also had 5 or 6 plates of skewers on it. In front of each of them was a glass of beer, and there was a wooden barrel next to it. Obviously, it was filled with beer. Zhao Wuji held a mutton skewer in his hand, pulled the coin-sized piece of meat to the bottom, put it all into his mouth, chewed it, and said vaguely, Tianyang's cooking skills are getting better and better." Flanders rolled his eyes at him, and then looked at the master. "Recently, Tianyang has always asked me to go to the Xingdou Great Forest for training. This is the 8th time. Do you think I should agree?" The master, who was chewing slowly, couldn't help but frowned when he heard this. "I'm afraid this is not a good idea." It was Zhao Wuji who spoke. After swallowing the food in his mouth, he hesitated and said, "Tianyang's 3rd soul ring, after all, comes from the Black Crystal Evil Phoenix. Although most of the aura on his body is from the 3rd zone, there is no guarantee that those soul beasts of the Divine Beast system are still looking for the murderer outside. If he is caught red-handed, Tianyang may not be able to escape, no matter how many tricks he has." Zhao Wuji's worry is not unreasonable. Moreover, from Miao Zhenshan's expression at that time, we can roughly analyze how troublesome it would be if the soul beasts of the Divine Beast system were killed. That phenomenon,